When he woke up, he found himself a useless spirit tamer. Yang Tong looked around and saw desks and a blackboard. A graduate who had been working for years was now sitting in a high school classroom. Just as he thought he was dreaming, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. It turned out this place was Blue Star, an otherworld strikingly similar to Earth. Here, beast taming was a revered practice, and spirit tamers who could summon contract beasts at the age of 16 were highly esteemed. The nation he was in, Longxia, was indistinguishable from the mythical Eastern dragon in his memories. In this world, spirit tamers' abilities are ranked into 9 levels: common, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, immortal legend, and star. The bloodline grades of summoned beasts range from F to SSS. Yang Tong checked his summoning contract and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His summoned beast was called a ball of fur, with unknown type and species. Its talents were extraordinary: allurement damage bonus and unlimited skill usage. However, its bloodline grade was an unheard-of G level, and all 11 elemental skills were at 0. Wasn't this the definition of a useless start? At that moment, he was sitting in a regular class, listening to teacher Wang Zhuan lecturing on the illustrated guide to spirit beasts. His desk mate kindly reminded him to pay attention. Looking up, he saw teacher Wang Zhuan's face darkening like a storm cloud. Yang Tong, in every class, you're either sleeping or daydreaming. Do you even know how to behave like a student? Stand up. In this unfamiliar world, Yang Tong dared not act rashly. What if the teacher summoned an SS-level beast? That would be disastrous. So he obediently stood up. Seeing his compliance, teacher Wang Zhuan's tone softened. What do you think this classroom is? Did you listen to what I just said? Yes, I did. In what year did the nightmare-level beast territory, Icy Snowfield, appear? Faced with the teacher's question, Yang Tong found himself momentarily lost. The beast territories, which randomly appear on Blue Star, are classified by danger level from low to high: ordinary, dangerous, nightmare, despair, hell, and abyss. However, the merged memories were of no help. Just as he was about to admit he didn't know, a line of text suddenly flashed before his eyes. Host detected. Marauder system ready. System binding in progress. Binding successful. The system immediately issued a task. Answer the teacher's question. Reward: Stamina 5. Yang Tong's eyes lit up finally. The standard cheat of a transmigrator had arrived. Although the name Marauder system puzzled him, he didn't have time to dwell on it. Year 2022. Yang Tong shouted confidently. Teacher Wang Zhuan's mouth twitched. Your voice is loud, but your answer is completely wrong. The icy snowfield appeared in the revival calendar year 233 and was subdued in year 235. Sit down and listen carefully. Amidst the classmates' laughter, Yang Tong sat down quietly. The system notified, task completed, stamina 5, and a warm sensation spread throughout his body. Yet, he soon realized the absurdity. What use was a mere stamina boost in a world plagued by ferocious beasts? Was he supposed to tear dragons apart with his bare hands? After class, Yang Tong inquired of his deskmate, can a student from the regular class transfer to the beast tamer class? As long as you have the talent for beast taming, his deskmate replied, drawing the attention of other classmates, especially Gong Jia, who snickered. Do you really think just anyone can get into the beast tamer class? Gong Jia mocked. As the last in class ranking, he harbored resentment toward Yang Tong, who always scored higher. Yang Tong retorted, not everyone can get into the beast tamer class, especially not someone who ranks last in the academic class. This struck a nerve with Gong Jia. Just as tensions were about to escalate, the system issued a new task. As a marauder, your dignity cannot tolerate petty provocations. Defend the marauder's honor. Reward: Stamina 5. Glancing at the familiar earthy yellow hue in his backpack, Yang Tong smirked. He stood up, his towering figure intimidating Gong Jia. As Gong Jia turned to check on the fake teacher, Yang Tong swiftly pulled out a burlap sack and covered him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. When Gong Jia finally broke free, he was met with a face full of lime powder. Still got something to say? Yang Tong asked while hitting him. I give up, big brother. I won't dare again, Gong Jia pleaded. Yang Tong dusted off his hands. A crooked tree needs pruning, and so do people. With the system notification, task completed, stamina 5, the entire class stared at Gong Jia's sorry state, collectively gasping in shock, inadvertently contributing to global cooling for a moment. Gong Jia looked like a badly beaten pig with a swollen, bruised face, but despite the severe appearance, the injuries were actually carefully controlled by Yang Tong. They were excruciatingly painful but not even considered minor wounds, and the best part was that there were no fingerprints left behind. Hand it over, Yang Tong said, extending his hand towards Gong Jia. His tone was calm yet left no room for refusal. Gong Jia shuddered, clearly traumatized by the beating. Stammering, he asked, What? The sack. Why did you steal my sack? Steal? The surrounding students looked at Yang Tong with bewildered expressions. One of the boys couldn't help but speak up. You really have the guts to say anything, huh? Do you think we're all blind witnesses? Unfazed, Yang Tong grabbed the sack, skillfully folded it, and stuffed it into his backpack, muttering, in a big forest, you get all kinds of birds. These days, people are so desperate they even steal sacks. Must be out of their minds. The other students stepped back, their eyes filled with caution after all. What kind of normal student carries a sack in their backpack? Yang Tong scanned the room, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I'm a bit timid and afraid of school violence, so I keep a few tools on hand. You all didn't see anything just now, right? Oh, I think I suddenly went blind. Yeah, didn't see a thing. Nothing at all. The students quickly agreed, catching on, bagging someone, throwing lime, and tossing dung. These were Yang Tong's three proudest moves, almost guaranteed to be lethal on Earth. But on this blue planet, the physical differences between people were too vast, and this combo didn't ensure 100% success. Yang Tong pondered. As someone with a system to back him up, he needed to find a way to improve his success rate. When the dismissal bell rang, Yang Tong shot out of the classroom like an arrow, so fast that even the teacher exclaimed in surprise. Walking home, Yang Tong fell into deep thought. Being transported to a summoning paranormal world, the system didn't boost his summoning abilities but rather enhanced himself. Wasn't this forcing him to withstand magical attacks with his own body? Just as his thoughts were drifting, his phone suddenly rang with an absurd ringtone. Listen to me, thank you, because of you. The ringtone made Yang Tong's mouth twitch. Seeing the caller ID, his heart skipped a beat as he remembered something important he had forgotten. Hello, sis. Yang Tong. Where the hell are you? Would you believe me if I said I forgot about you? Ha, just you wait. Chen Shui is Yang Tong's half-sister from different parents. Many years ago, Chen Shui's biological parents perished in the territory of ferocious beasts. Since both sets of parents were close friends, Yang Tong's parents adopted Chen Shui. 3 years ago, Yang Tong's parents also tragically passed away, leaving the siblings to rely on each other. Despite not being related by blood, the two have grown as close as real siblings over the years. Chen Shui is 6 months older than Yang Tong, and both are high school sophomores. However, Chen Shui is in the beast taming class and possesses a legitimate A-grade summoned Spiriton Ice Phoenix, which is far superior to Yang Tong's cuddly furball. As a level 7 spirit tamer prodigy, Chen Shui also exerts a bloodline suppression over Yang Tong. Today after school, Yang Tong uncharacteristically went straight home without waiting for his sister. Considering Chen Shui's strength, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against her, even with the system's stamina boost. As he pondered whether to preemptively use some medicine, he heard the door open. As soon as Chen Shui got home, she pinned Yang Tong to the ground and put him in a chokehold. Despite the system-boosted stamina that allowed him to break free, Yang Tong wisely chose to play weak. He knew his sister too well. The more he struggled, the more excited she would become. Speak up, do you have a death wish? I waited for you outside the school for almost half an hour. Chen Shui snarled. Seeing Yang Tong remain silent, she became suspicious. Why so quiet today? Feeling guilty? Yang Tong pointed to her hand around his throat and managed to squeeze out a few words. You're choking me. How can I say anything? I'll suffocate in a minute. Only then did Chen Shui release her grip. Yang Tong coughed violently. Sis, if you couldn't find me, why didn't you call? I thought you got held back by the teacher again. I would never. Chen Shui began but then stopped mid-sentence. Wait, why did you say again? She grabbed his ear. Don't change the subject. Where did you go after school? After some questioning, Yang Tong explained he had just been lost in thought. Then, he suddenly made a decision that left Chen Shui stunned. Sis, I want to transfer to the spirit taming class. Seeing the seriousness in Yang Tong's expression, Chen Shui asked him to summon his cuddly furball. The little creature appeared and bounced to Yang Tong's feet, making soft, puff sounds. Despite its cuteness, this ornamental spirit was utterly useless in battle. At that moment, the system issued a new task. Convince Chen Shui to let him transfer to the spirit taming class, with the reward being a random spirit talent. This task made Yang Tong's eyes light up. Gaining a spirit talent was unheard of. However, Chen Shui remained unmoved. Becoming a spirit tamer isn't just risky. It's a straight path to death. Yang Tong tried to argue further, but Chen Shui interrupted him. Enough. Go study. If you end up second to last in the next exam, I'll beat you up. Yang Tong shrugged, looking helpless. I'd love to be last, but my skills just won't allow it. I'm serious, sis. If you don't believe me, let's have a match. Yang Tong's words left Chen Shui momentarily stunned. As siblings, they had sparred numerous times before. But since Chen Shui summoned the Snow Phoenix at 16 while Yang Tong only managed a furball, he had never challenged her again. After all, being one-sidedly beaten wasn't much fun. Have you lost your mind? Chen Shui frowned. I mean, without summoning the Snow Phoenix, Yang Tong explained with an awkward smile. Chen Shui thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's see where your confidence comes from. Their fight wasn't anything sophisticated, just basic punches and kicks. However, as the battle progressed, Chen Shui grew increasingly alarmed. Her younger brother, a level 1 spirit tamer, matched her physical prowess as a level 7 spirit tamer. Without summoning their spirits, she found herself unable to gain the upper hand over Yang Tong. What bewildered her more were the bizarre names Yang Tong yelled for his moves. Crow sits on the plain. Tornado destroys parking lot. Toad evaporates the Pacific. Bulldog crushes the ATM. Clumsy bear attacks the grocery store. Little black bear robs the red robe. Otter besieges the nail salon. Akita dominates the spring tea house. Seeing Yang Tong about to pull out a sack, Chen Shui quickly called a halt. Knowing him best, she understood this defied the rules of spirit taming. How did you do it? How are you so strong physically? Chen Shui demanded. Only constant exposure to spirit power can achieve this level. You don't even have a trace of spirit power. Well, isn't it true you should look at someone with fresh eyes after 3 days? Yang Tong smirked arrogantly. The room's temperature plummeted, and Yang Tong shivered, immediately backing down. He knew he couldn't win against Chen Shui with the Snow Phoenix. Actually, my secret to success is simple. Work out more, read less. Oh? No amount of working out can surpass the effects of spirit power. Chen Shui pinched Yang Tong's ear again. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts. I give up. Yang Tong quickly pleaded. I shouldn't have said that. Spill it. What's really going on? Yang Tong didn't have much to hide from Chen Shui, even about the system. But he chose to be vague. Since you insist on knowing, fine. I'll come clean. Actually, I'm a prince from the M78 Nebula, living here incognito to experience ordinary life. Get lost. Chen Shui retorted. You don't even have a second uncle. How could I have one? Yang Tong lamented. He couldn't exactly say he was cheating, so he figured a story about the M78 Nebula was more believable. Chen Shui, while curious about the truth, was more concerned if Yang Tong was straying down a dark path. Even though this world had no black magic, she couldn't help but worry. Honestly, could someone carrying a sack in his backpack stray any further? Seeing her little brother growing up with his own secrets left Chen Shui feeling mixed emotions. Yang Tong used to share everything with her, even his sack techniques. However, his strong physique did provide some comfort. At least regular spirit tamers would find it hard to harm him. What will you do in the future? Black iron level and regular level are worlds apart. You can't rely on physical strength to crush black iron level spirit tamers, let alone their summoned spirits. Yang Tong, however, was unfazed. He believed the system would continue to enhance his strength. Don't worry, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's cross that bridge when we come to it. Chen Shui corrected sternly. If the bridge doesn't appear, I'll blow it up with explosives. Oh? Your confidence is really asking for a beating. Can I join the spirit taming class now? Yang Tong asked again. The system hadn't shown the task as complete yet. Chen Shui nodded. Sure. Get the paperwork done tomorrow at school. The entry requirement for the spirit taming class was simple. Possessing the talent for spirit taming. Although Yang Tong could handle the transfer himself, he preferred to discuss it with Chen Shui first. Finally, the task completion notice appeared. Acquired Summon Spirit Random Talent Infinite Firepower. This talent was quite impressive. Elemental affinity boosted damage, and Yang Tong couldn't guarantee the system would let him learn skills in the future. The newly acquired ability, Unlimited Firepower, filled Yang Tong with excitement. Although his current summon creature, Furball, couldn't utilize this power yet, he was already imagining future scenarios where his other summons could unleash their skills without limit. The thought of his summons firing off spells like magical machine guns brought a satisfied smile to Yang Tong's face. After gaining this ability, Yang Tong did feel a change in his summoning power, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Since the summoning contract didn't allow him to view his own attributes, and the system didn't provide a personal attribute panel, this feeling remained a mystery for now. However, he believed the system wouldn't make a mistake, and once he had a summon capable of using skills, everything would become clear. Watching Furball roll on the ground making puff-puff sounds, Yang Tong shook his head. It seemed he would have to wait until he broke through to the black iron level and summoned a second creature to verify this ability. After dinner, Chen Shui began her training. As a high school junior, she knew that in the highly competitive environment of today, she had to make every second count to stand out in the college entrance exams. Yang Tong, however, didn't care much about this. Looking at his grade bloodline Furball, he knew his cultivation talent was mediocre at best. No matter how hard he tried, significant breakthroughs were unlikely. Say no to over-competition, starting with me. Yang Tong muttered to himself, deciding to go out and buy some items needed for his sack-over-head plans. As he passed by a suit shop, the system suddenly issued a new task. Task. As a qualified thug, A suit is the most basic outfit. You can lose your head and bleed, but the suit must remain unwrinkled. Please purchase a suit. Task reward, reaction speed 1. Yang Tong couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. A suit and a thug? What a bizarre combination. He couldn't understand why the thug system had chosen someone as gentle, refined, and sunny as him. He was clearly not a violent person, nor did he want to do anything brutal. He just wanted to quietly and stealthily put a sack over someone's head. Was that so wrong? Reaction speed was a new attribute that puzzled Yang Tong. Without a system attribute panel, he could only rely on his own deductions. Judging from the task rewards, each mission added 5 points to stamina, but reaction speed only increased by 1 point. This scarcity made him pay special attention to this attribute. The trip to the suit store was quite fruitful. Although it wasn't part of the original plan, when Yang Tong stepped out of the store in his new suit, his aura had indeed changed. However, the combination of the almost human-sized tactical backpack and the suit was quite jarring. The one reaction speed he gained from completing the task made him ponder this improvement wasn't as noticeable as stamina. It felt subtle and elusive. Following his original plan, Yang Tong visited a grocery store, a hardware store, and a renovation shop. These choices were unusual for a prospective spirit master, but he had his Riasansto increase the success rate of his empty-handed bag snatching technique. After all, he was determined to achieve a 100 success rate. With a bulging tactical backpack, Yang Tong hesitated about whether to visit a spirit master shop. Logically, as a prospective spirit master, buying potions and beast materials to strengthen his summoned spirits was the proper path. But looking at the little fur ball sleeping soundly in his palm, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Although summoning spirits was generally prohibited within the city, ornamental summoned spirits were an exception. And as the world's only Glevel bloodline summoned spirit, the fur ball was undoubtedly the most ornamental of ornaments. The dazzling array of products in the Spirit Master shop opened Yang Tong's eyes. Strength potions, size potions, fire element potions, the energy heart of the Black Iron Lord Flame Porcupine. Unfortunately, the exorbitant prices made him only able to look but not buy. At this moment, a pair of brothers was also heading towards the Spirit Master shop street. The younger brother, Gong Jia, with his still swollen face, drew numerous curious glances. His older brother, Gong Lu, was a senior in the Spirit Master class at Hong Kong City No. 3 High School. You're really embarrassing, can't even win a fight, Gong Lu said, listening to his brother's labored breathing, feeling a headache coming on. Bro, it's not that I can't fight, he ambushed me. I was out cold before I even knew what happened, Gong Jia defended himself. Why didn't you strike first? They're just ordinary people. What's there to be afraid of? He's got Spirit Master talent. With just an level bloodline? He doesn't even count as a proper Spirit Master. In fact, Yang Tong publicly claimed to have an level bloodline because a Glevel was simply too outrageous, had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Hesitate and suffer the consequences. Yang Tong knew this well. When his initial bluff failed, he quickly tried another tactic. Look, a UFO. Gong Jia sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Gong Lu, reacting instinctively, followed Yang Tong's pointing finger. Before he realized it was a trick, a sack was swiftly pulled over his head, plunging him into darkness. The sounds of a scuffle erupted immediately. Damn it, Gong Jia, help me! Gong Lu shouted from inside the sack. Gong Jia snapped out of his shock and was about to assist when Yang Tong shot him a glance and pulled out another sack. This made Gong Jia shiver, and he chose self-preservation. Forget it, better you than me. You're the brave one. Brave? Just wait until I get out of here. Gong Lu struggled fiercely inside the sack, vowing to get even with Yang Tong. But Yang Tong wasn't about to give him that chance. You think a thug's sack is just for show? Yang Tong sneered. You're dead meat. Gong Jia was now furious. Yang Tong, however, remained calm, landing punch after punch. I'll make you understand what regret feels like. Do you think you have the strength to challenge me, Yang Tong? Just as Yang Tong was about to stop, a system prompt appeared. Defeat Gong Lu and his summoned spirit to become a true thug. Reward, fighting skills. Yang Tong looked sympathetically at the sack on the ground. I wanted to let you go, but the system won't allow it. Family should stick together. With that, he landed a few more punches, turning Gong Li's face into a swollen mess. You wait. I'm reporting you to the Spirit Control Bureau, Gong Lu threatened. But Yang Tong was unperturbed. He knew that as long as no summoned spirits were involved, the Bureau typically wouldn't take serious action. To complete the task, Yang Tong helpfully reminded, have you forgotten you still have a summoned spirit? The reminder snapped Gong Lu back to reality. Oh right, I'm a spirit controller. He almost thanked Yang Tong before remembering he was the enemy. You're a spirit controller too. Dare to face me in the spirit arena? I'll show you what cruelty really is. Gong Lu said through gritted teeth. Summoning spirits in the city was prohibited, but the spirit arena was a legitimate battleground for spirit controllers. Seeing Yang Tong hesitate, Gong Jie taunted, "Scared, aren't you? Some people only know how to sneak attack. Afraid to fight like a man? Maybe you're missing something important down there." Yang Tong chuckled, "Dude, have you looked in the mirror? You think your taunts are top-notch? Even a pig would look better than you right now. Calling me unmanly ho do you think gave you and your brother those swollen faces?" Gong Jie felt like crying. He couldn't win in a fight or an argument. Despite his swollen face, Gong Lu remained defiant. "Stop with the words. If you're really capable, meet me in the spirit arena. So what if you're good at fighting? Can you beat a summoned spirit?" Yang Tong thought to himself. "Can a summoned spirit compete with my system? Summoned spirits are just auxiliary scripts. The real cheat is the system." Outwardly, he feigned hesitation. A level 5 spirit controller against a level 1? That's hardly fair. Besides, everyone knows my summoned spirit is just an grade ornamental. In reality, Yang Tong wasn't afraid. By his estimation, he could handle a level 5 summoned spirit, at least well enough to protect himself. He's aiming to maximize his benefits, Yang Tong pondered. "How about we make a bet?" Gong Li's eyes lit up the moment he heard Yang Tong's offer. To him, it was a sure win. "How about 50,000 yuan?" he eagerly suggested. Yang Tong quickly assessed the situation. Based on his judgment, it was unlikely that Gong Lu and his companion were just casually browsing the spirit-taming shop like he was. They probably weren't there to buy materials or beast cores either. The most likely scenario was that they were there to buy potions, and the standard level potions, apart from their scarcity, were all priced at 50,000 per bottle. This number made Gong Lu hesitate. The 50,000 was specifically given to him by his parents to purchase potions to help him aim for the top 10 in his grade. "Bro, don't worry, we can't lose," Gong Jie encouraged from the side. "All right, I'll bet with you." Yang Tong agreed readily. Although he and Qin Shui weren't well off, and Qin Shui still had to train Shui Huang, he was confident and had already devised a surefire plan. Missing out on such an opportunity to gain without risk would be a shame. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the spirit battle arena, and Yang Tong suddenly stopped. Gong Li's heart tightened, fearing that the other might back out. "What are you scared? If you're scared, just kneel and kowtow to me twice, and I'll let you off." Yang Tong rolled his eyes, thinking that for the sake of the system's task, he wouldn't mind if Gong Li hit him. "Hand it over," he said, extending his hand. "What? The money? Gong Li, you really think you can take me for granted before the match even starts? What if you lose and refuse to pay up? The Spirit Battle Arena is officially sanctioned and doesn't provide gambling services. What if you lose and refuse to pay?" Yang Tong was ready for this. "Are you dumb? In the Spirit Battle Arena, you can summon spirits. Are you still worried I would run off?" "Yeah, bro." Gong Jie immediately supported. "In the Spirit Battle Arena, this guy can't run. Once he loses, we'll make him cough up the 100,000. Yang Tong chuckled to himself. Gong Jie was practically playing into his hands. "Do you really think it's that easy to earn a thug's money?" Gong Lu took out a pristine stack of 50,000 yuan and handed it to Yang Tong. Seeing the money, Yang Tong's eyes gleamed. Although Mao Qiu didn't need training, this money could buy a potion for little Qin Shui. Due to their financial constraints, Qin Shui's standard level potions weren't fully stocked. To train perfectly, she might have to suppress her strength and delay breaking through to the bronze level, which would affect her college entrance exams. "The money for setting up the spirit fighting arena has to come from you guys." Gritting his teeth, Gong Lu agreed, "Fine." He immediately called the staff to set up the arena and even hired a referee to prevent Yang Tong from cheating if he lost. Standing on the stage and facing Yang Tong, Gong Lu had already devised a cruel plan. First, he would tear apart Yang Tong's summoned spirit, leaving him no chance to recall it to the contract space, and then severely injure him before he could surrender. If he could kill him in the process, even better. Accidents during matches were all too common. At the referee's signal, the match began. Just as Gong Li's face twisted into a cruel smile and he was about to say, "You're dead meat, kid," a sack was suddenly thrown over his head. "Referee, this is cheating," Gong Li shouted from inside the sack. The referee shrugged. "The match had already started, and you were wasting time talking trash instead of summoning your spirit. It's perfectly normal for someone to make the first move." The match continues. Though he was secretly impressed by Yang Tong's agility and unconventional tactics. As Yang Tong landed another blow, he thought to himself, "When fighting a summoner, you go for the summoner, not the summoned spirit." The sack didn't hinder Gong Lu from summoning. A blue ice hair leaped out from the void. As blue light gathered on its ears, Yang Tong predicted the attack's trajectory and nimbly leaped aside. An ice spike shot up from where he had been standing. Just as Gong Lu was about to break free from the sack, Yang Tong rushed back, securing the sack tightly from top to bottom and then kicked Gong Lu to the ground. Better safe than sorry for those 50,000 bucks. Carrying the sack containing Gong Lu, Yang Tong dodged ice spikes and arrows from the ice hair while delivering a harsh beating to the man inside. Before long, Gong Lu passed out, and his ice hair vanished back into the contract space. The dramatic match concluded just like that, with Yang Tong not even needing to summon his own spirit, Mao Qiu. The system notified him that the task was complete, and a range of close combat skills instantly flooded his mind. As Yang Tong prepared to leave, Gong Jie blocked his path. Leave the 50,000 bucks. You didn't use your summoned spirit, so it doesn't count as a win. I beat you without even using my spirit. Imagine if I had. Yang Tong sneered. Referee, did I win? The referee nodded in confirmation. Just then, Yang Tong's phone rang. It was Chun Shui. During their conversation, he learned that her ice potion had reached its limit, catching him by surprise. Spending 50,000 bucks for a standard potion really drove home how expensive it was to nurture summoned spirits. Back home, when he handed the potion to Chun Shui, she leaned in and sniffed him. You didn't sell your body for this, did you? I only sell my skills, not my body, Yang Tong explained helplessly, recounting the match. After listening, Chun Shui chided. Weren't you afraid of losing or getting hurt by the summoned spirits? I wouldn't bet unless I was confident, Yang Tong said, puffing out his chest. If things went south, I'd just knock him out at night and take the money back. Are you a bandit? No, I'm a corporate raider. Chun Shui was silent for a moment, then turned to her room with the potion in hand. Thanks? You're transferring to the spirit mastery class? Wang Zhuan's surprise was evident, his brow furrowing slightly. Have you discussed this with your sister? Yes, I have. She completely agrees, Yang Tong replied calmly. While Yang Tong's transfer to the spirit mastery class could indeed improve the class environment, Wang Zhuan, being a responsible teacher, was concerned about Yang Tong's safety. In this era, becoming a spirit master was every young person's dream, especially high school students who were often filled with youthful zeal. Yang Tong, Wang Zhuan said earnestly, strictly speaking, having a summoned spirit for show doesn't mean you have the talent of a spirit master. Why don't you reconsider? I've thought it through, Yang Tong replied firmly. The transfer procedures were quickly completed. Wang Zhuan took Yang Tong to the office and introduced him to another teacher. Lao Lu, this is Yang Tong, the student who just transferred to your class. Then he turned to Yang Tong and reminded him, follow teacher Lu's guidance and don't cause any trouble. Got it. After Wang Zhuan left, the teacher introduced himself as they walked. I'm Lu Mingfei. Your name sounds grand, like a main character's name. Yang Tong's eyes lit up. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Lu Mingfei was taken aback. No, I'm an only child. But thanks for the compliment. Teacher Wang said you might be difficult, but you seem quite polite. I'm the homeroom teacher of Spirit Mastery Class 5. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll be teaching you for the next year and a half. What if something unexpected happens? Lu Mingfei's expression turned serious. In this world, there's no such thing as repeating a grade. After the college entrance exams, you can only go to the university you get into. If something unexpected happens, one of us might end up in a box. Seeing Yang Tong silent, he added with a smile, don't worry too much. In my 15 years of teaching, I've only had to carry out 15 students. Wow. So, one per year. Scared? Not at all, Yang Tong thought to himself. With his hidden abilities, the future was bright. Lu Mingfei continued, even if you're scared, it won't help. You can't transfer back to a regular class from the Spirit Mastery class. You wouldn't want to drop out in your second year, would you? Please stop talking for a moment. Let me calm down. Yang Tong rubbed his temples, thinking how each person he met was more eccentric than the last. When they arrived at the classroom, Lu Mingfei stood at the podium. Class, we have a new student today. Let's give him a warm welcome. Yang Tong, come up and introduce yourself. Sparse applause followed. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Give a perfect self-introduction to show the class the authority of a suited gangster. Reward. Stamina 5. Yang Tong's eyes brightened. This was his specialty. Hello, everyone. He cleared his throat and began his unique introduction, pulling various tools from his bagapipe wrench, a spanner, a knife, and even a brick and lime powder. Each item landed on the podium with a thud. I'm Yang Tong. In my spare time, I'm a repairman, he said with a friendly smile. If anyone feels like they need some fixing up, come to me. I'll give a 10 discount since we're classmates. The classroom fell silent, everyone staring in shock at the sharply dressed new student speaking in such underworld terms. My dream is to be a suited gangster, Yang Tong continued. If anyone gets bullied, come to me anytime. Protection fees are also 10 off. Lu Mingfei quickly interrupted. All right, everyone remembers Yang Tong now. Let's give him a round of applause. This time, the applause was much more enthusiastic, as if everyone was afraid of not clapping. Yang Tong took his seat. His combat backpack was so large it had to be placed on the floor, emitting clinking sounds. His new deskmate shifted away slightly, trying to avoid the fierce aura emanating from Yang Tong. Task completed. Stamina 5. The system prompt sounded. Yang Tong felt a sense of satisfaction. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his strength, speed, and endurance were now far beyond that of an ordinary person, possibly even surpassing a platinum-level spirit master's physical capabilities. The feeling of having an advantage was indeed exhilarating. All right, everyone. Let's officially start the class. Lu Mingfei tapped the desk, pulling the students out of their stunned silence and back to the lesson. Yang Tong was ready to pay close attention, eager to learn about summoning spirit battles or training techniques in the spirit control class. However, Lu Mingfei's next words hit him like a bucket of cold water. Today, we will have a cultural studies exam. I trust everyone is well prepared. Yang Tong stared in disbelief at his classmates, who were eagerly preparing for the test. He screamed internally, well prepared? I just transferred into this class, and there's already an exam? The system promptly issued a new task. Complete the exam to prove you're a versatile warrior, both brain and brawn. Reward, 5 stamina. I really don't want to cheat, but my skills won't let me. Yang Tong thought helplessly. After a whole day of 4 exams, Yang Tong dutifully finished all his papers. The exams are done, but as for the scores, he was already contemplating whether to discuss a refund with Chen Shui. Lu Mingfei sat at the teacher's desk, grading the exams. When he got to Yang Tong's paper, his expression froze. Besides the name, there wasn't a single Chinese character on the entire sheet. All the multiple-choice questions were wrong, and the essay sections were filled with random letters like A, B, C, D. What kind of student did Wang Zhuan send me? Lu Mingfei was speechless. As the dismissal bell rang, Yang Tong vanished without a trace, leaving Lu Mingfei staring dumbfounded at the suited figure with a large backpack disappearing down the hall. That speed? How's the spirit control class? Chen Shui asked Yang Tong after school. Noticing his grim expression, she pressed, what's wrong? Yang Tong sighed and explained about the cultural studies exam. Chen Shui was surprised. You didn't know spirit control class includes cultural studies? The cultural studies portion is a significant part of the final exams. I thought it was all practical training, Yang Tong lamented. In the evening, Yang Tong wandered around the spirit control shop. As he passed an alley, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Following the sound, he saw 2 men harassing a woman. The system immediately presented 4 task options. Heroically save the person, join in the harassment, uphold justice, or use violence to stop the violence. Each option offered different rewards such as stamina and various knowledge. What kind of absurd tasks are these? Yang Tong grumbled, choosing the first option without hesitation. Stop. Let go of that girl. Hearing voices, the 2 men suddenly turned around, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. One of them snarled. They sized up Yang Tong despite his tall stature. His lack of visible muscles made them dismiss him as a threat. At this moment, the woman they had cornered cried out with a sob in her voice, Please, big brother, save me. Yang Tong's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly pointed behind them and shouted, Look, a UFO? As he activated his words become reality skill, the 2 men reflexively turned around. By the time they realized they had been tricked, it was too late. A cloud of lime powder hit them square in the face. Damn it! They cursed as they fell to the ground, blinded and utterly defenseless, writhing in pain. Although Yang Tong could have easily overpowered them in a straightforward fight, he chose to use the lime powder to avoid leaving a lasting psychological scar. The rescued woman repeatedly thanked him. Thank you so much, big brother. Wait, you're still here? Yang Tong was a bit surprised. It seemed he had watched too much news and had come to expect victims to run away immediately. Call the police, he said directly. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Call the police. Do you want to let them get away with this? Realizing what he meant, the woman took out her phone and dialed the police. While she was on the phone, Yang Tong efficiently stuffed the 2 unconscious criminals into a sack and tied it shut. A notification sounded, indicating that the task was complete, and the system instantly infused his mind with comprehensive high school knowledge. Having a cheat system feels amazing, Yang Tong thought smugly. In the next exam, I'm going to ace it and make everyone bow before the top student. The night passed uneventfully. The next day at school, conversations about the beast territory, Lu Mingfei's classroom assessment notice, and Yang Tong's ridiculous declaration all unfolded as expected. When Yang Tong stepped into the ring, a new system task appeared. He had to defeat all his opponents to receive a generous reward. Looking at the 48 classmates before him, meaning 6 rounds of fights, with each victory granting a stamina boost, Yang Tong's eyes lit up. If you're going to do this, I won't be holding back. From the moment Yang Tong saw the prize, he made up his mind. First place is mine. Not even Jesus can stop me, he declared with a determined look in his eyes. He announced to those around him, Don't talk to me about summons or SS levels. Today, I'm going to crush them all. And if that doesn't work, I can always rely on my tactical backpack. As Lu Mingfei signaled the start of the match, Yang Tong didn't summon his fuzzball. Instead, he stared directly at his opponent, Sun Liming, and said, "You should just give up. We're classmates. I don't want to ruin our relationship." Sun Liming frowned, his face darkening. "I want to see just how tough you really are." Before he could finish, Yang Tong shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Sun Liming didn't even have time to summon his spirit before he was slammed out of the ring by a powerful charge. Ugh! Sun Liming hit the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The physical enhancements from Yang Tong's stamina points had given him strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, a force Sun Liming simply couldn't withstand. Pathetic. I didn't even use my full strength and you're already down, Yang Tong said lightly, standing on the ring. You ambushed me. That's not honorable. Sun Liming shouted angrily. Yang Tong shrugged. Lu Mingfei signaled the start. It's your fault for wasting time with trash talk. My preemptive strike was perfectly fair. Where's the ambush in that? Although Lu Mingfei was a bit surprised by Yang Tong's tactics, he didn't say anything. He thought that such a strategy might actually work well in the college entrance exams. When he announced Yang Tong's victory, a surge of power rose within Yang Tong and quickly subsided 5 stamina points acquired. Although the subsequent matches were mostly uneventful, Yang Tong still watched each one carefully. After all, he couldn't rely on sneak attacks every time. He paid special attention to 2 key matches. In the match between Han Luer and Zhou Qingqing, the class's top student, Han Luer, displayed her level 6 spirit mastery. Her attire Thunderbird manipulated lightning with ease, forcing Zhou Qingqing's Garlic King Turtle to surrender. In the final match, the class's second-ranked Su Hua faced Wang Shuang. Su Hua's B-tier Lightning Turtle was not as powerful as Han Luer's Thunderbird, but it was more than enough to handle Wang Shuang's defensive Earth Dog. Entering the round of 24-12, Yang Tong faced another opponent, Luo Yuan. This time, the opponent had wised up and immediately summoned a Tire Goblin. "You should just give up. I don't want you to fall before you even try." Yang Tong started with his trash talk again. Fireball. Luo Yuan ignored the taunt, commanding his goblin to attack directly. "What's wrong with you? Shouting out the skill names?" Yang Tong mocked as he easily dodged the fireball, quickly closing the distance and shoving Luo Yuan out of the ring. Watching Luo Yuan's confident face turn to shock, Yang Tong sneered, "Ha! You overestimated yourself." Yang Tong closed in on the goblin, and Luo Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight. Although his goblin was more of a spellcaster, its strength as a summoned creature far exceeded that of an ordinary human. He immediately commanded the goblin to punch, but Yang Tong effortlessly caught its fist. With a powerful blow, he struck the goblin square in the face, interrupting its fireball spell. This move was even more effective than Garen's silence. By the time Luo Yuan realized what had happened, his goblin was already pinned to the ground by Yang Tong, who was pummeling it relentlessly. A swift chokehold left the goblin gasping for air. "Just admit defeat," Yang Tong said, tossing the barely conscious goblin at Luo Yuan's feet, a hint of smugness in his voice. "If you send the goblin out again, don't blame me for teaching you what a real thug is." Although summoned creatures could still cast spells after falling off the platform according to the rules, Luo Yuan, seeing Yang Tong's stance, decided to concede. He didn't want his goblin to get hurt, and he was also wary of this guy who carried a sack and lime powder, potentially causing trouble for him later. Lu Mingfei's keen eyes noticed that Yang Tong's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. To easily suppress a Tier 3 summon creature, one would typically need the strength of a silver-level summoner. The top 12 were quickly announced, with Han Luer and Su Hua making it without surprise. The biggest shock was Yang Tong, who had never revealed his summon creature throughout the competition. Lu Mingfei knew that Yang Tong's summon creature was purely ornamental and had no combat ability. The competition to determine the top 6 took place in the afternoon. Watching the cafeteria lady's precise serving movements, Yang Tong couldn't help but wonder if she was a hidden master. In the knockout rounds, Yang Tong continued his winning streak, easily securing 5 points of stamina. It wasn't until the fight for the top 3 that he encountered a real challenge of Flame Fox skilled in close combat. Thanks to the system's stamina boost, his defense was enhanced. Otherwise, he would have lost. Even so, his suit was torn to shreds, and he was covered in bite marks from the fox. In the end, Yang Tong grabbed the Flame Fox by the neck. Just as he was about to deliver a heavy punch, the fox was recalled to its contract space. "Damn, I hope I don't need a rabies shot," Yang Tong muttered, out of breath. "Is this guy even human? You're like a beast incarnate," the audience exclaimed in shock. "We all went through the same education system. So why can you beat up a close combat summon creature?" So far, no one had forced Yang Tong to reveal his furball. Faced with everyone's doubts, he cheekily replied, "As they say, people are built differently." "Get out of here," the crowd laughed. "Normal people don't have that kind of physique. We strongly suggest a dissection for research." The final top three were announced. Unsurprisingly, Han Luer and Su Hua made it, along with the newly transferred cultural class student, Yang Tong. The final battle was about to begin. After allowing them to recover their summoning energy, Han Luer and Su Hua faced off first. The Thunderbird soared in the sky, while the lightning turtle fought on the ground. The arena turned into a sea of lightning, with purple and white flashes interweaving, dazzling Yang Tong. This eye-catching battle ended with the Thunderbird's victory. Although Su Hua was unwilling to accept the result, she recalled her lightning turtle to avoid affecting her upcoming match with Yang Tong. Yang Tong regretted it privately. If the turtle had been seriously injured, he could have scored 5 points of stamina for free. He could also see that the gap in skill between Su Hua and Han Luer was obvious. Although they were at the same level, Su Hua was clearly inferior in summoning spirit control and combat awareness. To defeat Han Luer, he would need to go all out with a big move. Otherwise, his chances of winning were slim. It was now time for the match between Yang Tong and Su Hua. Yang Tong easily leaped onto the arena, patiently waiting for his opponent to recover his summoning energy. The previous battle with Han Luer had evidently drained Su Hua significantly. His face was pale, and he looked completely exhausted. Once Su Hua had recovered and opened his eyes, he saw Yang Tong standing steadily on the platform. "Aren't you planning to use your summoned spirit?" Su Hua asked. Yang Tong flashed his signature sunny smile. "If you want me to bring out my summoned spirit, you'll have to show me what you're made of first. I'm not like the others. If you lose because of your arrogance, don't blame me." Su Hua snorted. "Prepare to be amazed." Without a word, Yang Tong took off his already tattered suit and shirt, baring his upper body. Although a suited fighter looks stylish, it's not very practical for close combat. At that moment, the system frantically popped up warnings. As an elegant brawler, a suit is essential. Please do not damage your suit. The barrage of system notifications was like a flood, making Yang Tong exasperated. How obsessed is this system with suits? Can you stop spamming? I can barely see anything. I'm in the middle of a fight here. Be serious. As the battle began, lightning crackled around the arena. Yang Tong continuously dodged left and right, leaping back and forth, making it hard to approach the spirit turtle and Su Hua. Damn, look at his summoned spirit. Come on, furball, show some spirit. Yang Tong muttered to himself while avoiding the attacks. Han Luer watched from the sidelines, her expression serious as she observed Yang Tong's agile movements. Despite looking somewhat desperate, it was impressive that he could dodge all the lightning attacks with just his human body. Han Luer stood on the sidelines, intently observing the match on the field. The battle between Yang Tong and Su Hua was in a deadlock, and if no one could break the stalemate, it would eventually become a test of endurance. Unexpectedly, Yang Tong from the cultural class showcased incredible strength. His stamina consumption was far lower than anticipated, making this fight seem even easier than his previous battle with the Flame Fox. This was thanks to the system's enhancements to his body, granting him abilities beyond those of an ordinary person. With exceptional reflexes, Yang Tong seized a fleeting opportunity when the lightning turtle showed a vulnerability. He swiftly moved in, and before the turtle could unleash its skill, Yang Tong had already maneuvered to its side. He wrapped his arms around the turtle's shell and lifted it, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons. Su Hua hastily commanded the turtle to counterattack, but Yang Tong was quicker. He held the shell with one hand and grabbed the turtle's head with the other, lifting it upwards. The turtle's attack struck the ceiling with a series of loud pops, resembling a magical machine gun firing continuously. "This feels way cooler than a Gatling gun," Yang Tong shouted excitedly. Su Hua watched in desperation, trying to direct the turtle to fight back, but it couldn't break free from Yang Tong's grip. Suddenly, Yang Tong aimed the turtle's head at Su Hua, and 3 bolts of lightning struck him. Su Hua was left paralyzed, his hair standing on end and his face charred. With no other choice, he retracted the turtle back into the contract space. "See? I told you there's no need to summon your spirit," Yang Tong said smugly, then pointed at Han Luer. "My real opponent is you. Let's have a proper duel." At Lu Mingfei's signal, a new round of the match began. A black fuzzy ball rolled out from the void and bounced onto the stage. Han Luer and her Thunderbird were on high alert, as Yang Tong's display of power had already impressed everyone. Pikachu used the ultimate snakeskin God's Eye View, thunderous 10,000-volt, earth-shattering lightning, and fire extermination skill. Yang Tong's shout was deafening. However, before Han Luer could react, she blacked out and fainted. The Thunderbird let out a short cry before automatically returning to the contract space. "Precision makes the difference between butchery and surgery," Yang Tong said calmly, retracting his hand. He had used just the right amount of force to render Han Luer unconscious without causing injury. Before Lu Mingfei could announce the result, Yang Tong rushed towards the restroom. The stench made him turn back immediately, and he found a secluded corner to start making potions. To his surprise, the system allowed him to craft a potion with just a click, effortlessly producing a vial of ice potion. After completing the task, Yang Tong received generous rewards, 20 stamina, 5 reflexes, and a large amount of spirit power, which promoted him to a level 3 spirit master. Just as Lu Mingfei was about to announce the results, Feng Song arrived at the spirit arena entrance with students from spirit class 3. Teacher Lu, I heard you were testing, so we came to check it out, Feng Song said with a smile. Your strongest students are Han Luer and Su Hua, both at level 6 spirit master, right? Our class has 2 level 7s and 5 level 6s. They're not here for a friendly visit, Lu Mingfei said impatiently, eyeing Feng Song's mocking expression. With a twisted grin, Feng Song replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just thought it would be fun to have a little contest between the top students of our 2 classes. After all, there's not much difference between level 6 and level 7. Lu Mingfei knew exactly what was going on. Last time, Han Luer had thoroughly trounced class 3, and now Feng Song was looking for a rematch. But Feng Song was in for a disappointment. As he himself had admitted, the difference between level 6 and level 7 wasn't significant. Yang Tong could not only easily ambush Han Luer, but also handle the rest of class 3 without breaking a sweat. Just then, a student from class 3 strutted forward, a smug look on his face. I just finished the test, and I'm the top in our class. A first place match against a first place match sounds fair, right? He stared intently at Han Luer. Han Luer responded with a blank expression, believe it or not, I'm not the top student. The top student has been in the bathroom for over 10 minutes. The student was about to retort when he suddenly blacked out and collapsed. Yang Tong had just returned from brewing a potion and had even taken the time to hop over the wall to buy a suit. He casually tossed away the half-brick in his hand and expertly tied up the sack, moving so quickly that no one had time to react. Just got back and already hear someone wants to challenge me. Such arrogance, Yang Tong said nonchalantly. The others finally snapped out of their shock and tried to intervene, but it was too late. Feng Song's face darkened. Who are you? Do you realize you're hurting someone? I'm going to report you to the administration. Give it a rest, Yang Tong interrupted him. He had no time to waste on these people and was eager to sell the freshly brewed ice potion for some cash. Another student from class 3 stepped forward with a fake smile. Who are you, and why did you attack our classmate? You're like a tadpole laughing at a frog. What are you laughing at? Yang Tong sneered. I hate hypocrites. And guess what? I'm the biggest hypocrite of all. This guy wanted to challenge me, but he couldn't handle it when given the chance. The story continued to unfold with challenges and threats, from direct confrontations to covert schemes. The final conversation was particularly dramatic. When Yang Tong named his price to Lu Mingfei, the pause in 8.9 discount made Lu Mingfei quip. What was that pause for? You felt bad about the 20 discount and changed your mind, didn't you? Throughout the entire ordeal, Yang Tong maintained his unique, unreliable demeanor. Yet, in crucial moments, he displayed a terrifying level of skill, forcing everyone to reassess this seemingly carefree individual. Lu Mingfei was just about to speak about the ethics of teachers when Yang Tong cut him off abruptly. Oh, give it a rest? How about this? I beat him up, and you give me a few days off. Deal. The two stared at each other until Lu Mingfei broke the silence. What do you need time off for? Yang Tong gazed at the ceiling, feigning deep thought. With fierce beasts still roaming, how can one rest at home? A true son of Long Xia should defend every inch of our land with his life, keeping the beasts at bay. It's the duty of every citizen to ensure the nation's survival. Though I, Yang Tong, am but a frail scholar with no strength to bind a chicken. Hold on. Lu Mingfei interrupted, unable to contain himself. I could let your earlier nonsense slide, but this I can't. No strength to bind a chicken? A frail scholar? Yang Tong remained unfazed. Don't sweat the details. The point is, I have a heart dedicated to the country, the people, and all of humanity. As they say, I am willing to shed my blood to write history, to leave a loyal heart that shines through the ages. Just tell me, what do you really want to do? I'm planning to go into beast territory and take down a few king-level beasts. Do you even know how powerful a king-level beast is? Lu Mingfei said seriously. Beast territory is nothing like you imagine. Fun is fun, but don't joke with your life. With your summoning skills, you plan to fight beasts hand-to-hand? Hanler did it, didn't she? Can you compare to her? If you can knock her out with one hit, can you do the same to a beast? Yang Tong contemplated. Yes, with enough effort, I can kill it in one hit. At that moment, Guozhang impatiently shouted, Hey, are you coming up or not? Yang Tong subtly signaled to his tactical backpack, and Lu Mingfei gave a barely perceptible nod. You're going to fight with your backpack on? Guozhang asked. Forget the backpack. If I use both hands to fight you, I'll admit defeat. Feng Song suddenly chimed in. Mr. Lu is the homeroom teacher for class 5, so how about I be the referee? Lu Mingfei jumped off the ring. Suit yourself. As soon as the match started, Yang Tong threw a handful of lime powder into Guozhang's face. Guo Zhang's summoned spirit was just about to materialize when a brick hit him, forcing it back. Finally, Yang Tong circled around and delivered a chop to the back of Guo Zhang's neck. Surprisingly, Guo Zhang didn't fall immediately. He shakily took out his phone and, with blurred vision, deleted his browsing history before collapsing. After school, Qin Shui encountered Yang Tong at the school gate. Noticing his suit and dark expression, "Did you wear a suit all day?" "Yeah, any problem with that?" "Did you have a combat test today?"
Yep.
Qin Shui looked at Yang Tong in surprise. He was unusually concise today, which was quite unlike him. "Did someone beat you up?" Chen Shui teased. "But then again, it's understandable. Your skills are pretty average." Yang Tong smirked. "On the contrary, I was just thinking about how to describe my glorious triumph." "You? Triumph?" Qin Shui raised an eyebrow. She thought Yang Tong was joking but knew his skills were above average in their class. After all, Class 5 wasn't like Class 1, where all the elites gathered. "You know Hanlier, right?" Yang Tong said with a cocky smile.
Speak plainly.
Qin Shui snapped. "Of course, I know her. She's the top student in your class. Just another defeated opponent. She couldn't last a single round," Yang Tong boasted. Qin Shui's interest was piqued. "Really? What about Guo Zhang from Class 3? I heard he recently broke through as a level 7 spirit master." "Humph. He begged for mercy the moment he saw me." Yang Tong continued to brag. "As for Bai Li Gu, he ended up in a sack." Yang Tong then looked up at the sky, sighing dramatically. Life is so lonely at the top. The scene shifted to a spirit shop. Yang Tong was complaining to the shop assistant, "Selling for 50,000, but you only offer half for buyback?" The assistant patiently explained that a standard potion sold for 50,000. The buyback price was 30,000 through official channels, but Yang Tong's unmarked homemade potion could only fetch 25,000. Yang Tong glanced at the price of alchemy materials, which was exactly 25,000 per set. Frustrated, he realized that making money through alchemy was a dead end. Although he wanted to give the potion to Chen Shui, he needed money for the ticket to the beast territory. What annoyed him more was that after the assistant bought his potion, they immediately put it on the shelf for 50,000. It was already late, and it was too dangerous to head to the beast territory at night. Many beasts were nocturnal, making the area much riskier. The next day, Yang Tong told Chen Shui, "Sis, I'm not going to school today." "Oh," Chen Shui laughed. "You've been so diligent lately. I almost thought you were possessed." Suddenly, the room's temperature dropped, and Yang Tong shivered. "Can you put away the snow phoenix? Aren't you skipping school?" "Who said I'm skipping school? I've already taken a leave of absence. I'm going to the beast territory." Chen Shui's expression turned serious. "Are you going to look for mom and dad?" "Don't bring that up. I know what I'm doing." Yang Tong waved irritably. "How about I take a leave and go with you?" Yang Tong looked her up and down with disdain. "You? Do you have money for the ticket?" Hong Kong had 2 beast territories. The nightmare level Dark Harbor was off limits to Yang Tong since he was only a level 3 spirit master. The ordinary level Flame Hills was accessible, but Yang Tong was curious why a coastal city had a fire-type beast territory. In the marketplace outside the beast territory's teleportation portal, Yang Tong browsed the task board. Although there were many tasks, they all required a deposit, and he didn't have enough money. Just then, a shifty-looking man approached him. "First time in the market? Want to see a dance?" "What kind of dance?" "Ethnic dance, the kind without clothes." Yang Tong declined without hesitation. He wasn't afraid of a scam but worried about getting his organs harvested. Rumor had it that those people could even take down Ultraman. After completing the paperwork and entering the teleportation portal, a wave of heat hit him. Yang Tong took off his suit jacket and saw a red grassland stretching out before him, with red hills in the distance. This flat area had been forcefully created by spirit masters and had long been scavenged clean, so even the beasts avoided it. Notification of system update complete. Yang Tong received 3 new tasks. First beast encounter, defeat any beast. Reward, 5 stamina, significant increase in spirit control power. Iron level first kill, defeat an iron level beast. Reward, 5 stamina, 3 reflex, exclusive skill for berserker. Leader kill, defeat a leader level beast. Reward, random summon spirit skill, exclusive passive for berserker. That's it. Yang Tong's face darkened. He had hoped the system upgrade would enhance his summoned spirits, but the reward seemed minimal. However, the leader level reward looked promising. Unfortunately, with his current strength, even an iron level beast was challenging, let alone a leader. Just as he was contemplating, a wolf's howl interrupted his thoughts. A flame wolf appeared before him, its body engulfed in crimson flames. What's with the barking? Without hesitation, Yang Tong charged forward, delivering a series of heavy slaps. The flame wolf was stunned, unable to react, as Yang Tong followed up with 2 more strikes. The final punch shattered the wolf's head, completing the first task. With a 5 stamina boost and a surge in spirit control power, he advanced to level 4. Too weak, he muttered. But before he could finish, dozens of flame wolves rose in the distance, baring their teeth at him. Without a second thought, Yang Tong grabbed the wolf carcass and fled. The wolf pack chased relentlessly, their numbers quickly swelling to hundreds. Yang Tong didn't dare look back, focusing solely on running forward, kicking up dust as he headed straight for the Spirit Control Bureau outpost. Alarms blared at the outpost, and everyone braced for action. When they saw Yang Tong leading a pack of flame wolves, they sighed in relief but couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you provoke the flame wolves the moment you got here?" someone asked incredulously. Though usually docile, flame wolves have a strong pack mentality and will attack en masse if provoked. Yang Tong tossed the wolf carcass aside, taunting the pack with jumps and jeers. "Come on, fight me." It wasn't until the pack leader gave a command that the wolves reluctantly retreated. Just as an officer was about to reprimand him, Yang Tong slipped away unnoticed. Finding a safe spot, he began processing the wolf carcass. He extracted the energy core from its heart, cut off a wolf leg, and left the rest. Just then, a ripple from the contract space summoned Mao. Seeing the wolf carcass, Mao's eyes gleamed with hunger. "Hold on, I'll cook it for you," Yang Tong said with a smile, taking out his barbecue tools from his backpack, ready to enjoy this hard-earned meal. Yang Tong felt full after eating just half of the wolf leg. He noticed that while his strength had increased, his appetite hadn't, which completely defied the law of conservation of energy. But trying to reason with the system scientifically was clearly pointless. To his surprise, the palm-sized furball showed an astonishing appetite. He thought it would be impressive if it could finish the remaining half of the wolf leg, but to his amazement, the little creature ate everything he cooked. Eventually, it devoured the entire flame wolf. "You eat so much, aren't you afraid of bursting?" Yang Tong had barely finished his sentence when the furball jumped a few times, then suddenly rolled its eyes and collapsed motionless. "Oh crap!" Yang Tong panicked immediately. "You're just an ornamental grade summoned spirit. Don't actually die on me." He frantically checked the furball, but couldn't even find its nose to see if it was still breathing. In his desperation, Yang Tong considered the worst-case scenario. Should I roast it? Steam it? Too bad I didn't bring a gas tank. While attempting to revive it, he first tried pushing its body to make it vomit, but when that failed, he squeezed it harder. The furball's eyes rolled back even more. Determined to try anything, Yang Tong pulled out his trump card, a special purgative called explosive laxative. It was a potent concoction he had meticulously refined, guaranteed to cause severe diarrhea. Without hesitation, he grabbed the powder and stuffed it into the furball's mouth. Just then, the system prompt sounded. "Summoned spirit furball has evolved." It turned out it wasn't choking but evolving. The furball quickly returned to normal, looking at the medicine box in Yang Tong's hand with a grievance, as if accusing him. "I treated you as my master, and you tried to poison me?" Yang Tong hurriedly checked the summoning contract and discovered that the furball had gained incredible abilities. Not only elemental affinity and unlimited firepower, but also mastery over all fire skills, including sub-forbidden spells. Although its skills and other elements were still at 0, these abilities alone were enough to make Yang Tong ecstatic. However, when he triumphantly commanded the furball to cast world-ending fire rain, the little creature darted off into the nearby bushes and started to fart. The explosive laxative had taken effect, and Yang Tong suddenly remembered he hadn't developed an antidote. As night fell, the exhausted furball looked pitifully at Yang Tong, its fur limp. When it tried to cast a spell again, it could only manage a wisp of smoke and a tiny fireball. Yang Tong finally understood. Although the furball possessed powerful skills, it was limited by its level and spirit control, making it impossible to cast those high-level spells. Achieving the dream of sub-forbidden spells would likely require reaching a king-tier level. Given his weak cultivation talent, this was a distant dream. Nonetheless, the furball now had combat abilities and could at least serve as support, which was a small consolation in his otherwise unfortunate situation. Yang Tong commanded Mao to unleash a barrage of skills, silently calculating in his mind. What surprised him the most was that Mao skill usage didn't consume any spiritual energy. This meant that in future tough battles, he could rely on attrition tactics to win. More importantly, once Mao mastered a skill, the system would reward him with the ability to learn the summoned spirit skills. It was then that Yang Tong realized wasn't just someone with a cheat code, that was too low level. As an elegant brute, he was a legitimate cheat seller. Mao was staring at the flaming wolf's heart in Yang Tong's hand with its round eyes, making eager, puff-puff sounds. "You want to eat this too? Do you know how expensive it is?" Yang Tong said helplessly. "You've already mastered all the fire skills. Why do you need an energy core?" Mao bounced around, protesting persistently. "Puff, puff, puff. All right. Yang Tong thought for a moment. The cost of a basic energy core wasn't too high, and he could get more eventually. He might as well let Mao Chio have a taste. He heated up some oil in the pan, and Mao Chio quickly swallowed the heart. The system notification popped up. Fire element, 0.0001. Yang Tong grabbed Mao Chio and kicked it away. Get lost? After a quick calculation, he was even more frustrated if Mao Chio kept absorbing basic energy cores with this efficiency. It would need 1,000,000 of them, at 1,000 coins each, and that's just for fire elements, not counting the other elements. Other people's summoned spirits only needed money to buy resources, but Mao Chio seemed like it would need to dig up the ancestral graves of beasts to be satisfied. This is like Lu Luogwa climbing a mountain. Money is tight. Yang Tong laughed bitterly, but he couldn't afford not to cultivate Mao Chio. This percentage data surely had hidden potential, and once it increased, it would be incredibly useful. He had come here to make money, but it seemed like he was going broke faster than ever. Make money. If I don't turn the flaming hills upside down, I won't get my money's worth for the entrance fee. The system promptly displayed a notification. Sky high. Accumulate resources worth 1,000,000. Task reward. Brute's exclusive weapon Bodhisattva. Looks like the system knows I'm broke. Yang Tong mocked himself. An exclusive weapon for a brute? And it's called Bodhisattva? Interesting name. In the distance, a fire-striped python tried to escape. Yang Tong sneered. Trying to run? Where do you think you're going? Mao Chio, firewall. Several firewalls trapped the python, soon emitting a tempting aroma of roasted meat. Although injured, the python was still struggling to escape, only to run into Mao Chio's second and third firewalls. Yang Tong skillfully sliced the roasted snake meat and sprinkled some seasoning. Dinner time. With Mao Chio's fire skills, even the grilling process was simplified. Yang Tong ate his fill and gave the leftovers, along with the energy core, to Mao Chio. The biggest spender on Blue Star Mao Chio, Yang Tong sighed. It was the second day after Mao Chio had a bout of diarrhea. During this time, Yang Tong and Mao Chio had become so in sync that they hardly needed any commands. He also realized he had underestimated Mao Chio. This little guy wasn't just a support. With its elemental affinity and unlimited firepower, it could easily crush most basic summon spirits. Bloodlines? They're all fluff. Calling it support wasn't wrong either. After all, eliminating enemies was the best protection. Over the past 2 days, Yang Tong had killed over 100 basic beasts, accumulating resources worth around 10,000. But now, the money was gone, the resources were gone, and only Mao Chio's belly was full. Yang Tong looked up to the sky and sighed. He was only at Spirit Master level 4. 10,000 would be enough for most level 4 Spirit Masters to achieve a comfortable life, but for him, it wasn't even enough to fill Mao Chio's teeth. However, this period also made Yang Tong more aware of his own strength. Basic beasts couldn't withstand 3 punches from him. The defensive ones might take 2 more. By his estimates, he could now take on a Black Iron level Lord without falling behind. Unfortunately, Lord-level beasts didn't play fair and liked to gang up with their minions, so if he encountered one, he could only run if things went south. Puff puff, Mao Chio indicated it was full. The system displayed, fire element, 0.0092. Apart from the data increase, Mao Chio showed no other changes. Over the past 2 days, Yang Tong had grown tired of checking the data, as it only made him more anxious. Now he just hoped that there would be some changes at the 1% mark. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily give up and help Xiao Qinshui max out the ice potion first. Ensuring Qian Shui's college entrance exam results was the top priority. His own exams were already secured. If anyone dared to compete with him for the top spot in the Hong Kong City exams, he would beat them to a pulp, and that would be giving the exam some face. Otherwise, with a few more tools like burlap sacks, lime powder, and dislocation powder, the top spot would be his for sure. As Yang Tong ventured deeper into the flaming hills, he became increasingly cautious. He was now far from the Spirit Bureau's outpost, and provoking a large-scale beast riot would be troublesome. Life couldn't be too thrilling. Suddenly, a peculiar figure caught Yang Tong's attention. What the heck is that beast? Yang Tong's face went black. In the nearby bushes squatted a half-meter-tall rabbit, its 2 front teeth almost dragging on the ground, holding a giant spiked club with its short arms. One eye was covered by a leaf-fine eye patch, and the other was a crossy ethis was clearly a bandit rabbit. Yang Tong had seen many ugly beasts over the past few days, but none as uniquely grotesque as this rabbit. It seemed to be ambushing him. Big guy, your spiked club is giving you away. Could this be the genius of the beast world? Yang Tong dashed forward and snatched the spiked club. The rabbit's strength was no match for his, and it was dragged to the ground, still gripping the club tightly. Yang Tong raised the club and smashed it down, shattering the rabbit's head. The system notification popped up. Task complete, stamina 5, reaction 3, gained exclusive skill, borrowing the chicken. Borrowing the chicken? Resource exchange? Yang Tong stared at the system notification. Isn't that supposed to be opportunity? What kind of broken system has typos? System, What does resource exchange mean? The system remained silent. Well, this was awkward. He finally got a skill but had no idea how to use it. But come to think of it, this rabbit was actually black iron level? Is black iron rank really this weak? Yang Tong muttered to himself as he stuffed the recently acquired spiked club into his tactical backpack. Although the weapon might not be worth much, it would still be useful for intimidation. Killing a black iron ranked beast was no big deal for him. If he encountered a lord level beast, then that would be something to get excited about. But then again, just escaping from a lord level beast would be impressive, let alone defeating one. Fire up the pan. Yang Tong shouted to the bouncing furball. Just then, something in his peripheral vision made him whip his head around, freezing him in place. The sight before him was suffocating. An endless swarm of beasts filled his view, numbering at least 8,000 to 9,000. Yang Tong and the furball instinctively ducked into the bushes, the furball clinging tightly to his leg, not daring to move. The beasts were divided into 6 waves, forming a huge circle. At the center was a pond tinged red, with 3 stalks of grass growing in the middle. Materials of immense value, coveted by so many beasts, must be worth a fortune in spirit taming. This was no ordinary scene. The 6 waves of beasts were at a standoff, clearly indicating the presence of lord-level beasts in each group. This was the first time Yang Tong had encountered spirit-taming materials since entering the Flame Hills, but even a platinum-ranked warrior would wisely avoid such a gathering. Just as Yang Tong was about to quietly retreat, the system suddenly alerted him. Detected that the host is about to face a large-scale skirmish. Would you like to use the skill Borrowing the Chicken for an exchange? Clinging to a sliver of hope, Yang Tong opted for the exchange. The system presented 3 options: Bodhisattva, Purity, and Childlike Innocence. After a moment of consideration, he chose Childlike Innocence. The instant the exchange was completed, an inexplicable sense of weakness washed over him. It felt much like the lethargy after an intense mental effort, leaving him drained. According to the system, this was the cost of consuming 10 days worth of his bonding ability. 10 days. Just 10 freaking days. Yang Tong lay in the bushes for over an hour before he could come to terms with this reality. He swore to himself that he would avoid everyone for the next 10 days. No one could find out about this. After regaining his composure, Yang Tong opened the system backpack. He needed to see what exactly was worth the sacrifice of 10 days of his bonding ability. Gulu. Yang Tong didn't retrieve the child's heart from his system backpack. Just by looking at its appearance, he felt his mouth go dry. It was an item that looked like a harmless little boy, but its attributes instantly revealed its true purpose. Child's heart, a weapon exclusive to Marauders. As we grow, we lose our once innocent joy. This little boy can help everyone regain their childlike wonder. It can be released in the territory of fierce beasts and detonated by the host's thoughts. Reminder: be cautious when setting off fireworks. Totally worth it. 10 days well spent. Yang Tong excitedly took out the child's heart. However, as he held the item, only slightly larger than his palm, his excitement turned into confusion. Such a small yield? The little boy bomb was 63 TJ, even without full reaction. Did I just trade 10 days for a hand grenade usable only in beast territory? Calming down, Yang Tong thought carefully. Anything produced by the system must be top-notch. This must be a miniaturized version for convenience. But now there's another problem. How to obtain the spirit-binding materials in the middle of the pond? As long as the mind doesn't falter, there's always a way. Yang Tong resolved to himself, using the borrowing chicken to lay eggs skill to exchange for another child's heart, promising himself it would be the last time, and extending his plan to 20 days. Meanwhile, the 6 groups of fierce beasts were still in a standoff by the pond. Suddenly, a large, nervous rabbit wearing an eye patch and carrying a spiked club approached the beast groups. This buck-toothed rabbit was an outcast, often bullied. A flame horse, which had a soft spot for it because it often used the rabbit to clean its hindquarters, neighed a warning. But the buck-toothed rabbit, actually Yang Tong in disguise, ignored the beastly warnings and kept moving forward. As he got closer, the wind blade python lord lowered its head to scrutinize this fearless little creature. Yang Tong put on his best scared performance while calculating the optimal position. When he felt he was close enough, he started mimicking a roar. This act immediately enraged the wind blade python lord, which opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, ready to swallow this arrogant little rabbit whole. Seeing this, Yang Tong knew he couldn't advance any further. Any attack from the fierce beast could expose his true identity. Boom! Yang Tong used his mind to ignite the childlike wonder. A deafening explosion echoed from afar, and a blinding white light lit up the entire sky, more dazzling than the midday sun. The shockwaves swept across the land, causing countless fierce beasts to stagger, some even losing control of their bowels. Yang Tong covered his nose, nearly passing out from the pungent stench. All the beasts, including their leaders, instinctively turned towards the source of the explosion. The sudden display of power left them in awe. In the beast territory where hot weapons were forbidden, this was their first real encounter with human technology. What is this? A natural disaster? Divine wrath? Or a forbidden spell? The beasts were terrified. Meanwhile, the Spirit Tamers Bureau headquarters was also shaken violently. Are the beasts rioting? Don't panic. It's just a regular earthquake. Regular my foot. Look over there. Someone pointed to the sky. My eyes. Wang Ning, are you trying to blind us? Is this guy a spy? Although the Spirit Tamers had physical abilities far superior to ordinary people, many of their eyes were red and swollen from the intense light. What the hell was that? A nuke? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way a nuke would be in beast territory. It's definitely a forbidden spell. Quickly, find out which legendary figure has entered. Of course, the power of childlike wonder was far from that of a true forbidden spell, but the sheer spectacle easily led people to think of such high-level attacks. After a long while, the beasts finally recovered from their shock. Where's the little rabbit? The treasure is gone. Wait, there's still one left. 3 firetooth grasses, and only one is left. That damned rabbit must have stolen the others. Chase it. However, not a single beast dared to make a move. The leader's attention was focused on the last remaining spirit-taming material, and no one wanted to act rashly. Whoever moved first would face the combined attack of the other 5 races. The Wind Blade Python leader stared at the last piece of grass, its vertical pupils narrowing slightly. This grass seems a bit off. As it tried to approach for a closer look, the other leaders immediately let out warning growls. The snake is right. The grass does seem different. Who are you calling a snake? Call me the Great Wind Blade Dragon. Eventually, the 6 leaders reached a consensus. We'll check it out together. Anyone who makes a move will face extermination by the other 5. Meanwhile, Yang Tong had already shed his rabbit disguise and was running for his life. With 3 firetooth grasses in hand, each worth $500,000, and having completed the system task to obtain the exclusive weapon Bodhisattva, he had intentionally left behind a fake grass smeared with childlike wonder's juice to cause a dispute among the beasts. He then seized the opportunity to escape. As a rogue, how can I be satisfied with just 3 grasses? Yang Tong thought as he ran, planning to detonate another childlike wonder to harvest the energy cores of the leader-level beasts. He had confirmed that childlike wonder had explosive power without radiation, so as long as he got far enough away, he could safely detonate it. Finally, after running for what felt like an eternity, Yang Tong stopped to catch his breath. He then used his mind to trigger the explosion of another childlike wonder. The blinding light once again illuminated the entire land, as if another sun had risen. The headquarters of the Spirit Control Bureau descended into chaos once again. Damn it, not again. Another forbidden spell? Have we still not figured out which big shot is massacring the newbie village? Send another team to investigate. And be careful. It was as if divine power had descended upon the world. A powerful explosion radiated outward from the pond, turning all vegetation to dust in its wake. Fortunately, Yang Tong had run far enough and the hilly terrain shielded him, so by the time the shockwave reached him, it was only as strong as a gust of wind. This really is the wind of nuclear and plutonium. Yang Tong muttered to himself as he quickly made his way back to the scene, eager not to miss out on any loot. Since there was no nuclear contamination or radiation, he couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. When he returned to the site, Yang Tong found that the original pond and surrounding hills had vanished, replaced by a massive crater. 6 lords had fallen. One of the most prominent, the Wind Blade Python, had disappeared, and the remaining 4 appeared to have died peacefully. The only one still breathing was the Red Cloud Bull Lord, who was in a pitiful state, covered in hundreds of wounds and exuding the aroma of roasted meat. Wow, what happened to you? Yang Tong approached the Red Cloud Bull. Seeing the creature, which looked like a poor imitation of the Red Moo trademark, futilely trying to escape, Yang Tong wiped away imaginary tears and ended its suffering with 2 punches. He immediately summoned Furball, who was so thrilled at the sight of the 5 lord corpses that its eyes widened. Quick, eat as much as you can, and pack up the rest. People will be here soon, Yang Tong urged. Whether it was adventurers or the Spirit Control Bureau, such commotion was bound to attract trouble. What happened next made Yang Tong both laugh and cry. Furball showed no interest in the flame sawtooth grass at all, like a picky eater who only wanted meat. This valuable material, which could have enhanced bloodlines, now could only be sold for money. Luckily, Furball had an enormous appetite. Apart from the Red Moo, it devoured all the other lords, even consuming the heart of the Red Moo. When the fire element content reached 1, an unexpected piece of good news arrived. Its fire skills had all leveled up to LV2. This discovery left Yang Tong, who was enjoying his steak, stunned. Although Furball had consumed nearly 1 million worth of corpses and energy cores to achieve this overall skill upgrade, it was undoubtedly worth it. Improving the skills of summoned spirits was always difficult, and such an all-skill upgrade opportunity was even rarer. Over the next 10 days, Yang Tong continued exploring the Flame Hills. Though his gains were limited, ordinary beasts had little value, and Lord-level beasts always had minions, making the cost-effectiveness of using childlike innocence too low. He even considered using taunts to lure multiple lords, but abandoned the idea for fear of triggering a beast tide. In the end, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. Furball truly didn't consume any plant-based spirit materials, leading Yang Tong to speculate that these materials might not provide any enhancement for Furball. Yang Tong had to leave the Flaming Hills before his bond could fully recover. He sighed in resignation. After all, the leave he had taken from Lu Mingfei had long expired, not to mention the situation with Chen Shui. During the final inspection, an officer from the Spirit Control Bureau suddenly asked him, "A few days ago, someone cast a forbidden spell. Do you know anything about it?" Forbidden spell? Yang Tong looked puzzled. You mean those 2 earthquakes? That was a forbidden spell? I thought someone had dropped a nuke. Seeing his genuine reaction, the inspector let him go. Whistling, Yang Tong walked out of the Flaming Hills, only to freeze at the sight of Chen Shui waiting at the entrance, her eyes red with anger. Where the heck have you been? Chen Shui grabbed his ear and started scolding him. I thought you were dead. Are you out of your mind staying in there for so long? Yang Tong broke free from her grip and, seeing his sister's red eyes, was at a loss for words. Finally, he gave her a hug. Mom is our mom. Chen Shui's softened expression immediately hardened again. Yang Tong quickly changed the subject. There are too many people here. Let's talk while we walk. Once they were in a more secluded spot, Chen Shui asked about his gains in the Flaming Hills. Yang Tong was surprised. How did you know I picked up 3 flame sawtooth grasses? What? 3 flame sawtooth grasses? Chen Shui looked shocked as he pulled the rare plants from his backpack. That's a big deal. They can enhance Mao Mao's bloodline. I tried, but it won't eat them, Yang Tong said through gritted teeth. Then we'll have to sell them, Chen Shui shrugged. They're worth a lot. How did you know I killed 6 lords? Yang Tong asked again. The two stared at each other for a moment before Chen Shui waved her hand dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. Do you even know how powerful lords are? Yang Tong then pulled out a pile of trophies. The hoof of the Red Cloud Bull Lord, the tail of the Flame Lion Lord, the stinger of the Fire Poison Scorpion Lord. The energy fluctuations confirmed these were from Lord-level beasts. Under Chen Shui's pressing questions, Yang Tong began to boast wildly. I was surrounded by millions of beasts, followed by a slew of made-up move names like Little Clumsy Bear Sneaks into the Nail Salon. Chen Shui rolled her eyes and humored him with a sarcastic, sure, until Yang Tong suddenly asked about the Snow Phoenix potion. Learning that she only needed 5 more to reach the maximum level, Yang Tong immediately offered to help her get them. This led him to the surprising discovery that his sister had already used 15 bottles, prompting him to exaggerate his shock. You can't be serious. That money came from me fighting my way through beast territories one by one. Chen Shui gritted her teeth. Yang Tong, you're dead. Not even Jesus can save you today. In the hospital ward of the People's Hospital, Aunt Shan looked at Chen Shui, lying on the bed with a hint of resignation in her voice. Xiao Shui, you got into another fight? You're in high school now. A girl needs to be more composed, you know? Despite having a broken bone, Chen Shui, being a spirit master, healed much faster than ordinary people. Aunt Shun was an old neighbor of both Chen Shui and Yang Tong, and she was well acquainted with these 2 restless kids. It was with my brother, Yang Tong, Chen Shui replied curtly. That little rascal hit you so hard. Aunt Shun was about to continue her lecture when Yang Tong wheeled himself in. You little rascal, why are you in a wheelchair? Aunt Shin asked in surprise. How could you break your sister's bone? Yang Tong pointed at his plastered leg with a blank expression. I used my leg. Want me to reenact it for you? Stop it. Let me keep my good leg. Chen Shui quickly intervened. Yang Tong had planned to report to Lu Mingfei, but that seemed out of the question now. He picked up his phone to call Lu Mingfei, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. You're still alive? You said you'd take a few days off, but you've been missing for nearly a month. Get back to school now. I can't. My leg's broken, Yang Tong said, sending a photo as proof. In this state, I need at least another month off. 3 days tops, Lu Mingfei replied firmly. Lying in bed, Yang Tong watched the fluffy ball of fur bouncing on his stomach. This cute little creature had grown into a powerful archmage. The system showed that the fur ball had mastered various elemental skills. From lightning to dark magic, it had dabbled in all except time and space elements, which were still at 0. The recent trip to the Flame Hills had been fruitful. Besides the flame serrated grass, they had sold nearly 2 million worth of materials. Yang Tong bought potions for both Chen Shui and the fur ball and acquired new skills like Fireball and the passive skill Knuckle Sandwich. Yang Tong reviewed the information on special beast territories within Longxia. Places like Dream Stealer's Realm and Ghostly Glacier were at minimum despair level, without platinum level strength, Entry was impossible. He most wanted the furball to unlock space skills, which would not only provide storage space but also allow for quick retreats when using childlike heart. Wait, why am I thinking about this? I've already decided not to exchange anymore. Yang Tong muttered to himself. Yang Tong checked the official website directly but found nothing. The abilities related to time and space were far too precious, well beyond the reach of his mere million or so. These strategic resources were always highly sought after, typically used as rewards or exchange tokens by authorities. As for the meat of fierce beasts, while not overly expensive, it was still hard to procure. It wasn't available locally in Hong Kong, and no one sold it online. If he specifically asked someone to get it, he would undoubtedly be overcharged. Although it would be worth going broke if it meant Malbal could master spatial skills, there was no need to rush. It seemed he would need to take some time to investigate other provinces in person. The next evening, Yang Tong confirmed that his leg injury had healed and decisively broke the cast. This experience made him deeply appreciate the importance of advanced medical conditions, giving him more confidence in future fights. After some contemplation, Yang Tong gritted his teeth and made a decision. Just do it. Let's go. He planned to invest all his remaining funds in purchasing potions, determined to cultivate Malbal into the strongest combat power. To him, money could be earned again, but opportunities were rare. Only by daring to invest could one reap greater rewards. As he was about to set off to buy potions, he suddenly thought of Xue Huang's situation. During dinner, he asked Chen Shui, "Does Xue Huang need to learn any new skills?" Chen Shui rolled her eyes at this. "With the little money you have, what can you do? If you're unlucky, you might not even learn a single skill. Besides, I've already mastered all the pre-bronze level skills. Xue Huang's basic abilities are sufficient for the current situation." She continued, "Instead of thinking about spending money, you should focus on improving your spirit control level." Yang Tong nodded absent-mindedly, but he was actually contemplating Mayabal's forbidden spell power. Although he also wanted to improve his spirit control level, the system hadn't assigned any tasks, and the training methods were still a mystery. But these weren't major issues. With Mayabal's current strength, dealing with summons below bronze level was more than enough. If he encountered stronger opponents, he could always step in himself. Moreover, a bronze 1-star level was already above average for the college entrance exam, so there was no need to worry too much. After dinner, Yang Tong headed straight to the spirit control shop. Just as he was about to speak to the gentle shop assistant, a commotion erupted outside. The system immediately issued a task: fight fire with fire. The task required him to punish the attacker, with rewards of 5 stamina and a significant increase in spirit control power, emphasizing the importance of protecting the public. Yang Tong rushed out of the shop to find a one-eyed storm giant battling a raging spirit wolf on the street. He quickly recognized the sunny teenager in the school uniform, Shiniren, the genius from class 31. Surprisingly, Shiniren, with only level 9 strength, was able to hold his own against a bronze-level opponent. Despite the clear disparity in power, his tactical awareness was exceptional, clearly buying time for the Spirit Control Bureau's support. However, Shuniren seemed to have overlooked something crucial. Yang Tong keenly noticed that the opponent might have a second hidden summon. He dispatched Malbal to support the battlefield while searching for the hidden enemy spirit controller among the surrounding buildings. Sure enough, Malbal timely used a wall of fire to block a giant rat attempting a sneak attack. Shin Irin then realized his oversight had forgotten that a bronze-level spirit controller could have 2 summons. At that moment, Yang Tong finally locked onto the target. Seeing the fire vines, lightning whips, wind prisons, and earth walls appearing in succession, he muttered, "Found you." Yang Tong found his target in a Ruma middle-aged man in a black t-shirt. Amidst the surrounding chaos, this man appeared unusually calm, intently observing the battle. Through professional analysis and system prompts, Yang Tong confirmed that this was the spirit controller who had been battling Shan Irin. The middle-aged man was completely unaware of the threat behind him. Yang Tong did not hesitate to launch a sneak attack, delivering a precise chop to the back of the man's neck. However, to his surprise, the iron-level spirit controller did not pass out. The man turned around with a look of astonishment, but Yang Tong was already prepared. A sack descended from above. Despite his system-enhanced physical abilities, which far surpassed those of an ordinary person, Yang Tong adhered to his combat principle. Always opt for a sneak attack over a frontal assault. With practiced ease, he slipped the sack over the man's head and pulled out a brick from his backpack. With a sharp crack, the first brick shattered upon impact. Not taking any chances, Yang Tong continued to smash all 5 bricks before stopping. Spirit controllers can really take a beating, Yang Tong thought. Especially the iron-level ones. The system promptly notified him that the mission was complete, awarding him 5 stamina points and a significant amount of spirit power, successfully advancing him to Spirit Controller level 5. Just then, agents from the Spirit Bureau arrived on the scene. The feral spirit wolf and the giant rat swiftly returned to their contract space. Did he escape? Shiniren muttered to himself. relieved that he had held out until reinforcements arrived thanks to Mao Chio's help. The silver-level director of the Port City Spirit Bureau, Fang Jingming, personally led the team. "Where is the suspect?" he asked Shiniren. As he ordered a search, a man in a suit with a large backpack caught his eye was Yang Tong, dragging a sack-covered individual toward them. The Spirit Bureau agents immediately handcuffed Yang Tong, but he remained calm. "Spare me, good sir." Yang Tong quickly changed his strategy, explaining that he was a good Samaritan. After verifying his student status and receiving confirmation from Shiniren and Mao Chio, Fang Jingming removed his handcuffs. However, when Fang Jingming uncovered the sack to inspect the suspect, he gasped at the sight. The middle-aged man's face was covered in blood, with multiple bruises and a head wound still bleeding. "Yang Tong," Fang Jingming said sternly, "even if you were helping your classmate, if this man is not a criminal, your actions constitute assault." "Impossible," Yang Tong declared firmly. "I just knocked him out, and his summoned spirit vanished. This can't be a coincidence." Fang Jingming paused for a moment after hearing this direct evidence, then suggested, "How about I take both of you back to verify your identities before letting you go?" "No way," Yang Tong immediately protested, leaning forward slightly. "If I end up in the station, how can I show my face in the village? I'm a towering man of 1.8135 meters. How would the geese, the big yellow dog at the village entrance, see me? What about the old hens, sows, and ducks? How would they look at me?" Fang Zhengming couldn't help but twitch his mouth at such absurd reasoning. What kind of nonsense is this? In 1.8135 meters with a decimal point. "I'm a student. I can't run away," Yang Tong suggested instead. "Why don't you check his identity first? If he's not a criminal, you can come to number 2 high school to get me." Thinking that the system wouldn't let him down, Yang Tong felt a bit confident. However, he quickly stopped himself from tempting fate, knowing that too much confidence could lead to trouble. Fang Jingming thought for a moment and agreed to the proposal, knowing that Yang Tong couldn't escape anyway. "If there's a bounty on him, do I get it?" Yang Tong asked opportunistically. "By the way, can the Spirit Control Bureau give me a bravery award banner?" Fang Jingming hesitated. Technically, these requests weren't unreasonable, but his intuition told him that giving this kid a banner was a bad idea. A godfather with a Spirit Control Bureau banner just didn't seem right. But with the man already cuffed, he couldn't refuse and reluctantly agreed. After the Spirit Control Bureau took the middle-aged man away, Shiniren approached Yang Tong to confirm if he was really a student at number 2 high school. Learning that Yang Tong was a student in class 5 of the second year, Shiniren offered to treat him to a meal as a token of gratitude. Although Yang Tong wanted to cash in immediately, being already full, he asked if he could get some space or time-type beast meat instead. When Shiniren said he couldn't get any, they simply exchanged contact information. Looking at the row of spirit control shops, Yang Tong felt a surge of joy. This place was like a treasure trove. Every visit triggered a new mission. The Spirit Control Bureau was efficient, delivering the 200,000 yuan bounty and the banner by 10 o'clock. The wanted man's name was Li Peng. Yang Tong was pleased to accept the bounty and especially admired the banner that read, "Thank you, Yang Tong, for your bravery." The story continued to unfold. Chen Shui suddenly appeared, questioning his bravery, while Lu Mingfei expressed concern over his actions. Back in the classroom, he even had to face his classmates' revenge plans. But Yang Tong remained undeterred. Just as he was about to take a nap during class, someone shouted from the doorway, "Yang Tong, someone is looking for you." "Is someone looking for me?" Yang Tong immediately thought of Chen Shui, given that he didn't know many people at the school. But when he reached the door, he found an unfamiliar boy instead. "Who are you?" Yang Tong asked. The boy frowned, his tone arrogant. "Lin Xiao sent me to warn you to stay away from Miss Ning." "Wait, who is Lin Xiao?" "One of the top 3 students in the senior year." Yang Tong scoffed. "I don't know anyone with Xiao in their name. But who exactly is this Miss Ning you're talking about?" "Miss Ning." The name made Yang Tong's eyes widen. "Damn, how could I forget her?" he thought to himself. Ning Ning, Chen Shui's best friend, had used him as a shield since kindergarten. Although Chen Shui had stopped once she became his sister, Ning Ning still did it enthusiastically. He had even learned some dirty tricks because he had to fend off so many of her admirers. "Being top 3 in the grade is impressive," Yang Tong said nonchalantly. "Do you know Shiniren? We're sworn brothers. We took an oath before Guan Yu to stand by each other, come what may." The boy was stunned. "Are you kidding? You know Shiniren, the Sunto Black Iron Tier?" Without another word, Yang Tong pulled out his phone and sent a message. "When are we having dinner?" "Anytime, your call," Shiniren replied instantly. Seeing the proof, the boy was speechless. But he quickly retorted, "Lin Xiao's family? Enough. Can't compete academically, so you bring up family background?" Yang Tong interrupted. "No matter how powerful Lin Xiao is, can he compare to the legendary spirit master Corleone?" Just then, Yang Tong's phone started playing music. The boy looked confused. "What? You have a background score too?" Seizing the moment, Yang Tong swiftly pulled a sack from his backpack, executing a flawless move. By the time the boy realized what was happening, he was already bagged. After teaching the boy a lesson, Yang Tong headed straight to Class 1 to find Ning Ning, only to learn she had taken the day off. Seeing the situation, Chen Shui offered to help delete the surveillance footage. In the end, they agreed that Ning Ning should treat Yang Tong to 2 meals as compensation. Later, when Lin Feng heard about his underling's defeat, he planned to get the other party punished, only to find the surveillance footage had been erased. Meanwhile, Yang Tong and Chen Shui were already at the restaurant. Facing Ning Ning's resentful accusation, "You've changed," Yang Tong could only laugh. He thought he was already shameless enough, but he hadn't expected someone even more so. Chen Shui burst out laughing at their conversation. The three of them joked and chatted as they quickly arrived at the little eatery they had agreed on. Just then, Yang Tong sensed something was off. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a falling sack. He immediately lifted his tactical backpack to shield himself, just in time to block a cloud of lime powder coming his way. "You really went all out," Yang Tong yelled, hopping mad. "It's bad enough to use a sack, but lime powder too? Where'd you learn these dirty tricks? Are you planning to use laxatives next? Didn't I learn from the best?" Ning Ning stood nearby, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Her beauty matched Chen Shui's, and her long legs and deep, sultry voice made her incredibly captivating. But Yang Tong had long seen through the devilish heart behind her angelic face. After they sat down and ordered, Yang Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Can you please stop using me as a scapegoat? What's wrong with being my boyfriend?" Ning Ning blinked innocently. "Think about it. I'm Xiao Shui's best friend. Girlfriend's best friend. Isn't that exciting? Stop watching those weird movies." Yang Tong snapped. "There's also the pet thing," Ning Ning said, narrowing her eyes mischievously. "Oh, that's pretty kinky. Send me the link." Yang Tong's eyes lit up. "Behave, you too." Chen Shui couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table, then turned to Ning Ning. "Send it to me later." After a few rounds of drinks, Ning Ning, munching on some snails, brought up a serious topic. "Xiao Shui said you went to the Flaming Hills? That's pretty gutsy." "No choice, life is tough," Yang Tong sighed. "My sister's summoned spirit, and mine both need money. You wouldn't understand, being a rich kid from a capitalist family." During their conversation, Ning Ning mentioned that a new beast territory was about to appear in Thailand and suggested Yang Tong go there to make some money. Chen Shui immediately smacked Yang Tong on the back of the head. "If you want to kill him, just do it. No need for all these schemes." The topic then shifted to Lin Feng, the star student of Class 1, Senior Year 3. With an 8th level spirit control and an A-grade bloodline, his background was nothing to scoff at. "Let's take him down," Ning Ning suggested excitedly. "I'll wait for him to come to me," Yang Tong said with a smile. "If people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them, and if he does mess with you, I'll desecrate his ancestors' graves." The three of them ate until almost midnight. On the deserted late-night streets, a tipsy Ning Ning and Yang Tong staggered ahead, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Ning Ning grabbed Yang Tong's neck with such force that he could barely breathe. "Tell me, do you love me or not?" Ning Ning demanded, her voice slurred with drunkenness. "Love. Of course I love you." Though Yang Tong was also drunk, his survival instincts told him this was the only correct answer. "That's more like it. Now, tell me, what do you love about me?" Yang Tong instantly switched to a poetic tone. "I love you. Walking alone down dark alleys. I love you. Never kneeling. I love you. For standing against despair. Refusing to cry, even once. Good poem. Really good." Ning Ning echoed, completely captivated. Chen Shui trailed behind, looking at the two drunkards ahead and feeling at a loss. How was she going to get them home safely? The next morning, the alarm clock jolted Yang Tong awake from his hangover. He dragged his heavy steps to the mirror, looking at his disheveled, stubbly reflection. Suddenly, he was filled with determination. "I am so worn out from drinking. From today on, no more alcohol," he declared, slamming his fist against the wall. Right on cue, his phone chimed with a message from Ning Ning, "Little animals," followed by a link. Yang Tong's eyes lit up as he quickly extracted, saved, and downloaded it. But when he opened it, it turned out to be a video of two zebras courting on the African savanna. "Damn, it really is little animals," Yang Tong muttered in disbelief. He then opened his browser and typed in lowly, tight, seductive. Instead, he ended up downloading Hulu Brothers vs. Ultraman. In the following days, Yang Tong's life returned to its mundane routine. Sleeping in class, frequent bathroom breaks, and teleporting home right after school. This monotony left him feeling bored, and even the system didn't give him any new tasks. Just as he was contemplating skipping class to hang out at the Spirit Authority, Lu Mingfei's call came in. "Yang Tong, have you lost your mind? Today is the final exam for the culture course, and you missed it." "Exam today?" Yang Tong was taken aback. Did you mention it yesterday? I must have been asleep. I had no idea. Rushing to the classroom, he arrived just as the exam had started. Lu Mingfei signaled him to take a seat quickly. For once, Yang Tong decided to behave and aimed to ace the exam. After finishing, he waited for Chen Shui at the school gate but didn't see Ningning. Ningning was kept back. Chen Shui explained, apparently, her dad requested it, fearing she caused trouble. Next came the practical exam. The students were eager, their eyes frequently darting to Yang Tong as if seeking revenge. Reluctantly, Yang Tong put down his backpack at Lu Mingfei's insistence. During the fight, Yang Tong's usual look, a UFO, and hand chop tricks failed. But he quickly followed up with a left-hand chop, knocking Sun Lei out. Battling his way through, he faced Han Luer in the final match, tearing off his cumbersome suit jacket. The system immediately popped up a message. As a graceful thug, please cherish your suit. New task. Achieve the top score in the final exam. Reward, exclusive thug suit. Moments later, it added, failure penalty, exclusive thug suit. How obsessed are you with suits? Yang Tong muttered, but at least he had triggered a task. Yang Tong didn't stand on ceremony with Han Luer and summoned his pet, Mao Qiu. Han Luer watched him closely, knowing Mao Qiu was just in grade ornamental summon. Her Thunderbird, crackling with electricity, was ready to strike. Pikachu, use your ultimate God's viewpoint Thunderbolt of 10,000 volts, heaven-splitting, earth-shattering skill. Yang Tong shouted dramatically. Han Luer's mouth twitched. This guy was at it again. She had already given her Thunderbird the command to attack freely, while she focused on dodging Yang Tong's attacks. As a true martial arts prodigy, she was confident she could evade and counterattack effectively. Just as the Thunderbird was about to unleash its thunder, a water bullet hit it squarely, interrupting its spell and causing it to stagger in midair. Han Luer noticed that Mao Qiu, originally black, had turned blue. The conductive properties of water made the Thunderbird taste its own thunder, causing it to twitch and become paralyzed. Although Mao Qiu's skill level and summoning rank were low, the timing of this water bullet was impeccable. Next, Mao Qiu turned red and fired a series of fireballs, making the Thunderbird spin uncontrollably in the air. This was Mao Qiu's only fire skill capable of hitting airborne targets, and each shot hit its mark, preventing the Thunderbird from stabilizing. The students from Class 3 watched in astonishment. That damage is insane. Is that really an grade summon? Water bullets and fireballs, those are second-level skills. Mastering second-level skills at the basic level, that's terrifying. Faced with the shocking scene of an grade Mao Qiu overwhelming an grade Thunderbird, the students from Class 5 gritted their teeth. How are you so good at sneak attacks? Using the same trick in different ways, this is the second time you've ambushed us. Eventually, the Thunderbird was too injured to continue, and Han Luer had to recall it to its contract space. Still want to fight? Yang Tong asked smugly, watching his red Mao Qiu bounce around. Han Luer sighed. I surrender. I can't fight anymore. She had no interest in getting hit by fireballs, which would knock her out instantly. The students from Class 5 could only watch Yang Tong's arrogant display in frustration. The system prompt then sounded. Task completed. Awarded exclusive thug suit. This suit is waterproof, fireproof, bulletproof, cold-resistant, heat-resistant, breathable, sweat-absorbent, and does not hinder combat, but it is not nuke-proof. After class, Yang Tong's phone rang. It was his homeroom teacher, Lu Mingfei. They discussed the exam results, and Lu Mingfei was incredulous that Yang Tong had scored full marks. Yang Tong candidly admitted he had system assistance, but Lu Mingfei thought he was joking. In the end, Yang Tong not only dominated in practical combat, but also topped the cultural subjects, all thanks to his hard work and the benefits he reaped from the system. Without having to go to school, Yang Tong successfully transformed into a street wanderer. He didn't actually loiter around the Soul Control Bureau's entrance waiting for a mission from the system, although he had considered it. After trying it out and feeling like an idiot, he ultimately gave up. One day, as he aimlessly roamed the streets, he was repeatedly stopped by Soul Control Bureau agents for identity checks. Sir, please cooperate and show us your identification. Another agent stopped him. Bro, you're the 5th person to check my ID today. Yang Tong said helplessly. Do I really look like a criminal? Let me see your ID first. The agent readily handed over his ID. In fact, Yang Tong, when dressed in a suit, inexplicably exuded a dangerous vibe, as if he might pull out an AK or C4 at any moment. Furthermore, how many respectable people would proactively ask to see a Soul Control Bureau agent's ID? Originally, he had planned to wander around until Chen Shui finished school, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. On his way home, he was scanned again, prompting him to grumble internally, this is unbearable. I was even awarded a bravery commendation by the Soul Control Bureau. Meanwhile, in a small shop, Ning Ning slammed a large bottle of beer onto the table, foam spilling from the top. Who says we have to go to school a week after exams? It's inhumane. Chen Shui laughed and asked, You still haven't told me why your dad made the teacher keep you after school. What did you do this time? Actually, I was being heroic. Ning Ning began recounting the incident. In their neighborhood, an old man walking his dog without a leash nearly had the dog attack a child. She couldn't stand it and gave the dog 60 slaps, basically. She slapped the dog 60 times. Yang Tong nearly spat out his drink. You slapped a dog 60 times? How is it still a dog after that? The trouble didn't end there. The old man came to their house every day, trying to extort money. His son also caused trouble, only to be given 60 slaps by Ning Ning's father, who was a black iron level expert. As a result, Ning Ning's father was detained by the Seoul Control Bureau for a few days and had to pay the teacher to keep Ning Ning at school for 2 extra hours each day, both to keep her out of trouble and to avoid further conflicts. 2 hours every day. Ning Ning practically roared. It's so awkward with my homeroom teacher that I could dig a 2-bedroom apartment with my toes. After some discussion, Chen Shui suggested a trip to the coral swamp on Cloud Island, which was home to low-level fierce beasts, perfect for Ning Ning's deep-sea lizard. Ning Ning immediately booked train tickets for the next day. Since you're going out tomorrow, you two shouldn't drink too much today, Yang Tong advised. Wow, so it's okay to get drunk on a school day? Ning Ning retorted. You really don't care about school, do you? At 7 o'clock the next morning, Ning Ning appeared at Yang Tong's doorstep. Seeing the time on his phone, Yang Tong was exasperated. Are you crazy? We finally get to skip school, and you can't sleep in a little? Why waste time sleeping in life when you can sleep eternally after death? Don't you get it? Ning Ning said excitedly. Why sleep in life when you can party after death? Don't you get it? Yang Tong retorted with a sarcastic smile. Just then, Chen Shui opened the bathroom door, a toothbrush still in her mouth. Are you two seriously arguing about life and death this early in the morning? She started it by waking me up. Yang Tong immediately tattled. Ning Ning pouted and defended herself. I was just too excited to sleep. Chen Shui sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. All right, knock it off. Yang Tong nodded, turned around, and started heading back to his room. Where are you going? To catch up on my sleep. Forget about sleeping. Now that you're up, get ready so we can leave early. Under Ning Ning's urging, Yang Tong reluctantly began to wash up. At the security checkpoint, the staff meticulously inspected Yang Tong's backpack and ended up confiscating everything inside. I feel like I'm being targeted. Yang Tong grumbled, his empty backpack hanging limply. Ning Ning couldn't help but gloat. Looks like it's your turn to have a bad day. Chen Shui sighed. It's not their fault. Some of your stuff was questionable. Be grateful they didn't mistake you for a trafficker. You two must have gotten beaten up a lot for talking like that. Yang Tong snapped back. After less than 2 hours on the high-speed train, the three arrived at Yun Island. As soon as Yang Tong got off, he took an exaggerated deep breath, claiming he needed to inhale the air of Yun Island, complaining that the air in Port City was too humid and smelled like the sea. Even when Ning Ning pointed out that Yun Island was also a coastal city, he insisted on breathing it in. After a quick shopping trip, the trio arrived at the Coral Marsh teleportation portal. Yang Tong vowed not to be greedy or cause trouble this time, even swearing not to use his borrowed chicken technique. Upon exiting the Spirit Control Bureau's territory, Chen Shui and Ning Ning's expressions grew serious, while Yang Tong continued to curiously take in the scenery. The vibrant corals scattered everywhere were as beautiful as a dream. Is this a sea or a marsh? Yang Tong marveled. Following Chen Shui's reminder, the three summoned their spirit creatures. The snow phoenix carried all three into the air to avoid the dangerous marsh. Yang Tong summoned an adorable furball, which prompted teasing from Ning Ning, while Ning Ning's deep-sea lizard couldn't be summoned due to its size. Out of boredom, Yang Tong pulled out a deck of cards from his backpack and suggested playing landlord. They were having a great time until Yang Tong lost a round and threw a fit. Just as Yang Tong demanded a rematch, Chen Shui suddenly stared intently at the ground below, her expression serious. No time for that, something's up. Following Chen Shui's gaze, a group of humanoid water sprites was staring up at them. Though they appeared cute and innocent, they were actually quite fierce. Blue javelins shot into the sky, cutting through the air. Snow Phoenix nimbly dodged among the flying javelins. Water guns? Yang Tong interrupted Chen Shui's analysis. They're javelins. Chen Shui corrected him. Ordinary beasts without a leader? We can take them, Yang Tong said excitedly. Chen Shui frowned. There are too many of them. Let's just fight. Ning Ning licked her lips, eager to join the fray. The battle erupted instantly. A deep-sea demon lizard suddenly appeared among the water sprites. Nearly 5 meters long, it created waves that instantly killed several nearby sprites. Snow Phoenix soared through the sky, its frost-white light shimmering as it released beautiful yet deadly ice shards. Yang Tong stood on Snow Phoenix's back, surveying the battlefield. Although Chen Shui and Ning Ning were powerful enough to crush ordinary beasts, the sheer number of water sprites meant their spirit power would eventually run out. Mao Qiu, unaffected by spirit power limitations, had limited fire abilities in this situation. After finding the firewall spell ineffective, Yang Tong switched to lightning attacks, but this backfired. Both the water sprites and the demon lizard were stunned. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Tong. Mao Chio turned a watery blue and released the snowfall skill. Though usually considered harmless, its continuous use had unexpected results. Snowflakes soon covered the entire battlefield, freezing all the water sprites into ice sculptures. Yang Tong, you're amazing, Ning Ning exclaimed. Look at these ice sculptures, they're so lifelike. Yang Tong boasted, tapping on a frozen sprite. To ensure the water sprites remained frozen, Yang Tong had Mao Chio maintain a low-frequency release of the snowfall skill. They began collecting energy cores, and when Ning Ning declined her share, Yang Tong tossed the cores to Mao Chio. Are you crazy? Feeding water energy cores to a fire-type spirit? Chen Shui and Ning Ning exclaimed simultaneously. This battle was resolved perfectly in an unexpected way, showcasing Yang Tong's unique combat wisdom. The development of summoned creatures typically focuses on a single element, with at most a few auxiliary skills from other elements. Yang Tong was about to explain why investing in early game skills like water gun wasn't worth it, but Ning Ning's exclamation interrupted him. Look up. Yang Tong gestured. Ning Ning looked up to see only snowflakes dancing in the sky, but it was these very snowflakes that caught her eye. Even though hairball is pretty useless, you can't just completely give up. Chen Shui added, fire element, water element, lightning element biting off more than you can chew? Yang Tong didn't bother arguing, and simply pulled out the summoning contract to show them. Both girls' eyes widened. Holy crap, you're a DJ. Ning Ning blurted out, all elements, all skills? That's like tens of thousands of skills. Turn it off, it's pointless. Yang Tong shrugged, explaining that it was Hairball's own ability, though he did admit he had some cheats. Chen Shui examined the contract carefully, and the innate ability, not consuming spirit power, is perfect for Hairball. Ning Ning was completely engrossed in another discovery. She shook Chen Shui's arm excitedly. Sub-forbidden spells, they're all sub-forbidden spells. Then she turned to Yang Tong. Why were you hesitating earlier? Just use the sub-forbidden spells to clear the coral swamp. It'd be so satisfying. Yang Tong gave her a knowing look. He had wanted to do that for a long time. But, not enough spirit power. Isn't it supposed to not consume spirit power? Probably means the total spirit power isn't enough. Chen Shui hit the nail on the head. Yang Tong nodded in agreement. The level is too low to cast them. Ning Ning eagerly imagined a future where they could freely clear the field, but Chen Shui brought her back to reality. It's illegal. The authorities prohibit high-level summoners from slaughtering low-level beasts. Otherwise, there'd be no monsters left for newbies. Anyone who complains, I'll give them a full set of sub-forbidden spells. Ning Ning sneered. Yang Tong immediately joked in an exaggerated tone. That's a serious crime, my friend. You're looking at prison time. As they bantered, Hairball jumped up and down impatiently. Masters, can you stop delaying my meal? Play all you want, but don't mess with lunch. The events that followed unfolded as usual. Yang Tong tried using fire skills to test for possible bugs. They passed the time playing Go, and eventually, even had a hot pot meal in the beast territory. Just as they were enjoying this peaceful moment, a voice came from the coral cluster. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Yang Tong turned to Ning Ning and teased, your mouth? It's blessed? Which temple did you get this magic from? It's so effective. A figure emerged from the coral grove, and Yang Tong curiously eyed the 11-member adventure team. It was his first time encountering an adventure group in the beast territory, and he couldn't help but think to himself that they had enough people for a soccer match. Chen Shui leaned in and whispered to Yang Tong, be careful, there's a black iron level among them. There's no spirit control law protection here. Yang Tong nodded in acknowledgement. The leader of the adventure team forced a smile. The coral swamp is too damp. We saw you three having hot pot and wondered if we could join you to get rid of some of this dampness in our bodies. While Chen Shui was still pondering, Yang Tong bluntly refused. No. The sudden rejection clearly took the team leader by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. All right then, can we at least ask if you found anything? Ning Ning whispered. Are they planning to rob us? Who are you calling robbers? Yang Tong was annoyed. I have a bravery award given to me by the Spirit Control Bureau. I'm as clean as they come. He then turned to the adventure team and said loudly, we haven't found anything. The beasts here are too strong and always stick together. With 2 level 3 spirit controllers dragging us down, I can't even take down any beasts. This wasn't entirely a lie. The ordinary beasts they had killed were mostly consumed by Mao Chio, except for the meat in their hot pot. You're overacting, Ning Ning quietly reminded him. Just having a hot pot in beast territory is already suspicious. The adventure team huddled and whispered among themselves. Someone suggested retreating, but the idea was quickly dismissed. What are you afraid of? They're just 3 students. None of them could be higher than black iron level. Yang Tong continued to calmly dip his meat in the hot pot while calculating in his mind. The other group had at least one black iron level spirit controller, which meant they had two black iron level summon spirits. Even if he could handle one, and Shuehuang or Imo she could handle another, they still couldn't withstand the remaining 10 summoned spirits. Even if they managed to take out 4 people in a surprise attack and use Lime to blind one, the remaining 5 would still be too much to handle. The adventure team's leader clearly didn't believe Yang Tong's story, and his tone grew colder. Hand over your loot, or things will get ugly. All our loot is in the pot, Yang Tong said, pointing to the hot pot. Give us your backpacks. The leader's patience had worn thin. Yang Tong calmly opened his backpack and started pulling things out. Burlap sacks, lime powder, bricks, laxatives, a barbecue grill, playing cards, a chessboard, skewers, various seasonings. A pile of miscellaneous items left everyone stunned. Are you out of your mind? Ning Ning was exasperated. How are we supposed to launch a surprise attack now? Who said anything about a surprise attack? Yang Tong turned to the adventure team. See, I'm not lying to you. As the opposing team prepared to release their summoned spirits, Yang Tong suddenly shouted, Wait, aren't you afraid the Spirit Control Bureau will investigate? How can they investigate when bodies get eaten clean in beast territory? The leader sneered. After some back and forth, Yang Tong finally said, If we give you all our valuable items, will you let us live? Depends on how valuable they are. They're valuable, really valuable. Don't release your summoned spirits yet. Let me show you something amazing. Yang Tong thought to himself, it's time to show these people what true salvation looks like. Big treasure? Let me see. The adventurer's eyes immediately gleamed with greed at the mention of something valuable. Just then, the system mission suddenly triggered. Intimidate everyone and explain the consequences of robbing others. The rewards were substantial, 5 stamina, 1 reflex, and a significant boost in spirit control. Yang Tong smirked. This was exactly what he wanted. Those who rob others will be robbed in turn. Chen Shui and Ning Ning saw the familiar expression on Yang Tong's face and knew he was up to something. Before they could figure it out, Yang Tong had already pulled a Gatling gun glittering with a cold light from thin air. Storage space, the crowd exclaimed. Yang Tong chuckled internally. They would rather believe in a storage space than a system space. Explaining the truth felt like an impossible task. The weapon was called the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, capable of firing 36,000 rounds per minute, claiming to deliver people from suffering with great compassion. It had 2 features, high-speed rotation with an integrated magazine holding 360,000 rounds, which would disappear once depleted, and a distinctive da-da-da sound accompanied by eerie blue flames when fired. Seeing this monstrosity, the adventurers took a step back in unison. But soon, someone spoke up, this is a beast territory. What good is a gun here? This is just. Before he could finish, Yang Tong pulled the trigger. Amidst the da-da-da sound and a flash of blue light, the speaker turned into a mist of blood. This wasn't the glamorized gunfight from movies, but the terrifying reality of its lethality. Ning Ning jumped up in excitement at the sight of the blue-flamed Gatling. Nearby, Mao Chou looked at her in confusion, as if saying, stealing my thunder? Yang Tong shook his numb wrist. The recoil was tremendous. Just a light press of the trigger had fired tens of thousands of rounds. He aimed the Bodhisattva at the remaining adventurers. Want to see who's faster? Your summoned spirits or my bullets? Intimidated by Yang Tong, the adventurers obediently handed over their backpacks. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Tong said, give their bags back? Everyone was stunned, but soon Yang Tong revealed his true intentions. Since we've returned your items, it's time to discuss you voluntarily handing over all your gains from Coral Swamp to me. In the end, under the threat of the Gatling gun, the adventurers voluntarily handed over not just their gains, but also gold chains, luxury watches, and Porsche keys. When someone mentioned the name engraved on the keys, Yang Tong snapped, why is your name on my car keys? Thus, this absurd, robbing the rich to help the poor concluded perfectly, except the ones being robbed were those who initially intended to rob others. Yang Tong and his crew began looting the spoils of war. With a gold chain around his neck and a luxury watch on his wrist, he looked like a nouveau riche. Now, let's talk about compensation for our mental anguish, Yang Tong sneered. Boss, please, just let us go. Forget about the compensation. The other side pleaded repeatedly. Are you dreaming? Yang Tong snorted. I meant you need to compensate us for our mental distress. Boss, we really have no money left. We've given you everything valuable. Hand over your bank cards and passwords, Yang Tong said impatiently. And don't do this kind of thing again, or you'll end up in prison for life. A notification popped up. Stamina 5, reflexes 1, gained a large amount of spirit power. Yang Tong flashed a sinister smile. No money? Then pay with your lives. Gunfire erupted. Yang Tong only dealt with the black iron level enemies. The rest were thrown into the swamp. After handling the adventurers, Ning Ning and Chen Shui looked at him in astonishment. You actually have a storage space? Chen Shui asked with a cold smile. It's just a lollipop, not a storage space. Yang Tong deflected. Then what is it? Buddha says, it's unspeakable. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Ning Ning leaned closer. I'm more curious about that Gatling gun that shoots blue flames. Don't ask. Curiosity killed the cat. Why can you use your Gatling gun, but I can't even get my phone to work? Yang Tong stammered. Maybe. It's something I developed? Impossible. Ning Ning retorted. So many scientists couldn't figure it out over the years, and you did? Actually, an old man gave it to me. Stop. Qin Shui interrupted. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Another old man? Ning Ning rolled her eyes. Do you think old men are like Doryman? Yang Tong changed the subject. Tomorrow, let's find some black iron beasts to deal with. I can't put this gun back, so I need to use up the ammo quickly. Will it disappear after you use it up? Yes, once the bullets are gone, it's finished. As they were talking, Yang Tong's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I'm about to break through. The two women watched in shock as he directly advanced to level 6. Unable to find a suitable campsite in the coral swamp, Yang Tong used coral and sacks to set up a makeshift tent, even embedding glowing coral on the top. They took turns keeping watch to guard against unexpected dangers. It wasn't long before Yang Tong noticed something unusual. Something's up. The tent was surrounded by three-tailed crystal tigers, black iron-level beasts that looked like tigers but had 3 tails, each with an eye at the end. Be careful, there's definitely a leader among them, Qin Shui warned. Yang Tong raised his Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Once the ammunition was exhausted, the weapon vanished into thin air, and most of the beasts were eliminated. The tiger pack's leader, seeing the situation turn dire, led the remaining tigers in a retreat. Meanwhile, their companion Mao began devouring the beast corpses, while the 3 of them hurried to collect the energy cores. Why the rush? Ning Ning asked. Think about it, Yang Tong explained. If you were losing a fight, what would you do? Of course, I'd call for help. So, let's hurry up and get out of here. They quickly gathered the loot and, with Mao in tow, made a hasty exit from the area. In the following days, free of bugs and cheats, the 3 finally embarked on a genuine adventure. They adopted a cautious approach, retreating immediately when encountering a herd of beasts and taking turns when facing solitary ones. Yang Tong's prowess astonished both Qin Shui and Ning Ning. Even without any cheats, his performance was remarkable. Mao fire abilities were on par with Shui Huang and the Demon Lizard, and with the support from other systems, it even seemed to surpass these high-level bloodline companions. Most impressively, Yang Tong could subdue a black iron-level beast barehanded, which made him seem like a walking dragon in human form. Ning Ning had to rethink her opinion of Yang Tong. She had initially believed that Mao, with its level bloodline, would be useless, but reality delivered a harsh lesson. Now, she decided to just go with the flow and stick closely to this powerful ally. One evening, while Ning Ning was surveying from Shui Huang's back, she spotted a lone toad. Just as Yang Tong was eager to engage, Qin Shui glanced at the darkening sky and suggested they find a resting place first. After their recent experiences, they all understood how dangerous the beast territories could be at night. They finally found a cave after much effort. In a place dominated by coral, finding a mountain was a rare sight. However, as they approached, a foul stench filled the air. Just as Yang Tong was convinced they wouldn't be unlucky enough to encounter a monarch-level beast, the system suddenly issued a mission to kill a black iron-level monarch, the stone-patterned bone venom snake. The reward list was bizarre, even including items like a 24K pure gold urn and a VIP pallbearer card. Yang Tong quickly realized the truth. This wasn't a cave at all, but the massive mouth of a monarch-level beast. He immediately commanded everyone to mount Shui Huang and threw an item called 10 Days into the cave. With a thunderous explosion, the so-called Mountain of Droppings came to life, revealing itself as a gigantic bone venom snake. The explosion caused some damage, but was far from lethal. With the enraged monarch-level beast in hot pursuit, the 3 of them fled desperately on Shui Huang. As Qin Shui anxiously remarked, "We need to try harder." Yang Tong joked that it was like peeing in the ocean. If you swim fast enough, you can outrun the yellow line. However, in the next moment, Ning Ning shouted in despair, "No, the yellow line is catching up." Yang Tong noticed that the bone-poison snake was already within 100 meters. For a monarch-level beast, this distance was enough to launch a fatal attack. Although they currently had the advantage of being in the air, the proximity was extremely dangerous. No wonder it's a monarch. Even a ground creature can keep up with a flying one. Yang Tong pulled out some lime powder and aimed it at the snake's vertical pupils, which were taller than a human. Although he hit the target, the lime powder was negligible against such a colossal creature. Snakes don't rely on their eyes to see, big brother. Ning Ning shouted, pounding on the back of the snow phoenix. Faster! We're already at our limit. Yet the bone-poisoned snake continued to close the gap. Yang Tong's expression hardened. No, We haven't reached our limit yet. He quickly climbed to the snow phoenix's neck and poured something from a box into its mouth. What did you give the snow phoenix? A jet booster. Yang Tong replied calmly. Just like a rocket uses flames for thrust, I'm giving the snow phoenix a boost. Seeing how serious you are, I have a bad feeling about this. No time for second thoughts, it's life or death. The snow phoenix widened its eyes and glared at Yang Tong, its gaze full of accusation. Did you just poison me? Then, its body started to convulse uncontrollably. Control it, Yang Tong shouted. Use your core energy to regulate the release and generate thrust. The snow phoenix shot him a fierce look but had no choice but to try to control the rampaging energy within its body. Suddenly, it bent its legs, and a yellow jet burst out, dramatically increasing its speed. The powerful thrust excited Yang Tong. My booster works wonders, doesn't it? Chun Shue's face darkened. I'm exhausted, just end it. The snow phoenix is defiled now. Ning Ning also shouted. It works, but it's disgusting. The bone poison snake fared even worse, its face covered in the snow phoenix's exhaust. The enraged monarch thrashed its tail against the ground, causing nearby beasts to scatter in fear, turning the entire coral marsh into a stinking mess. When they finally landed, the snow phoenix was utterly exhausted. Qin Shui looked at it with concern. You didn't kill my snow phoenix, did you? No way. Yang Tong patted his chest confidently. Even Furball survived after eating it. For the next few days, they experienced the full wrath of a monarch. Wherever they went, swarms of lesser beasts led by their pack's leaders pursued them. Initially, they could escape using the snow phoenix, but soon even flying beasts joined the hunt. They've put a bounty on us. They couldn't afford to engage with the beasts, as the bone poison snake would arrive within half an hour if they were spotted. As they neared their extraction point, Yang Tong, still resentful, planted 20 dignity bombs in various locations. Only when they were close to the Spirit Control Bureau's outpost did the pursuit finally relent without the monarch leading them. The beasts dared not attack the outpost. When the snow phoenix finally landed at the outpost, Qin Shui and Ning Ning sighed in relief, but Yang Tong smirked coldly. This isn't over. Yang Tong silently chanted boom in his mind. In an instant, a flood of light poured down. The power of 20 children's hearts exploding simultaneously was staggering, far surpassing the bomb that devastated Hiroshima. In that moment, half of the coral swamp was obliterated. Apart from the heavily injured lord, all the other fierce beasts were blasted back to their childlike forms. Hearing the explosion and witnessing half the swamp vanish, the bone-poisoned snake flew into a rage. That familiar explosion. It must be him, it hissed angrily. If I can't have peace, then no one will. Yang Tong felt a rush of satisfaction. He had regained his dignity. Although the explosion of 20 children's hearts wasn't lethal even if it hit directly, it was enough to severely injure the bone-poisoned snake. Instead of concentrating the attack, spreading it out was much more satisfying. However, the upcoming 200 days of weakness were a real headache. The staff from the Spirit Control Bureau hurriedly informed the three of them. A special situation has occurred. Please evacuate immediately. The entire base descended into chaos. What kind of terrifying power is this? If such a destructive creature attacks the base, we won't be able to defend ourselves. Chen Shui and Ning Ning kept stealing glances at Yang Tong. Once outside the base, Ning Ning tugged at Yang Tong's sleeve and whispered, I suspect it's your doing. Do you have any evidence? No, just a suspicion. Yang Tong immediately got defensive. That's slander. I'm going to sue you for slander. He turned to Chen Shui and shouted, She's slandering me. Chen Shui, expressionless, replied, People who say things like that usually aren't innocent. Yang Tong clutched his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. When asked what he threw into the swamp, he nonchalantly answered, Dignity. Ning Ning sneered. Your dignity can explode? Chen Shui suddenly remembered. By the way, there was an explosion at the Flame Hills not long ago, and you were there too? Yang Tong started jumping up and down again. Slander? This is slander. Chen Shui rolled her eyes. All right, no need to say more. I get it. On the train back to Harbor City, a couple was incessantly showing off their affection, making Yang Tong nauseous. Ning Ning leaned over and whispered, Scumbag. Yang Tong nodded and whispered back, I still think, I love you. Walking alone in the dark alley sounds better. As soon as they got off the train, Yang Tong took a deep breath of fresh air, claiming the air on Cloud Island was too humid. Both Chen Shui and Ning Ning recalled him saying the same thing while on Cloud Island. As the Lunar New Year approached, the streets were brightly decorated, and loudspeakers blared New Year promotions everywhere. Noticing Yang Tong's thin clothing, Ning Ning asked, Aren't you cold wearing just a suit in winter? Not cold, I'm in good shape. Yang Tong couldn't exactly say the suit had some high-tech nano-ion quantum mechanics technology. On New Year's Eve, Chen Shui and Yang Tong were eating oddly shaped dumplings they had made when there was a knock on the door. Sure enough, it was Ning Ning. Without a word, she walked in and helped herself to a bowl of dumplings. After dinner, Chun Shui went to wash the dishes while Yang Tong and Ning Ning sprawled on the couch. Rubbing her belly, Ning Ning said, "I'm so full." It turned out she had stormed out after a fight with her old man. Yang Tong couldn't help but mock. "Your house is less than a 20-minute drive from here. You call this running away from home? I walk farther than that on a stroll." Qin Shui emerged from the kitchen looking irritated. Her parents had just lectured her again about not being ladylike enough. "I'm seriously convinced my dad and I have incompatible zodiac signs," she sighed. Yang Tong patted her shoulder. "Count your blessings. You know what they say, cherish your parents while you can. Once they're gone, all the filial piety in the world won't bring them back. Thanks for that incredibly helpful advice." Qin Shui replied sarcastically. "You should write a self-help book." Yang Tong's eyes lit up. "Really? How about 100 ways to comfort girls or 3 phrases to brighten her day?" "No, more like 100 quick tips for dying fast." The conversation shifted to this year's fireworks ban in their city. Chen Shui reminisced about watching the brilliant displays from her window and hearing the thunderous firecrackers in previous years. Ning Ning agreed wistfully that you couldn't even buy them anymore. Yang Tong gazed mysteriously at the dark sky. "I've got some fireworks right here if you're brave enough to light them." "Where did you get them? Who needs to buy them? I have my dignity." He cleared his throat and started making sound effects. Whoosh bang! Whoosh bang! Chen Shui and Ning Ning exchanged glances. "We've heard of people shooting their mouths off, but this is the first time we've seen someone literally making firework sounds." They then moved on to their annual Lunar New Year tradition, criticizing the Spring Festival Gala. This year's show was as mediocre as ever, though they had fun imitating the catchphrase, "Let's wrap dumplings together." After the show, Ning Ning went home briefly. It was New Year's after all. She wasn't actually running away. She showed up at Yang Tong's place early the next morning. Yang Tong stumbled out of his bedroom with messy hair, automatically mumbling, "Happy New Year," before realizing, "Wait, what's wrong with you? Can't I sleep in on New Year's Day? Everyone's already up paying New Year visits. We don't do that." Yang Tong was frustrated that even his simple wish to sleep until noon couldn't come true. While discussing their plans for the day, Yang Tong suddenly suggested getting a tattoo, specifically the Chinese character for virtue on his back, joking that when he got into fights and took off his shirt, he could conquer with virtue. The girls rolled their eyes at this. Finally, when a system alert indicated that an iron-level boss would appear on Bin Hai Road, Yang Tong perked up immediately. Though the girls were puzzled by his sudden desire to go to the seaside, they followed along, seeing his rare enthusiasm. When asked how he knew about the monster's appearance, Yang Tong made up a flimsy excuse about helping an old man cross the street, which Ning Ning immediately saw through. The three ended up at Bin Hai Road, crouching by the roadside and flicking icicles on the chains. Passers-by smiled at the sight of these young people maintaining their childlike wonder, playing with icicles on New Year's Day. The system didn't let Yang Tong down. Shortly after the three of them crouched down, a chorus of screams and cries erupted from the distance, and traffic came to a standstill. "Let's go." Yang Tong sprang up and summoned Xue Huang without hesitation. In such an emergency, there was no time to worry about the rules forbidding the release of summoned spirits. Riding Xue Huang would be much faster than navigating through the chaotic crowd. From the air, Yang Tong quickly spotted the Targeta nearly 3-meter turtle brown bear standing upright, its conspicuous white chest fur gleaming in the sunlight. The system's information was accurate. This was indeed an iron-level lord, the Earth Fury Bear. There were already several gruesome bloodstains on the ground, indicating that lives had been lost to the beast. Seeing this, Yang Tong was instantly filled with rage. Without a second thought, he summoned Mao Qiu for support and ignored the system's warnings. He tore off his suit jacket, revealing his back, which had yet to be inscribed with the character "Duh." "Today, I'll tame this beast with virtue," he roared. As Xue Huang skimmed the ground, Yang Tong leaped off, landing heavily and creating a small crater. Qin Shui and Ning Ning shouted from above, "Yang Tong, get back up here. Are you crazy?" Ning Ning also summoned her deep-sea demon lizard to assist. Though it was larger than the Earth Fury Bear, its combat power was uncertain. The Earth Fury Bear locked its gaze on the seemingly foolish human and charged with its jaws wide open. When it swiped its paw, Yang Tong easily dodged. Only then did he fully appreciate the system-enhanced reflexes could even anticipate the bear's attack patterns. The bear launched a series of ferocious assaults, clawing and biting. But Yang Tong's response speed was beyond human limits. He blocked its paw with one hand and struck its neck with the other, interrupting its biting motion. Meanwhile, his 3 summoned spirits harassed the bear from behind. Though their attacks were minor, they were enough to further enrage the already furious beast. The battle intensified, and Yang Tong engaged in a test of strength with the bear. Shirtless, his muscles bulging, he matched the giant creature paw for paw. When the bear tried to bite him, He not only dodged but also headbutted, causing blood to splatter on both their faces. This astonishing scene was broadcast live by the Hong Kong City News Channel, leaving the entire city in awe. The live chat exploded with comments, with everyone assuming Yang Tong was a summoned spirit of some powerful figure. When someone recognized him as an ordinary student, it caused an even greater uproar. As the fight reached its climax, Yang Tong delivered a powerful kick to the bear's chest fur, followed by a mid-air kick to its face. Though these combat techniques were originally designed for human opponents, they proved highly effective. When the Earth Fury bear finally collapsed, Yang Tong knew it was the perfect moment to press the attack. Yang Tong leaped onto the great Earth bear, firmly planting his feet on its arms. Ignoring how awkward his stance was, he swung his arm wide and delivered a series of resounding slaps to the bear's face. I'll teach you to eat people, to come into the city, to not shave, to not brush your teeth. Each roar of fury was accompanied by a heavy slap, showcasing to all the citizens watching the live stream what true violent aesthetics looked like. Chen Shui noticed Ningning giggling beside her. What are you laughing at? She asked. Hee hee, we're really something, aren't we? Ningning replied. Really something, my foot. Chen Shui couldn't help but retort. All the lizard did was give the great earth bear a bath, and you call that impressive? The battle took a sudden turn as a rock spike shot up from the ground, aiming straight at Yang Tong. Even with his exceptional reflexes, he barely managed to dodge it, giving the great earth bear a chance to rise. Roar, roar my ass. Yang Tong didn't retreat, but instead closed in, wrapping his arms around the bear's waist. His face twisted in determination, muscles bulging, as he shouted, Get up, you beast. With a tremendous effort, he lifted the bear in a move reminiscent of Lu Zhishan uprooting a willow tree, before slamming it down hard. While the great earth bear was still dazed, Yang Tong grabbed its leg and, like the Hulk smashing Loki, flung it away. He then began to spin, using the bear like a top, twirling it furiously. The scene was like figure skating mixed with a severe stomach flu. The bear vomiting uncontrollably, from limbs to guts, until even its own insides spilled out. Dizzy, so dizzy, Yang Tong muttered as he let go, the centrifugal force hurling the bear nearly 100 meters away. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Despite his system-enhanced stamina, this battle had taken a heavy toll on him. Chen Shui and Ningning came over and crouched beside him, concerned. Are you okay? They asked. Just a bit tired, Yang Tong panted. How tired? Ningning asked curiously. Like, kidney deficiency tired? Chen Shui shot her a glare. This is no time for jokes. Yang Tong sighed and explained. It's like finishing a bath on the first floor, looking up at the second floor and sighing tired. The metaphor made Chen Shui blush as she pressed. When did you go to a bathhouse? I made it so subtle and you still got it? And you have the nerve to ask me? At this moment, Fang Jingming arrived with the Spirit Control Bureau team. They had been there for a while, observing from a distance as Yang Tong handled the situation. This battle had shown everyone what it meant to be a prodigy. To single-handedly take on a Lord-level beast demonstrated a power that surpassed the gold level, nearing the capabilities of a platinum-level spirit controller. Well, I'll be darned. Isn't that old Fang? Yang Tong said as Fang Zhengming walked over briskly. When did you get here? Yang asked. I've been here for a while. Just when I was about to join in, you started fighting that furious bear. Seeing Yang Tong made Fang Jingming a bit anxious. He knew Yang's temper too well, and feared he might get a flick on the forehead if Yang got irritated. Hey buddy, no flicking, alright? Fang Jingming instinctively shrank back a bit. A system prompt sounded. Task completed, stamina 10, reflex 2, gained a large amount of spirit control power, acquired skill Arctic Ice Fog. Arctic Ice Fog, my foot. Yang Tong scoffed. This time, I couldn't even cast a single spell, not even a fireball to put on a little show. Just then, Fang Jingming suddenly said, Wait a minute, Yang Tong, I think I'm about to level up. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean you're leveling up? How can chatting make you level up? What kind of joke is this? Before they could finish questioning, there was a pop sound, and Yang Tong inexplicably leveled up to the 7th rank. You actually leveled up? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Tong exhaled and turned to Fang Jingming. Old Fang, what were you about to say? What was I gonna say? Damn it, you threw me off. Oh right, there might be reporters interviewing you later. Can you please watch your language a bit? Fang Zhengming was a bundle of nerves, fearing Yang Tong might do something outrageous like a spinning jump with eyes closed. If that happened, he wouldn't even know if it qualified as dying in the line of duty. The conversation then shifted to the topic of banners and bonuses. When Yang Tong learned there was only 1,000 yuan in discretionary funds, he almost pummeled Fang Zhengming. Fortunately, a female reporter showed up just in time to break up the scene. During the interview, when Yang Tong revealed he was only at the 7th basic level, the reporter was stunned. To everyone's disbelief, He even started a live broadcast asking for protection money and promoting products. The reporter couldn't take it anymore and decisively cut the live feed. Yang Tong was bewildered as to why no money was coming in, while Feng Jingming silently mourned his Suntabella's savings. Old Feng, don't forget about the banner, Yang Tong reminded as he left. Feng Jingming could only manage a wry smile. The heavens are so unfair, so incredibly unfair. Ningning wailed in front of Yang Tong. You're already at level 7? This is insane. Her voice was filled with envy and resentment. In reality, she and Chen Shui had just reached level 7 themselves. At the foundational stage, the slight differences between early, mid, and late phases weren't worth stressing over. But now, she not only couldn't beat Yang Tong, she had also been surpassed in spirit control levels. The only consolation she had left was her advantage in summoned spirits. Thinking of her little furball, Ningning sighed. Forget it, if I can't compete, I'll just give up. She turned to Chen Shui and complained. How was I supposed to know you two wouldn't break through for so long? Even when given a chance, you couldn't make it. Even a freak like me thinks you're a freak. Ningning continued her tirade. For a normal person, reaching the black iron level by the college entrance exams is already considered exceptionally talented, enough to get into top schools like the Imperial Academy and the Magic Academy. At your rate, you'll probably reach silver before the exams. You wouldn't happen to have some kind of level-up system, would you? Yang Tong's expression suddenly froze. You know about that? Seriously? Your acting is terrible. Ningning rolled her eyes. I thought you actually figured it out. Yang Tong shrugged. You think my acting is bad? This is genuine emotion. By this time, the video of Yang Tong tearing apart the Earth Fury Bear had spread across the internet, but it hadn't caused much of a sensation. Most people thought it was too exaggerated and couldn't be real. Even though the video couldn't be faked, people still chose not to believe it. Yang Tong didn't mind at all. To him, it was just defeating a black iron level leader, not tearing apart a dragon, nothing too impressive. However, he didn't know that the video had caught the attention of some important individuals. In the Abyssa place known for its weakest beasts, being at least diamond level, a conversation about him was taking place. In a tranquil courtyard, an old man practicing Tai Chi took a tablet from a woman in military uniform. This man, known as Elderly, was the world's only star-level warrior. After an interesting conversation and some observations, Elderly took a keen interest in Yang Tong, deciding to consider recruiting him into the Flamebearers organization after he graduated from college. Meanwhile, spurred on by this, Chen Shui and Ningning dove into intense training. Soon enough, Ningning broke through to level 8 and excitedly burst into Yang Tong's house to announce the news. I'm at level 8. Ningning proclaimed proudly. Next is level 9, then black iron, then silver. Yang Tong responded nonchalantly, handing her his phone, which was playing the video of his battle with the Earth Fury Bear. You shameless show-off. Ningning pouted. Who keeps watching their own videos? Chen Shui comfortingly patted Ningning's face. There, we won't compare ourselves to freaks. As the start of the new school term approached, the three of them couldn't help but reflect on how different this winter break had been. Especially for Ningning, it was the first time in her life she had trained so diligently that she felt like she was wasting her vacation. School starting? Yang Tong was taken aback. Yeah, it starts tomorrow. You didn't know? Chen Shui asked. Shit. Yang Tong suddenly realized. I almost forgot I'm still a student. I know, but that doesn't stop me from skipping classes, Yang Tong said nonchalantly. Chen Shui's face darkened immediately. Is it really appropriate to say that in front of me? I am your guardian after all. Oh, please. Yang Tong rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a guardian who's only 6 months older? I skip classes, I get into fights, I even kidnap people, but I'm still a good student. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Tong's phone rang. The screen showed Lu Mingfei's name. Damn it. Who else would be calling me? Yang Tong answered the phone. Hey, what's up, old Lu? Yang Tong. You're skipping school again. Lu Mingfei's voice came from the other end. Defamation. I'm suing you for defamation. Yang Tong got agitated. Do you even know how to talk properly? What do you mean skipping school? We're on winter break. After a bit of back and forth, Lu Mingfei could do nothing about Yang Tong. He had seen Yang Tong's live stream that day and recognized him instantly. Yang Tong had grown even stronger, and there was no way to control him anymore. Even the last shred of teacherly authority was gone. After hanging up, Yang Tong began to execute his plan. This time, skipping school wasn't just to loaf around. It was to enhance Maochio's spatial skills. He chose Yunnan as his destination because the Death Forbidden Zone there was the lowest level of Despair class beast territory, offering the highest chance to unlock spatial skills. On the plane, Yang Tong felt a rare sense of unease, given the recent spate of air accidents. But fortunately, he arrived in Yunnan safely. At the local spirit beast shop, there were indeed no spatial materials available. These strategic resources were tightly controlled by the state and almost impossible to find on the market. But Yang Tong was prepared and headed straight to an upscale restaurant. Holy crap, 20 grand for a dish? Yang Tong was shocked when he saw the menu. Even for ordinary spatial beast meat, not the energy core, the price was astronomical. In the end, Yang Tong gritted his teeth and ordered a dish. This meal nearly drained his dwindling savings, but it was a worthwhile investment for Mauchio's enhancement. After Mauchio had its fill, the long-awaited notification finally appeared. Spatial elements enhanced, all spatial skills unlocked, storage space, spatial transfer, spatial movement, dimensional cut, spatial shatter. However, the joy was short-lived. Except for storage space, Mauchio couldn't use any of the other cool skills. The requirements for controlling them were too high. But Yang Tong quickly came to terms with it. Having storage space alone was more than enough. It meant he no longer had to lug around a heavy tactical backpack and could stash more items in the storage space. Yang Tong took a look and realized that a level 1 storage space was about 100 square meters in size. This space was enough to create a standard 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, which excited him. He quickly put away the furball and embarked on a wild shopping spree. During his shopping, he cleverly filled only half of the storage space, leaving the rest as a backup. More interestingly, he secretly stashed a few bricks into his backpack, a tactical move he had meticulously planned. In his mind, during a fight, he could first drop the bricks to distract his opponent, then unleash a surprise attack from his storage space. While this might not work against platinum-level opponents, for those below gold level, it would definitely be a good show. After completing his purchases, Yang Tong felt it would be a shame not to visit the fierce beast territory since he was already there. He rationally assessed his own strength and believed he could handle the danger, as long as he didn't encounter monarch-level opponents like before. After careful consideration, he set his sights on the misty forest. This place was a dangerous beast territory dominated by wood element beasts, but it had a balanced mix of various elements, unlike the fire hills or coral swamp, which were overly specialized. Taking a cab to the market outside the misty forest, Yang Tong noticed it was much livelier than ordinary markets. This place was not only a supply station for adventure groups, but also a hub of revelry. Considering his level, he wasn't sure if the spirit agency would allow him to enter, but he decided to give it a shot. If it didn't work out, he would try another place. Not wanting to go in unprepared, Yang Tong decided to gather some intel first. Although he couldn't afford to buy information, there were always ways to get it for free. He first went to the official task hall to check out various missions. From simple tasks like collecting 5 withered grasses to nearly impossible ones like killing the Mist Tree Monarch, with bounties ranging from 50,000 to 10 million. Next, he headed to a bar that was open for business. Such places were always good for picking up useful information, especially from adventurers looking to vent after life and death experiences. He ordered a cappuccino and quietly sat in the corner, gathering intel. Just as he stepped out of the bar, he was surrounded by a group of people. Leading them was a bearded man who introduced himself as the leader of the Hushua Adventure Group. The others taunted Yang Tong about his level, urging him to hire them. But Yang Tong knew better. First, his true strength far exceeded what was apparent. Second, he preferred to work alone and didn't want to reveal his secrets. After all, in a place like this, you could never be too sure about people. If something went wrong in the beast territory, the consequences could be dire. Hushua's face darkened when Yang Tong still refused. I've said all I can. If you keep this up, you're really not giving us any respect. What the hell did I do to not give you respect? Yang Tong asked, clearly baffled. Hushua's eyes darted around. How about this? Given your strength, there's no way you can survive in the misty forest. Why don't you just hand over all your valuables to us? That way, we can all save face. Yang Tong was stunned. What does that have to do with anything? Wow, so when you can't scam me, you resort to outright robbery? He pointed to the Yuling Bureau building not far away. You're robbing people in front of the authorities? That's like trying to fool ghosts in front of Zhongkue. You're committing robbery. Aren't you afraid of the Yuling Bureau stepping in? We didn't release any summoned spirits, Hushua shrugged. And don't make it sound so bad. We're not robbing you. You're giving it to us voluntarily. A smile crept onto Yang Tong's face. I've been waiting for you to say that. Then he feigned hesitation and asked, what are your power levels? Hushua, thinking Yang Tong had changed his mind, quickly replied, all of us here are silver 1 star, and I'm a silver 2 star. That's more than enough to protect you. You're this arrogant with just silver rank? I thought you were at least platinum. Yang Tong's expression shifted instantly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're asking for it. Hushua shouted in anger. With a loud thud, a brick fell out of Yang Tong's backpack. Hushua was taken aback. Who carries a brick in their bag? This guy must be one of us. Before he could react, Yang Tong charged forward, delivering a flurry of slaps. Then he pulled out the brick and knocked Hushua unconscious. The others were too stunned to react and were quickly taken down by Yang Tong with a few heavy punches to the gut. As the downed men groaned in pain, Yang Tong felt something was off. With a silver rank's physique, they shouldn't be hurting this much from a few hits. Suddenly, he remembered his bone-crushing fist skill, which made the pain feel much worse. That's an amazing skill, Yang Tong thought to himself. He then threatened, anyone who makes another sound gets another punch. Though it was clear they were in agony, none of them dared to make a noise. Curious, Yang Tong punched himself but felt nothing. His face darkened. Does the system not even consider me human? Then it was time to follow procedure. Yang Tong smiled and said, now, it's your turn to hand over your valuables to me. In the end, under Yang Tong's persuasion, the group was stripped of everything. One of them, named Lu Ming, was even forced to write an IOU. Today, Lu Ming owes Fang Zhiming 1 million yuan. Fang Zhiming, thank you, Lu Ming said with a tearful face as he signed and stamped the IOU. Robbery really is the quickest way to make money, Yang Tong thought to himself. He knew very well that the misty forest was off limits now. Having offended the inhabitants so badly, he could be ambushed at any moment. Taking advantage of the Hu Shua adventurers still reeling from their loss, he decided to make a swift exit. After all, the goal of this trip was to make money, and now that he had it, there was no need to risk his life in some dangerous beast territory. Yang Tong bought a plane ticket back to Hong Kong City and, before boarding, took a moment to pray to all the gods for safe passage. Though the gods clearly couldn't hear his prayers, he did arrive safely in Hong Kong City. However, as soon as he got off the plane, a slimy whip lashed out at him. Even with his reflexes, Yang Tong couldn't dodge in time and instinctively grabbed it. With a strong pull, he yanked a toad towards him. It turned out to be the toad's tongue. Without hesitation, Yang Tong delivered a powerful slap, smashing the basic level beast's head into pieces. Is this all it takes to challenge me? Yang Tong scoffed. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Investigate the cause of frequent beast appearances in Hong Kong City. Reward, Stamina 5, exclusive thug sunglasses. Only then did the surrounding bystanders realize what had happened, exclaiming, whoa, it's Thug Bro. Thank goodness Thug Bro was here, or we'd be in danger. Thank you, Thug Bro. Yang Tong smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Hello everyone, hello? But don't be so polite. Remember to send the protection fees to my Alipay? The crowd was momentarily speechless. Not far away, the Spirit Control Bureau was busy clearing out other beasts, and this toad was clearly a straggler. Yang Tong summoned his pet, Mauchio, signaling it to devour the toad, no sense letting the spoils go to waste. What a coincidence, old Fang, Yang Tong said, spotting Fang Jingming leading the team. Fang was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and tried to avoid Yang Tong by saying he had other tasks to attend to. But Yang Tong grabbed him by the collar. Are you kidding? You guys use summoned spirits to fight? Who are you trying to impress by acting so tired? Under Yang Tong's interrogation, Fang Zhiming revealed that a new beast territory was about to emerge, though the exact location was still unknown and it would take a few more months. If it appeared in a densely populated area, the consequences would be disastrous. After completing the mission, Yang Tong received the exclusive thug sunglasses. Despite their exaggerated size, they were a bona fide artifact. They could shield from strong light, enable night vision, alter one's appearance, and even hide their own presence. The only downside was that wearing them made one look pretentious. As Yang Tong walked out of the airport, his phone kept buzzing with Alipay notifications. A flood of 0.01 yuan transfers came in with various messages, confessions from fans, spam ads, and even solicitations for services. After more than an hour, Yang Tong checked his balance, 10.03 yuan. This is just insulting. Yang Tong shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, collecting protection fees is clearly a dead end. Yang Tong thought to himself, better to go home and study the characteristics of these sunglasses. It wasn't dismissal time yet, and the house was empty. Yang Tong stood in front of the mirror and cautiously put on the sunglasses. The sight that greeted him made him gasp. These weren't just sunglasses, they were practically a mask. From his forehead to the tip of his nose, his entire face was covered, making him look like the heroine from Borrow a Word. There was no way he could wear this outside. Forget about looking cool, the mere thought of it was embarrassing. But the most magical feature of these sunglasses was their ability to change one's appearance. Yang Tong silently chanted Eddie Pong, and in an instant, his reflection morphed into the stunning visage of the actor. He quickly hid the sunglasses, transforming entirely into a sharply dressed Eddie Pong. Next, he embarked on a series of experiments. Nikki Wu, Daniel Wu, Guodi Gang, and even female celebrities like Dilraba Dilmurat and Guli Naza. Through repeated tests, he discovered a few key features. Both male and female images could be switched, but the system only altered the face and hairstyle, leaving the body and height unchanged. The most frustrating part was that the suit he wore couldn't be swapped out. Any attempt to do so would trigger a blinding red warning. Just as he was contemplating using this magical device for some fun, familiar voices came from outside the door. My dear sister, I've missed you so much. Yang Tong exclaimed dramatically as Chen Shui walked in. And what about me? What about me? Ning Ning followed closely behind. Let's just say I missed you too, Yang Tong replied dismissively. During the ensuing conversation, Ning Ning mentioned a link that almost fooled Yang Tong, only for him to realize it was just a video of The Legend of Neza. Under Chen Shui's questioning, Yang Tong had to confess his heroic deeds outside. From never entering the beast territory, to bluffing the adventurers into giving him money, to the little accident of choking Fang Jingming. I knew it. Fang Jingming must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Ning Ning couldn't help but quip. Finally, faced with his sister's skepticism, Yang Tong earnestly spouted a grand philosophy. I've heard that fierce beasts have appeared in Hong Kong again, so I hurried back to save lives. Protecting the safety of ordinary people is the duty of every spirit master. As spirit masters, we must not only focus on our personal cultivation, but also take it upon ourselves to save the world from disaster. Ning Ning couldn't help but exclaim, wow, you really said that with such righteousness. You're like a hero who's willing to go to any lengths, even if it means sacrificing everything. Absolutely. Yang Tong said seriously. Have you seen Spider-Man? My favorite line from it is, with great power comes great responsibility. To avoid? Chen Shui chuckled lightly. That's so you. Seeing you talk so seriously about nonsense, I knew you were just hiding out after running away. Ning Ning laughed outright. Didn't think you'd end up like this. Yang Tong knew he couldn't hide the truth from his old friends inside. Yeah, it's like an old rogue getting groped on a crowded bus after a lifetime of mischief. He finally gets a taste of his own medicine. I thought you came back to join the competition, Chen Shui said. Competition? What competition? Yang Tong was puzzled. The citywide high school league, Ning Ning explained. All high school students can participate, and the top 3 teams advance to the provincial competition. System notification. Stamina 5. Task reward. Register for the citywide high school league. 2 gods of wealth? Yang Tong frowned, sensing something was off. Tasks usually had some difficulty unless you found a loophole. Why would just registering earn him stamina points? He immediately took out his phone and called Lu Mingfei. Hey, Lao Lu. I'm going back to school tomorrow. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Hello? Lao Lu. I'm here, just a bit shocked. It's so sudden. What's so sudden about going to school? Isn't that what students are supposed to do? It's just that you voluntarily going to school is sudden. Wait, you're not doing this for the competition, are you? Competition? What competition? Is there a competition coming up? Yang Tong feigned ignorance. Haha, since there is, why don't you sign me up? The next day, Yang Tong was waiting right outside the office. Just as Lu Mingfei was about to slip away, he saw Yang Tong with a sack in one hand and a brick in the other, breaking into a cold sweat. Lao Lu, did you sign me up? I can't. Is it that I can't lift this brick? Or have you gotten too full of yourself? Can you show some respect for your teacher? I'll respect you once you sign me up. Lu Mingfei wiped his cold sweat and explained. The high school league is a team competition. You need a team of 3. It's designed to simulate the college entrance exams, helping students get used to teamwork. Yang Tong finally understood and put down the sack and brick. All right, I'll go find a team and come back. Who to team up with? Naturally, Chen Shui and Ning Ning. But Chen Shui refused outright. No way. I'll go dark. Ning Ning explained. We already have teammates. Chen Shui added. It's not that we don't want to team up with you. We really can't. We've been working together for over a year, and we can't let others down. Besides, teaming up with you is a guaranteed win. What's wrong with a guaranteed win? This competition isn't as important as the college entrance exams. The exams focus on individual performance, not rankings. Teaming up with you would turn it into your personal showcase. You might get into the top university, but we might not even make it to a decent college. With no other choice, Yang Tong approached Han Luer. Hey Han, want to team up? No. Han Luer refused without hesitation. You're too strong. Teaming up with you would be a guaranteed win. I want to challenge myself and understand the gap between me and others. She paused and added, others not including you. Yang Tong was on the verge of tears. A top-tier player who could take down a boss solo can't even form a team? It's like a max-level character going to a beginner village offering to help level up newbies, only to have them all say they want to grind levels on their own. Does that make any sense? Yang Tong, disregarding whether he knew them or not, asked every single person in the class. The results were disappointing. Either they had already formed teams, or they felt too inadequate to sign up. He initially thought of recruiting those who were too scared to join, but upon hearing that they would team up with Yang Tong, they became even more reluctant. As for those who originally had teammates but wanted to join Yang Tong for his skills, he flatly refused them. In his view, if these people could betray their current teammates for his strength today, they would do the same to him tomorrow for someone stronger. But then he thought, with his cheat-like abilities, he really didn't need to worry about that. He'd only get stronger. Damn it. Yang Tong ruffled his hair in frustration. What is this? A complete failure before even starting? It's like the three heroes against Lu Bu, but only one showed up. This is just a waste of time. 5 stamina points down the drain. Just as he was deep in thought, he had a sudden idea. There's no bug I can't exploit. If only I had a little light bulb effect over my head in real life. He immediately sought out Lu Mingfei. Alright, sign me up. Found a team. Lu Mingfei looked puzzled. Is there really someone brave enough to team up with the maniac? I am the team, Yang Tong declared proudly. Seeing the confusion on Lu Mingfei's face, Yang Tong explained, the rules just say you need a team. They don't specify it has to be 3 people. What if my teammates get sick during the competition? It's perfectly normal. I'll be both the captain and the member. What's the problem? Lu Mingfei thought about the Onion 3 scenario. Winning wouldn't be impressive, but losing would be humiliating. But since it was a citywide event for high school students, apart from worrying that the application might not go through, he couldn't find a reason to stop him. No hot weapons in the competition, Lu Mingfei reminded. Relax, I know the rules better than you. No drugging or ambushing before the match either. Do you even need to say that? If it were allowed, I'd already be the national champion. In Lu Mingfei's office, they began the online registration process. When asked for the team name, Yang Tong didn't hesitate. Anyone who beats me will have their ancestral graves dug up squad. Are you crazy? A name with threats like that won't get approved. The rules don't say it's not allowed. If it's not forbidden, it's permitted. Surprisingly, the outrageous team name actually passed the system's review. Task completed, stamina 5. Yang Tong breathed a sigh of relief. This task was harder than fighting a fierce beast. Hey Lu, there's one more thing. Go on. I need to take a leave. Lu Mingfei was exasperated. Again? What's the excuse this time? Make something up. What do you mean, make something up? I can't approve your leave like that. Then say I'm in the Arctic catching penguins. Seeing Lu Mingfei's reluctance, Yang Tong suddenly pulled out a brick and pointed it at his face. You must be my Shiranui's brother, my Shiranui. I, the maniac, demand a leave. Lu Mingfei sighed. You're making this really difficult for me. Yang Tong was about to say something when Lu Mingfei cut him off. Fine. Fine. I'll let you rest before the competition to recharge. Yang Tong reluctantly patted Lu Mingfei on the shoulder and suddenly started dancing. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the world is more beautiful. Thank you because of you. For the love of God, act like a human. Lu Mingfei shouted in despair. On his way home, Yang Tong noticed an increase in patrol squads dressed in military uniforms on the streets. These were not members of the Spirit Control Bureau, but warriors from the Frontier Corps. The Frontier Corps and the Spirit Control Bureau each have their own distinct roles. The Spirit Control Bureau serves as the steadfast shield during times of peace, responsible for safeguarding the city and the subdued beast territories. Meanwhile, the Frontier Corps acts as the sharp sword for expanding territories, tasked with pioneering missions in newly discovered beast territories. Whenever a new beast territory is found, the Frontier Corps rushes to the front lines, battling the beasts with summoned spirits and their own flesh and blood until the monarch is driven back. Although the casualty rate of the Frontier Corps is indeed higher than that of the Spirit Control Bureau, the actual difference is not as significant as the public imagines. After all, the Spirit Control Bureau also faces substantial life-threatening dangers when suppressing criminals and dealing with beast uprisings. The two departments simply have different responsibilities. One ushers in a prosperous era, and the other defends it. In essence, neither is superior to the other. Upon seeing the presence of the Frontier Corps, Yang Tong couldn't help but murmur to himself, the storm is brewing. The current calm might just be the quiet before the storm. The portals to beast territories could appear at any moment, shattering the peace of Harbor City. Based on previous encounters with the Black Iron level Earth Fury Bear and the basic level Toad, this new beast territory is unlikely to surpass the danger level. If possible, Yang Tong plans to help out and perhaps gain some benefits, but he won't force it. After all, in the face of a beast tide, an individual's power is ultimately limited. It's too early to worry about this now. With less than 2 weeks until the competition, Yang Tong decided to focus on his preparations and get some rest. However, when he fell asleep on the sofa, clutching Furball, Chen Shui came home and, seeing the scene, slapped him twice. Startled awake, Yang Tong sat up abruptly, causing Furball, who was lying on his stomach, to fall to the ground. Furball looked around in confusion, its little head turning quickly, unable to understand why it was attacked while next to its owner. The story then quickly unfolded. Yang Tong explained that he was resting up for the competition, not skipping school. That evening, he wanted to go out and find a task but found the streets unusually deserted. Unable to sleep after returning home, he played King of Glory but suffered 10 consecutive losses. Finally, he hit himself on the back of the head with a brick and managed to fall asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by an unfamiliar white ceiling. After repeatedly confirming his surroundings, Yang Tong was shocked. Where the heck am I? This isn't my room. Am I still dreaming? Or have I traveled again? You're finally awake. The first thing Yang Tong saw upon waking was Chen Shui, her eyes red from crying. He looked around and realized he was lying in a hospital bed. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chen Shui, her voice thick with emotion, said, "The doctor said if you'd been brought in any later, you might not have made it. Did you see what the attacker looked like?" Chen Shui asked cautiously. Attacker? What attacker? Yang Tong was completely baffled. Chen Shui sighed with relief. It's better that you don't know. It's better that way. Under Yang Tong's persistent questioning, Chen Shui finally revealed the truth. When I entered your room, I found you unconscious from a blow to the head with a brick, lying naked on the bed. She patted Yang Tong on the shoulder. It's okay. It's all in the past now. I won't judge you. Is this misunderstanding really that big? Yang Tong wanted to cry but had no tears. I swear I'll never sleep in the nude again. Do you believe me if I say I knocked myself out? Just then, the door to the hospital room was flung open, and Ning Ning burst in. Seeing Yang Tong on the bed, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Oh, my poor Yang Tong, to be violated like this. She gripped Yang Tong's hand tightly. Don't worry. They'll make sure that person is caught. On the way home from the hospital, Yang Tong kept explaining the truth. I couldn't sleep, so I thought knocking myself out with a brick would help. That does sound like something he'd do. Ning Ning mused. After all, he's not exactly normal. Seeing that someone finally believed him, Yang Tong looked at her with gratitude. Although the comment wasn't exactly flattering, at least someone trusted his story. After confirming it was all a misunderstanding, Yang Tong decided to lay low for a while. Soon, the city's intercollegiate tournament was starting. The day before the competition, Lu Mingfei called to remind him not to miss it. At the entrance to the battle arena, Su Mingming greeted him with a smile. Hey, violent brother. I saw your live stream where you tore apart the boss. You're unbeatable. The battle arena was packed, not just with students from the second high school, but also many from other schools who had come to watch. After parting ways with his companions, Yang Tong found Lu Mingfei and asked about the start time of the competition. At that moment, the system announced new tasks. Intercollegiate tournament, 5 stamina for each victory. Crown champion, first place in school grants 15 stamina, 3 reflexes, and a 1 boost to all attributes for furball. Top 3, second or third place grants 10 stamina, 2 reflexes. Top 10 in school, grants 5 stamina, 1 reflex. Seeing these rewards, a smile crept across Yang Tong's face this time. He was determined to win the championship. The slight boost of 1% in all attributes for Maoball brought a hidden joy to Yang Tong's heart. With all level 2 skills and the addition of a level 3 fire skill, this summon spirit had become a veritable battle machine. The competition soon began, with the match order decided by computer-generated random draws. To ensure safety, Principal Lu Zhenghua of No. 2 High School personally served as the referee. The first match was between the first team of Class 2, Grade 11, and the second team of Class 2, Grade 12. This kind of cross-grade competition did indeed present an element of unfairness, with the Grade 12 students holding an advantage in both experience and strength. Yang Tong found a seat to watch, noting that although each contestant had a distinct fighting style, the overall outcome seemed predictable. Soon, it was time for Chen Shui's team, Invincible Team, to face off against the Xuaning Mingming team. Chen Shui and her 2 teammates stepped onto the stage, each summoning their spirits. Su Mingming's a grade bloodline glowing butterfly acted as support, forming a standard Spirit Master team configuration with the 2 attackers. Their opponents were a team from grade 10, and the disparity in strength was immediately apparent. The glowing butterfly flapped its wings, channeling starlight into Xuehuang and the demon lizard. Then, with a combination of ice crystal cut and deep sea tide, they easily injured the opposing spirits. After the match, both teams exchanged polite gestures. That young man was quite polite, Ning Ning remarked with a smile. Well, we are 3 beautiful ladies. Of course, the boys will be courteous, Su Mingming joked. Chen Shui stopped their banter. Let's not get carried away. This is just the first match. As she spoke, she glanced in the direction of Class 5 and locked eyes with Yang Tong, who was watching her. Yang Tong clenched his fist in a gesture of encouragement, and Chen Shui gave a slight nod in response. Next up was Shun Iren's match. The top student of grade 12 lived up to his reputation. With the support of his teammates, his Cyclopean Storm Giant effortlessly crushed the opposition. Restless, Yang Tong moved closer to Shin Iren to chat, and they made plans to have dinner together that evening. While they were talking, Han Luer's team took the stage but, as Shin Iren had predicted, they were defeated by Lin Feng's team in the first round. Finally, it was Yang Tong's turn. When the quirky team names, Stay Humble Team, and If You Beat Me, I'll Dig Up My Ancestors' Graves team were announced, the entire spirit arena erupted in laughter. As Yang Tong walked onto the stage with his backpack, the crowd fell silent. Whispers of the brutal brother and the Lord's Lair filled the air. Facing this opponent, who exuded an overwhelming aura, his adversaries were nearly paralyzed with fear but forced themselves to stay calm. Don't be afraid, summon your spirits, they reminded themselves. The captain of this stay humble team was giving a pep talk to his members. Standing confidently on the sidelines, he analyzed, he's just physically strong, but his summoned spirit is trash. We need to keep a safe distance and kite him with our spirits. Take him down, and we'll make a name for ourselves. Referee Lu Zhonghua turned to Yang Tong and asked, "Where are your teammates?" Yang Tong replied nonchalantly, "They got sick, couldn't make it, both of them? They ate together and got sick together?" Lu Zhonghua glanced at the registration form and saw that Yang Tong's two teammate slots were marked none. He frowned and said, "So you've been lying to me this whole time?" Lu Zhonghua briefly reiterated the competition rules and then announced the start of the match. The opposing captain began to encourage his team, "Don't be afraid, we just need to be careful and—" Before he could finish his sentence, his summoned spirit had already appeared. In that split second, Yang Tong launched himself like a cannonball. Before the opposing captain could finish his pep talk, Yang Tong flashed in front of them, deftly knocking out two team members with swift blows. Yang Tong leaned in close to the stunned captain and taunted, "Careful about what? You don't seriously think you can beat me, do you? You thought I was joking about digging up your ancestors' graves?" What had initially been a joke had taken on a serious tone with the appearance of a system task. Yang Tong was determined. Anyone who dared obstruct his advancement would face the consequences. He had already researched it thoroughly and knew that, if handled properly, it wouldn't even be illegal. "Just make it quick, whatever you do." The opposing captain trembled. Yang Tong patted his shoulder and pulled out a sack. "Don't think too badly of me. Will you recall your spirit voluntarily? Or should I knock you out and stuff you in this sack?" "Why the sack?" Yang Tong feigned compassion. "I've been a Buddhist since childhood, full of mercy. I can't bear to see others get hurt. What about my two teammates? Come on, this is a competition. You didn't think I killed them, did you? Relax, I know my limits. They'll wake up soon." "That's a relief." The opposing captain sighed in relief and turned to Lu Zhonghua. "Principal, we surrender." The system promptly announced, "Battle 1, Stamina 5. Yang Tong stretched lazily and stepped off the stage, musing, "That was easy. Life, man. It's as lonely as an avalanche." Shin Iran curiously sized up Yang Tong. "How did you get in such great shape?" As someone who had watched the live streams, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Yang Tong in an onion-owned fight. "More gym, less books," Yang Tong replied bluntly. His straightforward approach to combat made Shin Iran somewhat envious. Although many people believe that Yang Tong's strength was purely physical and that his summoned spirit wasn't particularly powerful, Shin Iran vividly remembered the day when Yang Tong's summoned spirit, Mao effortlessly blocked a black iron-level summoned spirit. "How many matches are we fighting today?" Yang Tong asked restlessly from his seat, the weight clearly making him anxious. "Each team fights 3 matches on average, meaning 15 stamina points," Shin Iran explained. "We need to select the top 3 teams in 3 days to compete citywide. Don't you ever read the rules?" Shin Iran teased as he watched Yang Tong focus solely on finding loopholes. Noticing Yang Tong's agitation, Shin Iran asked, "What's wrong? Feeling unwell?" "Just bored," Yang Tong complained. "Don't you find watching their matches boring? It's a good chance to understand our opponents. Any of these teams could be our competition," Shin Iran said, puzzled by Yang Tong's indifference. To pass the time, Yang Tong changed the subject. "Hey buddy, which academy do you plan to go to?" "If I break through to Black Iron, I'll head to Modu," Shin Iran answered after a moment of thought. "And if you don't break through?" "You're really something," Shin Iran laughed. "But there's a good chance I will." "All right then," Yang Tong said. "When I get to Modu, I'll have your back." "Oh? I'll be there before you. And you'll have my back?" Shin Iran said, both amused and exasperated. Before long, Yang Tong actually fell asleep amid the intense matches, only to be woken up by Shin Iran an hour later. "It's your turn to compete." "Who the hell woke me up?" Yang Tong mumbled groggily, then quickly apologized when he realized it was Shin Iran. "No worries," Shin Iran said. "But be careful. Your opponent is Lin Feng's team. They're pretty strong." Yang Tong nodded and walked toward the arena, still muttering about how familiar the name Lin Feng sounded. It turned out the grudge stemmed from Yang Tong, having beaten up one of Lin Feng's underlings. Lin Feng had wanted to teach Yang Tong a lesson, but never got the chance due to Yang Tong's quick escapes and frequent truancy. Later, Yang Tong went to Yun Island and defeated a lord, further delaying Lin Feng's plans. Now, finally meeting in the arena, Lin Feng was determined to reclaim his honor. Lin Feng's team had a unique setup. Besides Lin Feng's a grade summon spirit, Inferno Porcupine, the other 2 team members were support specialists. As they enhanced the Inferno Porcupine with buffs, Yang Tong launched his attack. But before he could get close, a massive force struck him from the side. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have been knocked off the platform. This forced Yang Tong to reassess his opponent's strength. The support skills had significantly boosted the Inferno Porcupine's speed. Abandoning his plan for a quick victory, Yang Tong summoned Mao to guard a corner of the platform. Just then, the Inferno Porcupine attacked again, moving so fast it left afterimages. That cooldown is so short. Yang Tong cursed under his breath, deciding to go head-to-head to test his opponent's limits. Bang! The collision between human and summoned spirit echoed through the battle arena. The audience was momentarily silent before erupting into animated discussions. Is this really a basic level fight? What's the deal with that Inferno Porcupine? What's even crazier is that Yang Tong dares to face a summoned spirit heathen. Is he even human? Yang Tong's clash with the Inferno Porcupine completely shattered everyone's expectations of what a basic level battle could be. Yang Tong and the Infernal Porcupine both took a few steps back. Rubbing his sore right shoulder, Yang Tong eyed the seemingly unscathed Infernal Porcupine with a mix of shock and suspicion. Damn it, this is just insane. Yang Tong cursed inwardly. How can a basic-level summon creature withstand my full-force Iron Mountain Slam? He even considered asking the referee to run a drug test on the Infernal Porcupine, though he knew it was a joke. Humans had yet to develop performance-enhancing drugs for summon creatures. There was only one explanation. The opponent's support must have cast a defense buff. Surveying the situation, Yang Tong couldn't help but think, Lin Feng's team is definitely strong enough to make the top 3 in the school, but meeting them so early feels a bit rushed. Usually, a few weaker teams would get lucky and make it to the top 3. Of course, Yang Tong also understood that Lin Feng's chances of making it to the top 3 in the city were slim. The current stalemate was only because the Infernal Porcupine happened to counter his tactics. Although he had defeated even Lord-level summon creatures, the competition rules prohibited killing, so he couldn't go all out like he did against the Earth Fury Bear. Besides, he wanted to keep some tricks up his sleeve for the city and provincial competitions. The most crucial point was that, apart from that life-and-death battle with the Earth Fury Bear, he hadn't experienced such a pure test of strength in a long time. To put it bluntly, he was pumped. Licking his lips, Yang Tong launched another charge. The Infernal Porcupine pawed the ground with its hind legs and charged Hedon as well. The repeated sounds of their collisions echoed, leaving the spectators both shocked and exhilarated. This kind of raw melee combat, devoid of flashy skill effects, stirred something primal in their hearts. Yang Tong's got some serious core strength. The Infernal Porcupine is impressive, holding its own against Yang Tong for this long. That Earth Fury Bear that was so cocky last time is probably history by now, right? Yang Tong ignored the comments, still rubbing his sore shoulder. The Infernal Porcupine was also panting heavily, clearly exhausted. To Yang Tong's surprise, its summoning energy hadn't run out yet. He had planned to wait for it to tire, but that strategy was clearly not working. Though the match was untimed, Yang Tong didn't want to drag it out any longer. When the Infernal Porcupine charged again, he chose to dodge. With his system-enhanced reflexes, he could easily avoid such attacks as long as he didn't take them hidden. Just as he thought he was safe, a massive force struck him from behind, hitting his waist directly. What the hell? Yang Tong cursed midair. The waist is a man's lifeline, and you hit me there? This hit made Yang Tong realize that the Infernal Porcupine's charge skill was clearly not basic level and had a tracking effect. Luckily, it only hit his waist, a bit lower, and as Yang Tong prepared to use his 10,000 Buddhas bowing move, the Infernal Porcupine charged at him again, this time while he was still airborne. The impact of their collision shattered the entire arena, and Lu Zhenghua had to block the flying debris in time. I can't believe you, you sneaky bastard. Yang Tong yelled at the charging Infernal Porcupine. Is charging all you know how to do? He dodged again, scattering lime powder, but it had no effect on the summoned creature. Changing tactics, he pulled out a brick during their next encounter and smashed it onto the porcupine's head. Though the hit caused the Infernal Porcupine to roll over, it quickly got back on its feet. You have no chance of winning. Just give up, Lin Feng sneered. Are you kidding me? Yang Tong replied, delivering another brick blow to the porcupine. I finally got a system quest. How could I settle for just 5 stamina points? That doesn't fit my persona as the brute. I'm aiming to solo the Beast King, the Abyss, and tear apart dragons with my bare hands. I'm not joking, Lin Feng said. Humans can never match summoned creatures. How many more charges can you take? Yang Tong swiftly delivered another brick strike to the hellish porcupine, his movements clean and precise. Although the blow made the beast stagger, it didn't cause any significant damage. I can keep this up all day, Yang Tong said confidently. Lin Feng snorted. Stop boasting. Believe it or not, I'm not bluffing, Yang Tong explained. The hellish porcupine's attack power isn't as strong as the Earth Fury Bear's. The damage it deals to me is just minor. The problem is, I also find it hard to break through its defense. This fight might drag on until the server crashes. The hellish porcupine is powerful. I advise you not to underestimate it. Lin Feng warned. Yang Tong responded with another brick strike. If it's so strong, it should go shovel manure. Sharp-tongued as always. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Smack. This time, Yang Tong chose to speak with his brick. Stay away from Ning Ning from now on. Surrender now, and I'll let this slide. Lin Feng suddenly brought up Ning Ning. This reminded Yang Tong of Lin Feng's identity. I almost forgot about you. Smack. Another brick strike. If you like her, go after her. What does it have to do with me? Yang Tong didn't want to be a scapegoat, even though he had been passively dragged into this situation. Lin Feng knew Ning Ning was using Yang Tong, but she always insisted she only liked Yang Tong, which left him frustrated. Smack. Yang Tong couldn't help but suggest, there's always a goalkeeper, but the ball still gets in. If all else fails, that's illegal. Lin Feng's face darkened. You don't even dare to go to jail for her, and you say you like her? Yang Tong mocked. At that moment, the hellish porcupine charged again. Yang Tong flipped onto its back, but immediately jumped off as the sharp spines pricked him. After checking, he found a few spines stuck in his buttocks. Seeing the stalemate, Yang Tong decided to reveal his trump card. He took out a pair of nunchucks from his storage space and began an impressive display. With a pair of nunchucks in each hand, Yang Tong's movements were fierce. The whirling nunchucks made swooshing and clinking sounds as they struck the hellish porcupine, forcing it to retreat. This was the result of the combat technique rewarded by the system. Use the nunchucks. Yang Tong sang as he moved, the nunchucks in his hands creating a blur. The audience watched in amazement. Who would have thought they'd witness such a masterful nunchuck performance in a summoner's arena? Even more astonishing was that a human was suppressing a powerful summoned beast. Using cold weapon skills, this was far more impressive than simply relying on physical strength. If I had the ability to perform incredible feats of agility and possessed a straightforward, unyielding sense of justice, it would be something like this. In this competition, Yang Tong's performance astonished everyone. His nunchaku moved faster and faster, his movements fluid and seamless, perfectly complementing his agile skills, as he toyed with the Inferno porcupine. That's it, we're done. Yang Tong smoothly retracted his nunchaku and said to Lin Feng, give up already. I haven't gone all out yet, and if you don't surrender, the Inferno porcupine will be seriously injured. You don't want to see that happen, do you? Lin Feng's face was grim, his heart unwilling. His goal was to place in the city competition. How could he easily admit defeat? Who could have imagined that Yang Tong's weapon skills were so refined, combined with his amazing physical abilities, that he completely dominated the Inferno porcupine? Seeing the Inferno porcupine initiate another suicide charge, Yang Tong casually flicked his nunchaku, sending it flying. Lin Feng, give me a straight answer, are you surrendering or not? Lin Feng's eyes reddened, but he didn't respond, still hoping for a turnaround. Seeing this, Yang Tong began to gather his strength for a final strike. Just then, the referee, Lu Jinghua, summoned a white ox to stand in front of the Inferno porcupine. Although Yang Tong managed to pull back his strength in time, the nunchaku still landed heavily on the white ox's ribs. The white ox looked at Lu Jinghua in pain, as if accusing him of this sudden hardship. Lu Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief, having preserved the school's treatment fund and his career. He announced, Yang. The ancestral graves will be dug up, team wins. It's the ancestral graves will be ransacked, team. Yang Tong corrected. After the match, Yang Tong received a stamina 5 reward. He sighed. I've lost myself in the system's endless rewards. Each time, just as I'm getting used to my strength, my stamina increases. To avoid any accidents, I have to constantly readjust my strength. It's exhausting. Later, in conversations with his classmates, when asked about the origin of his nunchaku skills, Yang Tong was vague. Especially when Ning Ning pressed him, he remained tight-lipped. He knew that if Ning Ning found out this secret, by the next day, he would go from being the godfather of Port City to the godmother of Port City. Soon, Yang Tong's final match began. When the team name, anyone who dares to beat me can have my ancestors' graves dug up, appeared on the big screen, he couldn't even be bothered to step onto the stage. Instead, he casually opened a storage portal over the arena, and a pair of nunchucks fell down with a thud. The opposing team exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly intimidated by this simple action. It was as if Yang Tong had done nothing, yet everything at the same time. In the end, their captain bit the bullet and decisively conceded defeat. The victory notification sounded, and Yang Tong's stamina increased by 5 points. Standing below the stage, he clapped theatrically and shouted, Brothers, you're magnanimous. This is what I call grace. Everyone should learn from this. Taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities. Violence isn't the only solution. Let's all advocate for world peace. The audience couldn't help but mock. He talks about righteousness, but his actions are a joke. Who'd believe him if it weren't for those nunchucks on the stage? Anti-violence? He's the most violent one in the entire arena. Facing the gazes from all directions, Yang Tong maintained his signature sunny smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Shui covered her face with both hands, while Ning Ning wished she could hide entirely under her chair, utterly embarrassed by him. As the day's matches concluded, most of the first and second year teams had been eliminated. For those competing mainly to gain experience, there wasn't much regret. They would either wait for the next school tournament or hope for better luck in their next life. Among Yang Tong's acquaintances, only Han Luer had been eliminated, while Shun Yiren and Chen Shui's teams had advanced. However, Chen Shui's team was likely to be knocked out the next day. Aside from players like Yang Tong, who had cheat-like abilities, first and second year teams usually didn't make it past the second day. In the evening, Shin Yiren invited Yang Tong, Chen Shui, and her teammates to a fancy steakhouse. Upon hearing about a free meal, Ning Ning shamelessly asked to join. "Senior, can I tag along? Yang Tong and I are like brothers." Shin Yiren graciously invited Chen Shui's entire team. Inside the restaurant, Ning Ning marveled at the upscale decor and was even more surprised to find that they served beef steak. Impressed by the meal, Yang Tong couldn't resist teasing. "Look at our senior treating us way better than some people who take us to hole-in-the-wall joints." After dinner, the three of them didn't head home immediately but instead went to their favorite dive bar. With snails, crayfish, and a mix of snacks on the table, they struck classic poses. Yang Tong opened 3 bottles of beer with a bottle opener. "With your strength, you still need a bottle opener?" Ning Ning asked. "I'm strong, not stupid." Yang Tong laughed. "Why make it hard on myself? Even a hellbore, strong as it is, doesn't shovel dung. Here's to not shoveling dung. Cheers." Burp so satisfying. The next day's competition began, and Yang Tong stuck to his old tricks, tossing his nunchucks onto the stage. This time, his opponents were a team of 3 brothers. "Big brother, should we forfeit?" the youngest brother asked nervously. The eldest brother's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he spoke firmly. "As spirit tamers, we must face hardships heed-in and overcome obstacles. How can we surrender without a fight? Let's show our courage and passion. Better to die standing than live kneeling. Better to die standing than live kneeling." The 2 younger brothers echoed fervently. Fueled by their rallying cry, the eldest brother shouted at Yang Tong, who was off stage. "Yang Tong, don't think we'll just give up. Come up here, and we'll see who's stronger." Yang Tong sighed helplessly, thinking to himself how hard it was to win without effort. He stepped onto the stage and kindly advised, "I suggest you guys surrender now. Everyone's in a hurry." After all, not everyone had a trump card like the Inferno Porcupine. "Yang Tong, you've gone too far. I've never seen anyone so arrogant." The opposing team's leader fumed. "Well, now you have," Yang Tong replied casually, shrugging. "Brothers, attack." The battle was swift. Yang Tong's speed far exceeded his opponent's. With a few quick moves, he ended the fight. System prompt: victory, stamina 5. The morning's matches progressed faster than expected. Most of the competitors from the first and second years were eliminated. Unfortunately, Chen Shui and her team encountered another top-tier team from the third year and were knocked out. Now, Yang Tong was the last hope for the second-year students. By the end of the morning, the top 12 had been determined. In the match to advance to the top 6, Yang Tong maintained his efficient combat pace, easily defeating 2 opponents. Just as he was about to finish off the last one, his opponent suddenly spoke up. "Boss Yang, I'm a big fan of yours." Seeing the admiration in his opponent's eyes, Yang Tong was momentarily at a loss. "Well, since you're a fan, why don't you just surrender?" Sure. The boy nodded eagerly. "But, Boss Yang, I have a small request." "Go ahead." It was rare for Yang Tong to meet a fan, so he was especially patient. "Do you know how to perform a chokehold?"
Yes.
"Could you not knock me out and just choke me, so I can surrender?" Yang Tong was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange request. He hesitantly reached out, and the boy leaned in to let him choke him. "Oh!" Yang Tong shuddered. "What the heck? You freaked me out." He felt like he had been taken advantage of. System prompt: victory, stamina 5. These 5 points of stamina felt harder to swallow than bitter tea. In the match for the top 3, Yang Tong finally faced a real challenge. His opponent had 2 flying summoned spirits, which was his Achilles heel. Even though he could leap nearly 10 meters into the air, he still couldn't reach those spirits. The audience was shocked by the spectacle. "What did I just see? Mom, look, it's Superman. Jumping that high, you should play basketball." "No, I think he should go to a talent show." Seeing that Yang Tong couldn't reach the summoned spirits, the 3 opponents sighed in relief. Yang Tong's fearsome attack power was well known. Brushing against him could injure, and a direct hit could kill. But as long as he couldn't reach them, they still had hope. The 3 exchanged a smile. "We concede, Boss Yang." Yang Tong was taken aback. "What do you mean you concede? I just jumped, and you're excited? If I could step on my right foot with my left and fly, ID cook your bat for dinner. No. That thing's not for cooking. Before the opponent's summoned spirits could attack, Yang Tong launched a new wave of offense. He pulled out his nunchucks and threw them like boomerangs. Smack! A bird fell to the ground. The second nunchuck hit the bat precisely. The smiles on the three opponents' faces froze instantly. We surrender. System prompt. Victory. Stamina 5. The top three were finally decided. Shin Yiren's team, Yang Tong, and another third-year team. Lu Jinghua immediately announced, I declare that the teams representing Port City No. 2 High School in the High School League are Class 1 of the third year, Team Thunderfire, and who can beat Yang Tong's team. Yang Tong was stunned. Wait a minute. Why did you get my team name wrong? No, hold on. Why did you announce the results directly? He hurried to find Shin Yiren. Bro, did they just announce the results like that? Is there a problem? Shin Yiren replied. A big problem. Don't we need to determine the first and second place? What's the point? We're all representing the school anyway. Fighting more would just be internal friction and expose our strength to other schools. Yang Tong was anxious. This way, not only did he lose 10 points of stamina, but he also missed out on the champion's reward. The system had already started to distribute rewards. Task completed. Wait, I have an idea. Yang Tong interrupted the system prompt. He was determined. Damn it. I've been exploiting bugs my whole life. I won't let the system exploit me now. I've been a trickster all my life, and I won't let you get the better of me. He turned to Shin Yiren. We need to determine the first and second seeds. Shin Yiren shook his head. No need. There is. I, Yang Tong, won't be second to anyone. Yang Tong was almost grinding his teeth. For that one boost in all attributes, he couldn't give up. Bro, how about this? Just say you concede, and you'll be first. How about that? Though Shin Yiren found it odd, he nodded in agreement. System prompt. Victory. Stamina 5. Yang Tong then approached Team Thunderfire. To his surprise, they were even more straightforward than Shin Yiren and conceded immediately. System prompt. Victory. Stamina 5. Task completed. Stamina 15. Reaction 3. All attributes 1. Yang Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. This first place hadn't come easily. He had expected to fight through tough battles, only to find out the biggest challenge was that there wasn't even a first place. Fortunately, with his wit and glib tongue, he managed to secure the reward. Yang Tong opened the summoning contract and looked at Mao-Chio's information. His face lit up with joy. Awesome, he exclaimed. As he carefully reviewed the data, he noticed that although most of Mao-Chio's skills were still uncastable, they had all been upgraded to level 2, with fire skills even reaching level 3. This achievement put him in a great mood. The storage space had expanded to a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, and 2-bathroom size. While the improvements in stamina and reflexes were minor, they were still a welcome addition. Sis, you head home first. I need to buy some stuff, Yang Tong said to Chen Shui. Buying more things? Where do you get the money for all this? Are you coming home for dinner? Chen Shui asked, exasperated. I'll be back. I want dumplings with chive filling and steamed eggplant. After parting ways with Chen Shui at the school gate, Yang Tong headed straight to the hardware store. He still refused to visit the spirit taming shop. Things there were outrageously expensive, and no sensible person would buy from them. Just as he was walking down the street, a system task suddenly appeared. Eliminate the attacker. Task description. Kill the attacker and show him that angering a rogue only leads to one outcome: death. Reward. Stamina 5, rogue exclusive cigar, random rogue exclusive weapon. Such rich rewards? Yang Tong became alert and looked around. The street was bustling with people, but no one seemed suspicious. He kept a calm exterior while his eyes continuously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an unusual light. A grenade the length of an arm, trailing a long tail of flames, was hurtling toward him. Holy! Yang Tong's eyes widened. The attacker was using a rocket launcher, a high-tech weapon. The grenade was coming at over 300 meters per second, too fast for him to dodge even with his enhanced reflexes. As a graceful rogue, Yang Tong, in that critical moment, simply took out his ID from his storage space to make it easier for the Spirit Taming Bureau to identify his body. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The concrete shattered instantly, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outward. The glass of nearby shops shattered, and the crowd descended into chaos. Some were injured by the blast, others by flying debris and glass, their cries of pain filling the air. As the dust settled, Yang Tong's figure emerged. Aside from his hair being scorched off and his face blackened, he was unharmed. This suit really is bulletproof. It even withstands grenades. Impressive. Looking at the bodies of several bystanders who were caught in the blast, including a child, Yang Tong silently bowed deeply. I'm sorry. The Spirit Taming Bureau quickly arrived at the scene. Fang Zhengming recognized the scorched Yang Tong and asked if he had seen the attacker. Yang Tong truthfully explained that it was an assault targeted at him. After some comforting words from Fang Jingming, Yang Tong gritted his teeth and said, "He won't get away." Fang Jingming arrived quickly. Yang Tong instantly noticed the unusual response speed and thought to himself, his phone must be tracked. I need to find a way to install a tracker on Fang Jingming's phone too. On the ground, a man with broken limbs was writhing in pain. Fang Jingming coldly remarked, "I found the rocket launcher. How could I have hit the wrong person?" He took a tablet and scanned the man, quickly concluding, he's indeed from the Temple of Truth. They were the ones who attacked Shiniren on Yuling Street last time. Temple of Truth. Huh? You guys are in big trouble now. Yang Tong pointed at the man and asked, "Can I kill him once we're sure?" "You can, but your bloodlust is a bit much. Leave him to us." Yang Tong shook his head, "No way. I need to take this bastard out myself." With that, he stomped on the man's head, crushing it. A system notification immediately popped up. Task complete, Stamina 5. Obtained exclusive Thug Cigar and Bodhisattva. The system detailed the cigar's characteristics. Never extinguishes, and the smoke is very irritating. What the heck is this? What's the point of smoke being irritating? Yang Tong grumbled. But remembering the suit that could withstand grenades, he figured there might be more to this irritating smoke than meets the eye. On the way home, Yang Tong was plotting his strategy against the Temple of Truth. "Once I reach the king level, I'll uproot your entire lineage." When he got home, Yang Tong, covered in grime, nearly got mistaken for an intruder. "Captain, don't shoot. It's me," he quickly shouted, fearing Ning Ning might unleash her magic lizard and wreck the place. After a shower, Yang Tong looked at his bald head in the mirror and felt like crying. As he stepped out of the bathroom, the sight before him made his nose bleed. Ning Ning was dressed as a bunny girl, with pink ears and a short tail standing out. What followed was a scene filled with laughter. Ning Ning laughed so hard at Yang Tong's bald head that she started breakdancing to tease him. But Yang Tong showed no physical reaction, arousing suspicion from both women. He hastily explained and began spinning tales about the benefits of two men being together, leaving Chen Shui and Ning Ning in stitches. Finally, when discussing the upcoming competition, Yang Tong confidently raised a finger and declared, "First place." Faced with Chen Shui's warning to stay humble, he immediately launched into a humility leads to progress spiel, leaving the two girls utterly dumbfounded. Yang Tong sat in front of his computer, clinging to a last shred of hope as he opened his ancestral study materials. 2 hours later, he was surprised to find he had watched the entire plot without fast-forwarding even a second. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but recall how he once envied those who could focus entirely on content, never imagining he would become one of them. A tear of frustration slid down his cheek as he murmured, "There's no hope." The next morning, Yang Tong did something out of character and got up before 10 to go to school. Of course, it wasn't a sudden interest in classes that motivated him. He had another goal in mind. He headed straight to the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Lu Zhenggua's voice called from inside. When Yang Tong walked in, Lu Zhenghua was nearly blinded by his appearancia bald head, and completely shaved eyebrows made him stand out. "Is this a vow of determination?" Lu Zhenghua couldn't help but ask. "Yes, a vow of determination," Yang Tong said, rubbing his smooth head. "Are you kidding me? Even your eyebrows are gone." Lu Zhenghua said, half amused, half exasperated. "Have a seat. What brings you here?" The conversation soon turned to the upcoming University League competition. Yang Tong bluntly stated that he wanted a reward, and Lu Zhenghua went from comforting to cautious, finally agreeing to a resource reward of 500,000 yuan, provided Yang Tong secured first place in the city. To make matters worse, Yang Tong recorded the entire conversation, leaving Lu Zhenghua both amused and annoyed. When Yang Tong asked for an advance on the reward, Lu Zhenghua promptly showed him the door. After leaving school, Yang Tong stumbled upon a beast incident on the street, but the Spirit Control Bureau and the Pioneer Army had already handled it. He didn't linger and headed straight for the snack street in front of number 2 high school. In a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, Yang Tong's bald look startled the waitress, who thought he looked like a boiled egg come to life. When the owner came out, the sight of 2 bald heads gleaming in the sunlight was almost blinding. "Brother Brawler, please stop shaking your head. It's making me dizzy," the owner said helplessly. "Let's get to the point. I'm here for a business deal," Yang Tong said directly. "A business deal?" The owner's interest was piqued. Yang Tong received a call from Lu Mingfei. "Hey, Lao Lu, what's up?" "Yang Tong, I just got a notice from the competition committee. Team names can only be up to 7 characters long, and they can't include anything threatening or intimidating." Lu Mingfei's voice was filled with frustration. "Are they targeting us? This is obviously aimed at the contestants. I want to file a complaint," Yang Tong exclaimed. There was silence on the other end of the line. "Go ahead, file a complaint if it makes you happy. Just don't forget to change the name. Bye." With that, Lu Mingfei hung up. Complaining to the competition committee about the competition committee? It was as absurd as calling the police to report someone, only to have that person answer the phone in front of you. With no other option, Yang Tong reluctantly changed the team name. The next morning, as Yang Tong brushed his teeth, he grumbled. What's wrong with him? Holding a college league opening on a Sunday? Does it really matter to you what day it starts? Chen Shui sneered from the side. You don't go to class anyway. Every day is like Sunday to you. Yang Tong thought about it and realized she had a point. Hey, why isn't Ning Ning here today? He looked around. Normally, Ning Ning would have been sitting on the couch by this time. Are you stupid? Her house is so close to the sports arena. Why would she make a special trip here? Chen Shui rolled her eyes at him. After getting ready, the two headed to the sports arena and met Ning Ning there. She handed Chen Shui a ticket with a smile. My dad pulled some strings to get this. It's a prime seat. Where's mine? Yang Tong asked eagerly. Why would a contestant need a ticket? Oh right, I'm a contestant. Yang Tong finally realized. He walked into the contestant prep room and sat down next to Shiniren as if it were second nature. Hey there, bro. Shiniren was joking with his teammates when he turned and saw Yang Tong's new look. His face froze. What's up with your hairstyle? Yang Tong rubbed his bald head and grinned. Bald heads are stronger. I changed my look to boost my combat power. Where do you get these crazy ideas? Shiniren covered his face. Bald heads are powerful. You get stronger when you go bald. Like who? Yang Tong pondered for a few seconds. Saitama? Dude, that's an anime character. After another few seconds of thinking, Yang Tong said, there are real-life examples too, like Fa Hai, Daoidonlong. Those are fictional characters from TV shows. There's no real-life evidence that going bald makes you stronger. Can you come up with a real example? After a few more seconds of contemplation, Yang Tong replied, how about me? By the way, why do you always pause for a few seconds before you speak? Cooling down my skills. Just then, an annoying voice interrupted. Whoa, that shiny bald head is blinding. It was none other than Meng Wuyo, the genius from number 1 high school. He looked at Yang Tong arrogantly. I heard you can solo a boss? To be honest, I watched your video. It's obviously edited. I despise people who gain fame through hype and shortcuts. Yang Tong was about to make a move, but Shun Iren stopped him in time, reminding him that private fights were forbidden during the competition. Meng Wuyo continued to rant about real skill disparities and the biggest joke in the world. Yang Tong turned to Shin Iren and asked, has this guy been through some trauma? He keeps going on about skill and strength. But honestly, his so-called skills are nothing in front of my brute force. Shin Iren shook his head. Not sure. He only knew of Meng Wuyo but wasn't familiar with his deeds, as they were from different schools and had little interaction. Are you done talking? Yang Tong looked at Meng Wuyo, his tone calm. Meng Wuyo was taken aback for a moment. Yes, I'm done. Suddenly, the system issued a task. Retaliate within the competition rules to defend the dignity of the outlaws. Task reward, 5 stamina. Yang Tong's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, finally, a system task. This guy is so arrogant towards me and my companions. The system wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Yang Tong gracefully pulled over a chair and placed it behind Meng Wuyo. Please have a seat. This unexpected courtesy left Meng Wuyo confused. Aren't you supposed to be a thug? Why so polite? He hesitated before sitting down. Thank you. You're welcome. Yang Tong sat down across from him, a gentle smile on his face. Now, it's my turn. What? Meng Wuyo hadn't fully processed what was happening when Yang Tong's expression changed in an instant, like a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. What followed was a barrage of sharp verbal attacks. Do you think you can mess with me? Why do you care if I can kill the Lord or not? Do you have to stick your nose into everything? Are you the kind of person who tastes the sewage truck outside just to check its flavor? Yang Tong's words came out rapidly, each one cutting like a knife. You're like Shakespeare without the wit, a sour fish, both useless and redundant. Caught off guard by this sudden storm of insults, Meng Wuyo was left dumbfounded, barely managing to stammer, you. But Yang Tong gave him no chance to recover, continuing his verbal onslaught. Is that head on your shoulders just for show? Do you live on shamelessness and bravado? The final blow left Meng Wuyo utterly speechless. Your very existence is an apology from Durex. With your character, do you still dare to shout? Look at yourself in the mirror. Seeing Meng Wuyo's face turn dark, Yang Tong knew it was time to stop. That's enough. Any more and the competition committee might change the rules again. He added one last jab. Aren't you going to leave? Or are you waiting for your dad to invite you for dinner? Meng Wuyo slunk away, unable to retort or fight back. Staying any longer would only bring more humiliation. As he left, he didn't dare to utter a single harsh word, fearing Yang Tong had even more venomous insults in store for him. The room was dead silent. Everyone stared at Yang Tong, completely stunned by his performance. After a long pause, Shun Iren swallowed, slowly raised his thumb, and said, You're incredible. As a gentleman known for his refined manners, Shin Irin rarely used coarse language. But at this moment, he couldn't think of a more fitting word to describe Yang Tong's display. Bro, you're amazing, one of Shin Irin's teammates said excitedly. I've never been impressed by anyone in my life. Even when I'm drunk, I don't bow to anyone, but I bow to you. Yang Tong flashed a warm, sunny smile. Let's keep it low-key. Bro, don't smile like that, the teammate said, shrinking back. It's scary. Yang Tong looked exasperated. Seriously? Another teammate couldn't help but marvel. I've seen it all now. No, I've heard it all. Bro, your words are so cutting. I can't even think of comebacks like that when I'm lying in bed at night. If I were Ming Wuyo, I'd be too embarrassed to compete again. It's humiliating. That won't do, Yang Tong immediately replied. If he quits competing, who am I going to get my revenge on? The three were stunned. Revenge? For what? Yang Tong let out a cold laugh. You didn't think this was over, did you? After he talked so much trash in front of me, you think I just let it go? Let it go? The three looked at each other in disbelief. You call this letting it go? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word let? By rights, Meng Wuyo should be the one seeking revenge on you. Just then, a burly young man who looked nothing like a high school student walked over and sat down beside them. The genius from 5th High, Jin Ming, Shin Irin introduced to Yang Tong. Jin Ming smiled and extended his hand to Yang Tong. Hello bro. I'm Jin Ming. Can we be friends? You want to be friends with me? Yang Tong looked at the burly youth's outstretched hand. Yes. Jin Ming nodded vigorously. The big, sturdy boy suddenly looked quite endearing with his honest expression. But I don't like guys, Yang Tong said bluntly. Jin Ming quickly explained. I mean as regular friends, not that kind of friend. Jin Ming burst out laughing and slapped his thigh. I give up. Completely give up. I've had enough of Ming Wuyo's smug face, and what you said just now was so satisfying. Standard stuff, have a seat. Yang Tong motioned for him to sit down and then asked, why don't you like him? Why else? Because I can't beat him. Jin Ming replied bluntly. At least you're honest. Yang Tong nodded. But I generally don't make friends easily, sorry. Jin Ming was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, my sister looks like Dilraba. Yang Tong immediately jumped up from his seat and grabbed Jin Ming's hand. Brother-in-law? No, I misspoke. Friend, you've got a brother for life. In the preparation room, the host had already appeared on the big screen, and the competition was about to begin. The system task prompt popped up. City champion. Stamina 15. Reflexes 3. Random summon skill, etc. Undefeated champion. Stamina 25. Reflexes 5. Even richer rewards. Rewards for second and third place were relatively inferior. All mine, all mine. Yang Tong excitedly scanned the reward list, ignoring the other tasks. Here I come. Undefeated city champion. The host was still speaking on stage when Yang Tong got up to head to the restroom. Shin Irin reminded him that there was a restroom in the preparation room, and leaving would count as forfeiting. Soon it was Yang Tong's turn to compete. His opponent was a contestant from a county, but before his opponent's summon could fully appear, Yang Tong defeated him with a single move. The audience erupted, shouting, refund, refund. The host had to step in and explain that this was genuine skill, and that the refund booth was in the distant Black Continent. After the first round, 39 teams remained. When it was time to draw for buys, Yang Tong prayed he wouldn't be chosen, didn't want to miss out on the 5 stamina points reward. When team name up to 7 characters was called again, the audience collectively sighed. Many took the opportunity to head to the restroom, and by the time they returned, Yang Tong had swiftly dispatched his opponent. He doesn't care about the audience at all. With so many ways to fight, he chooses the one the audience likes the least. A spectator commented helplessly. The opponent was too weak, the fight was too easy. I feel uneasy holding on to this much energy. Yang Tong suppressed a smile and glanced at Shin Irin beside him. You're not planning to win every match like this, are you? Shin Irin asked. Yang Tong shook his head. No way, someone will definitely catch on. Like you. In a public match, he didn't dare to unleash his full strength. His high stamina now actually made him less in control. The dual boost in speed and power made him worry that a small mistake could seriously injure his opponent. Shin Irin was momentarily stunned, but then showed a helpless smile. He admitted that he was sometimes fooled by Yang Tong's casual demeanor, not expecting such keen observation from him. In the final match, Yang Tong finally met an opponent who could dodge his hand strikes Ming Wuyo's team. Jin Ming's 1.9 meter tall, muscular build contrasted sharply with his cute expression. Go get him, bro. Take down that show-off. Bro, do you even realize how out of place your cuteness looks? Yang Tong said helplessly. As Ming Wuyo led his team past Yang Tong, he snorted coldly. Clown, I'll show you that talking big is useless. Yang Tong couldn't be bothered and spat on the ground in disdain. On the stage, Ming Wuyo was encouraging his teammates. Don't worry, he's just fast. We can dodge him. As long as we don't get knocked out, stick to the plan. His class bloodline summon is nothing to fear. The audience was abuzz with discussions, some favoring Ming Wuyo while others reminded them of Yang Tong's record of tearing apart a lord. Chen Shui and Ning Ning couldn't help but laugh as they heard people mocking Mao Qiu. Yang Tong summoned Mao Qiu directly, thinking, no more pretending, time to reveal my hand. Mao Qiu can now use 5 or 6 skills from each element, plus level 3 in fire. Isn't that enough to crush them? Ming Wuyo's team was on high alert, but Yang Tong merely aimed Mao Qiu at them. As the fight began, Mao Qiu transformed into a spell machine gun, firing off various elemental skills in rapid succession. Fireballs, firewalls, and lightning storms came one after another, with cooldowns so short it was despairing. In less than a minute, Ming Wuyo's team was forced to recall their heavily injured summons. Yang Tong walked up to Ming Wuyo, knocked him out with a hand strike, then smiled at the other two. Do you surrender? Seeing the blue Mao Qiu bouncing in Yang Tong's hand, the two nodded repeatedly in defeat. Knowing when to yield is wise, you have potential. Yang Tong's smile grew even brighter. Victory achieved. Stamina 5. What do you mean by throwing a game? This is what throwing a game looks like. A burst of exclamations erupted from the audience. Baotu Guest's summoned spirit, Mao Qiu, was dazzling on the field, showcasing an astonishing level of power. It unleashed a barrage of skills, each one carrying devastating force. The spectators tried to keep count of the skills but soon gave up in awe as Mao Qiu effortlessly displayed over 30 different abilities, each at a formidable level 2. How can a level 7 spirit master possess so many level 2 skills? Doubts and murmurs spread like wildfire. The betting pools of the high school league were thrown into chaos, and the sight of Mao Qiu defeating Ming Wuyo's team's summoned spirits shattered the hopes of countless gamblers. When Yang Tong walked into the preparation room, the air seemed to freeze. Other teams eyed him with a mix of emotions. What was once considered his weakness, having no summoned spirit, had turned into a formidable strength with the powerful Mao Qiu, showing capabilities far beyond expectations. How did I do today? Yang Tong asked Chen Shui and Ning Ning. You were absolutely phenomenal. Like, out off this world phenomenal. They showered him with praise, and Ning Ning even gave Mao Qiu a pat. You were the real MVP, completely dominating the field. Yang Tong waved off the compliments modestly but then shifted the topic. Too bad you guys didn't team up with me. Otherwise, would have the provincial championship in the bag. But this way, I don't have to split the $1 million prize. Chen Shui warned him not to get too cocky, reminding him that the real challenge was tomorrow. But Yang Tong was brimming with confidence. To hell with the elites, I'm here to crush them. As the trio walked down the street, a fierce beast suddenly appeared between them. Surprisingly, Yang Tong showed no fear. Instead, he eagerly subdued the beast and let Mao Qiu devour it. The next day, before the competition started, Yang Tong sat next to Shen Yiren as usual. Upon learning that his team would face Shen Yiren's in the first match, he grinned. Let's see what you've got. Yang Tong versus Shen Yiren. This highlight of the college league has the audience on the edge of their seats. As a leading figure among the younger generation in Hong Kong City, Shen Yiren's prowess is unquestionable. However, the unexpected rise of Yang Tong adds an element of suspense to the match. During the pre-match trash talk, Shen Yiren's expression was serious. I hope you give it your all because I won't be holding back. Yang Tong held up 3 fingers and declared firmly, I came to this college league for 3 things. Winning, winning, and damn it, winning. The referee routinely asked about Yang Tong's teammates' whereabouts. Yang Tong's eyes darted around as he made up a story on the spot. Is it possible they ascended to heaven after eating some mushrooms? As the match began, Yang Tong demonstrated a ruthless decisiveness, launching an immediate offensive aimed at a quick victory. However, he suddenly spaced out, losing his initial advantage. The next moment, a punch from the one-eyed storm giant, as big as a cauldron, sent him flying. Damn, don't hit the face, buddy. Yang Tong muttered as he got up, rubbing his face, thankful for his tough skin. It turned out that one of Shen Yiren's teammates controlled a mind-manipulating summon, while another teammate had yet to make a move. This dismissive attitude only fueled Yang Tong's anger. Yang Tong quickly saw through the mind control. Shen Yiren then had his teammate cast illusions, alternating between beautiful women and stacks of cash. Although Yang Tong was momentarily tempted by the money, he quickly refocused. Even if it's real money, winning the match means $1 million. The battle grew fiercer, with Maoball's skills relentlessly bombarding the storm giant. However, when Maoball fell into an illusion, the arena descended into chaos. Skills of all kinds flew everywhere, forcing everyone to dodge frantically. Yang Tong, control your summon, Shen Yiren shouted while dodging. I can't control it. Yang Tong feigned ignorance, thinking it was worth it to disable one of Shen Yiren's summons. Once the illusion was broken, Yang Tong and Maoball synchronized their attacks. The storm giant began to show signs of defeat, but Shun Irin swiftly had his sprout elf cast a healing spell. With a flash of green light, the storm giant's wounds started to heal. Damn, are you on steroids? Yang Tong cursed, realizing that a prolonged battle was inevitable. Yang Tong's face turned strange. He stared at the battle in front of him, his mind racing. The sprout elf not only could heal but also control minds and create illusions. The combination of these three skills was simply too bizarre. How could a basic level summoned spirit possess three such practical abilities? Suddenly, his gaze fell on Shun Irin's teammate, who had not yet released their summoned spirit. In an instant, he realized the truth. It wasn't that there was no summoned spirit, but that it had been invisible all along. However, it was too late to dwell on that now. The urgent task was to handle the current predicament. The storm giant, bolstered by healing skills, had become increasingly difficult to deal with. The damage inflicted by Mauchio was almost entirely healed. This healing skill is definitely not just level 1. Yang Tong decisively commanded Mauchio to target the sprout elf. But when the sprout elf was hit, it only staggered momentarily before a green light flashed, and the injury healed instantly. It can self-heal too? This is just ridiculous. Yang Tong had to admit, making it to the top 10 in the city was no small feat, but Shun Irin's team was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Realizing that continuing like this would lead to a prolonged battle, Yang Tong swiftly pulled out his nunchaku. Zhou Jeluan's nunchaku finally made an appearance. He swung the nunchaku ferociously at the storm giant, leaving bruises that were quickly healed by the green light. After several exchanges, the ordinary nunchaku couldn't withstand the high-intensity combat and broke in half. Yang Tong murmured to himself, "Sorry, buddy, but I have to get serious." He retrieved a dagger from his storage space and, while dodging the storm giant's attacks, executed a slick slide, driving the dagger into the giant's inner thigh. Quickly, he moved around the storm giant like a nimble monkey, embedding 10 daggers all over its body, each at an awkward angle, making them difficult to remove. With the daggers used up, Yang Tong pulled out a butterfly knife, leaving a series of cuts on the storm giant as he twirled the knife. His attack speed had surpassed the sprout elf's healing rate, and the wounds on the storm giant began to accumulate. In the end, Shun Irin sighed and conceded defeat. Although the storm giant's injuries were not fatal, he could see the outcome clearly. Against Yang Tong's almost inhuman stamina and agile combat skills, continuing the battle was pointless. Back in the preparation room, the two exchanged a few casual words. When Shin Yiren's teammate learned of Yang Tong's skill levels, they exclaimed, "Level 3. Are you even human?" Yang Tong chuckled and shook his head. "Of course not all level 3, just the fireball is level 3. The rest are just for show." He added silently to himself, "I wasn't lying. I just used level 2 skills to fill in the gaps." Shin Yiren's teammate couldn't help but exclaim, "That's outrageous. Why did you teach your summoned spirits so many skills?" Shin Yiren responded seriously, "Biting off more than you can chew." Yang Tong rubbed his shiny bald head, smiling without saying a word. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Learn what skills? Mauchio figured them out on its own. It's cheating, what can I do about it?" Then he asked, "By the way, dude, where's that invisible sixth child of yours? The one with mind control powers, let me see it." Shun Yiren was taken aback. "What sixth child? We don't have an invisible summoned spirit." He turned to his teammate, Li Jun. "Show him." Li Jun hesitated. "Is that really okay?" "It's fine. The match is over anyway," Shin Yiren reassured him. Li Jun cautiously looked around to make sure no one was watching, then carefully parted his hair. Yang Tong squinted and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! That's sneaky. Keep it down." Li Jun quickly lowered his hand and whispered, "Don't let anyone else find out." It turned out that Li Jun's summoned spirit was a thumb-sized caterpillar, which explained why he had never seen him release it. It had been hiding in his hair all along. Yang Tong suddenly understood. "No wonder you keep that bird's nest hairdo. I thought you had some weird fetish. You, a bald guy, have the nerve to talk about my hair?" Li Jun retorted, exasperated. Soon it was Yang Tong's turn to compete. 3 swift knife hand strikes ended the battle, earning him 5 stamina points. How did such a weak team get this far? Yang Tong thought, anyone who can't dodge a knife hand strike is a weakling, but Shun Yiren, who makes me use both weapons and Mauchio, is a real challenge. While waiting in the prep room, Shun Yiren's team finished their match and walked in. "Congratulations on the quick win, buddy," Yang Tong said with a smile. "Not as fast as you," Shin Yiren replied warmly. "Oh? Are you mocking me?" As Yang Tong wolfed down the boxed meal provided by the organizing committee, Shin Yiren sighed. "Can you swallow your food before you talk? One more match and it's over. Can we leave early? We have to wait for everyone to finish before we can leave." Yang Tong mumbled through his food. "Are you in a hurry? Got something to do? Go home and sleep." Watching Yang Tong devour his food, Shin Yiren asked, "Is the boxed meal that good? Free food always tastes better. You should eat too." "It's on me. Eat as much as you want. What are you treating?" It's already free. After watching 3 more matches in the afternoon, it was finally Yang Tong's turn again. His opponent released 3 summoned spirits, a support-type Dumox, an elemental tiger, and lastly, a shocking flaming scorpion. It was a mutated giant, standing 20 meters tall. Holy crap, that's cheating. Yang Tong couldn't help but curse, that's not a scorpion, it's a giant scorpion. Yang Tong grabbed the venomous claw and flipped onto the giant scorpion. With one hand firmly gripping the claw, he swung a heavy punch with about 70 to 80% of his strength, causing the claw to crack. However, his hand got stuck in the scorpion's exoskeleton. As the scorpion thrashed in pain, Yang Tong was forced to twist and turn in midair. In the audience, Chen Shui sighed and rubbed her forehead, already accustomed to such sudden shifts in the scene. Ning Ning, on the other hand, was excitedly shouting, "Swing him to death! Swing him to death! Whose side are you on, exactly?" Chen Shui glanced at her. "Don't worry," Ning Ning replied nonchalantly. "No matter how tough this big scorpion is, it can't compare to the Earth Fury Bear." Chen Shui thought about it and agreed. Basic level summoned spirits indeed couldn't compete with Black Iron level lords. Ning Ning suddenly looked suspicious. But his strength seems even greater now than when he killed the Earth Fury Bear. Could it be he wasn't using his full power back then? No, he was definitely using all his strength then. His power must have increased since, Chen Shui analyzed. What a beast. Ning Ning pouted. Did he take some super strength pills? He spends all day sleeping and doesn't even work out. Chen Shui remembered Yang Tong saying, exercise more, read less, and shook her head. Could he really be practicing some mythical sleep Arhat fist? Just as Yang Tong was getting dizzy from being swung around, a sudden idea struck him. He quickly yanked his hand out of the scorpion's claw, drawing out a spray of green blood. Shaking off the disgusting liquid, he muttered to himself, at this rate, I need to carry some mugwort with me. He nimbly jumped back onto the arena, ready to implement a new plan, lifting and slamming the scorpion. However, faced with the enormous creature, he realized the futility of his plan. The scorpion's thinnest leg was as thick as 3 people embracing it. His plan was clearly overambitious. Changing tactics, Yang Tong charged directly at his opponent. The 3 spirit tamers scattered, but their summoned spirits weren't so lucky. Yang Tong first subdued the dazed bull, pressing its head to the ground and giving it a slap. He then threatened the spirit tamer into recalling the beast, who complied at the captain's signal. After dealing with the supporting summoned beasts, Yang Tong used the same method to drive away the elemental tiger. Finally, only the flaming scorpion remained. He hugged the scorpion's leg, exerting all his strength to lift it, but the leg snapped under the immense weight. Although his plan had changed, Yang Tong quickly thought of a new approach. If he couldn't lift the entire scorpion, he would break its legs one by one. He relentlessly pursued the dodging scorpion, creating a comical scene. A massive, 20-meter-long red scorpion racing around the arena, with a nearly invisible figure chasing closely behind. I feel like the art style has changed again, Ning Ning said to Chen Shui. Chen Shui nodded. That's normal. It's not like you just met him today. In the competition arena, just as Yang Tong was about to break the 4th leg of the flame scorpion, his opponent finally conceded. Well played. Go treat your summoned creature, Yang Tong said. The opponent hesitated, then nodded and quickly left to treat the flame scorpion. The system notification chimed. Victory. Stamina 5. Yang Tong patted Mao and said, Buddy, you need to step up. You're falling behind. Mao's situation was indeed awkward. Its skill level was more than enough against ordinary opponents, but struggled against truly strong ones. Mao made a puffing sound, probably meaning, give it a few billion resources, and it would show Yang Tong what level 100 skills looked like. Yang Tong returned Mao to the contract space, ending the day's battles, and moving one step closer to an undefeated record. Later, Yang Tong took Chen Shui and Ning Ning to the hot pot restaurant they visited last time. Boss Niu, I'm here to talk business again. Hey, violent brother, you're back? Didn't I tell you last time? I don't need it. My eyes. Ning Ning complained, covering her eyes. Do you know how blinding it is to see 2 shiny bald heads under the lights? Yang Tong put his arm around Boss Niu's shoulder and began to introduce himself as the only undefeated champion in the 23rd Provincial College League's Harbor City Division. Chen Shui and Ning Ning simultaneously face-bombed in unison. After some haggling, the original price of 5,000 soared to 10,000. Although Boss Niu felt the pinch, he signed the contract and chose Yang Tong's back as the advertising space. After the business was concluded, Yang Tong took the 2 of them to visit several more shops. Back home, Ning Ning collapsed on the sofa and sighed. I'm exhausted. I never thought shopping could be this tiring. Yang Tong, you're incredible. Chen Shui couldn't help but add. The most amazing thing is that he managed to get free meals at every place. How can you eat so much? Yang Tong smiled proudly, calculating the over 1 million he had earned in such a short time. When Qin Shui reminded him to check if those shops were operating honestly, Yang Tong dismissively said, making money, business, no shame in it. Shame? It's very shameful. Ning Ning immediately retorted, almost reflexively. This made Qin Shui sigh. What kind of weird stuff is engraved in your DNA? Qin Shui said worriedly, we should be more cautious. Who cares? Ning Ning waved her hand dismissively. Fortune favors the bold. Exactly. Yang Tong agreed, turning to Qin Shui. I just won 3 matches in a row and became a top contender. Now you want me to cozy up to the sponsors and play the integrity game? That's like begging on my knees. Ning Ning immediately retorted with wide eyes. By that logic, all endorsements and advertisements are begging? Plenty of people would kill for those opportunities. Yang Tong wrapped an arm around Ning Ning's shoulders, gesturing in the air. Tell me, why did I win 3 matches in a row? Ning Ning blinked and shook her head vigorously, indicating she didn't know. Yang Tong tapped the coffee table decisively. Because my legs aren't good enough to kneel. So you want to make money standing up? Ning Ning realized. Then we better head to the beast territory. Yang Tong crossed his arms, puzzled. Why should I go to the beast territory when I'm already a top contender? Ning Ning patiently explained. To the sponsors, you're a top contender. But to the consumers, you're just a beggar. Do you want to stand? Or do you want to make money? Yang Tong lifted his head, resolutely declaring, I want to stand and make money. Impossible. Impossible? Yang Tong tilted his head, placing a sack on the coffee table. Can this make money? It can, but it's dishonest. Yang Tong took off his suit jacket and laid it on the coffee table. What about this? It can, but you have to beg. Yang Tong folded the jacket over the sack and asked meaningfully, can combining these let me stand and make money? Without begging? Ning Ning took a step back, clasping her hands in mock respect. May I ask, who are you, sir, in the suit? Me. Yang Tong said softly. I'm the godfather of Harbor City. Continuing in the same style, each scene will be enriched with detailed descriptions to make the dialogue more vivid while maintaining a tight narrative pace. Yang Tong's phone suddenly rang, and the screen displayed Client Boss. He immediately answered with a cheerful tone. Hey, Boss Nyo? You watched the match, right? Wasn't it worth every penny? Investing in me is absolutely the best decision you've made. With Bao endorsing, we're professional and trustworthy. On the other end, Boss Nyo sounded a bit displeased. I just watched the match. Your performance was indeed professional. But, Bao, didn't you say you wouldn't advertise on stage? And you promoted a hot pot restaurant theory my competitors. Yang Tong sighed and explained helplessly, I didn't want to either, but they offered too much to refuse. At that moment, Shin Iren walked over, looking puzzled at the t-shirt Yang Tong wore over his suit. Aren't you going to take that off? He asked. Why should I? Yang Tong replied. Shin Iren was momentarily speechless, but finally voiced his confusion. It just doesn't look right. Who advertises during a match? And wearing a t-shirt over a suit, you find it awkward? In reality, Yang Tong did feel awkward, but he had no choice. The system wouldn't allow him to remove the suit or print ads directly on it. He had tried before, but the flashing red warnings still haunted him. A man should keep his word. I have to wear this until the match ends, Yang Tong said, though he was really thinking about the hefty penalty for breaking the contract. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, Shun Iren was called to the stage. Feeling bored, Yang Tong scrolled through his phone and suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Who the heck cut off my internet during a team fight? He exclaimed before hanging up. When he reconnected to the game, the screen had already gone black. The phone rang again, and this time he answered calmly. Hello? Yes, it's me. What's up? Okay, let's talk after the match. The advertising effect was immediate. Another sponsor was lining up. In the next 2 matches, his opponents were no match for him. Even Yang Tong's Mao Ball triple strike was too much for them. He easily gained 10 stamina points and noticed that today's audience seemed more focused on Gangcheng number 5 middle school's Ilankan than the match itself. After winning 6 consecutive matches, Yang Tong secured the top spot, while Shun Iren's team and Zhao Jincheng's Flaming Scorpions tied for second with 5 wins and 1 loss. Yang Tong then quickly pulled Chen Shui and Ning Ning into another round of negotiations. That evening, after finishing work and returning home, the 3 of them collapsed on the couch. Ning Ning, unusually attentive, started massaging Yang Tong's shoulders. The conversation gradually shifted from Yang Tong's strength to his personal life. When Ning Ning suggested he consider dating a dragon maiden, Yang Tong's eyes lit up, and he even began seriously contemplating the idea. Finally, Qin Shui couldn't take it anymore. You two are driving me nuts. You're running circles around me with this nonsense. One of you dares to suggest it, and the other actually believes it. In the eyes of the other contestants, Yang Tong had become a formidable presence, taking down Shun Iren first and then Zhao Jincheng. At this moment, the fearsome boss was squatting by the ring, covered in advertisements, and engrossed in his phone. Come on, start the team fight. How can you play UG and not start a team fight? Do you expect my Su Lai to initiate? Yang Tong muttered at his phone. Beside him, Mao Mao was engaged in battle. Just as Mao Mao finished, Yang Tong quickly pressed the home button to exit the game. Good thing I exited fast, or we would have lost. Yang Tong sighed in relief as the system displayed victory, stamina 5. Boring. He clapped his hands and recalled Mao Mao. In his view, except for Shun Iran and Zhao Jinsheng, no other contestants were worth his serious effort. Before the match started, Yang Tong pulled out his advertising magic tool, a loudspeaker, and smoothly recited, Bin High Road Hao Zai Lai Spicy Hot Pot, Guan High Road Shangtian Furniture City, Huan High Road Qing Hua Grilled Fish, Wanda Plaza Beethoven Piano Store, Old John Traditional Medicine Shop, Yaodao Bingshu Pharmacy, KFC Chain Restaurant, Wanda Plaza Liang E-Boutique. Welcome to visit. With my eloquence, it's a pity I'm not on a variety show. Yang Tong lamented, pretending to be regretful for the entertainment industry losing an advertising superstar. As the battle began, Yang Tong repeated his trick, sending Mao Mao to bombard the opponent while he sneaked into a corner to play on his phone. However, this time he hit a snag, low credibility score, unable to join ranked matches. Why should my credibility score be deducted when they lost the match? Yang Tong fumed. Unable to play the game, Yang Tong created a small group chat and added Qin Shui and Ning Ning. Would you like me to continue rewriting the rest of the text in this style? Everything concluded, and the system rewards along with the $1 million were all credited. Yang Tong opened the system backpack to carefully inspect the rewards. Besides the usual boosts in stamina and reaction speed, 3 special rewards Bodhisattva, Purity, and Childlike Innocence were neatly lined up. This wasn't just a big gift pack. It was the tangible result of 30 days of effort. The growth of Mao was even more astonishing. All skills had reached level 4, with fire skills breaking through to level 5. If it weren't for the restriction of his spirit control level, even a silver tier opponent would find it hard to compete. Now, dealing with flame scorpions was a piece of cake for Mao. As for elemental affinity, it was less practical for Yang Tong at this stage compared to a strong punch. What shocked Yang Tong the most was the time walk skill. In Maoqia's hundreds of years of summoning lineage, time-based skills had never been comprehended. Yet, Maoqia's summoning contract clearly marked all time skills a mere 4 skills, but extremely rare. Now, this divine power had fallen into his hands. Time walk as a passive skill indicated that he could freely traverse the river of time without being eroded by its power. Even though Yang Tong had read these few words many times, he was still puzzled. It seemed like another useless skill, not even comparable to time reversal. After the competition, Yang Tong found Qin Shui and Ning Ning. Awesome. City champion. Ning Ning gave a thumbs up. Qin Shui smiled and asked, what are the champion's plans next? The principal promised 50,000 in resources. I need to claim it right away. Yang Tong answered without hesitation. Suddenly, Yang Tong started pushing the air with both hands, muttering, get away. Seeing this, Qin Shui asked worriedly, are you okay? Oh no, he's possessed. Ning Ning exclaimed. Yang Tong explained, these damned spirit powers are flooding into me. I'm about to break through. No sooner had he finished speaking than a soft sound came from within, and he broke through to spirit control level 8. Hearing this, Qin Shui and Ning Ning left one after another to train, leaving Yang Tong to helplessly scratch his nose. Is that necessary? Well, spirit controllers have strong constitutions, so I shouldn't suddenly drop dead. Let them be. Next, Yang Tong headed straight to Lu Zhengguo's office. During the discussion about resource selection, upon learning that time and space resources were hard to come by, he decisively chose fire resources. Lu Zhengguo soon returned with a black plastic bag containing energy cores. This is the energy core of the red cloud bull, which can help you comprehend red flame. This is the energy core of the toxic fire ghost, which can help you comprehend. Before Lu Zhengguo could finish, Yang Tong had already grabbed the plastic bag. He didn't really expect to comprehend any skills, so listening to these explanations felt like a waste of time. Yang Tong looked at Lu Zhengguo, rubbing his hands expectantly. Principal, will the school provide any rewards for participating in the provincial competition? Lu Zhengguo frowned. Do you think the school is my personal business? Aren't you the principal? Yang Tong mumbled. Being a principal doesn't mean I can misuse school resources. Those are public resources for all teachers and students. Can I just give them away? Lu Zhengguo said sternly. All right then. Yang Tong was slightly disappointed but quickly asked, do you think I have a chance to win the provincial championship? Lu Zhengguo pondered for a moment. Even with Yang Tong and Mao, he wasn't entirely confident. But the chances of winning were indeed high. Almost certain, he nodded. Yang Tong's eyes lit up, and he started muttering, transfer fees, enrollment rates. Good grief. So that's what you're after. Lu Zhengguo shouted, his eyes reddening. 1 million. That's the maximum. Hey. Yang Tong immediately beamed. thinking he had just earned another million with a few words. Rubbing his hands again, he said, "Principal, do you need me to advertise for the school during the competition for free?" Hearing the word free, Lu Zhenghua was skeptical. "Are you really that kind-hearted?" Patting his chest, Yang Tong said, "Of course. As a part of this school, it's my duty to contribute to its development. Today, I'm proud of my alma mater. Tomorrow, my alma mater will be proud of me. Think of all the resources the school has invested in our growth. For instance, the 1.5 million you gave me." "Hold on," Lu Zhenghua interrupted. "When did I ever give you 1.5 million? The 1 million is contingent on you winning the championship, and the 50,000 is a school reward, not for me. Don't worry about those details. Just tell me if you need me to advertise or not." Lu Zhenghua stroked his chin. "That could be useful." Yang Tong started rubbing his hands again. "So, how about a little friendly sponsorship?" "Oh? Wasn't it supposed to be free?" "It is free." Yang Tong nodded. "But think about how hard I'll be working to advertise. It's only fair to sponsor me a little something for the effort. Get out." After leaving the school, Yang Tong found a trash can and threw away the plastic bag. The resources inside had already been devoured by Mao Chiu. He calculated 1 million for the championship reward, 4 million for 2 advertisements, and grinned at his account balance for a while. "Let's go, Chioga. Time to spend some money," Yang Tong said, patting Mao Chiu in his palm. Mao Chiu happily bounced, excited for the upcoming feast. "Wow, you eat so much, but you haven't gained any weight." Yang Tong marveled. He decided to keep only 100,000 and spend the rest. Such extravagance. Coincidentally, he ran into the same salesgirl who had previously raised the price of the icy potion from 25,000 to 50,000. "No discounts," the lady behind the counter said sternly. "You've been arguing with me for ages, and you say you're not here to cause trouble." The surrounding customers all turned to look at Yang Tong. He looked innocent, "But you said I could get a 0.999 discount. That's for purchasing time and space energy cores and potions," she retorted. "I'm just spending my money. What's wrong with that?" Yang Tong looked around, confused by the crowd still staring at him. Zhang Biao chimed in at the right moment. "Brother Yang, time and space resources are regulated. You can only get them through official channels, or by trying your luck on the black market. Didn't I just eat space beast meat?" "That's just meat, not cultivation resources," Zhang Biao patiently explained. "If you have a space summoning spirit, you can apply for resources directly from the authorities." Yang Tong's heart tightened. Let the officials see Mao Chiu's summoning contract? They'd probably dissect it. Not only Mao Chiu, but he himself might also be in trouble. "Oh, it's a misunderstanding." Yang Tong clapped his hands. "I didn't know the rules. Those who don't know aren't guilty." Zhang Biao smiled, trying to smooth things over. The lady immediately put on a smile. "What would you like to buy?" "Fire energy cores, any type will do." "You're still saying you're not here to cause trouble." Once again, everyone turned to look at Yang Tong. "I just want to use fire skills to cook hot pot. Is that so wrong?" Yang Tong said helplessly. "Just give me a price." 4,914,900. Yang Tong quickly displayed his balance, and soon a large pile of items was brought over. He cheerfully paid the discounted price of 4,899,510 and stored everything in his storage space. On the way back, Yang Tong ran into Meng Wuyo. Seeing his furious face, Yang Tong couldn't resist provoking him. As Meng Wuyo stormed off, Yang Tong had a sudden idea. He put on sunglasses and transformed into Fang Jingming to stop and question him. Unexpectedly, Meng Wuyo tried to bribe him. This put Yang Tong in a dilemma. This was corruption. But then he thought, this is Fang Jingming's problem. He quietly took the money and, while at it, transformed into Meng Wuyo's appearance, giving Fang Jingming a solid slap. In the end, Fang Jingming was left completely puzzled. Why did 2 strangers in a row hit him on the back of the head? And one of them looked just like Meng Wuyo from Port City No. 1 High School? Damn it, Chow. Again? Before Fang Jingming could finish his sentence, a loud slap landed heavily on the back of his head. He didn't even have time to dodge, taking the hit squarely. Yang Tong revealed his true self, rubbing his hand from the forceful slap and counting his enemies on his fingers. Meng Wuyo, Gong Lu, Gong Jie. Something's off. Only 3 people? He frowned, feeling that he must have offended more people than that. Unable to remember anyone else, he decided to let Fang Jingming off for the time being. Entering a familiar alley, Yang Tong cautiously poked his head out to check for potential threats before proceeding. He eagerly took out various resources from his storage space and began devouring them ravenously. His summoned spirit, Mao Chiu, joined in without hesitation, feasting alongside him. Once all the resources were consumed, Mao Chiu's fire element finally reached 6, unlocking a level 7 skill. Holy moly! A level 7 skill? Yang Tong exclaimed excitedly. But thinking about the massive size of the flame scorpion, he felt a bit uncertain. Rubbing his chin, He muttered to himself, "Next, it's time for revenge. That damn bone venom snake that chased me all over the place, I'm settling the score today." Just as he was about to launch into action, his phone rang. Planning to sleep in, Yang Tong was startled awake and saw that the caller was Lu Mingfei. "Hello, Lu. Why are you calling so early? Can't a guy get some sleep?" "Yang Tong, it's already 10 o'clock and you're still sleeping? No more competitions, and you still won't come back to class?" Lu Mingfei's voice was full of frustration. "What? How did you know I won the City University League Championship? Is that what I was talking about? Can you just come back to class for one day?" "Yeah, I'm representing Gangxing in the provincial competition." Lu Mingfei hung up, feeling helpless. He knew he couldn't control Yang Tong anymore, especially now that Yang was not only protected by the Spirit Control Bureau but also a champion. In the afternoon, Yang Tong arrived at Cloud Island, standing in front of the Spirit Control Bureau's outpost in Coral Swamp. He sneered, "Bone Venom Snake, I'm back." The once beautiful Coral Swamp was now a scene of devastation, full of craters as if hit by a nuclear bomb. Knowing he was responsible, Yang Tong felt at ease. Along the way, Mao Qiu effortlessly dealt with the beasts they encountered, killing and eating them with remarkable efficiency. Finally, he reached the iconic Poop Mountain, its shape unchanged. Finding the cave, Yang Tong unhesitatingly threw out 10 child hearts. This time, he was all alone was a mission reward, and the other 9 were earned through 90 days of effort. For this revenge, what did 3 months of lifespan matter? Boom! The 10 child hearts exploded simultaneously with incredible force. The bone venom snake roared in pain, blood dripping from its mouth, its crimson eyes fixed on Yang Tong. "Here we go, buddy." Yang Tong flashed a bright smile. Unexpectedly, the bone venom snake didn't attack immediately but let out a long howl. While Yang Tong commanded Mao Qiu to attack, he also threw punches at the snake's scales. However, the creature's defense was formidable. Neither Mao Qiu's level 7 skill nor Yang Tong's punches had much effect. This 100-meter-long giant snake made the flame scorpion look small in comparison. It lunged at Yang Tong with its gaping maw, only to bite into a giant rock as Yang Tong easily dodged. Its tail swept across, but Yang Tong evaded that too. Even his full-force punch only left a fist-sized dent in the snake's scales. The battle reached a stalemate. The bone venom snake suddenly reared up, its sinister red eyes glinting. It lunged down again, and Yang Tong dodged to the side, landing 2 punches in the process. At that moment, the snake spewed out black smoke from its mouth. Poisonous bone snake, poisonous bone snake. The name itself has poison in it. Yang Tong cursed through gritted teeth. Wife cakes might not have wives, but the poisonous bone snake is truly poisonous. "You despicable monkey, you have no shame. Can't win, so you resort to using poison? Huh?" Seeing the black smoke spewing from the bone snake's mouth, Yang Tong immediately realized the danger and swiftly dodged to the side. He darted around the snake, evading the black mist while landing 2 powerful punches on its massive body. This bizarre fighting style left the bone snake puzzled. This human was not only fleeing for his life, but also counterattacking, as if it was muscle memory. The massive body of the bone snake suddenly rolled over, crashing down on Yang Tong like a collapsing building. He barely managed to roll away from the deadly strike. As long as he stayed alert, the bone snake wouldn't get him. At that moment, reinforcements summoned by the bone snake arrived. Various ferocious beast lords with their minions swarmed in from land, sea, and air. On this territory of fierce beasts, the bone snake had every advantage. It didn't even need to fight directly. Just stalling for time would be enough for its minions to exhaust Yang Tong to death. Yang Tong remained unfazed and signaled Mao Qiu to deal with the beasts. While Mao Qiu's attacks had limited effect on the bone snake, they were highly effective against the other beasts, either killing them instantly or leaving them writhing in pain. Surrounded on all sides, Yang Tong had no way out. Even with Xue Huang present, breaking through the dense swarm of flying beasts was nearly impossible. He had 2 choices: either kill the bone snake to make the other beasts retreat, or die trying. "Today, either you become Mao Qiu's poop, or I become yours." Yang Tong snarled, pulling out his weapon, Pusa, from the system space. Facing the massive bone snake, he didn't even need to aim before pulling the trigger. After 10 seconds, Pusa disintegrated into light particles, leaving only a few shallow dents on the bone snake scales, far from breaking through its defense. Yang Tong quickly realized that even using up half a lifetime's worth of Pusa wouldn't be enough to kill the bone snake. Using Tongshin was out of the question. Die first if he tried that. 10 Tongshin bombs exploding inside him hadn't even seriously injured the beast. With no other options, Yang Tong resorted to his last-ditch weapon, Qingjing. This so-called 6 roots of purity depleted uranium bomb was said to deliver salvation with great compassion. It had pinpoint explosion and armor-piercing capabilities, with a controllable blast radius, and could be detonated at will. When Yang Tong retrieved Qingjing from the system space, He was stunned it turned out to be 4 playing cards, all threes. Hearts, spades, clubs, diamonds, looking like a hand ready for a game of do-di-ju. Taking a chance, he slapped the 4 threes onto the bone snake, surprisingly completing the task with ease. He quickly retreated to a safe distance, ensuring the explosion wouldn't harm him or Mauchio, and detonated Qingjing. Boom. Bang. With the explosion, the bone snake let out a horrifying screech. The pinpoint blast successfully broke through its scales, exposing its flesh, and dark red blood gushed out. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Tong threw 2 spears into the wound, cut off a large chunk of flesh, and stored it in his space. He also tossed in a bottle of Tuagang, saying whether it would work or not didn't matter. The bone snake tried to cover its wound, but it was too late. Yang Tong grabbed Mauchio and nimbly climbed the snake's body, quickly locating the wound again. Facing the bone snake's counterattacks, he changed tactics, gripping the scales near the wound and leveraging the snake's movements. Get up, you beast! With a roar, Yang Tong forcefully pried off a scale taller than himself. Recognizing its incredible defensive value, he immediately stored it in his space. Every bit counts. The venomous bone serpent thrashed wildly, trying to throw off Yang Tong. Despite its frantic struggle, it couldn't shake him off and ended up crushing several fierce beasts in the process. Yang Tong quickly recalled Mao Mao to the contract space, a sly smile appearing on his face. "Sis, I'm going in," he said, deftly carving out a pit on the serpent's body and squatting inside. He then sealed the entrance tightly with a scale from his storage space. Taking out a shovel, Yang Tong expertly sliced off a piece of snake meat with the skill of someone who's done underground work before. They say snake meat is delicious. A monarch-level snake should taste even better, he murmured, saliva already trickling from the corner of his mouth. As soon as the cooldown for summoning Mao Mao ended, Yang Tong released it immediately. The wind rises, the clouds fly high. Fire the Italian cannon and blast them to hell, he declared. Seeing Mao Mao's confused big eyes, Yang Tong gave it a pat. Go get it. Mao Mao initially turned blue, but Yang Tong slapped it again. No water element. Fire element now? Mao Mao instantly turned fiery red, and the pit was soon filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Yang Tong tore off a piece and tasted it. Ah, medium rare, just perfect. Delicious. Monarch meat is indeed extraordinary tender, juicy, and rich without being greasy. He beckoned Mao Mao. Eat up, roast and eat as we go. To Yang Tong's surprise, Mao Mao seemed quite reluctant. After some thought, he realized that Mao Mao only ate beasts composed of natural elements, and the venomous bone serpent didn't fit its diet. For the next while, Yang Tong focused on his treasure-hunting endeavor. With Mao Mao's help, he went through 5 shovels before finally reaching the serpent's internal organs and finding the $1 million energy core snake gall. Hugging the snake gall, which was almost as big as he was, Yang Tong struggled. The bone serpent sensed the danger and thrashed madly, but Yang Tong held on tight. Finally, he took out a steel saw and carefully sawed off the snake gall. With the energy core removed, the bone serpent stopped struggling and died completely. Yang Tong and Mao Mao emerged from the serpent's body to find the beast tide had receded. He walked over to the serpent's head and slapped it hard. Arrogant. Huh? Where's that strength now? Offending me means either death or a fate worse than death. Got it? After storing the spoils in his storage space, Yang Tong began calculating his gains. The snake gall alone was worth at least $1 million. The scales were worth tens of thousands, and along with the snake teeth and venom sacs, this trip was more profitable than a tournament win. Just then, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had completed the mission and earned a series of rewards, the most notable being a 24K gold earn and a lifetime VIP card for the Ghanaian pallbearers. While Mao Mao was still enjoying the spoils, Yang Tong couldn't wait to use the VIP card. As the familiar music played, 7 black-suited, sunglass-wearing Ghanaian brothers emerged from the void, the leader in front even wearing a red sash. Watching this professional team, Yang Tong couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. Goddamn it. Put me down right now. I'm the host." Yang Tong's furious shout echoed through the air, but the professional team ignored him, swiftly lifting him and tossing him into the coffin. He struggled desperately, but an invisible force seemed to hold him down, as if this was all predestined. Darkness swallowed his vision instantly. Lying in the surprisingly fitting coffin, Yang Tong felt a sense of absurdity. Damn, the size is just right. Thud, thud, thud. He began to pound on the coffin lid with all his might. Each blow created a small gap, only for it to close again quickly. The coffin shook violently with his movements, as if performing a bizarre dance. After nearly 10 seconds of intense struggle, Yang Tong finally managed to throw the coffin lid open and leap out. By then, the professional team's dance was nearing its end, and he watched helplessly as they carried the coffin away into the void. What the hell was that? Yang Tong muttered, grateful for the system's recent addition of 20 stamina points. An ordinary person wouldn't have had a chance to escape. This was practically a perfect crowd control skill with only a 24-hour cooldown, even more devious than borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Suddenly, a surge of spirit power flowed into his body. With a pop, Yang Tong broke through to Spirit Master level 9, just a step away from the Black Iron level. As he was savoring the comfort of lying flat, the ground started to tremble. Realizing the situation was dire, Yang Tong hurriedly began storing the beast corpses on the ground into his inventory space. Despite the help from his companion, Mao Qiu, there were still too many corpses to gather. At that moment, the system issued a new task: to kill the golden level monarch, the stone-patterned bone venom snake. The rewards were generous, including stamina and reflex boosts, a marauder weapon pack, and a coffin made of golden Nanmu wood with a marble tombstone. Just as Yang Tong was about to rejoice at the system's apparent glitch, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This was a golden level monarch. He immediately grabbed the still-eating Mao Qiu and began stashing the remaining corpses, but it was too late. A swarm of beasts had already appeared in the distance. Coral Swamp is my nemesis, Yang Tong exclaimed, scooping up Mao Qiu and fleeing. Before leaving, he detonated a childlike explosive as a parting gift. The blast wave sent him flying, but he didn't even have time to dust himself off before continuing to run. A gigantic bone venom snake soon became the leading pursuer. Its size was staggering when its upper body was upright. It nearly touched the clouds, and its entire length was estimated to be over 10,000 meters. Big guy, this is all a misunderstanding, Yang Tong shouted while running for his life. You have to stay strong. Little Bone in heaven wouldn't want to see you like this. It's not with you because it wasn't a filial child. I did you a favor by dealing with such an ungrateful brat. The bone venom snake ignored his words completely, leading the beast horde in relentless pursuit. Yang Tong chuckled bitterly. 100-meter monarch was just a kid? Who could have guessed? Against such a massive creature, even sticking purity seals would be useless. There was only one option left: the Spirit Master Bureau's outpost. Thinking of this, Yang Tong couldn't help but fume. How could they classify Coral Swamp as a regular beast territory? That's beyond unreliable. Even worse than me. The territory of a Black Iron level sovereign beast is usually considered ordinary, but the presence of this golden level sovereign bone venom snake has instantly upgraded it to a dangerous level. Yang Tong was running frantically while cursing in his mind. Moreover, there was already a Black Iron level sovereign in this area, so it should have been classified as danger level according to his own grading system. Damn it, such a long snake, Yang Tong exclaimed as he glanced back at the massive creature chasing him. In our village, this thing would be called a dragon. While running, he tried to reason with it. We're all just trying to get by. Let's talk this over. I'm the director of the Spirit Control Bureau of Port City, Admiral Gu Zealand of Port City. Show some respect, and let's settle this peacefully. The bone venom snake responded with a hissing sound, making Yang Tong realize they couldn't communicate. A sudden idea struck him, and he shouted in broken English, "Hello, I'm Port City boss. My name is Zealand Gu. Give me a face. We can go to gurgle gurgle water wash wash. Are you okay?" Seeing that the bone venom snake was still pursuing him, Yang Tong turned to his contract beast, Brother Qiu. You guys are both beasts, can you communicate? Mao Qiu made a puff-puff sound, indicating it couldn't help. Yang Tong quickly commanded Mao Qiu to attack, launching a massive fireball at the bone venom snake's face, but it had no effect. Yang Tong also threw his own level 1 fireball, with similarly negligible results. Useless as always, Mao Qiu, Yang Tong cursed, using Mao Qiu as a projectile and hurling it at the bone venom snake. Mao Qiu angrily puffed in midair, clearly mouthing curses. As Mao Qiu was about to be swallowed by the bone venom snake, Yang Tong hurriedly recalled it to the contract space. In a desperate situation, Yang Tong sought help from the system to exchange for an ultimate weapon, only to be told it could only be obtained through mission rewards. With no other options, he resorted to his last trick, pulling out a sack filled with dog feces from his storage space. Bold demon, face your doom. Yang Tong hurled over 100 sacks filled with Port City's dog feces at the bone venom snake. Initially disdainful, the bone venom snake soon realized the surprise inside the sacks and couldn't dodge in time. Finally, Yang Tong unleashed his heavenly sword array, 4 sacks filled with filth from the latrines. Even so, the bone venom snake refused to give up the chase. Not even the divine mop covered in filth could stop it. Yang Tong was in a panic. He had exhausted all his skills. Even the moves that could make star-level beings retreat in the human world were ineffective. This was real trouble. The massive form of the bone venom serpent lunged at the ground, the force of its movement sending Yang Tong stumbling backward. He took the opportunity to create some distance, his mind racing to come up with a strategy. This is totally hopeless, Yang Tong thought anxiously. Using the explosive elixir? No way, it might give a burst of speed. but he'd be drained afterward. Worse, there was no time to take off his pants. Otherwise, it would be more like turbo diarrhea than turbo speed. He regretted not having the coffin shield, which could have dealt with the bone venom serpent directly. Now he truly understood the saying, a distant mountain can tire even the fastest horse. He remembered the base was nearby, but after running for so long, it was still out of sight. Damn it, if I don't reach the base soon, I'm going to be snake dinner tonight. With no other options, Yang Tong activated his last resort, the protagonist's halo. Sure enough, the outline of the Spirit Control Bureau's base finally appeared in his vision. Alarms blared within the base, signaling that the people inside had noticed the gigantic bone venom serpent. The response was swift. 2 silver and 1 gold level spirit controllers quickly arrived through a teleportation portal, summoning their respective spirits. As Yang Tong passed by the trio, he grabbed them and started running without a word. Hey, put us down, the 3 protested loudly. Are you a spy for the beasts? Spy my ass, Yang Tong yelled back while running. That thing is a gold tier sovereign. Are you 3 planning to become takeout? Gold tier sovereign? Isn't the bone venom serpent supposed to be iron tier? Don't even get me started. The iron tier one was its offspring. This one's its dad. Didn't you notice the size difference? Plus, there's a beast horde coming. After Yang Tong's explanation, the trio finally understood the situation. He safely brought them back to the base and asked if their summoned spirits could hold the line. The gold-level spirit controller hesitated, but finally shook his head, admitting, we can't hold it. It was then that Yang Tong realized the person in front of him was none other than Tuoba Yi, the Admiral of Cloud Island. His attitude did a complete 180, and he respectfully bowed, saying, my apologies for any offense earlier. Please forgive me, senior. After all, Tuoba Yi was the leader of a whole city, and Yang Tong, who fancied himself the godfather of Harbor City, knew better than to act recklessly. He had managed to stay out of trouble in the underworld for years, and wasn't about to blow it on Cloud Island. The bone venom serpent, harassed endlessly by Tuoba Yi and 2 silverdeer summoned spirits, decided to abandon its pursuit of these pesky insects and headed straight for the base. Outside the base, hundreds of summoned spirits were already lined up, ready for battle. Yang Tong squinted his eyes, realizing that the bone venom serpent was determined to launch a full-scale assault. In such a situation, the control skills of gold and silverdeer summoned spirits would have little effect, at most slowing it down. By the looks of it, the bone venom serpent would breach the defenses before platinum tier reinforcements could arrive. With the current strength of the base, all the summoned spirits and spirit masters combined wouldn't be enough to stop it. Commander, this beast's got its eyes on me. Yang Tong turned to Tuoba Yi. I'll lure it away. This sense of duty earned him the respect of Tuoba Yi and the 2 silverdeer spirit masters. Remember to save me when the platinum tier arrives. Yang Tong added. Don't worry. Tuoba Yi promised solemnly. Yang Tong dashed out of the base, immediately releasing the corpse of a black iron bone venom serpent. Upon seeing its child's dead body, the mother serpent flew into a rage, its eyes almost spitting fire. Yang Tong retracted the corpse and started running, with Tuoba Yi and the others commanding the summoned spirits to continuously harass the serpent. Its already slowed pace couldn't catch up to him. For half an hour, they played a game of cat and mouse until the platinum tier reinforcements finally arrived. 3 platinum tier summoned spirits attacked simultaneously, their powerful skills forcing the bone venom serpent to a halt. The newcomer was none other than the governor of Dongshan Provincia, white-haired elder in a blue robe. Stand down. The governor of Dongshan faced the bone venom serpent directly. The serpent's eyes glinted with malice as it let out a hiss. At that moment, a tide of beasts surged forward, stopping behind the bone venom serpent. With a single roar from the serpent, all the ferocious beasts assumed attack positions. A fierce verbal exchange ensued. Ultimately, under the governor's firm stance, the bone venom serpent retreated with its horde. Once the crisis was averted, the governor introduced himself. I am Governor Gao Yi of Dongshan Province. He was astonished to learn that Yang Tong was just a high school junior. Back at the base, Yang Tong curiously asked Gao Yi how he understood the language of the beasts. Gao Yi explained that it was a mental communication ability only available to those of platinum tier. When asked how he managed to kill a black iron monarch, Yang Tong candidly described his simple method: tearing open the bone venom serpent's scales and diving in. Faced with Gao Yi's skepticism, Yang Tong decisively demonstrated his great strength by lifting Gao Yi with ease. His grip was indeed quite strong. Yang Tong lifted Gao Yi effortlessly, a move that stunned everyone present. Although Gao Yi was surprised, he showed no sign of panic. At the headquarters of the Spirit Control Bureau, in front of so many high-ranking spirit masters, a basic-level spirit master trying to harm a platinum level one was obviously impossible. But what Gao Yi didn't expect was that he couldn't break free from Yang Tong's grasp. The strength was unbelievable, especially considering he was a platinum-level spirit master. Yang Tong, are you crazy? Put the chief down now. Tuoba Yi's voice was filled with alarm. Only then did Yang Tong put Gaoi down, flashing a grin. Now do you believe me? I do. But this is natural strength. I've had it since I was a kid, Yang Tong explained. He didn't dare mention anything about a system in front of such big shots. If they decided to study his brain, he'd be in big trouble. Gaoi patted Yang Tong on the shoulder. That's quite a talent. Don't waste it. Make sure you use it well. Although he'd never heard of anyone with such extraordinary natural strength, Gaoi didn't think much of it and took it as a rare special talent. Yang Tong scratched his bald head in an attempt to appear simple-minded, but the lack of hair made it somewhat awkward. I haven't wasted it. If I had, I wouldn't have won the championship, right? That's true. I'm looking forward to seeing you shine in the provincial competition. Gaoi then turned to Tuoba Yi and said, the coral swamp's danger level needs to be upgraded, and we should increase the defensive forces accordingly. While Gaoi and Tuoba Yi discussed official matters, Yang Tong stood anxiously on the side. He didn't dare leave rashly but was worried about overhearing sensitive information. Once the discussion was over, Yang Tong immediately called Lu Mingfei to ask for the exact time and location of the provincial competition. Learning that it was in 32 days at the Quanqing Sports Stadium, he declared that he would rest and recharge for the next month and not attend school. After hanging up, Yang Tong took out a notebook that had Gong Lu, Gong Jie, Hu Shua, Adventure Team, Ming Wuyo, Bone Venom Snake written on it. He crossed out Bone Venom Snake and wrote Golden Bone Venom Snake, thinking he needed to deal with the snake's carcass quickly. With Tuoba Yi's help, Yang Tong found the quartermaster. After some bargaining, they settled on a price of 2.9 million. As someone with a severe case of OCD, he wanted to round it to an even number, but 2.9 million was clearly better than 2 million. Finally, when the quartermaster mentioned they also wanted to purchase the snake meat to supplement the soldiers' meals, Yang Tong inquired about the possibility of resource exchange. Although the quartermaster hesitated, he agreed to the request under Tuoba Yi's guarantee. Yang Tong's eyes lit up instantly, and he didn't hesitate for a moment. Exchange everything for time-based resources. The quartermaster looked skeptical. What do you need that stuff for? My furball can dominate everything. Maybe it can learn a time-based skill, Yang Tong said confidently. The quartermaster sneered. Stop with the nonsense. Are you exchanging or not? If not, forget it. Seeing that time-based resources were out of reach, Yang Tong immediately changed his mind. Then I'll take space-based resources. Again? What do you need those for? The quartermaster was still doubtful. Just trying to see if it can learn a space skill. Is that okay? Fine. The quartermaster handed over a tablet. It's your money. Waste it however you like. The space-based resources are all here. Choose. Yang Tong quickly scanned through the tablet. He skipped over the potions. His furball couldn't use space skills anyway, so buying potions would be a waste. He randomly selected resources of equivalent value. After all, his furball wasn't picky. Tuoba Yi, standing nearby, asked, You killed a lord just to exchange for space-based resources? Why not? Yang Tong retorted. It's useless for you. Yang Tong squinted, opening a storage space portal next to him. Say that again? I mean, space-based resources are useless for you. Tuoba Yi quickly clarified. Yang Tong closed the storage space with a smile. Misunderstanding. If it learns a space skill, wouldn't that be awesome? After tallying up the resources, Tuoba Yi handed Yang Tong a VIP card. Yang Tong's eyes lit up, but Tuoba Yi explained that it was just a free entry pass to Coral Swamp. Instantly disinterested, Yang Tong pocketed the card. I'm going to the restroom, Yang Tong said, leaving abruptly. In the restroom, Yang Tong let his furball enjoy the resources while he contemplated his plan. The furball quickly absorbed the resources, reaching 4 in space affinity and gaining a level 5 skill. Tuoba Yi waited outside, informing Yang Tong that he had booked a hotel for him. Initially, Yang Tong wanted to save money and cancel it, but upon learning that he couldn't get a refund, he decided to stay. Lying on the soft bed of the star-rated hotel, Yang Tong stretched comfortably. This is great. Forget about the bone venom snake. I'm just going to relax here until the competition starts. If it weren't for the server bringing him food, Yang Tong might have stayed in bed until the next morning. After eating, he indeed went back to sleep until noon the following day. Now, it was time to take revenge on the bone venom snake. He sneered to himself. So what if you're a gold-level lord? Does that give you the right to do whatever you want? To chase me all over the place? Just you wait. Some might ask, why not hunt regular beasts or lords to earn money? Yang Tong's answer is simple. You can earn money anytime, but a rogue's dignity cannot be compromised. That's his bottom line. If anyone crosses it, he will defend it to the death. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Detected that the host has a heart to defend a rogue's dignity. Please use your actions to show the bone venom snake that whether you're human or beast, infringing on a rogue's dignity comes at a cost. Task reward. Stamina 10. Didn't expect this to trigger a system task. Yang Tong's eyes lit up, then he shifted his tone. System? Actually, those kindergarten kids in Harbor City have also offended my dignity. I plan to defend it too. The system remained silent. If not, the middle class will do. The system was still silent. All right, looks like the system brought its brain today. Yang Tong muttered, pouting. Re-entering the coral swamp, Yang Tong first took a stroll around the camp. Everyone recognized him from yesterday, so no one stopped him. As he had expected, now that the coral swamp had been upgraded to a dangerous level, Tuoba Yi was stationed there. Good morning, Admiral. Yang Tong greeted proactively. Morning? It's already noon. Tuoba Yi scrutinized him. Why are you being so polite today? I'm always this polite. Yang Tong puffed out his chest. What brings you here again? What else can I do in a beast's territory but hunt beasts? The provincial competition is coming up, so I need to improve my strength as much as I can. Tuoba Yi gave him a thumbs up. That's what a genius should say. Yang Tong feigned modesty. Admiral, are you stationed here in the coral swamp now? Yes. Until they send a gold level to guard this place, I have to be here. Otherwise, if the Gold Lord launches a beast tide, there's no one to buy time. That puts my mind at ease. Yang Tong flashed a bright smile. Someone's got our backs. I'll leave you to it, Admiral. I'm off to train. Watching Yang Tong's departing figure, Tuoba Yi sighed. Indeed, no one succeeds easily. Geniuses are 1 talent and 99 hard work. The young ones are truly formidable. My acting skills are slipping. Yang Tong rubbed his sore cheeks. Just a bit of professional fake smiling and my face already hurts. I need to have Xiao Chen Shui do some 60-year harmony exercises to strengthen my facial muscles. Previously, the gold level bone venom snake managed to stay hidden because the iron level ones attracted attention for it. But now that it was exposed, there was no hiding. The coral swamp isn't that big. If he was determined to find it, he definitely would. Besides, Yang Tong was an expert at tailing and tracking. It didn't take long for him to find traces of the bone venom snake. The trail was as wide as an 8-lane highway, but considering the snake's size, it was just a small clue. Following the trail for over 5 hours, Yang Tong finally found the bone venom snake resting. Seeing it coiled up, Yang Tong had an epiphany. No wonder the iron level ones coil up like a pile of dung. Like father, like son. Throwing a childish bomb? Forget it. Not even 10 would kill an iron level, let alone a gold lord. But Yang Tong had other ways to get his revenge. As a rogue, it's normal to have a few tricks up my sleeve. Yang Tong calculated as he crouched on the ground. It took nearly 7 hours to find this place, and even if he sprinted, it would take an hour to get back to camp. Could he shake off the bone venom snake in an hour? Difficult. Screw it. Let's do this. I'll be damned if I don't get this off my chest. Yang Tong shouted. Bone venom snake. Your daddy's here. The bone venom snake woke up with a start, and upon seeing its enemy, immediately lashed out with its tail. Yang Tong was ready and turned to run without hesitation. Thus began the second Coral Swamp Marathon. Yang Tong was in the lead, with the bone venom snake right behind, and countless beasts watching the spectacle in third place. Here we go again. Damn it, this is so annoying. Is it ever going to end? The onlooking beasts were getting fed up. Yang Tong clutched a black card. Whether this works or not depends on you. Black Coffin Dance. As the familiar BGM played, a professional team appeared out of nowhere. Dressed just like the ones who carried Yang Tong yesterday, it was still a 7-man team. The only difference was that the 6 brothers at the back were carrying an enormous coffin that seemed endless. This is ridiculous. How can 6 people carry such a huge coffin? Soon, Yang Tong witnessed an even more absurd scene. The 6 brothers easily lifted the bone venom snake and tossed it into the coffin, then began to dance. Despite all the theatrics, this is truly a divine skill, able to control even a gold-level lord. Yang Tong marveled. If only they could take the bone venom snake away. He would rather not have the bone venom snake's corpse if it meant getting his revenge. Only when the Black brothers finished their dance did the bone venom snake crawl out of the coffin. Its speed was slightly faster than Yang Tong's. Yang Tong only managed to crawl out towards the end of the dance. Once the bone-poisoned serpent freed itself from the constraints of the black pallbearers, Yang Tong was already just a speck in its sight. The giant snake was furious. How dare a mere human repeatedly challenge the majesty of a monarch? Today, it vowed to kill him. But Yang Tong remained unflustered. As long as he could reach the Spirit Control Bureau's headquarters, where Tuoba Yi had his back, even a monarch would have to retreat. The chase between them reached an awkward stalemate. The bone-poisoned serpent couldn't lose sight of Yang Tong, but couldn't catch him either. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the Spirit Control Bureau's headquarters. Hundreds of spirit controllers quickly assembled, summoning their spirits and preparing for battle. Tuoba Yi stood at the forefront, his gaze icy as he looked at the towering bone-poisoned serpent. As a gold-level spirit controller, He was ready to fight to the death. However, when he saw Yang Tong sprinting towards them from a distance, Tuoba Yi's expression froze. Not this troublemaker again. Commander, help! Yang Tong's voice echoed from afar. Tuoba Yi was exasperated. What trouble had this kid stirred up this time? But saving lives was more important. He looked up at the bone-poisoned serpent and shouted, "Retreat!" Surprisingly, the serpent merely flicked its tongue. When Tuoba Yi repeated his command, it really did retreat with its horde. Tuoba Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If the serpent had insisted on fighting, the headquarters might have been lost. Now, he just wanted to revoke Yang Tong's VIP car 3 visits, 3 beast hordes. This kid was a walking disaster. Commander, you speak serpent language? Yang Tong asked as he approached. No, but it understands human language well enough. Tuoba Yi shook his head. How did you provoke it this time? I was just trying to hunt some fierce beasts for money, but suddenly I was being chased, Yang Tong said, feigning innocence. Tuoba Yi suggested he train somewhere else, but Yang Tong immediately protested. No way. Other places charge an entrance fee. Besides, isn't the commander here to help? Tuoba Yi felt a pang of frustration. I'm just a gold level. You're treating me like a king. The bone-poisoned serpent retreated because it feared stronger forces might come. If it went berserk, we'd all be doomed. Yang Tong pondered. His original plan to harass the bone-poisoned serpent daily seemed untenable now. He then asked if the governor could lead a team to hunt the serpent. Tuoba Yi explained that even with 2 platinum-level experts, it would be hard to pin down the serpent. Monarchs are cunning. They flee when facing stronger opponents, using their territorial advantage and minions to wear down their enemies. But a glimmer of determination flashed in Yang Tong's eyes. What if I can make it stay and create an opportunity for an ambush when the 2 platinum levels arrive? That could work, Tuoba Yi said, intrigued. But how would you do it? Simple. Yang Tong's lips curled into a confident smile. Make it so angry it loses its mind. That's impossible. This is my area of expertise. Yang Tong said confidently. Mission accomplished. Stamina 10. A system notification flashed before Yang Tong's eyes, but he paid it no mind. It was far from time to celebrate. Admiral, do you have a map of the coral swamp? Yang Tong turned to ask Tuoba Yi. Under Tuoba Yi's guidance, Yang Tong meticulously studied the map. After over an hour, his fingers stopped at a specific location. Admiral, can you have 2 platinum-level operatives ambush here? Tuoba Yi pondered for a moment. It's possible, but are you sure? Platinum operatives aren't mobilized lightly. 99 sure. I'm determined to take it down, Yang Tong said with a cold smile. Seeing his confidence, Tuoba Yi didn't hesitate any further. All right, we'll trust you this time. When? 29 days from now, at this exact time. Yang Tong then shamelessly crashed at a hotel for the night. He didn't wake up until 4 p.m. the next day, feeling refreshed and ready to prepare for the operation. Watching him busy around the base, Tuoba Yi couldn't help but ask, are you sure you want to do it this way? Isn't this standard procedure? Yang Tong replied nonchalantly. Tuoba Yi not only contacted the 2 platinum operatives, but also roped in 2 gold-level friends for extra support. He had a hunch that this battle would either see the bone venom snake defeated or the base in ruins. Once they located the bone venom snake, Yang Tong immediately began his harassment plan. Armed with special weapons collected from the Spirit Control Bureau's base, he repeatedly provoked the bone venom snake. When it chased him, he would put on sunglasses and transform into a kobold, blending into the beast horde. The bone venom snake couldn't recognize him at all. In the following days, Yang Tong kept repeating the cycle. Provoke, throw biochemical weapons, play the coffin dance meme, and transform to hide. His level 5 storage space was nearly filled with these nauseating weapons. The bone venom snake's rage meter skyrocketed under this relentless harassment. Each time it heard Yang Tong's voice, it would go berserk. What drove it even crazier was that those bizarre black figures could lift it, and Yang Tong's throes of ferocious beast excrement were unbearable. Eventually, the bone venom snake gave up trying to cleanse itself. Now, it reeked with a stench that made it nearly impossible to approach. We can't go on like this, Yang Tong muttered to himself as he gazed at the distant coral marsh, deep in thought. He had decided to change his strategy against the bone venom serpent because there was a shortage of beast dung, which he could easily dig up by the sackful, but because he was worried about the serpent's breaking point. If this monarch went berserk before the agreed time, the consequences would be dire. Though he could hide his identity with sunglasses, if the bone venom serpent got angry and attacked the camp, it would be a disaster. It seemed he had overestimated this monarch's patience. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yang Tong decided to discuss the serpent only once a day and spend the rest of his time foraging for food from Ouchio. Just after he had hunted down a fierce beast, he found himself wanted again. Heh, the last monarch who put a bounty on me ended up as resources. Just wait and see. Yang Tong was unfazed. The fierce beasts of the coral marsh would alert each other upon seeing him, but this didn't hinder his actions at all. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the marsh. A dog-headed man in a suit hunting fierce beasts, and shockingly, he even collected their excrement. Every time his skills cooled down, Yang Tong would let out a sinister laugh. Heh 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 heh. Bone venom serpent, are you ready? The bone venom serpent now instinctively felt nauseated whenever it heard the background music of the coffin dance. The stench seemed to have seeped into its very bones. It would half-heartedly chase Yang Tong for a bit, but he always managed to escape, leaving the serpent to furiously thrash its tail on the ground, growing even more agitated. Time passed, and the appointed day finally arrived. The bone venom serpent's rage had been fully ignited by Yang Tong. 2 platinum-level spirit tamers were supposed to be in position according to plan. If Tuoba faltered, Yang Tong would have to transform and flee, unable to stop the serpent from attacking the camp. At this moment, all Yang Tong had to do was show himself within the serpent's sight, and it would immediately see red. This time, the bone venom serpent was excited to find that not only had it not lost track of its target, but it was also getting closer. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, the familiar coffin dance music played again. Yang Tong emerged from a coffin and ran off again, but still within sight. As the bone venom serpent gave chase, 9 summoned spirits suddenly attacked 6 platinum and 3 gold, injuring it with a single strike. Gao Yi and 2 other spirit tamers appeared, wrinkling their noses at the foul stench. Damn, why does it smell so bad? The 3 spirit tamers summoned spirits, especially the melee ones, were almost incapacitated by the odor. This monarch is ruthless, using dung as a defense. Governor, strike while it's weak. Yang Tong shouted. Gao Yi and the others had already commanded their spirits to launch a fierce assault. Strangely, the bone venom serpent ignored these attacks, fixated on Yang Tong. When the serpent finally got within striking distance, Yang Tong fled again, further enraging it. The chase between the 3 parties looked like a bizarre dance, dizzying to watch. Soon, the bone venom serpent was severely wounded and realized it had to escape. It glared at Yang Tong, a face it would never forget. Seeing the serpent about to flee, Gao Yi and the others tried their best to stop it, but their attacks weren't lethal enough. If the serpent escaped, it would quickly recover. Yang Tong saw this and took out a sack full of dung, chasing after the serpent. Gao Yi and the others watched in shock as he continuously hurled the dung at the serpent, driving it completely berserk. It turned around, nearly colliding with Yang Tong. Fuck you. The bone venom serpent attacked recklessly, but Yang Tong dodged nimbly, retreating toward Gao Yi and the others. The ranged spirits launched a fierce attack, while the melee spirits awkwardly stood back due to the stench. Gao Yi couldn't help but admire the young man's cunning, giving him a thumbs up. You've got some tricks up your sleeve. Yang Tong smirked. Of course. I said it wouldn't escape and it won't. The Hong Kong vial. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing it wasn't appropriate to call himself a violent individual in front of the provincial governor. Violent what? Gao Yi asked curiously. I mean, I'm the Hong Kong treasure boy, always true to my word. Yang Tong quickly covered up. Though the bone venom serpent regained some composure, its injuries were too severe to escape. Soon, the monarch who had put a bounty on Yang Tong was down for good. I told you, anyone who puts a bounty on me is doomed. From now on, I won't be running from anyone, Yang Tong declared firmly, looking at the fallen serpent. Yang Tong hesitantly approached the bone venom snake's head. He reached out to pat it, but quickly pulled his hand back. Congratulations on reuniting with your child, he muttered to himself. Helping a lonely old father reunite with his lost child, it must be a real saint. Before he could finish his thought, a nauseating stench hit him. I can't take it anymore. Yang Tong covered his nose and stepped back. Even though you're a fierce beast, as a ruler, you should keep some hygiene. How could you let yourself get so filthy? Just then, the system notification sounded. Mission accomplished. A series of rewards followed. Stamina 30, Reflex 10, 2 exclusive weapon packs for Marauders, each containing Bodhisattva 2, Purity 2, Innocence 2, 1 ultimate Marauder weapon, plus a golden nymph coffin and a white marble tombstone. The warm sensation of increased stamina made Yang Tong feel invigorated. As he was silently celebrating this unexpected bounty, the system added a special reward, one-time access to the River of Time. Decline. Yang Tong refused without a second thought. Gao Yi was nearby, and he couldn't risk using such an overt system item. However, the term River of Time reminded him of the Time Wa skill he had acquired earlier, which he had initially thought was useless. Perhaps it would turn out to be quite valuable. Governor, how do we divide the bone venom snake's body? Yang Tong turned to Gao Yi. Gao Yi smiled and asked back, what do you mean? How do we divide it? I mean distributing the spoils of war. Yang Tong was getting anxious. Without me, could you have killed the bone venom snake? Seeing his anxious expression, Gowie couldn't help but laugh. Just messing with you, kid. You won't miss out on your share. I'll convert it directly into resources for you. I want a time energy core, Yang Tong immediately said. What do you need that for? Taking a chance maybe I can master a time skill. The final challenge was dealing with the bone venom snake's body. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tong had to come up with a plan. He called over Mao and had it use its water skills to clean the bone venom snake. After that, everyone worked together to transport the segmented snake back to the Spirit Control Bureau's base. Tuoba greeted them at the entrance. Seeing the bone venom snake's body, he was secretly delighted. From now on, Coral Swamp would be the safest training ground. In the end, Yang Tong only received 3 million out of the nearly 2 million worth of the golden bone venom snake. He approached the quartermaster to ask about the fate of the snake meat, only to find out it was to be used to improve the soldiers' meals. Watching the quartermaster walk away, Yang Tong silently thought to himself, soldiers, if you get an upset stomach, it has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Yang Tong grabbed Tuoba, his expression serious. Now, the golden monarch has been taken down. But we can't let our guard down. What's the matter? Is there something else? Tuoba asked. We still have one more thing to finish, Yang Tong said with a grim face. Tuoba responded irritably. I've already booked the hotel for you tonight. As expected of Admiral Ong, you're so considerate. Yang Tong laughed heartily. Tuoba couldn't be bothered to respond. He had long seen through Yang Tong's true nature. Just by looking at his expression, he knew what Yang Tong was up to. Back at the hotel, Yang Tong eagerly took out all his resources. Brother Ball, help yourself. We're family, no need to be polite. Mao indeed wasn't shy, accepting any attributes it needed. Its time-based skills had reached 4. Unlike other skills, the time-based ones didn't have level indicators, only 4 unique abilities that couldn't be upgraded. This peculiarity made Yang Tong sigh. Maybe other summon creatures really can't grasp time skills. Mao, this cheat-level summon, was truly unique. After dealing with Mao, Yang Tong excitedly prepared to open the boxes. He decided to start with the most ordinary one, taking out a marble tombstone first. However, when he read the inscription on the tombstone, his face instantly turned dark. The tombstone was engraved with the tomb of Yang Tong, father of Port City, complete with his birth and death dates and a QR code. Scanning it with his phone, Yang Tong's face grew even darker. The screen displayed not only his black and white photo but also detailed records of his embarrassing moments from childhood, from wetting the bed to playing in the mud. It even concluded with, in a fierce battle with the golden monarch, stone-patterned venomous snake, he was defeated and perished at the age of 16. Thank you so much, system. Yang Tong gritted his teeth. This is clearly designed to socially ruin me. I'll have to erase the inscription before selling it. Next, he opened a golden Namov coffin, finding it perfectly sized for him, complete with a thoughtfully prepared burial suit inside. Yang Tong decided to sell these items, along with the already compressed bone ash urn. After inventorying his exclusive weapons, 2 pairs of purification charms, one of which even had 4/4s, Yang Tong finally took out the item he anticipated the most, the Juxian sword array. Seeing the name, Yang Tong excitedly exclaimed, wow, is this really the Juxian sword array? However, upon closer inspection, his excitement faded. 4 cylindrical, camouflage-colored small swords floated in his hand, bearing the inscriptions Juxian, Juexian, Xianxian, and Levexian, but they looked like miniature versions of the Dongfeng 41 missiles. Stupid system. Yang Tong cursed. Isn't this just a copy of the trick I used to fool the stone-patterned venomous snake with a sack? The system's description read, ultimate weapon for marauders, with incredible power capable of splitting heaven and earth, slaying immortals and gods. Use with caution due to its immense power. Detonate according to the host's will. Friendly reminder, please be mindful of safety when setting off fireworks. Yang Tong collapsed onto the bed, his face full of shattered dreams. However, on second thought, since it was called the ultimate weapon for marauders, these 4 Juxian swords, modified by the system, probably wouldn't be too weak. The Juxian sword array seemed unusable for the time being. As Yang Tong recalled the system's description of its power, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't recklessly used this terrifying artifact, which the system had modified beyond recognition. Now, only the system's special reward remained, the River of Time. The name alone exuded a strong sense of fantasy, and Yang Tong couldn't help but rub his hands in anticipation. System, activate the River of Time for me. Detected that the host has one opportunity to activate the River of Time. Would you like to proceed now? Activate it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Before he even finished speaking, a black hole suddenly appeared before him. As Yang Tong began to utter a surprised whoa, he was swallowed by the black hole. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a pitch-black space, standing before a massive river at least 1,000 meters wide, shimmering with light. The waves on the river were more spectacular than sea waves. and no matter if he looked upstream or downstream, he couldn't see the end. Cautiously, Yang Tong dipped his foot toward the river to test the system's claim about its corrosiveness. But the moment his toe touched the water, he felt as if he'd been kicked away, bouncing back instantly. What the heck is going on? System. Yang Tong was furious. I shoveled dung for 30 whole days to get this reward, and this is it? The system remained silent, fueling his anger further. Yang Tong started to curse, throwing every profanity he could think of at the system for over an hour. Host, are you thirsty? The system suddenly interjected. This unexpected question diffused much of Yang Tong's anger. He thought the system was actually showing some concern for him. However, the system immediately issued a shocking task. Prove your worth. 1. Take the dagger from your storage space and slit your throat. Task reward. Guaranteed to be a good person in your next life. Before Yang Tong could even react, the second task came. Prove your worth. 2. Take the dagger from your storage space and castrate yourself. Task reward. Stamina 500. Reflexes 200. All attributes of the furball increased by 15. Cash reward of 20 million. The enticing rewards made Yang Tong hesitate for a moment, but he ultimately shook his head and refused. He took out his little notebook, crossing off the golden bone venomous snake, and added a new entry. System owes me 500 stamina, 200 reflexes, and 20 million in cash. After putting away his notebook, Yang Tong yawned. The adventure in the coral swamp had come to an end, and now it was time to prepare for the provincial college league. Sleep. Time to recharge. Waking up, Yang Tong nudged Mao Qiu awake. Come on, I'm up and you still want to sleep? He said cheerfully, looking at Mao Qiu. All right guys, let's head to Quancheng. As he walked towards the station, Yang Tong suddenly remembered something and turned towards the coral swamp. Seeing his figure from a distance, Tuoba he felt a shiver down his spine. Why are you here again? He asked. I've got VIP access. Isn't it normal for me to be here? Yang Tong shrugged. Tuoba he frowned. I'm just a bit worried. The bone venom snakes are all dead. What are you worried about? Yang Tong waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. Although Tuoba he said nothing more, he knew deep down that even without a monarch, Yang Tong had the power to trigger a beast tide. Yang Tong didn't venture deep into the swamp. Instead, he found a spot, pulled out a shovel, and efficiently dug 10 shovelfuls of soil into his storage space. This is soil from another world. Who knows, it might be worth something someday, he muttered to himself. Since his storage space was large enough, it didn't bother him to bring it along. He also snapped off a few pieces of coral inside. The storage space is still not big enough. Back at the camp, he found Tuoba E. Commander, do you know any blacksmiths? The kind that can forge weapons from beast materials. They're called forgers. Tuoba E corrected him. That profession is almost extinct. But I do know one in Quancheng. Isn't that convenient? I'm heading to Quancheng. Will mentioning your name get me a discount? I know him, but he might not know me. Following the address, Yang Tong found the forger. The man's thick beard and muscular build made it clear he was a seasoned artisan. At that moment, he was lazily scrolling through his phone. Hello, I need a weapon forged. Do you have the materials? The forger asked, glancing up. Yang Tong took out the fong of the golden bone venom snake. The forger's eyes lit up. Wow, golden monarch material, that's rare stuff. After some haggling, Yang Tong had to part with 2 more fangs from the black iron monarch as payment. While these materials might not even be worth half of 3 million, for the forger, acquiring such rare monarch materials was a significant gain. After all, in this era, few could get their hands on monarch materials. Come back tomorrow at this time to collect your weapon, the forger finally agreed, unable to hide his excitement. Yang Tong thought for a moment, feeling a bit uneasy. He took out a small item and handed it to the blacksmith. According to market value, I'm getting a good deal here. I don't have much money, so here's a little gift for you. The blacksmith looked at it, puzzled. 4 threes. Exactly. It will bless you with good luck in every game of Do Diju. I've tested it. It works like a charm. Thank you, but I don't gamble. Yang Tong insisted, pushing the blacksmith's hand back. Take it. It's my way of wishing you well. All right then, thanks. As the blacksmith thanked him, Yang Tong turned away with a cold smile. If you dare trick me, I'll make sure you regret it. To truly understand a city, the best way is to head straight to the street food market. Pancake rolls, braised pork, pot stickers, sweet soup. Yang Tong bought everything in sight as if he had a bottomless stomach. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. He rubbed his eyes several times to make sure. Why don't you just gouge your eyes out? Ning Ning said irritably. Sure enough, there stood Chen Shui and Ning Ning right before him. What are you two doing here? We came to cheer you on, of course. How could we miss your competition? Chen Shui said matter-of-factly. But don't you have classes tomorrow? Come on, who hasn't skipped class before? Ning Ning said nonchalantly. Yang Tong immediately put on a stern face. As students, that's not right. Your studies should come first. Skipping school is disrespectful to the school, to the teachers, to knowledge, and most importantly, to yourselves. Chen Shui and Ning Ning exchanged glances. If your homeroom teacher heard this, he'd be moved to tears. I think so too. My moral compass is just too high. And then your homeroom teacher would tear up your family grave out of gratitude. Yang Tong squinted his eyes. Then we'll go down together. I've already scouted out the location of his family grave. The three laughed and chatted while eating. Yang Tong took a swig of Quanching beer and suddenly realized. Wait a minute. You came to cheer me on and didn't even contact me? You just wandered to the food market on your own? Chen Shui looked a bit embarrassed. We didn't want to disturb your training. Training, my foot. Yang Tong cut himself off, then suddenly realized. Wait, how did you know I killed the monarch? Ning Ning spat out her beer in shock. Have some manners, Yang Tong said, wiping his face. During the ensuing conversation, Yang Tong boasted about his experience defeating the monarch, from iron level to gold level, describing it vividly. The two girls went from initial shock to skepticism, and finally to outright disbelief. Especially when Yang Tong started describing moves like the chubby emperor penguin dominating the Arctic Circle, it was hard not to laugh. The bombshell was that Yang Tong had already advanced to a level 9 spirit master, which left the two girls in shock again. Facing their astonishment, Yang Tong remained calm. Seriously, what's the big deal? You guys get surprised over nothing. Where are you guys staying tonight? As soon as the question was asked, everyone fell into deep thought. At a hotel? Or should we head back to Harbor City? Yang Tong suddenly remembered something important. He pulled out his phone and dialed Principal Lu Jinghua's number. Hello, Principal. Who is this? It's Yang Tong. Yang Tong? How did you get my number? Haha, don't worry about the details. Yang Tong got straight to the point. The school should have booked a hotel for us for the competition, right? Of course, Lu Zhenghua replied. Where is it? They'll head over now. Yang Tong, have you considered that we booked the hotel for tomorrow? The others are arriving in Quancheng tomorrow. That's ridiculous. Why book for tomorrow? Yang Tong frowned. But I'm already here. The school should reimburse my hotel expenses, right? No reimbursement. I'm a contestant representing Harbor City. I've contributed to the city. Before he could finish, the call was abruptly ended. Yang Tong smirked and began his bombardment tactic, repeatedly calling and saying short phrases like, I'm a contestant in competition, until the other side finally gave in. All right, I give up. Stop calling. Keep the receipt, and I'll reimburse you. Chen Shui and Ning Ning were stunned by Yang Tong's persistence. When they arrived at the hotel front desk, Yang Tong was shocked by the room rates. Wow, this expensive? 300 a night? You're robbing us. The receptionist calmly explained that the high prices were due to the college league event. Reluctantly, Yang Tong decided to book 3 rooms, but Chen Shui suggested that she and Ning Ning could share one room. Just be careful and don't let her mess with you, Yang Tong joked. While checking in, Yang Tong made sure to request a receipt. Can you make it for 6,000? I'll cover the tax later. This maneuver left Chen Shui and Ning Ning even more impressed. After taking a shower, Yang Tong knocked on Chen Shui's door and found the two of them watching a TV show about Nuwa mending the sky. This sparked a lively discussion about mythology, with Yang Tong humorously debunking the stories of Nuwa creating humans and Pangu creating the world from a biological and engineering perspective, making the girls laugh uncontrollably. Finally, when discussing how to spend their time, Yang Tong suggested going to Red Romance, which was immediately met with strong opposition from Chen Shui. Are you kidding me? Have some decency, you too. Yang Tong, are you out of your mind? A shout shattered the calm of the game. What do you mean, don't dive the tower? How else am I supposed to take him down? Yang Tong retorted nonchalantly. But you're only at half health. A teammate stomped in frustration. After a heated debate, the three decided to continue playing. Yang Tong's voice was filled with disdain. What are you afraid of? I have courage. Only cowards hesitate. Why is he under the tower? Because he lacks courage. He's a coward. But I'm different. Yang Tong controlled his character to charge towards the defense tower. I have courage. I'm a true warrior. So what if I'm under the tower? I'll kill him right there. Are you kidding? You got counter-killed. Yang Tong remained defiant. That was just luck. He might be lucky once, maybe twice, but luck won't always be on his side. Without luck, I'll take him down easily. Cowards never win. True victory belongs to the brave. Courage is the key to winning. On the game screen, Yang Tong's character repeatedly charged to his death. See, he's hiding under the tower again. I'll kill him directly. Calling for backup? So what? Am I scared? I'll turn around and fight them both. Can't win? Then I'll die fighting. The jungler is helping him? No, he's harming him. He got the kill but lost his courage. Look at that marksman, hiding among his teammates. What good does that do? I'll kill him anyway. His teammates protecting him? It doesn't matter. He's already lost his fighting spirit. He's scared. Our courage intimidates him. Staring at yet another defeat screen, Ning Ning pondered. Was choosing to play with him a mistake? Yang Tong suddenly opened his messages and raged. Damn it! You guys reported me? Chun Shui patted his shoulder. Maybe it was the other two teammates who reported you? Bullshit. All four of you reported me. We can't play anymore. Your credibility score is too low, Chen Shui said helplessly. Yang Tong tossed his phone aside. Forget it. I'm going to sleep. The next day, Yang Tong arrived on time at the blacksmith's. Seeing the blacksmith's haggard appearance, he exclaimed, Whoa, what happened to you? The blacksmith looked utterly exhausted, as if drained of all energy. Yang Tong sighed and patted his shoulder. Buddy, you need to take care of yourself. Health is wealth. I've got a secret recipe for you. Romania, cornice, Chinese yam, alisma, poria, mouton bark, and dog whip. Boil them for 49 days and take it after meals. Guaranteed to make you invincible. The blacksmith, eyes drooping, replied, Cut the crap. I'm tired from working all night on your weapon. Try it out. Yang Tong took the spear and swung it a few times, feeling satisfied. The blacksmith marveled. Didn't know you actually knew how to handle a spear. Zhao Yun, also known as Little Yang Tong. You didn't know? Yang Tong continued to play with the dagger. You're truly the best blacksmith in the north. As he was about to leave, the blacksmith called out hesitantly, does that recipe really work? Yang Tong grinned. Of course it works. Especially with goji berries in a thermos. Unbeatable. You'll be invincible, unstoppable. She'll be begging for mercy. Tasks, rewards, and other game system prompts are omitted, but the final scene remains. Finally, Yang Tong stood in the vast stadium, looking at the excited faces of other competitors. He chuckled to himself. These kids are too young. They have no idea what kind of opponent they're about to face. Under the guidance of the staff, Yang Tong arrived at the preparation room. He immediately spotted Shin Irin and walked briskly over, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Hey bro, you're here. Shin Irin's face instantly stiffened, clearly still not used to such enthusiasm. He changed the subject, asking, why didn't you come with the competition team? The University League is a big deal. Every city brings not just the contestants, but also their coaching team, analysts, and medical staff. I came early to check out the place, Yang Tong replied with a laugh. Is that what checking out the place means? Shin Irin raised an eyebrow. I've never been to Quanqing before. Any fun spots you'd recommend? Yang Tong put on a mock distressed look. Don't even mention it. There's nothing fun in Quanqing. I searched all night and couldn't find Hong Langman. Is that all you care about? Shin Irin sighed, rubbing his forehead. At this moment, Zhao Jinqing, also from Gangqing, came over. Champion, long time no see. Why didn't you join us for special training? Straight to the tough questions, huh? Yang Tong shrugged. If I told you I want to kill 2 monarchs, you wouldn't believe me. So let's just say I did some extra training on my own. Zhao Jinqing looked at him thoughtfully, wondering what kind of extra training could be better than professional coaching in Gangqing. Just then, Yang Tong's attention was caught by a striking member of Zhao Jinqing's team, a guy with bright green hair, a patchwork outfit, red leather pants, and mustard yellow loafers. Your teammate's style is even more unique than mine. Yang Tong couldn't help but tease. He'd be perfect for a laser show. Zhao Jinqing smiled awkwardly. He just got dumped, and is trying to attract some attention from girls. Yang Tong immediately turned into a relationship counselor, earnestly advising, brother, you're going about this all wrong. If you want to attract girls, either improve your skills, become more handsome and charismatic, or at the very least, get in shape. But my current look gets a lot of attention, the green-haired guy insisted. Yang Tong quickly provided an example. That's not the same thing. Imagine this. At a dinner, if you pull out a fancy cigarette paired with a Porsche key, people will say, this guy has it together. Your current look is like pulling out a gold tooth and a diamond-studded fake eye at dinner. People will just think you're a mess. The green-haired guy fell into deep thought, while Shun Irin marveled at Yang Tong's analogy skills. Have you always been this good at metaphors? You haven't seen anything yet. You should have seen me at my peak, Yang Tong boasted. I really don't want to know, Shin Irin muttered, his mouth twitching. After the small talk, Yang Tong pulled out his phone to start a live stream. Hey everyone, welcome to the Gangqing Godfather stream. I'm your good friend, Violent Brother. If you're new here, hit that follow button. We're in the preparation room for the Provincial University League, getting an up-close look at some of the top talent. He introduced the players around him. This here is Gangqing's #1, Shun Irin. Though I've beaten him before, he's still pretty strong. And this is Gangqing High's genius, Zhao Jinqing. Both are top contenders, but beating me, the streamer, is unlikely. As Shun Irin and Zhao Jinqing listened to Yang Tong's self-promotion, their expressions darkened. Shin Irin reminded him, teams from the same city won't face each other until the finals, Is that so? Yang Tong paused, turning to Zhao Jinqing, who nodded with a sullen face. The live stream started to pick up, and Yang Tong continued introducing the teams while thanking imaginary donors. Thanks to the top supporter for the rocket. You're awesome. Thanks to, I want to have the streamer's baby for the yacht. No one's actually sending gifts, Shin Irin whispered. You're thanking phantom supporters. Your fans are just freeloading. You don't get it, Yang Tong whispered back. This is about creating an atmosphere. Soon enough, a real big spender will come along. The rich give back what they spend, and the working folks' money gets split 70-30. Why only 30%? 70% goes to them. Then aren't you just begging on your knees? Shin Irin asked, puzzled. Go apply for heritage status. Yang Tong waved him off impatiently. I'm new here. Is this the live stream of the Thug Brother? In the preparation room, Yang Tong was live streaming before the match. He interacted with his viewers while occasionally glancing at Shin Irin, who was standing nearby. Shin Irin was staring intently at Yang Tong, seemingly waiting to see when he would receive some donation gifts. On the big screen, Gao Yi's figure was particularly striking, highlighting the importance of the college league. Yang Tong quickly calculated. With 50 cities in Dongshan province, each having 3 teams, there were a total of 150 teams competing. Winning 3 or 4 matches would secure a place in the top 10 finals. Hey buddy, is it the top 10 showdown again this time? Yang Tong asked expectantly, already figuring out the 45 stamina points needed for 9 matches. Of course not, Shin Irin shattered his hopes directly. The top 10 showdown is just for filtering. The provincial competition must determine the rankings directly. While they chatted, a team swaggered into the preparation room. The 3 members walked with such arrogance and disregard that even Yang Tong couldn't help but be taken aback. Damn, their walk is almost as cocky as Connor's, Yang Tong thought to himself, feeling that even his own arrogance seemed modest in comparison. Zhao Jinqing teased from the side. Aren't you the thug? How did you become the godfather? Leveled up, of course. With more subordinates, naturally, I became the godfather, Yang Tong replied casually. Shin Irin introduced them. This is the Quanqing team. The captain is Feng Su, a level 9 spirit master with an S-grade purple thunder dragon. His teammates are all level 8 spirit masters with a grade summon spirits. Soon, the match began. Before stepping onto the field, Yang Tong handed his phone to Shin Irin for safekeeping, worried about potential damage or livestream violations. Where are your teammates? The referee asked, puzzled. Got caught during a raid on the 2nd floor of Red Romance last night. Yang Tong answered nonchalantly. The fine is too high, so let them stay locked up. I can handle it alone. The opponent sneered. Big words from a toad yawning. Yang Tong glanced at him. You're just a no-name extra. Why are you showing off to me? The match commenced instantly, with both sides releasing their summoned spirits simultaneously. Yang Tong summoned his furball, then propelled himself off the ground, delivering 3 lightning-fast karate chops, ending the match just like that. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Sure, here's the first part translated and polished. Everyone here is a genius and a master. An ambush might work at the very beginning, but once everyone is on guard, it won't be effective anymore. Yang Tong returned to the preparation room with a smug look on his face. He took the phone from Shin Irin and immediately opened the live streaming app. Hey everyone, I'm back. I really didn't expect you to pull off an ambush in a provincial competition, Shin Irin said, shaking his head in amazement. Just standard procedure, no big deal, Yang Tong replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. The comments section exploded. Brother Violent, you're awesome. Brother Violent's hand chop hit me right in the feels. Brother Violent, I want to have your babies. Is this the anti-gambler stream? Yang Tong thanked the virtual gifts while grumbling to himself. Damn it. They say streaming makes money, but this is peanuts. Guess I'll do it to build an audience for future promotions. He opened the small WeChat group and sent a message. So, how was I? Cool, right? Chinshue. Cool, but what? Ningning interjected. The viewers are already cursing like crazy. It's wild. Don't worry, people never understand the strong. It's normal. Yang Tong shifted the topic. By the way, what's for dinner? No idea. Ask Xiaoxue. Chinshue decided. Do we even need to ask? With you too, it's definitely going to be street barbecue. Sitting idly in the preparation room, Yang Tong suggested, we have to sit here all day. It's so boring. How about we play some games? No way. Ningning refused firmly. If I play games with you again, I'm done for. Chinshue teased. Don't you have no credibility points left? Just get another account. Quit, thanks. Bored out of his mind, Yang Tong started browsing an app. After a while, a sly smile appeared on his face. He handed the phone to Shin Irin. Hey buddy, check this out. The photos of the masseuses at this place look good, but it's a bit far from the hotel. Shin Irin glanced at the screen. Red Romance Spa? He sighed. Don't you have any other hobbies? Hee hee. One must seize the day and enjoy life. Yang Tong grinned cheekily. Shin Yiren turned serious. You should focus on watching the competition and studying your opponents. Also, don't forget there's a coaches meeting tonight. What coaches meeting? Why do they get to hold a meeting for me? Would you like me to continue with the rest? Ningning tugged at Yang Tong's ear and shouted, Yang Xiaodong, get up. If you don't, we'll be late for the competition. Yang Tong groggily opened his eyes and saw Ningning and Chen Shui standing by his bed. He suddenly snapped wide awake, eyes wide open. What the heck? How did you guys get in here? Ask her. Not me. Chen Shui shrugged. Ningning scoffed. Is the hotel door lock really that hard to open? If you put it that way, I might have to file a complaint. Yang Tong muttered helplessly. Looks like I'll need to lock the door properly from now on. In the prep room, Yang Tong had just sat down next to Shin Yiren when he noticed the odd look he was getting. What's up? Why didn't you say hey bro this time? Shin Yiren laughed. Seems like you've gotten used to it. Yang Tong deflected. How many rounds today? You really didn't listen during the meeting yesterday, did you? Shin Yiren explained, exasperated. Today there are 2 matches to select the top 20. Yang Tong sighed with relief. 2 matches didn't seem too boring. However, when he heard that one team would get a bye, his heart sank. Getting a bye meant losing 5 stamina points for nothing. Fortunately, the draw didn't screw them over, and their team wasn't the one getting a bye. Yang Tong watched the big screen as Shin Yiren's match began. With one control from Green Worm, Storm Giant pummeled the opponent relentlessly. Yang Tong had to admit, even among geniuses, there were skill gaps. Zhao Jincheng's match was equally spectacular, with a 20-meter flame scorpion and an elemental tigers binding nearly overwhelming the opponent. Finally, it was Yang Tong's turn. His opponents were 1 guy and 2 girls, and one of the girls recognized him. Hey, violent bro, go easy on us. Yang Tong released a hairball for safety, while the other team summoned 3 flying spirits, Fire Phoenix, Ice Luan, and White Butterfly. The White Butterfly stood out so much that Yang Tong couldn't help but remark, your fluttering moth looks out of place with the others. As the match began, Yang Tong shot forward like an arrow. Despite his reluctance to hit girls, he wouldn't hold back if they couldn't dodge his hand strikes. The 3 opponents quickly spread out, with the White Butterfly being particularly troublesome, scattering phosphorus powder all over the arena. Covered in phosphorus powder, Yang Tong felt itchy and weak, but his high stamina allowed him to endure. Realizing he needed to end this quickly, he began hurling various items from his storage space into the air. Swords, spears, clubs, pots, pans, and even chamber pots and mops. The flying spirits had to dodge the falling debris, leaving them no chance to attack. The arena's atmosphere completely changed, turning into a chaotic game of dodgeball. With Yang Tong's stamina, no one could outrun him. In the tense chase, he easily caught a girl who was out of breath, but she wasn't his target. Want to recall your summoned spirit yourself? Or do you want me to do it? Yang Tong asked with a teasing smile. The girl, intimidated by his overwhelming presence, stammered. Didn't you say you wouldn't hit girls? You're a girl? How do you prove it? Yang Tong feigned surprise. After some arguing, the girl reluctantly retracted her ice luan into its contract space. Yang Tong casually tossed her off the stage, only to be covered in phosphorus powder. He continued throwing hidden weapons while glaring at Bai Dai. When I catch you, I'll knock your teeth out. The opportunity arose. As Bai Dai dodged his nunchucks, Yang Tong suddenly lunged with a dagger, piercing Bai Dai's body. They both fell, eliciting gasps from the audience. Yang Tong gripped Bai Dai tightly to prevent escape while swiftly slashing with his dagger, leaving wounds. Though holding Bai Dai made him itch, his opponent had no options left and conceded defeat. The attacks from Hua Feng could no longer form an effective blockade, ending the battle. System prompt, Battle 1, Stamina 5. After winning, Yang Tong immediately rushed off the stage, shouting, Medical team, hurry up. Gaoi watched the scene, shaking his head with a smile. When asked if he knew the contestant, he didn't answer, merely reflecting that someone remarkable had emerged from Hong Kong City, especially since this kid had trained a whole year less than the others. In the preparation room, Shin Yiren and Zhao Jincheng congratulated him. Shin Yiren hesitated, but eventually praised his unique combat style. Keep it low-key, Yang Tong replied with a grin. This is nothing. If my opponents weren't so weak, I could have shown even more tricks. Noticing Green Hair Guy's dejection, Yang Tong learned from Zhao Jincheng that he had just been rejected after confessing his feelings. Yang Tong immediately assumed the role of psychological counselor, using twisted logic to console him. Seeing Green Hair Guy deep in thought, Yang Tong nodded in satisfaction. In the afternoon's 38-19 match, Shin Yiren advanced, but Zhao Jincheng lost to Feng Su's team, defeated by the Purple Lightning Dragon. Yang Tong faced the ranked Bloodline Straw Hat Swordsman. Before the match, Yang Tong placed a Bluetooth speaker under the stage, and adrenaline-pumping music filled the arena. He drew his white spear forged from snake fangs, slightly crooked but still functional. With his teammates' support, the Straw Hat Swordsman attacked with dual swords. Yang Tong skillfully parried with his spear, gradually gaining the upper hand. After over 10 minutes, the Straw Hat Swordsman showed signs of fatigue, and Yang Tong seized the opportunity, piercing his shoulder with a thrust. Accompanied by the stirring background music, Yang Tong showcased his astonishing spear skills, thrusting and sweeping, leaving his opponent struggling to defend. Zilong, Zilong, unparalleled in the world. The song rang out, and the victor was clear. The soundtrack, Zilong, Zilong, unmatched in the world, echoed through the stadium. Yang Tong, dressed in a suit and holding a long spear, might have seemed a bit out of place compared to the traditional image of Zhao Zilong, but he carried an undeniable aura. His mastery of the spear had reached perfection, a flash of cold light first, then the spear roared out like a dragon. Each thrust was seamless, with his waist and legs moving in perfect harmony. Astonishingly, he even let go of the spear, using only his waist to spin it. Call him the Godfather. Call him the Godfather. Someone shouted from the crowd. He's like a summoned spirit. With the final strike, Yang Tong retracted his spear and turned, seamlessly merging man and weapon. His opponent, a swordsman in a conical hat, was pierced through and conceded defeat. Yang Tong cupped his hands in respect. Thank you for the match. The audience in Hong Kong, watching the live stream, cursed, why don't you fight like this in Hong Kong? This is too cool. Yang Tong put away his spear, picked up the microphone, and announced through a Bluetooth speaker, top 20 in the Eastern Province College League, a favorite for the championship, open for commercial endorsements. His phone beeped with a WeChat message from Chen Shui. So cool. Absolutely amazing.
Mega.
Ning Ning, you really have that Zhao Zilong vibe. You look even more the part in a white robe. The system won't let me change outfits, and I haven't changed clothes in 6 months. Seeing green hair brother looking distressed, Yang Tong comforted him. Don't worry, there's still the loser's bracket. Zhao Jinsheng clarified that it was because of a failed confession, not a lost match. After the meeting tonight, I'll take you somewhere that'll give you clarity, Yang Tong promised. The meeting was as dull as ever. Analysts studied the strengths of each team, formulating strategies for Yang Tong and Shan Iran. Yang Tong's strategy remained to play freely, as even the coaching staff couldn't figure him out. At night, green hair brother gazed at the neon sign of red romance, and Yang Tong gently coaxed. Here, you can grasp the true meaning of love. Special Industries value skill. Compared to the thousands you'd spend on a girlfriend each month, here you only need 800 for an overnight stay. Watching green hair brother walk into the shop, Yang Tong felt self-satisfied, saved another young soul from the abyss of love. In the draw for the top 19 into 10, Shin Iran received a bye and advanced directly. 2 people from Hong Kong in the top 10. Shin Iran laughed. Yang Tong took the stage to face his opponent, a mobile artillery lineup with 3 A-grade magic summoning spirits. But for Yang Tong, the mage nemesis, it was an easy win. He effortlessly dodged the magical bombardment, grabbed one of the summoning spirits, and slapped it hard. Using skills up close? That's just disrespectful. Yang Tong clamped the summoning spirit with his left hand, pulled out a heavy-duty brain flicker device with his right, and threatened, if you don't recall them, I'll flick you. My flicks can crack skulls. When Yang Tong turned his head after the opponent had withdrawn their summoned spirit, he couldn't help but chuckle. The scene before him was almost laughable. The opponent's summoned spirit was retreating, while the summoner stood there dumbfounded. This wasn't just a lack of combat experience. It was a complete misunderstanding of battle rhythm. Not even using basic kiting tactics and retreating before your summoned spirit can lay down suppressive fire? This is just. Yang Tong smirked with a hint of regret. Well, don't blame me for being ruthless then. Seizing the moment while the 2 opponents were still fumbling with their summoned spirits, Yang Tong darted forward like lightning. When they saw his radiant smile, their hearts sank, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, both of them lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The system promptly announced, battle victory, stamina 5. While waiting in the preparation room until noon, Yang Tong encountered Zhao Jinsheng's team. He was taken aback when he saw green hair bro's conditioned dark circles under his eyes, a haggard face, looking utterly drained. Whoa dude, you need to take it easy. Yang Tong thought to himself. Green hair bro gave a skeletal smile. Thanks a lot, man. I've completely figured things out. Great. Now he's thanking me. Yang Tong sighed. No need to be polite. We're all brothers here. After chatting for a while, Yang Tong went to the restroom. After taking care of his needs, he looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. Sigh. Buddy, everyone else is out having fun. When will your other functions come in handy? As they left the gym, Ning Ning excitedly wrapped her arms around Yang Tong's neck. Awesome. We're in the top 10. Stop. Quit attacking me with face wash. Yang Tong struggled and yelled, hey, that's soft. I didn't expect to face such weak opponents at this stage. If only it could be this easy all the way to the championship. Chen Shui warned, don't get too cocky. Feng Su from Quanqing is really strong, and his teammates are no pushovers. You're going solo. Yang Tong nodded. He had watched Feng Su's matches and had to admit the guy had some real skills. Under the ring's rules, defeating Feng Su would require some serious strategy. Without those restrictions, he'd be confident in taking down both him and his pets. In the afternoon, the three went to the mall. Yang Tong ran around trying to find a sponsorship deal, but the approval process for major chains was too slow, and he didn't even get a free meal out of it. Why don't you approach small businesses? Chen Shui asked. Small businesses don't make much money. I can't take advantage of them. Ning Ning rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. You're just saying that because they don't have enough money to be worth your time. Finally, they found a street food stall. Yang Tong got a case of beer for each of the girls, but only asked for a bottle of Sprite for himself. You, who insists on having hot pot even in beast territories, are drinking Sprite with skewers? Chen Shui was skeptical. Yang Tong pulled a face. I have to attend a meeting tonight. Ning Ning tore off the blue tears sticker he had on his face. At least make it look realistic. This isn't a cartoon. Besides, you don't even go to school. What meeting could you possibly have? Yang Tong suddenly realized, yeah, what am I worried about? Boss, another case of beer. Drink up. What are you, raising fish? Yang Tong hadn't arrived yet, so the meeting had to start without him. The coaching team had just finished analyzing tactics with Shun Yiren when they had to call Yang Tong. The phone call was answered with a belch. Hello? Coach? Yang Tong's voice was somewhat slurred. I'm at a barbecue joint. Meeting? Does it really matter if I'm there or not? Don't worry, I'll improvise. After hanging up, Yang Tong sneered. Crazy. Having a meeting for hours just to tell me to improvise. Like I need them to say that? And those boxed lunches are awful. He raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Chen Shui and Ning Ning's. Cheers. Let's keep the music and dancing going. Yang Xiaodong. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for the match. Yang Tong groggily responded, clutching his hangover-stricken head as he sat up. I need to quit drinking, he muttered. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Shui and Ning Ning in the room. What the heck? How did you guys get in? I even latched the zipper. Is it that hard to open the door and then undo the latch? Ning Ning replied matter-of-factly. Yang Tong paused. Not hard? Coach, I want to learn this. Then he self-reflected. Wait, I think I already know how. Never mind then. On the battlefield, Yang Tong finally faced a balanced Linupa melee fighter, a mage, and a support. After all this time, finally some normal opponents, he thought, eyeing them. An rank black and white zebra, an rank plant-type support Mistflower, and his old friend, the rank water spirit, Spear Prince. That's just a zebra. Yang Tong couldn't help but quip. Hold on. He suddenly interrupted the referee, quickly putting on a t-shirt covered in advertisements. This t-shirt had earned him nearly 3 million, although no one had bought the on a million for 5 seconds voice ad. The match began. Mistflower buffed the zebra, but this soft support didn't worry Yang Tong. He decided to go hedon and gauge their strength. Unlike the tactical style of the straw hat swordsman, the black and white zebra relied purely on brute force. Its bloodline's berserk skill temporarily boosted it to A, enhancing all its attributes, making it a data monster with Mistflower support. However, with one clash, Yang Tong sent the zebra flying. Not even close. His stats were like starting at level 1 with maxed out gear compared to his opponents. Finding the one-sided fight boring, Yang Tong's playful side emerged. He leaped onto the zebra. Giddy up. The zebra bucked wildly, trying to throw him off, but he subdued it with 2 punches. He drew his spear and skillfully maneuvered the zebra to the edge of the arena. Releasing a Bluetooth speaker, even as strangers, we were destined to meet. Zilong, unmatched in the world. You rode the zebra just to show off? The audience was speechless. Yang Tong turned the zebra around, spear in hand, charging at the water spirit. The zebra, showing some intelligence, dodged the water spirit's water jets. The water spirit looked puzzled, as if saying, you traitor. The pressure of a cavalry charge in the age of cold weapons was palpable. The opposing spirit master, fearing for the water spirit's safety, withdrew the zebra. Stumbling mid-charge, Yang Tong steadied himself with his spear and taunted the spirit master. Your zebra's gone. I surrender, the opponent said with a dark expression. Yang Tong hugged Shin Yiren. I'm back, buddy. Incredible. Shin Yiren genuinely praised. He hadn't competed yet and felt nervous, but Feng Su and Yang Tong had already won convincingly. The upcoming schedule was, today to pick the top 5, tomorrow the losers bracket to decide 6th to 8th place, the day after tomorrow the semi-finals and 3rd place match, and the final on the 4th day. Suddenly receiving a WeChat message, Ning Ning excitedly said she wanted to have his baby. Yang Tong immediately switched to science mode, explaining biological facts. The 3 of them planned to visit Jinan to see the first spring under heaven. After closing WeChat, Yang Tong started a live stream. Long time no see, everyone. I've missed you all so much. I hope you've been following my matches these past few days. Were you impressed by my performance? Amidst his thank you speech, rockets and yachts filled the screen as fans showered him with gifts. As soon as Yang Tong started his live stream, the chat comments began to flood in like snowflakes. However, the tip box remained empty, making him chuckle wryly. Come on, folks, show some love with those generous hands of yours, he said, feeling a bit awkward. Immediately, the chat was filled with teasing comments. Giving gifts is just losing money. Watching your stream brings you traffic, which is money. You should be paying me. Seeing these freeloaders' remarks, Yang Tong decisively ended the stream. Just then, he saw that Shuniran had won the match and advanced to the top 5. As Yang Tong was about to leave, he bumped into Zhao Jinsheng and his group. To his surprise, Brother Green Hair looked terribly unwell, as skinny as a skeleton. Take it easy, man. Your kidneys must be shot by now. Yang Tong couldn't help but joke. Brother Green Hair leaned in mysteriously and asked, Hey, Yang Tong, do you think it'll be a problem if I don't wear a condom? Good grief, that's risky. Yang Tong blurted out, and when questioned about his accent, he awkwardly said, Don't mind the details. After that, Yang Tong left the stadium with Chen Shui and Ning Ning. He had already thought of 4 strategies for the upcoming finals. The best plan was to win with a swift hand strike. The second best was to go head-to-head with Gu. The third was to use underhanded tactics to disrupt the game. And the last resort was to rely on stamina. What are you thinking about? Ning Ning asked curiously, seeing him deep in thought. I'm considering inviting Feng Su to a nightclub and then calling the cops, Yang Tong half-joked. Chen Shui immediately rolled her eyes at this suggestion. You're basically calling him an idiot to his face. Yang Tong then pretended to cast a dumbing-down aura, making both girls roll their eyes in amusement. Finally, the conversation turned to their plans. When playing Do Di Zhu was mentioned, Ning Ning instantly protested. No way. If I play Do Di Zhu with you again, I'd be a pig. How about we go back to the hotel and play Honor of Kings? Yang Tong suggested. I've already played enough bot matches to restore my credibility score. Seeing the two girls' exasperated faces, Ning Ning eventually gave in. Fine. I guess playing Do Di Zhu isn't completely off the table. The whole story retains its humorous and everyday feel while making the plot more coherent and smooth. The dialogue is more concise and impactful, and the character interactions are more lively and natural. Yang Tong, I'm seriously fed up with you. A furious shout shattered the calm in the gaming room. You're playing Zhuge Liang, and you used your ultimate on a fully healed enemy? Do you even know how to play? That's called intimidation. Yang Tong retorted nonchalantly. You can see the enemy's scared. That's the pressure of a jungle king. Even Ning Ning is desperate. He's both bad at the game and full of himself, Ning Ning sighed. But your screen went black. The screen going black is because of the phone's quality, not my gameplay, Yang Tong argued. After an afternoon of continuous losses, Yang Tong's credibility score finally hit rock bottom. Ning Ning and Chen Shui felt a weight lift off their shoulders, as if they had endured a long ordeal. How about we go to an internet cafe and play LOL? Yang Tong suggested eagerly. I'm really good with Yasuo and Yon. Ning Ning yawned. I'm so tired. Maybe I'm overworked. Let's call it a day. The next morning, Yang Xiaotong, wake up. It's time for our trip. Can you guys leave the room first? Yang Tong nervously clutched his blanket. Ning Ning shrugged. It's not like it's the first time we've been in your room, but I slept naked last night. Yang Tong blurted out. Let me see. Ning Ning's eyes sparkled as she jumped up from her chair. After a fierce tussle, Yang Tong's superior strength saved his last shred of dignity. While brushing his teeth, he pondered in the mirror. Are girls this terrifying nowadays? When they left, Chen Shui and Ning Ning wore black and white sun hats and sunglasses. Yang Tong couldn't help but tease. Isn't this a bit much? With a black mask, you'd look like either celebrities or wanted criminals. The sun is really harsh. A real man never fears the sun. I've got my quantum mechanics suit. What's there to worry about? At the Baotu spring ticket booth, Yang Tong tried to be clever. Miss, I'm a top contender in the college league. Can I get in for free? Tickets are 20, cash or WeChat? The ticket seller replied expressionlessly. Inside the park, after taking a few photos, the trio quickly grew bored. While the spring water was beautiful, for someone as restless as Yang Tong, watching bubbles was pure torture. Next stop, Thousand Buddha Mountain. Yang Tong's stamina was still impressive. If it weren't for Chen Shui and Ning Ning's firm opposition, he would have carried them both to the top. Looking around at the other tourists, Ning Ning couldn't help but complain. What's so fun about this? When Chen Shui noticed Yang Tong staring at a large Buddha statue, she teased. What's up? Found your inner wisdom? If this gets any more boring, I might just dismantle the Buddha. Believe it or not, the originally planned day trip ended before noon. They descended the mountain via a slide, with Yang Tong fearlessly cranking up the speed. causing the two girls to scream and laugh. A farmhouse restaurant became their last refuge. Yang Tong, brandishing a net like Zhao Zilong, spotted a hen and shouted, "Can you play basketball?" The hen ran frantically but couldn't escape the net. After a hearty barbecue, Ning Ning pointed at some sheep in the distance. Yang Tong immediately perked up. Wow, that must be at least 100 pounds. Finally, the trio enjoyed a drink together, even including Yang Tong's pet, Mao Chiu. However, Mao Chiu couldn't handle its alcohol and soon passed out on the ground. "Look at this Mao Chiu. It's so weak," Ning Ning slurred, pointing at the wobbling pet. "Why don't you call out the demon lizard and the snow phoenix to join us for dinner?" Ning Ning rolled her eyes and made a small gesture with her pinky finger. "What are you dreaming about? There's barely enough food for us." "Explain what you mean by barely enough." "I'm talking about the furball. Don't get any weird ideas." Ning Ning drew a big circle in the air with her hands. "The demon lizard and the snow phoenix are huge. If they showed up, the Spirit Control Bureau would be here in minutes." "True, let's forget it then. Come on, cheers." Yang Tong raised his bottle, and Ning Ning followed with her glass. Just then, they noticed Qin Shui engrossed in her phone. "Playing with your phone during dinner?" Qin Shui didn't even look up. "You guys go ahead. I'm just catching up on some gossip." "Oh?" Ning Ning and Yang Tong exchanged puzzled looks. "Trying to drink less, huh?" Yang Tong leaned over to glance at her screen. "What's so interesting?" Ning Ning also took a peek and scoffed. "Boring." Yang Tong put down his bottle, looking thoughtful. "You must be hiding something." Qin Shui remained absorbed in her phone. "What are you talking about?" "The moment there's a trending topic, you're all over it like a cat on a hot tin roof." Rising from the sickbed, laughing and asking where the gossip came from. "That's you. Not eating or drinking, just obsessed with arts and sports." Yang Tong continued his criticism. "You can't even manage your own life, but you sure pay attention to everything else. You know more about the entertainment industry than Mr. Wang Feng, always tracking timelines and paying for the truth. What does it have to do with you?" Qin Shui rolled her eyes. "You don't get it. Everyone's got a gossip gene." "Yeah, right? All this time, how come neither the FBI nor the CIA has discovered your talent for doing nothing? They should give you a job." "I'm keeping up with social dynamics." The conversation then spiraled into an absurd discussion about kangaroos invading the Vatican, debating everything from population ratios to geographic distances. Finally, Yang Tong gave up. All right, you guys win." As Mr. Lu Sun said, "Life is not just about distant gossip, but also about the roasted lamb in front of you. Drink or don't, it's up to you. Good times always fly by." The next morning, still a bit hungover, Yang Tong was waiting at the door early. As soon as Ning Ning opened it, Yang Tong shouted, "Surprise, motherfucker." They were greeted by Shen Yiren and Zhao Jincheng, among others. Yang Tong was shocked to see that the once green-haired brother had shaved his head, complete with a scar. Even more surprising, the former playboy claimed he had seen the light and wanted to become a monk. Seeing the green-haired brother tearfully saying, "I can't control myself," Yang Tong could only think helplessly. Why bother? Challenging someone else's profession with your hobby, how could you possibly win? Among the standout competitors rising from the losers bracket were Zhao Jinsheng, the Straw Hat Swordsman, and White Butterfly. All three had previously been defeated by Bao Tugu, yet their return to the arena demonstrated their exceptional skills. Notably, Zhao Jinsheng's performance highlighted the formidable strength of Bao Tugu. In the morning's quarterfinals, Shen Yiren faced White Butterfly in the first round. Despite a challenging battle, he ultimately emerged victorious. Zhao Jinsheng, however, wasn't as fortunate. The draw revealed that he would once again face his old rival Feng Su. Upon seeing the results, Zhao Jinsheng's face darkened immediately. After a fierce fight, his flaming scorpion was nearly paralyzed by electricity, leaving him dejected as he returned to the preparation room. "Bao Tugu, avenge me," Zhao Jinsheng pleaded with Yang Tong. "No problem, leave it to me," Yang Tong responded confidently, then added with a mischievous grin, "But hey, how about settling that protection fee? It's tough running a physical store these days, don't make it harder for me." When Yang Tong stepped onto the stage, he wore his signature suit jacket over a t-shirt. Opposite him was a well-coordinated team. An S-class mountain rhinoceros supported by two aides, one specializing in immobilization, the other in enhancing defense and size. With the support skills in play, the already massive mountain rhinoceros swelled to a size comparable to the flaming scorpion. As the battle began, the opponents launched a fierce assault. A beam of light shot toward Yang Tong, and although its exact effect was unclear, he instinctively dodged it. As a nemesis to mages, such evasive maneuvers came naturally to him. When the mountain rhinoceros charged, Yang Tong advanced instead of retreating. To everyone's surprise, the nearly 20-meter-tall behemoth suddenly leaped into the air, soaring nearly 50 meters high. "Wow!" Yang Tong couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought? With a thunderous crash, the entire stadium shook. Missing its target, the mountain rhinoceros launched several more jumping attacks. Is this even a rhino? Yang Tong shouted while dodging immobilization skills. Are you part frog or something? Seeing the arena nearly crumble under the strain, Yang Tong decided to end the fight quickly. As the mountain rhinoceros jumped again, he leaped higher, landing on its back, using it as a springboard to ascend even further. Adjusting his stance, he dove headfirst. Ever heard of a move called Heavenly Palm Strike? Yang Tong's display stunned the audience. But when he wielded a spear and pierced through the rhino's defenses, the crowd realized this wasn't some martial arts trick, but a genuine show of raw power. After carving a cross-shaped wound on the rhino's back, Yang Tong initially intended to offer his opponent a chance to surrender. However, seeing their continued resistance, he delivered a final blow, unexpectedly striking a vital spot. The arena fell silent instantly. We surrender, his opponent finally conceded. Following the battle, Yang Tong's group chat erupted. Ningning teased, "You really went for the kill, didn't you?" Chun Shui added, "That must have hurt. Talk about a heartbreaker." Yang Tong hurriedly explained that it was an accident, but neither Zhao Jinqing nor Shun Yiren could contain their laughter. Frustrated by their amusement, Yang Tong stomped his foot. "Stop laughing. It was the mountain rhinoceros that got wrecked, not me." In the semifinals, Shin Yiren faced off against Feng Su. Yang Tong sat in the audience, his eyes flickering with suspicion. This matchup made him wonder if the organizing committee had intentionally arranged it, seemingly determined to have him and Feng Su meet in the finals. Zhao Jinqing stood by the sidelines, tears glistening in his eyes. "Old Shin, avenge me." Shin Yiren nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of the mission on his shoulders. About 10 minutes into the match, Shun Yiren's team returned to the preparation room. He looked at Yang Tong with a heavy tone. "Yang Tong, avenge us both." Just as Yang Tong was about to respond seriously, Zhao Jinqing interjected, 100,000. Zhao Jinqing, your money-grubbing nature is truly unmatched. Shin Yiren couldn't help but mock. Yang Tong turned around, pretending not to know Zhao Jinqing. "Excuse me, who are you?" Watching Zhao Jinqing's embarrassed expression, he chuckled to himself. In the semifinals, Yang Tong encountered an unexpected lineup: 3 supports. It was surprising that such a combination could make it this far. Their setup was quite clever. One for buffing, one for debuffing, and most crucially, the third wielded the Steer Soul Tree skill. The Soul Tree's mirroring ability was indeed troublesome, allowing it to replicate targets of equal or lower level, gaining all their skills and spirit power for 10 minutes. Given that the opponent was also a level 9 spirit master, they could replicate both Mao Qiu and Yang Tong himself. As the match began, the opponent immediately copied Mao Qiu, buffing the replica while debuffing Yang Tong. Yang Tong almost laughed out loud. These people didn't realize that Mao Qiu's true strength lay in its innate abilities, which couldn't be copied. When Mao Qiu saw second Mao, its little head was completely bewildered. Even more shocking was Yang Tong's decisiveness in tearing the replica apart. This scene made Mao Qiu wonder if its owner would be equally ruthless if it were the replica. The opponent quickly realized their strategy was flawed and shifted to copying Yang Tong himself. However, they didn't know that Yang Tong's strength wasn't in his spirit power. When second Yang charged at Yang Tong, he immediately threw lime powder into the opponent's face. After landing the hit, he was about to pull out a sack but found that his collision had shattered second Yang into pieces. It turned out the replica inherited only the spirit power, not Yang Tong's terrifying physical strength enhanced by the system. This battle was much easier than expected. Back in the preparation room, Yang Tong faced the team's curious gazes with calm composure. When Shan Yiren asked what he would do if he encountered the real himself, Yang Tong listed a series of ruthless tactics without hesitation. First, throw lime powder, then cover with a sack. Make sure the sack is smeared with filth, one hand with a brick, the other stabbing the kidney. For good measure, he added, it's best to stab the spleen a few times, then behead, cremate, and scatter the ashes downwind. The subsequent third-place match was a snooze fest, with 2 storm giants brawling like street fighters. In the end, Shin Yiren won with a combination of disruption and healing. That night, the coaching team tried to analyze Feng Su's strengths for Yang Tong, only to realize they knew too little about him to offer any useful advice. At night, Yang Tong had a nightmare. The world in his dream was shrouded in blood-red hues: sky, earth, sunset, lava, all blindingly red. Upon waking, he wanted to slap the system hundreds of times. It turned out the system's red alerts were flooding his screen. Port City, danger. Port City, in danger. Port City, in danger. Port City, in danger. The glaring red system alert flashed incessantly before Yang Tong's eyes. He struggled to extract the crucial information from the deluge of messages. Port City Crisis Mission 1, Nightmare Level Beast, Territory Imminent. Reach destination within 5 hours. Reward, Stamina 10. The countdown showed 4 hours and 48 minutes remaining. Nightmare level? Yang Tong's eyes widened in shock. Having faced the bone venom snake, he knew all too well the terror of diamond level and monarch deer beasts. But all indications had pointed to this beast territory being at most a danger level, and the preparations by the pioneering army and the Spirit Control Bureau were clearly far from sufficient. Damn it! Yang Tong cursed through gritted teeth. Why now of all times? Although the full victory reward was tempting, the safety of Port City was paramount. Without hesitation, he chose to return to Port City. What good was a championship if the Godfather's city was lost? Time was of the essence. Yang Tong dashed to Qin Shue's room. After knocking, a sleepy Ning Ning opened the door. Before she could finish her teasing remark, Yang Tong urged, "Wake Qin Xiaoxue, something big is happening." Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, the two girls quickly changed clothes. Skipping makeup and washing up, they jumped directly from the fifth-floor window. As they landed, Yang Tong held each of them, creating a crater in the concrete below. "Release Xue Huang. We need to get back to Port City," Yang Tong ordered. "This is Quanchi. Are you trying to get me killed?" Chen Shui warned about the consequences of summoning a spirit within the city. Realizing the issue, Yang Tong continued to carry the two girls as he sprinted out of Quanqing. In just 7 minutes, they were outside the city, and Chen Shui released Xue Huang. The three of them rode the spirit beast and flew towards Port City. In the air, Yang Tong explained the situation. At first, Ning Ning was nonchalant upon hearing about the nightmare-level beast territory, but when she learned that Fang Jingming and his team were only prepared for a danger level, the two girls understood the gravity of the situation. Yang Tong immediately called Fang Jingming to warn him about the impending nightmare-level threat. Despite the doubts, Fang Jingming chose to trust Yang Tong's words. "How did you know with 3 or 4 hours left?" Chen Shui questioned. Yang Tong tried to brush it off with a laugh, but Chen Shui smacked him on the back of the head. Finally, he put on a world-weary expression, puffed on a cigar, and said, "As a godfather, isn't it only natural to have a few informants among the beasts?" Even outside the city, Chen Shui felt a bit anxious. It was her first time summoning a spirit without a specific reason, and if they encountered a powerful, unreasonable figure who attacked them directly, Xue Huang would be in serious danger. After a brief rest, the three continued their journey. Thanks to his robust physique, Yang Tong managed to keep up, but Chen Shui and Ning Ning, who had average physical conditions, were utterly exhausted from staying up all night. Xue Huang flew high above them, the cold wind howling, making it nearly impossible to fall asleep despite their fatigue. Yang Tong took the lead to shield the two women from the wind while monitoring the countdown on his phone's navigation app. They still had some time, but if things got urgent, they would have to make Xue Huang use its nitro boost. This would exhaust Xue Huang, but it was a necessary measure to keep moving. "If you slow down, I'll have to feed you supplements." Yang Tong's words barely left his mouth before Xue Huang picked up speed. The system immediately notified. "Task completed. Stamina 10. With 40 minutes left on the countdown, the trio finally reached Port City. The beast territory had become visible, and spirit tamers were already engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. A new task popped up on the system. Port City Crisis 2. Save Port City. The rewards were substantial. Stamina 20, Reflex 10, Malball all attributes 2, along with a special weapon pack and an ultimate weapon for the Berserker. "I'm only level 9, you must think highly of me," Yang Tong muttered under his breath. Luckily, the beast territory was on a mountain far from the urban area, so the residential zones were not immediately at risk. The battlefield was far more brutal than Yang Tong had anticipated. Every second brought more casualties, with spirit tamers, summoned spirits, and beasts falling in the fray. The beasts surged out of the teleportation portal, trampling their fallen kin into the ground. When they found Fang Jingming, he was leading a team using assault rifles against the beasts. Despite the limited effectiveness of high-tech weapons, it was all they had. Fang Jingming informed Yang Tong that the battle had already been raging for nearly an hour, and reinforcements were still 3 to 5 hours away. Worse still, a monarch-level beast had yet to appear. Chen Shui and Ning Ning demonstrated unexpectedly impressive marksmanship, their movements even more proficient than Fang Jingming's. Given the dire situation, Yang Tong decided to scout the teleportation portal. Fang Jingming tried to stop him but was easily moved aside, revealing Yang Tong's astonishing strength. Before leaving, Yang Tong handed over 20 powerful Pusa guns, instructing them to find strong individuals to use them. Fang Jingming's arm went numb from the recoil during a test shot, and the bullets flew wildly, far less effective than when Yang Tong used them. As Yang Tong advanced through the beast horde, he threw card bombs, creating small clearings that were quickly filled by more beasts. Finally, he pulled out a king bomb card and hurled it at the beast swarm. This time, something seemed different from usual. The aftermath of the king's blast had just settled, leaving an open space that was instantly filled again by a continuous surge of ferocious beasts. The scene was so spectacular that it could almost rival the power of Tongshin. Not only Yang Tong's attacks, but even the high-tech weapons deployed by the authorities to clear areas were immediately overtaken by new beasts. The ruler's control over the entire territory was terrifying, mobilizing a number of beasts beyond human imagination. Each reclamation effort was destined to be a battle of blood and fire. Yang Tong was now completely engulfed in the beast tide. His bodhisattva technique was powerful but quickly draining. Ning Ning, while reloading her assault rifle, casually remarked, "This power can't compare to Yang Tong's." Chen Shui immediately agreed. "Absolutely." Fang Jingming, seeing how relaxed the two appeared, asked worriedly, "Aren't you afraid something might happen to Yang Tong?" Seeing no concern on their faces, Ning Ning teased, "I thought you'd ask how we know how to use guns." "Yeah, how do you know how to use guns?" Fang Zhengming had barely finished speaking when he realized he'd fallen into a trap. Chen Shui rolled her eyes at Ning Ning and turned to Fang Jingming. "Don't worry, Yang Tong is crafty. Even if we all died, he'd probably still be grilling skewers." Hearing this, Fang Zhengming had nothing more to say and just nodded. "But seriously, how did you learn to use guns, especially assault rifles?" "Look, the beasts are launching an attack over there." Ning Ning quickly changed the subject. "Ugh, I hate dealing with official people." As Chen Shui had said, Yang Tong was indeed unharmed. Although he hadn't encountered the ruler, ordinary beasts couldn't stop him, and he easily dealt with them one by one. He soon reached the teleportation portal and fought his way through the beast tide. Holy crap! The sight before him made Yang Tong's eyes widen instantly. It wasn't just a bright spot. It was as if the whole world had lit up. The ground was covered with various precious materials, and Yang Tong didn't waste time evaluating their worth, just stuffed everything into his storage space. Any beast blocking his path to riches was mercilessly obliterated. While collecting materials, Yang Tong surveyed the beast territory. This was another area dominated by water attributes, rich in resources but teeming with countless beasts. The endless waves of beasts surged like the ocean. Despite the lure of wealth, Yang Tong didn't forget his mission. He pulled out Tongshin and threw it with all his might. Boom! The explosion echoed, but the effect was less than ideal. These beasts had thick hides, and Tongshin lacked the penetration power, making it barely more effective than the king's blast. The explosion was impressive, but its impact was diminished by the layers of beasts. In short, it looked cool, but the damage was low. This is the first part of the translation. Please let me know if you need me to continue. Why isn't Bao Tu showing up yet? Did he oversleep? Inside the gymnasium, Feng Su stood on the ring with his teammates, a smug smile on his face. Seeing that his opponent hadn't arrived, he couldn't help but loudly taunt his teammates. So-called Bao Tu Godfather, too scared to fight me, huh? Ha ha ha. Gao Yi stood on the sidelines, his brows furrowed. Someone who dared to throw dung on the Golden Monarch in public couldn't possibly be afraid of Feng Su. The audience began to stir, and someone anxiously stamped their foot. Damn it, if Bao Tu doesn't come soon, he'll be disqualified. I bet everything on him winning. Just then, a staff member hurried over to Gao Yi and whispered, "Governor, a nightmare-level beast territory has appeared in Port City, but the teleportation channel suddenly closed on its own. Why wasn't I informed?" Gao Yi's eyes were sharp. "You have to guard the Tianzong Desert and oversee the high school league." Governor Gu directly requested support from the capital. "That Gu Linza. Reckless." Gao Yi immediately ordered, "Arrange for a trip to Port City." The staff member handed over a phone, displaying a video of spirit tamers fighting fiercely. Gao Yi instantly spotted Yang Tong among them and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good. This is the true spirit of Longxia's sons. He then commanded, "Broadcast this live. Let everyone remember that it's the blood and lives of these people that ensure their peace and safety." The scenes on the big screen left the audience in shock. Yang Tong was relentlessly attacking a silver-ear beast lord, his summoned spirit Mauchio, launching fireballs larger than a person. The audience realized that Yang Tong had been holding back during his usual matches. Feng Su, still on the ring, watched the screen as Yang Tong pummeled the silver-ear beast lord. His expression shifted from surprise to fear to relief, like a face-changing performer. Recalling his earlier boasts, he felt his face burning with embarrassment. Unaware that he was being broadcasted live, Yang Tong focused on battling a second silver-ear beast lord, a clam spirit. Damn, this thing's shell is tough. After several fierce attacks, he finally found a weak spot, smashing the shell and breaking it open through the crack. "I thought there'd be a pearl," Yang Tong muttered as he stored his loot. He had already planned the ad. A top-quality pearl nurtured by a silver-ear beast lord, the only one in the world. Unfortunately, this clam had let him down. With the teleportation channel destroyed, the expedition was nearing its end. Though the beast hordes still swarmed the mountains, without reinforcements, they were like frightened birds. Soon, Yang Tong spotted a new target, a vortex stone turtle lord being besieged by other spirit tamers. "Leave that lord alone," Yang Tong shouted, driving away the other tamers. "You can't handle it. Go after the regular beasts. This one's mine." Grinning at the stone turtle before him, Yang Tong said, Another tough shell? Huh? Maybe I should get a hammer. This time, you're not hiding in your shell. Yang Tong grabbed the head of the vortex stone turtle with a tight grip, his arm muscles straining, and crushed it with a forceful squeeze. The stone turtle tried to retreat into its shell, but it was too late. A system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the host for achieving second place in the Provincial College League, earning 20 stamina, 5 reflex, the skill Thunderstrike, the exclusive weapon Bodhisattva, and a small amount of spirit control power. All attributes of Mao Chio increased by 2. Damn it. Yang Tong gritted his teeth. I gave up the perfect victory reward for Port City. His eyes scanned the crowd for Gu Zilan, Fang Jingming, and Lu Zhenghua. I'll get those rewards back from you sooner or later. Feeling the surge of spirit control power within him, Yang Tong was excited about breaking through the Black Iron Realm, but he realized he was still a bit short. Damn, just a tiny bit more, he thought regretfully. If he had gotten the perfect victory reward, he would have broken through by now. Although he had chosen to forfeit the match to support Port City, Yang Tong was not one to wallow in self-pity. With pent-up frustration, he found a stone giant and delivered a heavy blow to the back of its head. Yang Tong, that's my summoned spirit, not a beast. Gu Zilan shouted anxiously from a distance. I know it's your summoned spirit. Yang Tong smirked. I targeted it on purpose. Taking out his phone to confirm the second place prize money of 1 million had been credited, Yang Tong shrugged. People around him were shocked to see him checking his phone in the middle of a beast tide. He seemed to be taking the situation too lightly. Soon, Yang Tong found another octopus leader and easily took it down. Today's a seafood feast. Cubro is in for a treat. Suddenly, Yang Tong's brows furrowed. He quickly found Fang Jingming. Old Fang, there's a sovereign. How do you know? Instinct. Yang Tong analyzed. A beast tide of this scale can't be controlled by just silver leaders alone without any beasts escaping. There has to be a sovereign in command. Also, there might be a hidden gold leader, so be extra cautious. The system promptly notified. Sharp as attack as a graceful brute, one must not only embody violent aesthetics but also be meticulous. Reward, 5 stamina. Another notification followed. Sharp as attack to defeat the Platinum Sovereign Berserk Mantis. Reward, 10 stamina, 4 reflex, all attributes of Mao Chio increased by 1. Seeing the information about the Platinum Sovereign, Yang Tong immediately abandoned any thoughts of a frontal assault. A nightmare-level event with 3 sovereigns and an emperor, no wonder it's called a nightmare. He continued to search for manageable silver leaders within the beast tide while avoiding the Berserk Mantis hidden among them. Chen Shui and Ning Ning, who were helping the Spirit Control Bureau suppress the beast tide, kept an eye on Yang Tong as he moved effortlessly through the beast swarm. This guy is totally letting loose. He's got money, Chen Shui simply explained. In the midst of the beast tide, Yang Tong was suddenly hit by a tidal surge. Although not seriously injured, he was pushed back a few steps. Who the hell ambushed me? Turning around, he saw another sea turtle. Yang Tong licked his lips, punched the turtle's shell, and used the rebound to launch himself into the air, disappearing into the beast swarm in an instant. Retreat. A defensive gold leader isn't worth the time. Better to find more silver leaders. After dealing with the manageable targets, Yang Tong returned to Fang Jingming's side and first checked on Chen Shui. You okay? I'm fine, don't worry, Chen Shui shook her head. Why not ask about me? Ning Ning said with a hint of resentment. Sigh, you never really cared. Yang Tong glanced at her. You run faster than I do. Do I really need to worry about you? Hang in there a bit longer, it should be over soon, Yang Tong said, yawning. Let's finish this up quickly. I'm exhausted. How long until reinforcements arrive? Yang Tong asked. Fang Jingming shook his head. They should be here soon. We've already cleared nearly half of the beast horde. We need to slow down, Yang Tong said gravely. I estimate that once about half of the beasts are killed, the monarch will make a move. We've already started to slow down, Fang Jingming replied. Yang Tong glanced at him in surprise. Oh, I underestimated you. Then his gaze shifted to Mao Chio, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Mao Chio was performing impressively on the battlefield. Despite its lower level, it had a rich arsenal of skills, and each strike took down a beast. While having a dozen skills might be a fantasy for other summon creatures, it was a breeze for Mao Chio. What pleased Yang Tong even more was that Mao Chio devoured each beast it killed and even stole other spoils when no one was looking. Excellent. Truly a worthy successor of mine. Yang Tong nodded to himself. He then went off to find a defensive-type Golden Lord, wary of drawing too much attention by easily dispatching regular beasts. With his strength, taking on ordinary beasts would be like cutting through butter and could attract the attention of the Berserk Mantis. At that moment, Gaui finally arrived on the scene. What's the situation? Gaui asked as he dismounted. It's mostly under control, Gu Zilan replied. What are you doing here? With something this big happening, how could I not come? And you didn't notify me in advance. Trying to hog all the spoils of exploration? Gu Zilin laughed and explained the arrangements in the Tianzong desert, then talked about the casualties and Yang Tong's contributions. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Wait a minute, you're here, but where are the other reinforcements? Gaoi had already figured it out. They must have seen the situation is stable and are waiting to deal with the monarch. Realizing this, the two immediately sprang into action. Gu Zilin commanded his 3 summoned creatures to unleash their most powerful attacks, wiping out hundreds of beasts in one blow. Gao Yi's summoned creatures were not to be outdone, summoning a storm of purple lightning with equally devastating power. The sudden and overwhelming attack caught everyone's attention. The governor is here. Reinforcements have arrived. The morale soared. Each team leader immediately ordered their troops to conserve strength in case of unforeseen developments. Seeing this, Yang Tong joined the fight as well. However, just as he was envisioning the future, a cold flash struck him, sending him flying several meters. As he landed, Yang Tong saw his attacker. It was the berserk mantis. Damn it! Out of all these people, you target me? Yang Tong cursed while tending to the wound on his chest. Fortunately, his special suit had mitigated the damage. He frantically rummaged through his supplies, almost grabbing the wrong potions in his haste. After bandaging his wound, Yang Tong noticed the berserk mantis was still hot on his trail. It seemed to have recognized him as the instigator since he had been the only one to enter the teleportation portal. Do I have a grudge with the monarch, or something? Yang Tong muttered to himself as he ran. System, did you give me some kind of taunt skill? Just then, a platinum-level tiger-shaped summoned creature charged at the berserk mantis but was sliced in two with a single strike. Seeing this, Yang Tong wasted no time in continuing his escape. Luckily, this was the human world, and as long as the tiger-shaped creature was not killed on the spot, there was hope for its recovery. If it weren't for all the people around, Yang Tong would have loved to give the berserk mantis a grand send-off. Although those massive creatures would be impossible for anyone to carry, the spectacle alone would be terrifying. Just as he was thinking this, the real killer move landed. A swarm of summoned spirits descended from the sky, pinning the berserk mantis to the ground and hammering it relentlessly. Yang Tong paused and quickly counted. 1, 2, 15 platinum-level spirits, plus 7 diamond-level and 2 king-level summons. This lineup was simply bullying. Old Mantis, you can rest in peace now. You died a worthy death, Yang Tong mused. Suddenly, he remembered the mission requirements. He hadn't actually touched the berserk mantis. What if the system didn't count it as completed? Quickly, he picked up a stone and threw it accurately at the target. The system prompt immediately sounded. Significant contribution to the elimination of the Silver Monarch. Stamina 10, Reflexes 4, Mauchio's overall attributes increased by 1. In ancient times, such a feat would have earned me a place in the Hall of Heroes, Yang Tong thought smugly. But for now, I'll settle for an energy core. With the fall of the berserk mantis, the other fierce beasts descended into chaos, launching a frenzied attack on the spirit tamer's encirclement. But against so many experts, they were doomed to fail. Soon, a new system prompt arrived. Mission complete. Stamina 20, Reflexes 10, Mauchio's overall attributes increased by 2. Received a Marauder's exclusive weapon pack and an ultimate weapon. As Yang Tong tallied his gains, he noticed that Mauchio's improvements were the most significant. Just consuming the fierce beast had increased its water attribute by 1. And with the system rewards, its water and space-time attributes reached 9, while other attributes rose to 8, and fire attribute even hit 11. After wrapping things up, Yang Tong found Chen Shui and the others. It's over. You all can go catch up on some sleep. What about you? Chen Shui asked. I still have a few things to take care of. Then we'll wait for you. It's no big deal. Yang Tong nodded in agreement, and to Chen Shui and Ning Ning's surprise, he grabbed Fang Jingming by the neck. What are you doing? Fang Jingming struggled to ask. Contacting the snakehead to prepare for our escape. I think heading north is a good idea. What do you think? After some bargaining, Fang Zhongming pulled out 34 bucks hidden in his pants and reminded Yang Tong to consider the penalty fees. But as Yang Tong walked away, he didn't answer whether the matter was settled. I haven't even started on the 3 days of trouble you caused me, Yang Tong thought to himself, and then went to find Gu Zilin. Naturally, he couldn't use the same tactics on Gu Zilin as he did on Fang Zhongming. As the mayor of the city and a formidable gold-tier warrior with close ties to influential figures, Gu Zilin is certainly not to be underestimated. Yang Tong respectfully greeted the two big shots. Good day, Governor. Good day, Admiral. Gu Zilin smiled kindly. Yang Tong? I was just talking about you with the governor. Talking about me? Yang Tong scratched his head, a bit shy. Good things or bad things? Is there something you need? Gu Zilin asked. Yang Tong rubbed his hands together and said, Admiral, I missed the competition to support Harbor City. Could you possibly still award me the Champion's Prize? I'm fine with missing out on the perfect victory bonus, but could you at least give me the 3 million for being the champion? Sure. You can trust me, Admiral. I'm definitely. Yang Tong stopped mid-sentence, stunned by the straightforward answer. Huh. He was momentarily speechless. Gu Zilin explained. You saved Harbor City. You deserve a reward. I didn't do much, just took down a few lords. Yang Tong licked his lips. I feel a bit unworthy, but since you're being so generous, I humbly accept. I'm not talking about defeating the beasts, Gu Zilin said. I mean destroying the teleportation portal. Yang Tong was taken aback. Destroying the teleportation portal? Didn't it collapse on its own? Gu Zilin was also surprised. You didn't do it? Yang Tong shook his head repeatedly. It wasn't me. I don't know anything about it. Gu Zilin looked a bit disappointed. I wanted to ask you what method you used. It could have been our ace in the hole. But with the portal destroyed, the next time it's opened, the spirit tamers will be well prepared, making the initial exploration much easier. Gowie interjected. We can buy the information. Yang Tong's face showed inner conflict. I really don't know. Governor Admiral, you have to believe me. Gowie upped the ante. 10 billion? Yang Tong wrestled with himself internally, but ultimately gave up on explaining. There was no clear way to explain it. He couldn't exactly say it was a gift from a white-beard old man, could he? It really wasn't me. Gowie seemed a bit let down. Then forget it. Seeing Yang Tong still standing there, he asked, Zealand said you'd get compensated. Why are you still here? Yang Tong said expectantly, well, I feel like I also contributed to the defeat of the Platinum Sovereign. Gao Yi, knowing his personality, gave a quirky smile. You want a share of the spoils? Yang Tong nodded repeatedly. The two didn't respond, and the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Eventually, after some bargaining, Yang Tong received a scythe from the Berserk Mantis and the promised bonus. Watching Yang Tong's departing figure, Gowie chuckled. That cheeky brat. Gu Zilin also couldn't help but laugh. How did he develop such a money-grubbing nature? But it's not all bad. How so? Nobody's perfect. If he had no flaws, I'd suspect he was a 50W. Gowie joked. Besides being money-hungry, he's also quite the show-off. Gu Zilin was speechless, while Gowie laughed heartily. Seriously though, Gowie said more seriously, I think this kid could join the Torchbearers. Gu Zilin thought for a moment and then nodded. As things stand now, he qualifies. But to join the Torchbearers, he should at least graduate from college first. Who knows what the future holds? We've seen plenty of geniuses fade into obscurity. Gu Zilin sighed. We're getting old. Are we really? We really are. Old Gao, were you this impressive at his age? Don't kid yourself. When I was in high school, I was scared of silver beasts. This kid is already being hunted by a Platinum Sovereign. That's why I say, we're getting old. Forget about strength. We can't even match his mental toughness. Gowie reflected and found it true. Even now, he would be intimidated by a Platinum Sovereign, unlike Yang Tong, who dared to curse them. He grinned. Yeah, we've been left in the dust. The windmill spun round and round. The sky was beautiful, and the earth was beautiful. Yang Tong was abruptly awakened by the phone ringing. Without checking the caller ID, he answered it directly. If you don't have a damn good reason, I'll shove a dung ladle in your head, came Lu Mingfei's voice from the other end. Yang Tong, the competition is over. It's time for you to come back to class. Not going. You're still a student. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Yang Tong responded in a calm yet cutting tone. Can't I take a leave? No, you can't. Lu Mingfei's voice turned bitter. Your leave requests now require the principal's personal approval. My word doesn't count anymore. Really? Am I that important? Yang Tong's eyes lit up. He had been meaning to talk to Lu Zhenghua anyway, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Before long, Yang Tong swaggered into Lu Zhenghua's office, not even bothering to knock before sitting down. Lu Zhenghua frowned and looked up, but relaxed when he saw who it was after all. Yang Tong was never one for formalities. Principal, I need to take a leave, Yang Tong stated bluntly. Lu Zhenghua tapped his desk and said, Yang Tong, you're a promising student, but you've already taken quite a few leaves this semester. That's impossible. I've only taken 2 or 3. And your reasons for leave are unacceptable. Catching penguins in the Arctic? Are there even penguins there? Principal, have you ever been to the Arctic? No. Then you can't speak on it without investigation. I've been there, and there are definitely penguins. Yang Tong began to spin his tail. Maybe a territory of abyssal beasts has emerged, overturning human understanding. As a spirit master, I must sacrifice myself for the safety of humanity. Seeing Lu Zhenghua unmoved, Yang Tong's expression changed. He swiftly wrote out a leave request and slapped it on the desk. This time, the reason is absolutely legitimate. Reason for leave. Saving Hong Kong was exhausting. Need a break for 2 months and 5 days. Lu Zhenghua was about to sign when he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. You're timing this with the summer vacation, aren't you? After signing the leave request, Yang Tong brought up another topic. Now, let's talk about the championship reward. Wasn't it supposed to be a million resources for winning the championship? But you didn't win the championship, did you? Do you not know why I didn't win? Yang Tong retorted. After some coercion and persuasion, including mentioning Lu Jinghua's daughter, Lu Zhenghua finally agreed to give Yang Tong 500,000 fire-related resources as a runner-up reward. But Yang Tong wasn't satisfied yet, and brought up the reward for getting first place in the final exams. Lu Zhenghua, exasperated by Yang Tong's shamelessness, could only promise to discuss it if Yang Tong actually achieved first place. Finally, Yang Tong picked up the pen and crossed out the 5 days from his leave request. Yang Tong went on a massive shopping spree, converting all the materials he had collected during his expedition into cash and spending his entire fortune on a fire energy core. Eat up, Xiao. Yang Tong released his pet, Mao Qiu. Mao Qiu looked around, taking in the abundance of resources scattered everywhere, only to realize they were in a bathroom. Ugh, eating in the bathroom again. Mao Qiu protested internally. Don't be shy, just eat, urged Yang Tong. Reluctantly, with tears in its eyes, Mao Qiu began to feast. It started with the carcasses of fierce beasts stored away, which included not only ordinary beasts but also a significant number of silver lords, and even 3 golden lords. Most of these beasts were water-based, which boosted Mao Qiu's water attribute to 10, just behind its fire attribute. The fire attribute, bolstered by the vast resources, surged by 2 to reach 13. As he watched Mao Qiu's level 14 fire skill, Yang Tong mused, it's time for an upgrade. Although Mao Qiu had a bunch of high-level, powerful skills, it couldn't use them due to insufficient energy, which made Yang Tong itch with anticipation. Anyway, Qiu is invincible now. Who else has level 14 skills? Yang Tong couldn't help but burst into proud laughter. Outside the door, Chen Shui heard the laughter and was puzzled. Spending 2 hours in the bathroom was one thing, but bursting into laughter? She banged on the door forcefully. Yang Tong, come out here. Yang Tong opened the door, and the two immediately engaged in a debate about bathroom usage time. In the end, Chen Shui admitted defeat, throwing out a dismissive, go back and eat, then, as she walked away. What do you mean, eat? Who eats in the bathroom? Yang Tong defensively muttered. Back in his room, Yang Tong lay on his bed with Mao Qiu perched on his chest. Staring at Mao Qiu's contract space, he would occasionally chuckle foolishly. Who cares what the second summoned spirit looks like? As long as I have Qiu, it's enough. Yang Tong resolved to train diligently and break through to the black iron level as soon as possible. But when he tried to get up, he found Mao Qiu's weight immobilizing him. After Mao Qiu rolled off, he was sealed by the blanket, and eventually, he gave up struggling. Forget it. I'm done pretending. I'm taking a break today. Yang Tong took out his phone and started scrolling through short videos. After failing to interact with the system, he mumbled sleepily. I'll start training tomorrow. Work hard, be diligent, strive for success. No need for competitions, no saving the world, and most importantly, no school. Yang Tong lay in bed, bored out of his mind, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a crucial idea struck him, and he sat up abruptly. The sudden movement almost jolted Mao Qiu, who was napping on him, off balance. Mao Qiu opened his confused eyes and silently vowed never to sleep on his unreliable owner again. Yang Tong grabbed the still-dazed Mao Qiu and rushed out the door. At the pharmacy, he quickly rattled off a list of herbs. Morinda officinalis, astragalus, ginseng, atractylodes, schisandra, prepared rehmannia, cinnamon, arborvitae seed, polygala, cornus. The pharmacist listened to the list with an increasingly peculiar expression, gave Yang Tong a once-over, and then smiled knowingly. Sensing something was off, Yang Tong hurriedly explained, these are for a friend. The pharmacist's smile only grew more knowing. I understand, we all do. Back home, Yang Tong opened the windows to ventilate the room and began diligently brewing the herbal concoction. Once it was ready, he downed it in one go, carefully cleaned the bowls, and sealed the herbal residue in a plastic bag to store it away. He couldn't let Ningning, that sharp-witted girl, find any clues. If she figured out the purpose of these herbs, his reputation would be in ruins. After tidying up, Yang Tong confidently opened his computer. However, after a few hours, he slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling. His original plan to exploit a system bug for unlimited childlike innocence had failed miserably. Just as he was feeling down, Chen Shui came home from school, followed by Ningning. As soon as Ningning walked through the door, she wrinkled her nose. Why does it smell so weird in here? Air freshener, Yang Tong replied without missing a beat. Why would you use that? Did you have an accident? Ningning pressed. No, you had an accident. Wait, there's also a smell of herbal medicine. Someone upstairs is brewing herbs. Yang Tong casually deflected. Chen Shui, engrossed in her mobile game on the sofa, grumbled. I can't get past the second level of this stupid game. I'm holding back the entire Dongshan province. She handed her phone to Yang Tong. Can you give it a try? This game is so dumb. No challenge at all, Yang Tong said, though inwardly, he was relieved to have dodged a bullet. And so, Yang Tong spent 3 whole days lounging at home. During this time, he realized that while working or studying, he dreamed of lounging for a month. But once he was truly free, he couldn't stand it for more than a few days. Even more frustrating was that the herbal medicine hadn't lifted the seal. Practicing is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. Yang Tong finally couldn't sit still any longer. If I keep this up, I'll need both hands to pass the final exams. He decided to stir things up in the beast territory. Between the flaming hills and the dark harbor, he chose the former after all. The dark harbor was nightmare level, and he might be cosmically incompatible with its lord. After notifying the 2 girls in the group chat, Yang Tong set off. Little did he know, his actions had already alerted the Spirit Control Bureau. Fang Jingming, upon receiving the report, immediately went into high alert and specifically reported to Gu Zilin. He's heading to the beast territory again. Just a few days later? Gu Zilin asked. Upon hearing it was the flaming hills, Gu Zilin felt slightly relieved. Then just have everyone prepare for a beast tide. Oh, and make sure the dark harbor blocks Yang Tong. After hanging up, Fang Jingming felt a bit helpless. It seemed like his job had turned into cleaning up Yang Tong's messes. As soon as Yang Tong entered the flaming hills, he triggered a system quest. Bane of Monarchs, slay the Black Iron Monarch Burning Sea Ram. Quest rewards, Stamina 5, Reflex 1. Damn, a Monarch level beast and that's all the reward? Yang Tong couldn't help but complain, but he didn't take the quest seriously. After all, encountering a Monarch level beast was rare. Instead of waiting around, he decided to get something done. He shoveled some dirt into his storage space, although it still felt a bit cramped. Many people said Yang Tong was petty, but in reality, he was broad-minded and never held grudges over small matters. Upon finding the flame wolf pack, Yang Tong smirked. Chased me all over back then? Now it's my turn to surround you. Ball go. Mao Chio immediately unleashed his ability, launching a nearly 3-meter fireball, followed by a 10-meter wide wall of fire. The fireball hit precisely, instantly killing a flame wolf. As the wolves' anguished howls echoed, hundreds of flame wolves emerged from the surrounding bushes, encircling Yang Tong and Mao Chio. Faced with this situation, Yang Tong was not only unafraid but actually excited. With Mao Chio's firewall for protection, he could fight freely. Wielding the scythe of the Berserker Mantis, Yang Tong moved through the wolf pack as if it were empty. Wherever the blade flashed, wolf heads rolled, and he quickly annihilated the entire pack. Bullying weaklings is so satisfying. Always has been, Yang Tong said gleefully. Although flame wolves were generally docile, they turned into cannon fodder under the pressure of the monarch's bloodline, so he showed no mercy. After cutting some meat for hot pot, he left the rest to Mao Chio. Watching Mao Chio devour an entire flame wolf, along with its energy core, Yang Tong frowned. The energy boost was minimal, barely changing even at the decimal level. Considering that an ordinary beast's energy core was worth thousands, the cost-effectiveness was disappointingly low. For the next 3 days, Yang Tong rampaged through the flaming hills, dominating everything in his path. He wiped out 6 lord-level packs and collected a large amount of ordinary plants for future sale. He even considered mining but ultimately gave up on the impractical idea of trading for exploration equipment. Finally, Yang Tong reluctantly put away his shovel, declaring his mining plans a failure. Better stick to hunting beasts. If I want to take it easy and retire early, I'll have to rely on my buddy ball. Yang Tong had been wandering in the flame hills for 5 days before he finally encountered the blazing sea sheep. Gazing at the massive figure on the distant mountain, Yang Tong fell into a brief silence. The creature's 30-meter frame far exceeded the size of ordinary sheep, and its curved horns evoked images of the legendary beast, Orn. Such a ruler-class creature was something most people might never encounter in their lifetime. Yet he had found it in just 5 days. Maybe I really do have some kind of attraction for rulers, Yang Tong thought self-mockingly as he started down the mountain. Although his target was in sight, the old saying, distant hills look closer than they are, proved true, and it still took considerable time to reach the foot of the mountain. Looking up, he saw the blazing sea sheep feasting on the carcass of some ferocious beast. The sight made Yang Tong quip, this world is insane. Flame wolves eat grass, and blazing sea sheep eat meat. Today they eat grass, tomorrow they might eat people. It's like a sheep farting like a goat, both pretentious and ostentatious. Gently nudging Furball, Yang Tong whispered, time to work, buddy. Seeing the blazing sea sheep, Furball drooled with excitement and immediately unleashed its most powerful fire-based skill. Although the blazing sea sheep sensed the fireball, it still took a direct hit. In that instant, Yang Tong understood the origin of the name, Blazing Sea. Rings of fire radiated from the blazing sea sheep, covering an area over 10 meters wide. The enormous creature seemed to stand on a burning halo, executing the group attack skill, Fire Dragon Dance, that Yang Tong had long coveted. This skill is amazing. Yang Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Group attack plus self-defense sights the perfect combat skill. If I could learn it, combined with my speed, I'd be a walking, talking barbecue machine in a crowd. Pulling out his spear, Yang Tong charged forward without hesitation. Unlike others who needed two summon spirits for a balanced combat system, he chose to be the melee attacker himself. To charge into battle is to accept death, he declared. Passing through layers of fiery halos, Yang Tong's body emitted the aroma of grilled meat. Thankfully, his suit had fire-resistant properties, or he would have been roasted alive. However, his newly grown crew cut was singed away, much to his dismay. Closing in on the blazing sea sheep, Yang Tong launched a fierce assault. Whenever the creature tried to cast a skill, he interrupted it with a well-placed, exhausting kick. This combat technique, imbued with a silencing effect, left the magical ruler in agony. Under the combined attack of Yang Tong and Furball, the blazing sea sheep, despite its thick wool absorbing some of the damage, found itself in a precarious situation. Eager to end the battle quickly, Yang Tong observed his opponent closely and finally spotted a pinkish weak point among the wool. Without hesitation, Yang Tong gripped his spear tightly and thrust it towards the vulnerable spot. This strike was more lethal than any skill, instantly disrupting the blazing sea sheep's fire dragon dance. As the spear twisted, the creature's struggles grew weaker until it finally stopped moving. The spear pierced through the clouds. Yang Tong looked at the fallen burning sea sheep lying on the ground. It had died peacefully, without any signs of pain. He tore off a piece of golden brown roasted lamb rib, the aroma filling the air. The meat of a lord-level beast was indeed much better than that of ordinary beasts, and he chewed contentedly. Eat up. Yang Tong held a piece of meat in front of the burning sea sheep's head. When it didn't respond, he shrugged. Fine, suit yourself. I'll eat it. You've never been grateful. All these years I didn't kill you, and you never even said thank you, let alone invited me to a meal. I had to come and take it myself. The only thing Yang Tong regretted was that the burning sea sheep had died too quickly. His subordinates hadn't arrived before it was gone. Sensing the Lord's death, the small fries scattered in all directions. Brother Ball, don't you think one should be grateful? Yang Tong asked the furball beside him. Poof, the furball responded simply. This guy was so simple-minded, just give it food, and it would not do anything. By the time Yang Tong was full, the remaining lamb had been devoured by the furball. Checking his contract space, Yang Tong felt a bit disheartened. A black iron lord, and it doesn't even account for 0.3? You're really a money burner. Summoning spirits requires a lot of resources, but you are in a league of your own. I've never heard of a summoning spirit that needs lord-level energy cores as basic snacks. With the lord dead, the Flaming Hills had become Yang Tong's goldmine, much better than grinding in online games. 3 days later, Yang Tong casually sliced through an ordinary black iron beast but noticed that lords were becoming harder to find. In these 3 days, he had only killed 3 lords. The others seemed to be hiding. He wondered if he had cleared out the Flaming Hills, though that was unlikely. The other lords were probably just in hiding. It's time to leave, Yang Tong thought. This place wasn't worth lingering in anymore. Rather than hunting for lords here, it would be better to go to other beast territories. At the Spirit Tamer Bureau outpost, Yang Tong ran into Fang Zhengming. Old Fang, what are you doing here? Seeing a familiar face after days of no human contact made Yang Tong quite happy. I've been waiting for you. Fang Zhengming's voice carried a hint of grievance. Waiting for me? For what? Let's not talk about that yet. Are you done with your training? Seeing Yang Tong nod, Fang Zhengming visibly relaxed. Surprising, you didn't trigger a beast tide. Yeah, it's a pity, Yang Tong said with a hint of regret. Fang Zhengming frowned, feeling Yang Tong was being a bit reckless. He decided to remind this young man, you shouldn't think that way. Beast tides are terrifying, with their overwhelming numbers and the lords among them. The Flaming Hills no longer have a lord. Yang Tong interrupted calmly. What? What did you just say? I said. The Flaming Hills no longer have a lord. How is that possible? What beast territory doesn't have a lord? Coral Swamp. Yang Tong ventured. Now there's also the Flaming Hills. Fang Zhengming was stunned. Don't tell me you killed the burning sea sheep. Yang Tong nodded. Is that not allowed? Fang Zhengming was dumbfounded. Yang Tong remained calm on the surface, but felt a great sense of satisfaction inside. This kind of understated bragging was much more enjoyable than outright boasting. Fang Zhengming couldn't help but exclaim, whoa. Even being able to kill a black iron lord is impressive. Even at the gold level, I might not be able to do it. What's even more shocking is your knack for provoking lords. In less than 10 days, you've killed a lord. This is the 4th lord you've directly or indirectly taken out. The entire Longxia might not kill this many lords in a year. No wonder there was no beast tide. The key to a beast tide lies in the lord. Without a lord's bloodline power, the remaining beasts were just like minions without their hero, merely fodder. Fang Jingming was relieved that Yang Tong hadn't gone to Dark Harbor, where there are emperor-level existences. Who knows what trouble this kid would have caused there? Luckily, Dark Harbor had already blacklisted him. So, are you heading home? Fang Zhengming asked. Yang Tong's movements were always hard to track. He avoided surveillance whenever possible, making Fang Jingming think this guy was not simple. No, I'm not going home. Why would I? I'm going to check out Dark Harbor. You can't go there. Fang Zhengming awkwardly scratched his nose. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Why not? It's not like I can't buy a ticket. Well, Dark Harbor has already put you on the no-entry list. What does that mean? In other words, Dark Harbor has blacklisted you. Yang Tong looked confused. Why? I didn't do anything. They blacklisted you precisely because they fear you might do something. Yang Tong grabbed Fang Jingming by the collar, pulling him close. You must be kidding me. He swore to himself that if Fang Zhengming had nothing to do with the blacklisting, he would live stream eating while doing a handstand. If you're going to marry someone, make sure it's me. Yang Tong stared at his phone screen with a dark expression. This was the nth time Lu Mingfei had called him during a team battle, and it was wreaking havoc on his game rating. Without a second thought, Yang Tong hung up. After the match ended, Yang Tong called back. On the other end, Lu Mingfei's disgruntled voice immediately came through. Why did you hang up on me? Don't waste my time. Your call cost me 6 points. You better think about how you're going to make it up to me. 6 points? Just tell me what you need. Having received a suspension notice, Yang Tong was already mentally picking out a prime burial spot for Lu Mingfei. Then Lu Mingfei reminded him, tomorrow is the final exam. Are you going to attend? Of course. Yang Tong replied without hesitation. Seeing Lu Mingfei's straightforward answer, Yang Tong remarked, it's already finals? Half a year flew by, and it feels like we barely had any classes. Lu Mingfei, is it possible you haven't attended a single class? The finals were divided into written and martial arts exams. On the first day, it was the written exams. In the crowd, Yang Tong ran into Shin Yiren and Zhao Jinsheng, who had both advanced to the black iron level. They mentioned they were planning to study in Shanghai. While they were chatting, someone suddenly patted Yang Tong on the shoulder from behind. He instinctively turned and executed an over-thresholder throw, his fist already raised, only to realize it was his buzz-cut friend Green Hair. It turned out Green Hair had started dating a sophomore at Southeast University. Entering the exam hall, Yang Tong's appearance caused a stir among the students. He's here. The big boss is back. Han Luer also sighed when she saw Yang Tong. As the top student in regular tests, she always had to settle for second place during finals. Though Yang Tong hadn't attended classes all semester, his feats had spread throughout the campus from single-handedly defeating the Earth Fury Bear during the Spring Festival to easily dispatching lords and monarchs like slicing vegetables. Yang Tong greeted Han Luer with a smile. Long time no see. You've gotten a lot stronger. Han Luer replied with a smile. Huh, have I? Everyone's been improving. I might need both hands to take you all on now. Yang Tong said humbly. In reality, his fireball skill had reached level 14, and anyone who could withstand just one of his fireballs was already considered a genius. The moment the exam started, Yang Tong began writing furiously. He looked completely at ease, as if he were tackling the simplest of problems. This is way too easy. Someone should contact the Ministry of Education. These questions are a joke? He muttered confidently, then leaned back in his chair and dozed off until the Indofexum bell rang. After leaving the exam hall, Yang Tong waited at the school gate. 2 minutes later, Chen Shui and Ning Ning finally showed up. You two are so slow, Yang Tong said, glancing at his phone and frowning. Ning Ning rolled her eyes, while Chen Shui asked with concern, how did it go? Do you even need to ask? Yang Tong puffed out his chest. Genius, scholar, master of knowledge, paragon of wisdom. A true standout hats me. The conversation shifted to summer plans. Yang Tong suggested forming a team for a high-risk training mission, but Ning Ning looked exhausted. Just more studying, what else? There's no break in the world of overachievers. Let's aim to break through to black iron rank as soon as possible. What's the point of just breaking through? Yang Tong proposed. How about we head to Minghai for some energy cores and learn new skills? Minghai is the territory of wind beasts. What good would it do us? Ning Ning pointed out sharply. Yang Tong was taken aback, wondering when she had become so astute. Chen Shui laughed to diffuse the tension. Don't drag us into your plans. Our focus is on breaking through to black iron. We can worry about skills later. The conversation turned to potions, and Yang Tong bragged that he had maxed out his investments, needing only time and space attributes. Chen Shui reminded him not to get complacent and to focus on improving his strength. Just then, Lin Feng approached and greeted respectfully. Hello, boss. I prefer you when you're rebellious. Yang Tong teased. The Endofterm exam results came in, and the system announced you achieved first place in the final exam. Reward: 5 stamina. Yang Tong grumbled that the reward was too small, but the system remained silent. During the martial arts exam, he took the stage with a shot put, intimidating everyone. Although some voiced objections, it ultimately turned into flattery, allowing Yang Tong to easily secure first place. After receiving 200,000 resources from Lu Jinghua, Yang Tong was ready to start his vacation but was stopped by Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei strongly recommended he join a college entrance exam prep class, but Yang Tong flatly refused. "You want me to join the prep class so badly? Is it because you don't want to be my homeroom teacher?" Yang Tong asked, squinting his eyes. Lu Mingfei smiled awkwardly, trying to explain, but Yang Tong had already vanished, leaving him to ponder. With a student like this, even though the rewards are plentiful, is the daily stress really worth it? A sharp scream pierced the night, jolting Yang Tong awake from his sleep. He immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to Chen Shue's door, knocking urgently. "Chen Shue, what's wrong?" The door opened, and Chen Shue stood there in her pajamas, her face still pale with fright. "It's nothing, just a nightmare," she said, taking a deep breath. "I dreamt you were eaten by a ferocious beast." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Yang Tong replied, "Your scream is really something. It woke me up through 2 doors and a living room." Chen Shui gave an apologetic smile. Yang Tong shook his head. "I thought it was some clueless thief coming to get himself caught," he said, glancing at his phone. "It was just past 3 a.m. "Sorry, it's all my fault," Chen Shui said. "Go back to sleep." But Yang Tong remained where he was, pretending to be serious. "According to TV dramas, this is the part where you say you're scared and need me to stay with you." Chen Shui rolled her eyes and shut the door. The next morning, before he left, Chen Shui earnestly reminded him, "Stay safe." It was clear that last night's nightmare was still weighing on her. "Dreams are usually the opposite," Yang Tong said with a smile. "Maybe I'll end up eating the beast instead." Yang Tong was headed to Storm Plains, a dangerous beast territory in Minghai, where he would be stationed for the next 2 months. If all went well, he would be fine. If not, either he would be hunted by the sovereign, or he would take the sovereign down. Standing in front of the teleportation portal, Yang Tong seriously considered contacting Gao Yi to set a trap for the sovereign. As soon as he arrived in Storm Plains, he began an unusual activity digging up soil and storing it along with the grass in his storage space. This odd behavior quickly caught the attention of the Spirit Control Bureau staff. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" one of them asked. "Digging up soil," Yang Tong answered confidently, leaving the staff member momentarily speechless. "Why are you digging up soil?" Yang Tong's eyes gleamed with depth. "Because I have a deep love for this land." At that moment, the Storm Plains were calm and sunny, with a gentle breeze making the atmosphere pleasant. Despite this, Yang Tong kept in mind the Spirit Control Bureau's warning when a storm hits: stay far away. This advice was gained through others' sacrifices, and though he could be reckless, he was not foolish. Releasing his companion, Mao Chiu, Yang Tong enthusiastically said, "Mao Chiu, eat up." The breeze ruffled Mao Chiu's fur, making it look even more adorable. Mao Chiu widened its eyes. "Eat what? There's nothing here. Am I supposed to eat dirt?" "Eat the wind." If Mao Chiu could overpower Yang Tong, it would have already given him a beating. Just then, the system issued a new task. Monarch Slayer 1. Defeat the Silver Sovereign of Storm Plains Gale Bird. Monarch Slayer 2. Defeat the Gold Sovereign of Storm Plains Thunderhoof Hippo. Seeing these relatively normal tasks with generous rewards, Yang Tong knew he was once again in for a showdown with the sovereign. Although he hadn't planned on provoking any sovereigns, it turned out Storm Plains had a dual sovereign system, and the task descriptions hinted at a peculiar relationship between the two. In this dangerous beast territory, silver tier beasts were the norm, while iron tier and gold tier beasts were moderately present. Yang Tong easily snapped the neck of a silver tier beast and skillfully skinned and cleaned it. The energy core of a silver tier beast could increase Mao Chiu's wind attribute by 0.0001, which was already quite effective. After killing dozens of beasts without encountering a single leader, Yang Tong felt uneasy about his unusual streak of good luck. He was used to running into leaders and sovereigns at every turn, so this sudden good fortune made him wary. "If I don't hurry up and kill a few leaders, I'll probably run into a sovereign directly," Yang Tong muttered to himself. Yang Tong was still the same young man as before, without any change. He quickly spotted the target lord, crouching in the dense underbrush, carefully parting the grass that obstructed his view. In the distance, thousands of gale hounds surrounded a massive golden lord, creating quite a spectacular scene. "This won't be easy," Yang Tong muttered under his breath. He glanced down to see Mao Chiu drooling at the sight of the distant prey. "Stop drooling, you look ridiculous," Yang Tong said helplessly. They already looked like ambushers lying in the grass, and Mao Chiu's behavior was just making it worse. Although he was confident in dealing with the Golden Lord, thousands of golden beasts were another story. Last time, he managed to kill the Lord easily because other spirit tamers had distracted the beasts. This time, it was just him and Mao Chiu, making the situation entirely different. "Hey, Mao Chio. How about we kite them to tire them out? Before he could finish his sentence, Mao Chio excitedly launched a wind blade, striking the lord dead center. Damn it! I said kite them, not wind blade them. With a howl, the entire pack of gale hounds sprang into action. Watching the sea of black figures, Yang Tong couldn't help but joke. With this many black dogs, we could catch ghosts. But seriously, who even uses black dog blood for that anymore? Paid leave is much more efficient. Despite his jesting, Yang Tong's fists were anything but playful. Each punch landed precisely on a galehound's head, shattering it. These golden beasts were indeed much tougher than ordinary ones. Even with his strength, it took considerable effort to crush their skulls. Mao Chio was equally formidable, with each level 14 fireball skillfully roasting a galehound. This made Yang Tong even more eager to see Mao Chio unleash the dragon dance after breaking through to the black iron level. The battlefield was engulfed in a frenzy of gales, whirlwinds, and wind blades. But with Yang Tong's physique, these attacks could barely scratch him. He only needed to dodge vital points, like the wind blade aimed at his groin by a particularly cunning dog, and the Lord's special attacks. To be safe, Yang Tong stored each fallen galehound in his storage space immediately. As the battle wore on, he gradually closed in on the Lord. His suit was splattered with red dog blood, but his eyes never left the Lord. Experience told him the Lord would soon try to flee. Sure enough, as its minions fell, the Lord began retreating while launching skills. Yang Tong was ready. He swiftly drew a spear made from golden monarch materials and leaped at the Lord's vital spot. The sharp spear easily tore a gaping hole in the Lord. It let out a wretched howl, calling for its remaining minions to help. Though reluctant to die, the beast had no choice but to charge under the Lord's bloodline suppression. Yang Tong wielded the spear with both hands, creating a circular arc that sliced the throats of any approaching beasts. Although a spear wasn't the best weapon for crowd control, his sheer strength allowed him to take on hundreds. He deftly dodged wind blades, the spear singing as it carved multiple wounds into the Lord. At a critical moment, Mao Chio attacked the other beasts, allowing Yang Tong to pin the dying Lord to the ground with a decisive thrust. This was a well-practiced strategy. Once the Lord died, the beasts would scatter without its bloodline suppression. To ensure complete victory, it was best to keep the Lord barely alive. As expected, with the Lord severely wounded, the battle turned from a hard-fought struggle to a swift slaughter. After storing all the gale hounds in his space, Yang Tong looked at the Lord, still gasping for breath, and ended its suffering swiftly. Finally, we can prepare some dog meat hot pot. He thought of the old saying, dog meat cooked 3 times, even gods can't stand steady, when suddenly his brow furrowed, and he looked into the distance. Well, someone is even sneakier than me. A true ambusher. A dozen people emerged from the grass, the leader bowing to Yang Tong. Young hero, your skills are impressive. This cliched greeting made Yang Tong shake his head inwardly. It was clearly another adventuring party, and judging by their numbers, they were likely not a legitimate group. Real adventurers usually formed teams of 3 or 4. A group of this size often consisted of unruly mobs relying on numbers to bully others. If they were planning to rob him, it would be an easy fight. A glint of anticipation flashed in Yang Tong's eyes. It's showtime again, Yang Tong said, rubbing his bald head with a simple, honest smile. This seemingly ordinary action sent a shiver down the spines of the adventurers. The image of a bald man with an honest smile inexplicably felt like a scene from a horror movie, as if he could transform into a serial killer at any moment. We've been tracking these hurricane black dogs for over 10 days, and just when we were ready to make our move, you swooped in and took them. Isn't that a bit unfair? One of the adventurers questioned. Yang Tong sneered inwardly, thinking how lame their excuse was. The adventurers had already summoned their spirits, indicating they were a mix of gold and silver ranks capable of operating in a danger zone. What puzzled Yang Tong was that despite witnessing him take down the hurricane black dogs alone, they still dared to make a move. We can't let our efforts go to waste, the adventurer continued. Yang Tong nodded. That makes sense. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he pulled out a pot from his storage space. How about I treat you all to some dog meat hot pot? Greed flashed in the eyes of the adventurers, their minds clouded by the prospect of profit. Are you kidding? We want at least half of the hurricane black dogs in your storage space too. Their summoned spirits began to surround Yang Tong. Where do you get the nerve? Yang Tong sneered. I just took down a gold-ranked leader by myself. Before he finished speaking, he had already thrown his spear, piercing straight through one of the gold-ranked spirits. Only then did the adventurers remember that the person in front of them was capable of soloing a leader. You dare harm your own kind? Yang Tong flashed a bright smile. You've said all the good and bad things, and now you want to use moral high ground because you realize you can't win? I have no morals for you to exploit. The ensuing battle was a solo performance by Yang Tong. He wielded nunchucks, smashing the heads of summoned spirits with each strike. When the nunchucks broke, a white dagger appeared in his hand, and his moves were seamless backstabbing, throat-slitting, and heart-piercing. Malbal took down one, and the rest were all dealt with by Yang Tong. When the battle ended, the adventurers wept bitterly, not because they were injured, but because all their summoned spirits had been destroyed. Now, let's talk about compensation, Yang Tong said. We're all respectable people here. Hand over your valuables, so I don't have to get my hands dirty. Someone tried to escape, but Yang Tong quickly threw a stone, piercing their leg. One person, with a dagger to his throat, still tried to talk tough. A real man can be killed but not humiliated. Without a word, Yang Tong punched him in the gut. The man immediately rolled on the ground in pain, scaring the others into obediently handing over their backpacks. After counting the spoils, Yang Tong, with a cigar in his mouth, looked like a reserved yet intimidating mafia boss. Hands on your heads, squat in a line, he ordered, then kicked the man still writhing on the ground. You two, get over there and squat properly. One more peep, and you'll get another punch. The entire adventurer group crouched down with their hands on their heads, and Yang Tong nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the disheveled adventurers before him, he began his impromptu lecture. You all have capable hands and feet, yet you choose not to work properly. Why not make money and improve your skills by hunting fierce beasts? Instead, you go down the path of robbery, Yang Tong said, adopting a persuasive tone. An adventurer couldn't help but glance up and mutter, Big brother, isn't it you who just robbed us? Rubbish. How dare you? Nonsense. Yang Tong immediately raised his voice. With my status, do I need to rob you? I'm a model citizen of the new era, upright and righteous. I've studied criminal law, read Zhongsan, and am full of integrity and rectitude. Seeing the crowd bow their heads in shame, a smug smile appeared on Yang Tong's face. Once again, he had successfully guided a few lost souls. He thought to himself, I really do have a knack for teaching. The adventurers felt utterly defeated. Not only had they lost the fight, but they also had to endure this endless lecture. Finally, someone couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up, Big brother, we realize our mistakes now. Please let us go. Others chimed in, yes, Big brother. We truly understand our errors. Please let us go, Big brother. It won't happen again. Please, I get it now. Yang Tong pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. All right, you're all good kids. But, he suddenly changed his tone. Are you truly remorseful, or just trying to appease me? Everyone shook their heads vigorously. No, we really mean it. Then prove it to me. Yang Tong pointed to one of them. You, sing conquer for me. What? What does that have to do with proving our remorse? The person looked bewildered. It doesn't, Yang Tong said confidently, but it makes me happy. And so, Yang Tong began his talent show segment. The first person tearfully sang conquer and was let go. The second person was about to start singing but was stopped. Sing pleasant goat for me. When it was the third person's turn, a female adventurer, she tried to flirt and offered to do anything. Yang Tong, however, asked her to perform a traditional dance while he sang. Oh, it's so cold. I'm playing with mud in the northeast. The last person had a decent singing voice, and Yang Tong even commented, with your looks and singing skills, why not become an idol? Part your hair in the middle, wear suspenders, and after 2.5 years of training, you'll be making big money. After letting everyone go, a system notification sounded. Detected that the host has tormented others to a certain degree, gaining the demeanor of a crime boss. Reward, 5 stamina. Yang Tong grumbled. How can this be considered torment? I was clearly showcasing their talents. I'll take the stamina, but I refuse to accept this as torment. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another day has passed. Over the past 10 days, Yang Tong has carried out a fearsome sweep across storm plains. While not quite a nemesis to monarchs, he has effortlessly dealt with lords. Whether silver or gold-ranked, any lord that fell into his hands, along with their fierce beasts, faced inevitable slaughter. During this period, Malchius wind attributes steadily increased to 9, just a step away from the 10 target. When Yang Tong arrived at the stormy area as described by the Spirit Control Bureau, the scene before him was breathtaking. Violent energy mixed with fierce winds, threatening to tear everything apart. Tentatively, he reached his hand into the storm, instantly hearing the sound of clashing metal. His arm was immediately covered in blood marks, a level of damage he could endure, but which would reduce an ordinary person to bare bones in an instant. Just as he finished off the last Gale Gold Beetle and took down the Silver Lord, the system suddenly prompted. Eliminate the assailant and show them the might of a marauder. The task rewards were unusually generous. Stamina 25, Reflexes 5, Malchius attributes increased by 1, excess spirit control power, plus a 5-meter mummy shroud. These abnormal rewards immediately raised Yang Tong's suspicions. Under normal circumstances, even killing a gold monarch wouldn't yield such bountiful rewards. More unsettling was the inexplicable shroud, a clear omen of ill fortune. As he hurriedly gathered his spoils, a purple lightning bolt struck where he had just been standing. Thanks to his heightened reflexes, Yang Tong narrowly dodged, leaving a massive crater in his wake. A man with a hooked nose, clad in a black trench coat and exuding a sinister aura, appeared in his sight, surrounded by 4 summoned spirits. Yang Tong's pupils constricted. 4 summoned spirits meant this was a diamond-ranked spirit controller. According to spirit control laws, high-level spirit controllers weren't supposed to appear in low-level beast territories unless it was due to a monarch-induced beast tide. Their conversation was charged with tension. The hooked-nosed man had clearly come prepared, not only knowing Yang Tong's identity but also having a defensive summoned spirit to protect himself. This was a meticulously planned assassination. After a brief clash with the summoned mammoth, Yang Tong realized the gravity of the situation. He spat out a mouthful of blood, glanced at the uncollected beetle corpse on the ground, and decisively grabbed the still feasting Mao and fled. Gurgur, Mao grumbled in dissatisfaction. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. We're in serious trouble here. Don't you get it? Yang Tong snapped as he ran. Seeing Yang Tong flee, the hook-nosed man cracked a cold smile. He sat comfortably atop his summoned spirit, leisurely pursuing the panicked prey ahead. It was only natural for a 9th-level spirit master to run when faced with a diamond-level opponent, and what he enjoyed most was watching his prey struggle in despair. Yang Tong coughed up a mouthful of blood as he sprinted. The force from the earlier collision was far beyond normal. Either that mammoth had mutated, or this hook-nosed man's power was unfathomable. However, Yang Tong had the advantage of speed, and that was enough for now. The hook-nosed man wanted to wear him down? Yang Tong sneered as he ran. His endurance could last for days, and in that time, anything could happen. Watching his opponent silently block the route to the Spirit Master Bureau's outpost, Yang Tong cursed inwardly. This old fox was indeed cunning. As for the Zhu Xian sword formation, he would hold off for now. This trump card might not kill a diamond-level expert, but it could at least severely injure him. Now wasn't the time. He needed to save this last resort. Suddenly, the hook-nosed man pulled out a slingshot and launched pink powder. Yang Tong easily passed through the cloud, only to find suspicious particles clinging to him. As a poison expert, he immediately recognized it as an aphrodisiac. How unoriginal, he scoffed. Since you started with biochemical weapons, don't blame me. Yang Tong casually tossed a bulging sack. The hook-nosed man dodged the direct hit, but got splattered with golden liquid. Worse, just as he was about to mock Yang Tong, a piece of shrimp landed precisely in his mouth. God, the hook-nosed man gagged and fumed. Yang Tong, he'll skin you alive. The chase continued, with Yang Tong repeatedly turning to hurl bags filled with filth, interspersed with bricks, wrenches, and other tools. A careless moment later, a pipe wrench struck the hook-nosed man's head, and golden liquid seeped into the wound, causing him excruciating pain. Take my advice, Yang Tong shouted while running, get treated quickly, or you'll end up with a nasty infection. The hook-nosed man was furious, but had to keep his mouth shut, fearing he might ingest something else disgusting. He swore to make Yang Tong suffer horribly, but was forced to endure this humiliating chase. Had enough to eat yet? Yang Tong's taunts were relentless. Give it up and go home. Be good. At this point, the hook-nosed man could only chase with a grim expression, not daring to respond, for fear of swallowing another shrimp. The hook-nosed man clearly underestimated Yang Tong. He thought he could wear Yang Tong down by exhausting his stamina, unaware that Yang Tong had a backup plan. When the time comes, I still have Mao. Yang Tong chuckled to himself. His plan was simple. Feed Mao a special potion and then escape on the small summoned creature. Although Mao wasn't large, it should be able to carry his weight without a problem. Soon, Yang Tong threw all his remaining supplies at the hook-nosed man. This diamond-level summoner received even harsher treatment than the bone poison viper before him. The most striking feature of the storm plains is the constant wind, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, with ever-changing directions. One moment a northwesterly wind roared, and the next, a southeasterly breeze caressed. Just as Yang Tong was struggling against the wind, it suddenly shifted to his favor, making his steps much lighter. However, the wind brought with it a nauseating odor. What the hell? Yang Tong couldn't help but curse. Can you please maintain some personal hygiene? Stay away from me. The hook-nosed man was equally infuriated by the sudden accusation. What the hell? Are you even human? Isn't this the stuff you threw at me? They both ran while exchanging insults, creating an absurdly comical scene. Seeing the hook-nosed man and his 4 summoned creatures in such a disarray, Yang Tong felt it was time to counterattack. Attack when the enemy is exhausted. As long as I take down the 2 melee-type summons, the remaining magic users won't pose much of a threat. But when Yang Tong stopped and readied his gun to engage, the stench made him reconsider immediately. No way. This is disgusting. It was far more challenging than dealing with the bone poison viper. Since close combat was out of the question, he switched to ranged attacks. Yang Tong turned to Mao Chio and said, "Buddy, see that moving, special object back there? That's the enemy summoner. Get your cannon ready, and if you hit him, you'll get half a gene of roasted sweet potatoes." Seeing Mao Chio hesitate, he added, "And a plate of fried shrimp." The story continues with equally thrilling developments, including the unusual reaction of a fierce beast, the revelation of the truth about the aphrodisiac, and the eventual arrival of reinforcements. If you need more, I can continue rewriting. Yang Tong had never felt the monarch to be so approachable. From a distance, he immediately locked onto his target. The combination of the one-legged hippo and the swift bird was simply unmistakable. The swift bird was relatively normal, with its entirely blue feathers, about a meter long when perched, and a wingspan reaching 3 to 4 meters. But the real eye-catcher was the one-legged hippo, a gigantic hippo face directly connected to a leg several meters thick, ending in a massive foot. It was like a face growing out of a foot. This bizarre appearance made even the well-traveled Yang Tong marvel at the creator's whimsy. At that moment, the swift bird was resting with its eyes closed, while the one-legged hippo was happily hopping around it, balancing on its single leg with astonishing skill. Observing their close relationship, it was no wonder the system had indicated they were inseparable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tong shot forward like an arrow, grabbing the swift bird by the neck before either beast could react. This speed-based creature was indeed fragile. A quick twist, and it was dead. Yang Tong swiftly stored it in his inventory, with the system immediately notifying him of task completion. Stamina 15, reflexes 5, all attributes of Hairball increased by 1, and received the exclusive weapon, Child's Heart 1. Simultaneously, a warning. The one-legged hippo's hatred towards you has reached its peak. The one-legged hippo transitioned from bewilderment to rage in an instant. It crouched down and leaped into the air, covering 100 meters in a flash. With a thunderous crash, its massive foot created a crater in the ground, cracks spreading like a spider web. Yang Tong narrowly dodged, his heart pounding. If that stomp had landed, he would have been pulverized. Missing its initial strike, the one-legged hippo let out a summoning roar, and nearby beasts responded, quickly forming a circle around Yang Tong. This was exactly what he had hoped for. He abruptly changed direction, charging directly at the one-legged hippo. Caught off guard, the hippo watched as Yang Tong darted past, soon finding itself embroiled in the beastly chaos. Watching from a distance, the hook-nosed man sneered as Yang Tong charged towards him. Throughout their day-and-night pursuit, Yang Tong hadn't been able to inflict any substantial damage on him. He commanded his mammoth to charge, but Yang Tong slid under its belly, evading the attack. By the time the hook-nosed man noticed the dust cloud behind him, it was too late. In just 3 minutes, Yang Tong had not only triggered a beast stampede, but also enraged the monarch-level one-legged hippo. While dangerous beasts posed little threat to a diamond-ranked individual like him, a single stomp from the monarch could easily crush his summoned creatures. Quickly, a bizarre chase ensued. Yang Tong in the lead, the hook-nosed man close behind, and the beast horde bringing up the rear. However, the hook-nosed man soon realized in despair that he couldn't catch up to Yang Tong, nor outrun the beast horde. Ultimately, he was swallowed by the stampede. Yang Tong glanced back at this scene and smugly muttered to himself, "I told you, my backup is top-notch." Although he knew this wouldn't be enough to kill a diamond-ranked expert. Sure enough, after the stampede pursued Yang Tong away, only a few remaining beasts continued to tangle with the hook-nosed man. While not fatal, it left his 4 summoned creatures badly injured. The disheveled hook-nosed man had lost his interest in the chase. This unpredictable opponent was too troublesome. He slowed his pace, deciding to find a place to take a good bath first. Roar! The bellow of the one-legged hippo echoed across the storm plains as it chased and called for more ferocious beasts to join the horde. This unusual behavior struck Yang Tong. Previously encountered rulers would cease summoning once the horde reached a certain size, but the one-legged hippo kept calling, clearly enraged. Yang Tong ran while pondering the relationship between the one-legged hippo and the galebird, a mystery that weighed on his mind. The situation was dire. Even if Hooknose stopped pursuing him, the massive beast horde could overrun the outpost in no time. New beasts emerged ahead, forcing Yang Tong to dodge and weave, skillfully avoiding their attacks. These newcomers gradually merged with the rear of the horde, making it even more formidable. Despite this, Yang Tong remained calm, knowing that the beasts, with their face blindness, couldn't recognize him behind his sunglasses. During his run, he encountered several adventurer groups aiming to take him down. However, upon seeing the overwhelming beast horde behind him, they quickly turned and fled in panic. This scene turned the storm plains into a grand racetrack. Yang Tong's running was not aimless. He followed a pre-planned route, tracing a slow arc. After a long run, he finally drew a perfect semicircle on the storm plains. At that moment, he found himself right back where he started, facing Hooknose's direction. While Hooknose was searching for water to bathe, the ground suddenly trembled. Initially unconcerned, thinking nothing in this dangerous territory could threaten him, he was shocked when a figure, trailing dust, sped past him. It was Yang Tong. Seeing the vast fan-shaped beast horde behind Yang Tong, Hooknose had no chance to evade and was forced into the absurd marathon. To him, the most astonishing part was that Yang Tong could run for over 30 hours without showing fatigue. After struggling for over an hour, Hooknose was engulfed by the beast horde once more. This time, he seemed more composed, deftly handling the attacking beasts. Yet, his greater worry was what new trick Yang Tong might pull next. As Hooknose prepared to escape through a teleportation portal, dust rose again in the distance. Before he could react, Yang Tong, yawning, slid past him with a graceful slide tackle. At that moment, Hooknose gave up resisting, looking skyward with a bitter smile, recalling the mission assigned by his organization originally meant to kill Yang Tong, not to join this ridiculous marathon. In the end, one summoned spirit couldn't avoid the one-legged hippo's stomp, half its body reduced to pulp. However, with current medical advancements, as long as a summoned spirit had a breath left, it could be saved even if cut in half. The man with the hooked nose stared grimly at the half-destroyed summoning spirit lying on the ground. One half was still breathing, while the other half was a mangled mess, clearly beyond saving. This meant that from now on, he would be a diamond-level summoner with only 3 spirits, while everyone else had 4. This inherent disadvantage filled him with both anger and sorrow. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Yang Tong. He had thought that capturing Yang Tong in the human world would be difficult, but in the territory of the fierce beasts, it should have been a walk in the park. Who would have guessed that Yang Tong would thrive there, completely free to do as he pleased? Time was running out, and the man with the hooked nose had no time to dwell on it. He had to leave quickly, or Yang Tong might return with a horde of beasts at any moment. Although his remaining 3 spirits were not seriously injured, if Yang Tong continued to harass him like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not long after his mammoth started running, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The man's pupils contracted. Are you kidding me? I even changed routes. Realizing that he would eventually be played to death by Yang Tong at this rate, a ruthless glint flashed in the man's eyes as he decided to wait in place. Just as Yang Tong was about to pass by him, an electric net suddenly opened up, enveloping Yang Tong. Die, you bastard. Keep dreaming. Yang Tong had anticipated this, easily skirting the edge of the net. With his reflexes, dodging the net was not difficult, especially since he had predicted that after several rounds of skirmishes, the man with the hooked nose would inevitably use a skill. Even if he couldn't kill him, it would be enough to have him surrounded by the beast horde. Diamond-level summoners indeed had numerous skills, but how could they outwit Yang Tong's cunning? Surprisingly, the man with the hooked nose had shown exceptional patience, not using any skills until now, even during their second marathon. With his skill missing its target, Yang Tong had already run far away. At this moment, no words could describe the man with the hooked nose's feelings. He could only keep running, thinking, run? Whether I can escape or not, I need to get as far away from that damned one-legged hippo as possible. As expected, the man with the hooked nose was eventually swallowed up by the beast horde once again. Under Yang Tong's expectant gaze, the second summoned spirit finally appeared after much anticipation. A small figure tumbled out of the contract portal, about the same size as Mauchio, no larger than a palm. Just as Yang Tong was about to take a closer look at this new companion, a deafening scream suddenly echoed, ah! It was a groundhog. Yang Tong finally saw clearly that the little creature, the same size as Mauchio, was staring at him with wide, round eyes. The 2 small beings stood side by side, one a furball and the other a groundhog, looking quite matched. No worries, size isn't the only measure of strength, Yang Tong reassured himself, then opened the groundhog's summoning contract to check its attributes. Groundhog. Type, unknown species. Talent, none. Skills, none. Exclusive skill, Shield Spirit Possession not activated. Shield Spirit Awakening, not activated. Bloodline level, G. Great. Yang Tong sneered, picking up the groundhog and giving it a kick. Its attributes were even more ridiculous than Mauchio's. Not only was its bloodline level the lowest, but it also had no talents or skills at all. The groundhog's scream was even more piercing as it was kicked away. But soon, an unexpected scene unfolded. Mauchio actually started sharing its energy core with the groundhog. This had never happened before. Typically, Mauchio was extremely possessive about its food, as every bite contributed to its strength. You too. Could you have some special connection? Yang Tong asked thoughtfully. Poof poof, ah. The 2 little creatures responded in unison. Although Yang Tong couldn't understand them, their synchronized reaction confirmed his suspicion. With a glimmer of hope, Yang Tong let the groundhog try eating the energy core. However, upon checking its attributes again, they were still blank. Yang Tong was completely disappointed and kicked the groundhog away once more. Useless glutton. Yang Tong lamented in frustration. The long-awaited second summoned spirit turned out to be such a letdown. It felt as frustrating as having an important part of his body suddenly sealed by the system during a massage on the second floor. As time passed, Yang Tong enjoyed a mammoth meat hot pot while watching Mauchio digest the energy. The groundhog, however, was completely ignored. Exhaustion crept in, and Yang Tong had to find a place to rest. For safety, he recalled both summoned spirits to the contract space and climbed a tall tree to sleep. However, his sweet dreams were short-lived, as he was awakened by a pecking bird. Yang Tong casually crushed the uninvited bird, changed into a suit, and altered his appearance, ready to continue his brick-moving journey. Just as he had killed a few fierce beasts and was searching for a lord, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Looking up, he saw a one-legged hippo leading a massive beast tied towards him. Damn it! How did they recognize me? Without a second thought, Yang Tong turned and ran. Such a large-scale hunt was clearly aimed at him. Who else on the entire storm plains could warrant such a grand mobilization by the one-legged hippo? Yang Tong stood in place, deep in thought. Despite wearing sunglasses and a disguise, he was still recognized. As he ran, he figured out the key point: these fierce beasts were face-blind. When the one-legged hippo put out a bounty on him, it probably only described him as a human in a suit or a man in a suit. The suit was the giveaway. With this realization, Yang Tong immediately changed his strategy. He quietly retreated to the edge of the beast horde and easily took down two isolated beasts. Looking at the ground littered with beast corpses, he had a light bulb moment: this was ready-made prey. So, he tailed the beast horde, spending the entire day hunting down stragglers and reaping a significant harvest. This high school student had inadvertently joined the beast horde and even earned the nickname Harmony. He had confirmed this with Sister Weiwei, and it was absolutely true. As the beast horde dispersed, an exhausted Yang Tong headed towards the exit. Nearing the Spirit Control Bureau's outpost, he put his suit back on and removed his sunglasses. The scene before him made him gasp. It was a blood-red landscape, as if hell had descended. Meanwhile, a special meeting was taking place at the school. The sprint class is crucial to our school's graduation rate. I hope everyone treats this matter seriously. If anyone wants to be the homeroom teacher for the sprint class, please volunteer, Lu Zhenghua said, followed by the usual silence in the meeting room. No one wanted to take on this hot potato. Although teaching the sprint class came with a higher salary, the pressure was immense. Managing a group of geniuses was already challenging, and improving their grades even more so. If there were a few troublemakers, it would be a nightmare. Just look at Xiao Lu from the previous batch. At 30, his hairline had almost receded to his ears, thanks to the well-behaved student Shiniren. Just as Lu Zhenghua was about to call names, Lu Mingfei suddenly stood up. Principal, I'll do it. This was the first time in years someone had volunteered, and everyone was stunned. Lu Mingfei, however, was secretly pleased. Little did they know, after teaching Yang Tong, handling a sprint class, even full of troublemakers, would be a piece of cake. Fearing he might back out, Lu Zhenghua immediately made the decision. All right, it's settled. Teacher Lu Mingfei will be this year's sprint class homeroom teacher. He sternly added, remember, these students are the hope of our nation. Unless you're dead, quitting halfway will be treated as desertion. Back to Yang Tong. He had just emerged from the storm plains, his vision still a blur of red. As he considered whether to go to the hospital, Feng Jingming's call came through. During the call, he learned that Feng Su, a genius from Quanqing, had been killed, and several other geniuses across the country had also been murdered recently. The culprit was the Temple of Truth. Yang Tong sneered. His old adversary was at it again. He immediately sent photos of the hook-nosed corpse he had killed in his storage space to Feng Jingming for verification. Shortly after, Feng Jingming sent back detailed information. The deceased was Zhao Tianhe, 38 years old, a diamond-level expert of the Temple of Truth, with a bounty of 2 million. Yang Tong's eyes lit up at the sight of the bounty. This was an unexpected windfall. He then opened the bounty list to check for more detailed information. After a full day of restful sleep, Yang Tong's conjunctivitis finally cleared up. The lesson he learned was profound. Even in safe zones, he shouldn't casually take off his suit. If he must, he needs to manage his time carefully. Another day of exposure could mean losing his eyesight for good. After collecting the bounty from Zhao Tianhe, Yang Tong headed straight for the Spirit Control Bureau. The receptionist looked at his records with a look of disbelief. You killed this? A black iron rank taking down a diamond rank? The skepticism was evident in their voice. But rules are rules. As long as he brought in the body, the bounty was his. Next, Yang Tong chose a reputable spirit control shop and cashed in all the loot he had gathered from the storm plains. Seeing his account balance nearing 4 million, those neatly aligned zeros lifted his spirits. He decided to save the money for now since there were no imminent battles requiring an upgrade for Chiu. As for the groundhog, it continued to be automatically overlooked by the system. Yang Tong couldn't help but think, who said furballs were just ornamental pets. Clearly, they hadn't seen how adorable groundhogs could be. It took Yang Tong a full 8 days to exact revenge on Zhao Tianhe, 3 days to investigate his relationships, and 5 days to locate the remote mountain village in Dajiang City of the Han Branch province. While the code of the underworld prohibits implicating family members, ancestral graves were not off-limits. He pinpointed the burial site of Zhao Tianhe's ancestors and planted C4 explosives. After the explosion, Zhao Tianhe's ancestral graves were reduced to neat craters, and Yang Tong's anger was finally vented. Upon returning to Hong Kong City, Yang Tong first went to Red Romance for a bath. Ever since his transmigration, he had been constantly dealing with spirit controllers and fierce beasts, and the restrictions placed on him had left him feeling extremely frustrated. Arriving home, he found Ning Ning had taken over his room for an entire month. When Yang Tong questioned her, Chen Shui calmly explained, "You weren't home anyway, and it was a waste to leave the room empty. If you had died in the beast territory, I was planning to rent it out to her for some extra income." Just as Yang Tong was fretting over his living situation, Chen Shui shifted the conversation to the elite class program. The school had established an elite class for the top 20 students in the grade. Although others could challenge their way in, the gap in strength would only widen over time. To Yang Tong's surprise, Chen Shui knew he hadn't signed up for the program. She had found out from the class group chat. "Are both of you in the advanced class?" Yang Tong asked in surprise. Chen Shui immediately put on a stern face. "What do you mean? We're geniuses, after all." Yang Tong waved his hand and explained, "What's so great about that class? Isn't it fine to stay in our own class? Besides, with his attitude, he'll skip classes no matter where he is. Why bother?" "You see," Ning Ning hinted, "he doesn't care about those resources anymore. If he can defeat a monarch, what more resources does he need?" Chen Shui nodded in agreement, but Yang Tong looked puzzled. "Resources? What resources?" "The resources from the advanced class," Chen Shui clarified. "The advanced class has resource support?" Yang Tong's eyes widened as he silently cursed Lu Mingfei for not telling him such an important detail. Chen Shui was surprised. "You really didn't know? It's always been posted on the official website. Do I look like someone who checks those things?" Yang Tong asked, pointing at himself. Chen Shui and Ning Ning exchanged a helpless glance. "Every month, there's a resource allocation of 200,000, Chen Shui enumerated. Class monitor gets an extra 100,000, and the top scorer in the monthly exams gets 200,000. The final exam also offers 200,000, Ning Ning added. Yang Tong quickly did the math. 4 months in a semester means 2 million. He already assumed he would be the class monitor who would dare challenge him, unless they wanted to end up in a sack. "I want to join the advanced class," Yang Tong announced excitedly. Upon learning that he needed to pass a challenge to get in, Yang Tong immediately checked the list but found no familiar names. He decisively said, "I'm going out for a bit. You just got home, and now you're leaving again?" Chen Shui asked, a bit annoyed. "To pull some strings. It's all about connections," Yang Tong replied. Before leaving, Yang Tong suddenly asked about the situation with the beast territories. Ning Ning told him that there had been no activity since the teleportation portal was destroyed. When Ning Ning hinted that he was the one who blew up the portal, Yang Tong feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, Lu Jinghua was practicing calligraphy in his study on the 9th floor. Suddenly, he noticed a floating head outside the window, almost summoning a spirit in fright. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yang Tong. "Why didn't you use the front door?" Lu Jinghua asked, exasperated. "Occupational habit," Yang Tong said casually as he climbed in through the window, dusting off his hands. Finally, Yang Tong revealed his purpose. He wanted to join the advanced class. When he learned that Lu Mingfei was the class advisor, he realized everything, feeling regretful that he hadn't accepted Lu Mingfei's invitation earlier, knowing there was money involved. Even if Yang Tong knew that the homeroom teacher for the sprint class was Lu Mingfei, he wouldn't bother looking for him. In his eyes, the power of an ordinary homeroom teacher was extremely limited. Even the principal wasn't that influential. Since he had stronger connections, why not use them? "Can't you handle it yourself?" Yang Tong asked bluntly. "It's not that simple," Lu Jinghua explained. "When changing personnel, the homeroom teacher of the sprint class must be present. It's a rule." "A rule?" Yang Tong smirked, almost without thinking. "Then we just won't change the personnel." Lu Jinghua was taken aback. "What do you mean? You're not going to the sprint class anymore?" "Of course I am. Why else would I be here?" Yang Tong rubbed his hands together, a cunning smile appearing on his face. "Who said you have to change personnel to join the sprint class?" "But the class is already full." Yang Tong's smile widened. "Principal, these 20 students in the sprint class are all your top students, right? They're the best of this year's cohort, the pride of the school." Lu Jinghua nodded and added, "Including you, With perfect scores in academics and outstanding martial skills, he silently thought to himself. Though your personality leaves much to be desired, and your character is questionable, Yang Tong's smile grew even brighter. In that case, principal, you wouldn't want anything bad to happen to your excellent students, would you? Lu Zhengguo's face darkened. Can I take back my earlier praise? What do you want? Last time you threatened me with my daughter, now it's my students? The conversation took a dramatic turn. Yang Tong initially threatened to expose the principal's misdeeds, only to realize he was overacting and awkwardly admitted he watched too many movies. The two even shared a moment of mutual embarrassment, realizing they both watched the same stuff, causing Lu Zhengguo to blush. Finally, Yang Tong revealed his true intention. Add me to the sprint class. 21 students, what a lucky number. Didn't the ancients say regardless of the 3,721? Facing Lu Zhengguo's firm refusal and explanations about the education budget, Yang Tong considered another plan. He imagined the scenario of kicking out students who begged like players in a game, showcasing their skills and gear. But the thought of possibly expelling students like him and Qin Shui, who came from poor backgrounds, made him hesitate. In the end, he decided to take a bold risk. Principal, do you know what strange power and chaos mean? Seeing Lu Zhengguo's puzzled expression, Yang Tong explained, it means I'll use my bizarre strength to knock you senseless until you agree to let me into the sprint class. Lu Zhengguo was completely exasperated. I am your principal, a gold level 1, and you dare threaten me like this? He roared internally, unable to comprehend why he had such a troublesome student. To make matters worse, Yang Tong indeed possessed such strange strength, leaving Lu Zhengguo in a difficult predicament. Faced with Yang Tong's request, Lu Zhengguo firmly held his ground. No, absolutely not. The Minister of Education will come from the capital and kill me. Yang Tong responded with a meaningful smile, almost like a godfather. Isn't it possible that if you do this, the minister might kill you? But if you don't do it, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that his threat was ineffective, Yang Tong said no more and placed his phone on the table, signaling Lu Zhengguo to take a look. Despite his doubts, Lu Zhengguo picked up the phone. In his mind, nothing Yang Tong showed him could change his decision. After all, the 20-student limit for the college prep class was a strict rule from the Ministry of Education, and as an ordinary principal, he neither dared nor could defy it. However, when he saw the content on the screen, his face changed dramatically, and he immediately put the phone back on the table. All right, I approve this proposal. Yang Tong looked confident. I knew it. Lu Zhengguo then adopted a righteous stance. The 20-student rule has hindered many geniuses. It's no longer a benefit, but a barrier. We spirit masters should break the conventions and strive for progress. Today, I, Lu Zhengguo, will start a wave of reform at Hongqing No. 2 High School. Yang Tong rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. Lu Zhengguo slumped in his chair with a pained expression. This is a disaster. It turned out that Yang Tong had shown Lu Zhengguo a bounty on Zhao Tianhe. Although the Ming High Spirit Master Bureau didn't believe Yang Tong could kill a diamond-level expert, everyone in Hongqing knew Yang Tong's methods. Especially Lu Zhengguo, who knew that although Yang Tong might not be able to defeat a gold-level opponent in strength, he could definitely use unconventional means to take down a diamond-level one. To mitigate the disaster, Lu Zhengguo proposed. How about I personally sponsor you with 2 million yuan each semester? Yang Tong agreed readily, adding, that means I get 4 million each semester. What? I said 2 million. Lu Zhengguo quickly clarified. I know, but isn't there another 2 million in support for the prep class? Only then did Lu Zhengguo realize he had been tricked. Not only did he fail to keep Yang Tong out of the prep class, but he also had to fork out an extra 2 million. What made it worse was that Yang Tong planned to have this sponsorship continue until he graduated from college, and even suggested staying at the school indefinitely. Just kill me already. Lu Zhengguo exclaimed angrily. I said high school. There's no all in there. Don't add words. Don't be so pedantic. Look at me. I don't care at all. Yang Tong said nonchalantly. Lu Zhengguo's face turned red with anger. Is this about being pedantic? You made me lose my entire life savings with just one word. At least the scammer gave me some health supplements. You got everything for free. Of course, you don't care. You swindled my money. What do you care about? Yang Tong shrugged indifferently. Anyway, I'll leave the cram class to you. Lu Zhengguo waved his hand helplessly. Fine, just go. All right. Yang Tong turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Oh, don't forget the private sponsorship you promised me. Lu Zhengguo clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain, as if on the verge of a heart attack. He forced himself to ask, Principal, I have one more question. Go ahead. How much money do you actually have? 2 million for one semester? Lu Zhengguo thought, a principal being this brazen must be quite wealthy. Yang Tong did some quick calculations and figured Lu Zhengguo's earning speed couldn't match his own, though Lu Zhengguo had more time to accumulate wealth. Lu Zhengguo became immediately suspicious. What are you up to? I'm just curious. What could I possibly do? Rob you? Lu Jinghua stared at Yang Tong meaningfully, his eyes clearly saying, couldn't you? Yang Tong felt a bit awkward. I just want to know how much a gold level can earn, to set some expectations for my future. Lu Jinghua replied frankly, just a few billion. That much? Yang Tong was instantly alert. Are you embezzling? Just a few billion? Get lost. A few billion is nothing when you buy energy cores. If you're unlucky, you might not even master a single skill, Lu Jinghua explained. Going to the beast territory once a month earns a few million. Think about it, is a few billion really that much? Yang Tong thought seriously for a moment. Yes. Then he immediately put on a solemn expression, cupped his hands, and bowed. I, Yang Tong, have wandered half my life, only to regret not meeting a wise master earlier. If Lu Gong does not mind, today, I wish to pledge myself as your adopted son. Lu Jinghua was both angry and amused. Seriously? You hear about money and pull this stunt? Calling someone father in Hong Kong, right? I've never seen anyone as money-grubbing as you. Who would dare to be your adopted father? In no time, you'll be saying that a real man can't stay under others for long, won't you? As he was leaving, Yang Tong picked up some rice paper from the floor and couldn't help but admire Lu Jinghua's calligraphy. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, he found it pleasing to the eye. Principal, why did you write the character Force? That's fortune. Fortune is vast as the East Sea, not force. Ugh. Lu Jinghua was fuming. Seeing Lu Jinghua's reaction, Yang Tong quickly made his exit. Fine, it's fortune then. Why so agitated? You're not a useless gopher, so what's with the yelling? Back home, the two study kings were watching TV. Are you really settling down in our house? Yang Tong asked Ning Ning. Yup, she replied. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Ning Ning shot back immediately. You're way worse than me. Tell me, who's more shameless, me or her? Yang Tong turned to Qin Shui. Qin Shui sighed. Life is short. Meeting you two feels like a divine punishment. By the way, I already tidied up your room. Further conversation revealed that Ning Ning not only cleaned up the room but also handled Yang Tong's treasured comics and books. When Yang Tong casually mentioned Abin's high school grades and who Gao Yi is, Ning Ning's reactions gave her away she had secretly kept those books to read herself. Qian Shui could only cover her face in exasperation, feeling utterly embarrassed to be associated with the two of them. Watching Yang Tong and Ning Ning playfully bicker, Qin Shui suddenly asked, Did you reach Black Iron? Ning Ning was taken aback. No, I didn't. Yang Tong pushed Ning Ning's face away from his. Is it possible she's talking about me? You reached Black Iron? Ning Ning asked, frowning. Yeah, how's that feel? Yang Tong reminisced about the sensation. It's still pretty pale. Ning Ning raised an eyebrow. Chen Shui, let's see your second summon spirit. Yang Tong's expression froze. Who said breaking through Black Iron guarantees a second summon spirit? You don't have a second summon spirit? Qin Shui asked, puzzled. Nope, none so far. Yang Tong began his performance. It can't be my fault. It's definitely because my constitution is too unique. Even the heavens are jealous of me. But it doesn't matter. I control my fate, not the heavens. From now on, I won't let the heavens overshadow me. Qin Shui and Ning Ning nearly believed Yang Tong's dramatic performance. Come on, who are you kidding? Stop acting. Qin Shui exposed him bluntly. Exactly, we know each other too well. Ning Ning said with a mischievous smile. Your second summon spirit isn't going to be as useless as Mao Qiu, is it? Rubbish. Yang Tong bristled. How dare you call my Chobro useless? 16 levels of full skills, and you call that useless? Ning Ning realized she had misspoken. Indeed, Mao Qiu had transformed from weak to strong. So, the second one is useless? Qin Shui pressed on. Under the relentless questioning from the two girls, Yang Tong reluctantly summoned Mao Qiu and the groundhog. Ah, Holu. So cute. It really is cute, might make a good dish. After reviewing the summoning contract, Qin Shui and Ning Ning rubbed their eyes and confirmed again. This thing you didn't kick it away? Ning Ning asked. I did, but it came back on its own, Yang Tong said helplessly. The two girls patted Yang Tong's shoulder in sympathy. Ning Ning added, Heaven is fair. With you and Mao Qiu being so overpowered, it's normal for the second one to be a bit weak. In the ensuing conversation, Yang Tong recounted a story of how he defeated a diamond-level powerhouse, clearly inspired by Zhang Fei's feat at the Changban Bridge from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. When exposed, he fabricated an absurd tale of the diamond-level powerhouse kneeling and eating dirt. Finally, Qin Shui and Ning Ning gave up on questioning further and turned to watch TV. They weren't worried about Yang Tong's ordeal since he returned alive and well. That diamond-level powerhouse was clearly history. The only consolation for the two girls was the presence of the groundhog. At least for now, their second summoned spirit would undoubtedly be stronger than this utterly unremarkable groundhog. After finalizing the details of the intensive class, Yang Tong found himself idly watching TV with Chen Shui and Ning Ning. When he glanced at the screen, he was taken aback. You two are watching something so scientific? Shouldn't girls be watching palace dramas? You know, with lines like, "Stop fighting," or "Whose child is this?" Why are you watching hardcore news? With her mouth full of chips, Chen Shui mumbled, "We're keeping up with national affairs." Yang Tong looked back and forth between them. "Do you even understand it?" "Sort of," Ning Ning said, shaking her head. "I don't get it, but I know our country is awesome." Seeing the two of them engrossed in the news about a spaceplane project, Yang Tong couldn't help but marvel at the contrast. Chen Shui excitedly exclaimed, "A speed of 16,000 kilometers per hour. It takes less than 5 minutes to get from Hong Kong to Beijing. That's insanely fast. In the future, we could live in Hong Kong and work in Beijing." Ning Ning said naively, "Can you afford a ticket with a month's salary?" Yang Tong explained helplessly, "By the time this technology becomes widespread, places like Hong Kong, Minghai, and Yundao will all be considered Beijing suburbs." Seeing the two girls looking puzzled, Chen Shui kicked Yang Tong. "Translate that." Yang Tong started with a vivid metaphor. A spaceplane is like a jianbingguozi, combining a spaceship and an airplane. Individually, they're not that impressive, but together with some sauce, they're awesome. After a series of explanations about usual plane speed limits, air resistance, and the threat of fierce beasts, Yang Tong finally made the two girls understand the importance of this technology. The topic shifted as Ning Ning mentioned her struggle with cultivation. "I can't keep up anymore. I feel nauseous every time I cultivate." When Ning Ning brought up their cultivation progress, Yang Tong immediately dismissed it. "Don't lump me in with you two. Show some respect when talking to a black iron master." This remark earned him a dagger from Chen Shui, but Yang Tong was no longer the pushover he used to be. However, when Ning Ning changed tactics and aimed the dagger at a sensitive spot, Yang Tong quickly conceded, "I admit I went a bit too far just now." And so, they muddled through 10 more days until Ning Ning broke through to the black iron level. She burst out of her room, crying with joy, "I made it to black iron." Although Chen Shui looked pale, she also indicated that she was close to breaking through. When Ning Ning excitedly said they were now at the same level, Yang Tong calmly replied, "I'm almost at black iron 1 star. Are you kidding me? You're killing me with this competition." Ning Ning fumed. Seeing Ning Ning's outburst, Yang Tong turned to Chen Shui. "She's cursing your mom again." Faced with Chen Shui's skepticism, Yang Tong responded calmly, "Why would I lie about something like that?" The light from the summoning portal flickered, and Ning Ning's second summoned spirit appeared, a half-human-sized black fox standing upright, gracefully holding a whisk. "This style." Yang Tong couldn't help but comment as he looked at the black fox. I half expected to suddenly ask, "Do I look like a human or a god?" He then turned to Chen Shui with a serious face. "Next time you're about to break through, you'd better go to the spirit arena. If you summon something big, our house won't stand a chance." "What kind of spirit is this?" Chen Shui asked Ning Ning curiously. Yang Tong frowned. "This is a bit much, you know. Didn't we agree no spirits after the founding of the nation?" Ning Ning was equally bewildered. Who would have thought she'd summon a great spirit? She quickly checked the summoning contract and grimaced. "It's actually a support." "What's wrong with support?" Yang Tong laughed. "Your face looks like you've eaten something terrible." "I dream of having a support. With a support, Mao Mao and I could storm not just Ping'an County but even the White House." Ning Ning shared the summoning contract information. Night Fox Immortal, class Bloodline, possessing the skills Enchant and Foxfire. "Look at that." Yang Tong's eyes were filled with envy. 2 class skills. "Both of mine are just average. Want to give it a test run?" The three agreed to test it at home. Yang Tong summoned Mao Mao and had the Fox Immortal use Foxfire. This skill added 3 Foxfires to the target, enhancing spell attacks and automatically attacking nearby enemies. The effect left Yang Tong drooling with envy. Next, they tested the Enchant skill. When the Fox Immortal used Enchant on Mao Mao, Mao Mao saw a kindred spirit but didn't react and continued making its usual sounds. "This skill seems useless," Ning Ning said, disappointed. Yang Tong recalled Mao Mao. "Maybe my buddy has reached the no attachments, ultimate sword state. Just like you." Ning Ning quipped, raising an eyebrow. To verify, the Fox Immortal used Enchant on Yang Tong. He saw an alluring fox lady with tattered clothes, long legs, fox ears, small sharp teeth, and a long tail. This outfit, you couldn't get this without a premium VIP at a fancy club." Yang Tong joked. "Is this Daji or Ari?" In the end, they found that neither Mao Mao nor Yang Tong was affected by the Enchant skill. To celebrate Ning Ning's breakthrough, the three went to a street food stall. After a few rounds of drinks, Yang Tong started telling a story from The Investiture of the Gods, featuring the fox demon Daji. He told a tale where Daji, pregnant with King Zhou's child, accidentally fell in the garden and had a miscarriage. King Zhou was heartbroken and cried out, "Ji and I Tai Mei, Ji and I sure time a. This clumsy pun immediately annoyed the two girls. You went through all that just for a pun? Ning Ning said with a dark expression. You're just showing your true colors as a troll. Chen Shui was equally exasperated. Trolling for the sake of trolling. Don't you have any standards? Do you even care about good taste? Yang Tong, looking at their reactions, couldn't help but comment. I think you two are more like true fans than I am. Three people drinking together always end up in a wild state. After a few rounds, Ning Ning, clearly intoxicated, started to take off her clothes. Seeing this, Yang Tong quickly intervened, much to the chagrin of the men at the neighboring table. You've got to be kidding me. Is this how you act when you're drunk? Yang Tong was exasperated. In his experience, when women got drunk, they either cried and caused a scene or laughed and threw up. Publicly stripping was a new one for him. Ning Ning's face was flushed red, and she looked quite pleased with herself. Chen Shui, who was still somewhat sober, admonished her. You can't act like a hooligan just because you're drunk. Ancient people said, when the wine is strong, the heart is bold. Ning Ning retorted confidently. Yang Tong corrected her. That means your heart becomes more open when you're drunk. Not that you should literally bare your chest. At that moment, the men at the neighboring table approached them. Mind if we join you? Yang Tong was taken aback, thinking how cliched this situation was. The audacity of these men was baffling since their reputation in Hong Kong was well known enough to make people avoid them. Yang Tong was not to be trifled with. Even spirit tamers steered clear of him. As for Chen Shui and Ning Ning, they had become famous after their live-streamed battle against fierce beasts, showcasing their prowess with guns. Yet, these four men seemed oblivious, casually pulling up chairs and sitting down. Yang Tong turned to the owner and said, Boss, they're picking up the tab. The four men exchanged confused glances, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Ning Ning, still laughing foolishly, patted her chest and said, See, they're all drawn by my beauty. Looking at the floor littered with Tsingtao beer bottles, Yang Tong silently vowed never to let Ning Ning drink more than 30 bottles again. Predictably, the situation followed a cliched script. The men started making sleazy invitations to the women, suggesting they go somewhere more fun. Yang Tong reminded them of their identities, but this only emboldened the men further. When one of them tried to push Yang Tong aside, Ning Ning couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed a beer bottle and started swinging. In no time, the four men were on the floor, and Ning Ning was still cursing. You think you can hit on me, you bunch of losers? Chen Shui took a calm sip of her drink and nonchalantly suggested, maybe we should sell them off to Africa or northern Myanmar? Watching the scene unfold, Yang Tong suddenly felt like he was just an agent, and these two women were the real godfathers of Hong Kong. In the end, he called Fang Zhengming to clean up the mess. Fang Zhengming, upon hearing it was just a regular brawl, couldn't muster any concern. You're getting more and more like a boss these days. Yang Tong found this both amusing and frustrating. Fang Zhengming was right. These days, it's not just about being strong. The real danger lies in knowing the law and exploiting it. And Yang Tong had both qualities in spades. For men, clearly agitated, were shouting threats and vowing to call for backup, insisting they would teach Yang Tong and his friends a lesson. Yang Tong remained unfazed, knowing that in Hong Kong, no one could rival his influence in the underworld. Ning Ning, with a disdainful spit, straightened her back and declared, Call as many as you want, I'll be here. Remember, I'm Yang Tong from the senior year cram class at Hong Kong No. 2 High School. Yang is in the tree, Tong is in agree. Yang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? I just introduced myself, and now you're dragging my name through the mud? Before the thugs' reinforcements could arrive, Fang Jingming from the Spirit Control Bureau showed up. He glanced at the boastful Ning Ning and the four men writhing on the ground, his brow furrowed. Seeing Fang Jingming, Ning Ning immediately toned down her bravado and sat primly. Hello, Uncle Fang. Yang Tong also greeted. Hey, Fang, you're here. Ning Ning rolled her eyes in exasperation. Usually, the Spirit Control Bureau didn't bother with non-spiritual fights, preferring to mediate and resolve things peacefully. However, the four men were adamant, demanding that Yang Tong and his friends be detained for a few days. Compensation wasn't enough. Being publicly beaten by a girl was too humiliating. This is favoritism. You're their protector in the underworld. One of them accused Fang Zhengming. Fang Zhengming sighed. I'm trying to protect you by suggesting a settlement. Do you really think I'm biased towards Yang Tong? Aren't you worried about tempting fate? He turned to Yang Tong, pondering that if Yang Tong didn't relent, he would have to follow protocol. But knowing Yang Tong, he could always twist things to his advantage, making the outcome unpredictable. This time, however, Fang Jingming was mistaken. Yang Tong had no backup plan. He didn't need one. After all, he could now kill with a mere diamond. Why bother with tricks? A Buddha statue suddenly appeared and crashed to the ground. Oops, slipped out of my hand. It's a bit heavy, Yang Tong said nonchalantly, picking up the statue and pointing it at the four men. What were you saying? I didn't catch that. Say it again? Their faces instantly paled. The ground was too slippery, we all fell. Yeah, I drank too much and tripped myself. Never drinking that much again. Yang Tong nodded. You guys should be more careful. Look at the mess you've made. Remember to pay for the damages. After the commotion ended, Fang Zhengming sternly lectured the trio. This could have been a lot worse. Luckily, you didn't summon your spirits, or it would have been a different story. Got it, Uncle Fang. Ning Ning said, sticking out her tongue. Understood, Fang. Yang Tong replied. WD&MD. Ning Ning couldn't help but curse under her breath. Fang Zhengming normally wouldn't have come for such a minor incident, but with Yang Tong involved, he feared the situation could escalate from a brawl to a full-blown crisis. You guys are geniuses, and the gap between you and ordinary people will only grow. Save your strength for the fierce beasts and keep things in the human world under control, he advised, staring at Yang Tong. Now, put your stuff away. Yang Tong nodded, retrieving his protective banner, certificates, and bounty letters into his contract space, thinking he still needed more defensive skills. Time flew by, and Chen Shui finally broke through to the iron level before the school year started, evolving her ice phoenix to Shrank and contracting the Shrank purple lightning dragon. Seeing the contract, Yang Tong excitedly slapped his thigh. Thunderstrike. This mighty power, heaven-shattering purple gold hammer purple lightning. This profound fire, 9 heaven sword transforming. Chen Shui smacked the back of his head. Get lost? You're making me not want it anymore. Yang Tong pouted. Then give it to me. It's Shrank, after all. Ah, a dragon. What man doesn't dream of being a dragon rider? Sadly, except for Yin Jiping, few have managed that, and Su Xian barely counts as a snake rider. He consoled himself. No worries. Who cares about dragons? I'm the one who tears them apart. Still, so envious. Testing their powers in the arena, the Shrank dragon indeed lived up to its reputation. Yang Tong concluded that Chen Shui and Ning Ning would surely take the second and third spots in this year's Hong Kong college entrance exams, with their exact placements depending on their skills. As for the top spot, who could beat him? The three celebrated with drinks again, though this time, no one paid for their tab. After eating and drinking their fill, they strolled down the street, chatting. Breaking through to the iron level marked the start of serious expenses. Next, we need to prepare iron potions and skills, Chen Shui said. Ning Ning asked, which one will you tackle first? Potions. Say potions, not pot. Yang Tong interrupted. Chen Shui rolled her eyes at him. Potions provide a bigger boost, and skills can be acquired gradually. After all, learning an iron level skill requires at least an iron monarch energy core, and a lore level core just won't cut it. Learning relies on luck, but potions are a sure thing. Ning Ning nodded. I'll start with potions too. 2 spirits, 20 potions each, at 10,000 per potion, that's 4 million. Not everyone could make money as effortlessly as Yang Tong. The cost of potions alone was enough to exhaust many people. We've got time before we break through to silver, so no rush, Chen Shui said. Ning Ning looked at Yang Tong with a resentful tone. That's not certain with our overachiever here. Sometimes, progressing too fast isn't good either. If your foundation isn't solid, speed won't help, Yang Tong said. There were precedents of many geniuses advancing quickly, but lacking the economic means to support their spirit's combat power. Yang Tong didn't have these worries. His pet furball had already maxed out all its skills, so he only needed to prepare some potions. As for the groundhog, he had always been too lazy to bother with it. On the first day of school, Yang Tong had planned to sleep in, but Chen Shui woke him up forcefully. When he arrived at school and saw the bustling crowd of new students, he felt a sense of accomplishment. This pride was not unfounded, and Shiniran had indeed raised the admission rate of Gangsheng No. 2 High School to an unprecedented level. This year, there were even 8 spirit taming classes for the first-year students. Students in the spirit taming classes were big spenders, and an increase in their number meant more resource support from the Ministry of Education. Yang Tong secretly calculated that he could get another hefty sum from Lu Zhonghua. As soon as he entered the teaching building, Yang Tong ran into Lu Mingfei. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Yang Tong greeted him unusually politely, immediately putting Lu Mingfei on alert. This kid suddenly being so courteous definitely had an ulterior motive. Good morning, Yang Tong. Long time no see. Lu Mingfei replied with a forced laugh, thinking that since he was no longer Yang Tong's class teacher, he just needed to get through this encounter. Given Yang Tong's frequent absences, their meetings should be few and far between in the future. Sure enough, Yang Tong quickly revealed his true intentions. Hey, Mr. Lu, had a good summer? Seeing the barely concealed smile on Lu Mingfei's face, Yang Tong thought that the old guy must be happy not to be his class teacher anymore. After all, a good student like him, who was constantly on leave, was indeed rare. They awkwardly chatted all the way to the entrance of Class 5 of the 3rd year, where Lu Mingfei asked in confusion, We've reached the classroom. Why are you still following me? I haven't reached my classroom yet, Yang Tong replied, equally puzzled. After a bit of conversation, the truth came out. Yang Tong had joined the special prep class that Lu Mingfei was in charge of. This news hit Lu Mingfei like a bolt of lightning, and he hurriedly called Lu Zhenghua to confirm. After getting confirmation, Lu Mingfei was almost in tears. Are you here to torment me, sent by the heavens? In the prep class, Qin Shui and Ning Ning had already found their seats, and all the other students were present as well. Yang Tong and Lu Mingfei stood there, staring at each other under the scrutiny of 20 students. Finally, Lu Mingfei gave in first. Why are you looking at me? Sit down. Yang Tong let out a cold laugh and loudly questioned, where the heck am I supposed to sit? All 20 seats in the prep class were taken, and there was no way Yang Tong, dressed in a suit, would sit on the floor. The other students, witnessing this scene, secretly cheered, awesome. Seriously? On the first day of school, Yang Tong shouted at the teacher. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly froze. Can't you add an extra desk and chair for one more student? Yang Tong scanned the room with a look of dissatisfaction. If that's too much, at least give me a chair. I can't just sit on the floor in my suit. Lu Mingfei watched this unconventional student and couldn't help but sigh. It was as absurd as thinking you could provoke a venomous snake just because you had enough antidote. Yang Tong was like someone who needed to make a scene even in a public restroom. What are you just standing there for? Get me a chair. Yang Tong impatiently demanded. Lu Mingfei frowned. Who's the teacher and who's the student here? He needed to maintain his authority but couldn't be too harsh, fearing this troublemaker might cause a scene. Go get one yourself. Lu Mingfei finally relented. Grab a set from another classroom for now, and I'll get one from the office later. Yang Tong smirked slyly. You said it. He strode to the back of the classroom, pulled out a luxurious massage chair from the storage area, plugged it in, and reclined with a satisfied sigh. Ah, that's better. The 18 students in the classroom, including Qin Shui and Ning Ning, were all dumbfounded. Yang Tong, don't you think this is a bit? Lu Mingfei stammered, unable to finish his sentence. What? Yang Tong raised an eyebrow. Isn't that chair a bit over the top? Just tell me, is it a chair or not? Lu Mingfei sighed and decided to shift the topic to class matters. But the hum of Yang Tong's massage chair forced him to intervene. Thankfully, Yang Tong cooperated and turned off the massage function temporarily. The class president election was even more of a spectacle. Yang Tong, holding a Buddha statue in one hand, scrutinized each ballot and gently requested rewrites for those he didn't like. He ultimately won with a slight majority of 20-1, defeating Qin Shui. Hey, Lu. Yang Tong immediately started eyeing the class resources. Doesn't the class president manage our resources? Lu Mingfei quickly denied it, but he knew the rules stated otherwise. Given Yang Tong's personality, letting him manage the resources would probably starve the other students. Seeing Yang Tong's determined look, Lu Mingfei felt a wave of regret. He cursed his past self for taking on this advanced class. Now, instead of gaining anything, he found himself in a mess. It was like shooting himself in the foot. After distributing the resources, Lu Mingfei immediately announced that the entire class would head to the Flame Hills for training. This sudden decision made Yang Tong pause for a moment. Lu, where did you say we're going? Yang Tong frowned, needing confirmation. The Flame Hills, Lu Mingfei repeated. For most students, the Flame Hills were indeed the ideal training ground, even for those like Qin Shui and Ning Ning, who had already surpassed the Black Iron level. After all, hunting fierce beasts to exchange for resources was a fundamental path in the growth of spirit masters. Yang Tong hesitated and asked, can I sit this one out? To him, going to the Flame Hills was as pointless as a max-level player visiting a beginner's village. Lu Mingfei lowered his voice. It's our first class activity. Can you give me a break? After thinking for a moment, Yang Tong nodded. All right, for the sake of our friendship. Seeing the two of them with their arms around each other's shoulders, the other students felt a mix of envy and complexity. Ning Ning whispered to Chen Shui, I have a feeling our class advisor is going to get dragged down by Yang Tong. Chen Shui pondered and replied, dragged down? Maybe not. But he might lose a kidney. They all knew that Yang Tong had already taken down the ruler of the Flame Hills. At the entrance to the Flame Hills, everything should have gone smoothly, but there was a hitch when they lined up to enter the teleportation portal. Yang Tong was stopped. They're not letting me in. Yang Tong's face darkened. Just as Lu Mingfei was about to negotiate, Yang Tong had already pulled out his phone and dialed Fang Jingming. The conversation that followed was heated. Watching the national football team from the ICU. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why can't I enter the Flame Hills? Why do you want to go there? It's only suitable for higher danger levels. How about visiting Chao County instead? I've already taken down the burning sea sheep. What else are you afraid to let me in for? This statement left Lu Mingfei stunned. The ruler of the Flame Hills had already been taken down by Yang Tong? He began to regret the tone he had used with Yang Tong earlier. After a bout of verbal sparring, Yang Tong was finally allowed entry. Standing in the Flame Hills, He pretended to lament his forced participation while secretly feeling smug. However, at that moment, the system suddenly popped up with a task. Cultivate a fighter. Evolve the bloodline of the groundhog to F level. Reward: Stamina 5, Reaction 1, Hairball all attributes 0, Groundhog bloodline evolves to F level. Looking at this absurd task, Yang Tong couldn't help but curse, "System, are you trolling me? The task requirements and rewards are exactly the same. And what the hell is Hairball all attributes 0? In Yang Tong's words, the usefulness of this task was not just useless, but utterly pointless. Yang Tong didn't find any substantial rewards in the system task, but he did catch an important clue. After some thought, he deduced that the groundhog likely gained a special ability after upgrading its bloodline. There are only two ways to upgrade a bloodline. One is by getting lucky during a level breakthrough, which wasn't realistic given his current situation. The other is by using special materials, which, although expensive, he could afford with his current earning speed. The only problem was that, like the furball, the groundhog was picky and only ate beast meat. Considering that other students might not be able to handle his combat style, Yang Tong decided to go solo. He first consulted with Chen Shui and Ning Ning, who had already made up their minds. "We'll team up with Ming Ming. With you, we wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Also, don't stir up too much trouble. I'm very low-key, okay?" Yang Tong retorted, waving his hand. Next, he bid farewell to Lu Mingfei. "I'm going solo." Lu Mingfei wasn't surprised, only concerned. "You sure you'll be okay on your own? Who's the best fighter in Port City?" Yang Tong asked. "Of course, it's you. Who else, Sip Man?" Lu Mingfei replied without hesitation. Before leaving, Yang Tong specifically reminded Lu Mingfei to watch out for assassins from the Temple of Truth. When he found out that Lu Mingfei was completely unaware of this, he was speechless, taking 20 geniuses into a beast territory without even knowing such crucial information. Upon entering the Flame Hills, Yang Tong felt like he was in an uninhabited land. Without any monarch-level beasts, none of the creatures posed a threat to him. He even considered clearing out the entire Flame Hills but decided against it, knowing it was the best training ground for low-level spirit tamers in Port City. Along the way, Yang Tong effortlessly killed any beasts he encountered, letting the furball and groundhog share the spoils. He noticed that the groundhog had an even bigger appetite than the furball and ate everything without hesitation. After some inquiries, he confirmed that the groundhog could indeed evolve its bloodline by eating, though the exact amount needed was unknown due to the language barrier. "Looks like I need to teach you to read and write," Yang Tong said, receiving a puzzled look from the groundhog. During subsequent hunts, Yang Tong changed his strategy, letting the groundhog have all the prey. When they encountered a lore-level beast, it unusually fled with its subordinates. Realizing that the beast might have recognized him, Yang Tong immediately gave chase with the furball and groundhog. With the furball's fire dragon dance and various area skills, they easily annihilated the entire beast horde. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, marking yet another successful hunt. After a busy morning, Master Yang took out his barbecue seasonings. He was lazily sprawled on a beanbag, waiting for the groundhog to finish its beastly feast. During this downtime, Yang Tong began contemplating his future plans. The Flaming Hills no longer held any allure for him. This was likely his last visit. Following the main group of the sprint class no longer seemed wise, better to relax and take it easy. With two money-eating beasts, the furball and the groundhog, under his care, Yang Tong was destined to stay in the beast territories. Their appetites were simply too large to sustain outside these areas. He needed to find a suitable high-risk beast territory. The storm plains were lucrative, but living there naked wasn't a long-term solution. He'd go there only if he was really strapped for cash. As soon as the groundhog finished eating, Yang Tong had to step in again to deal with another beast pack, continuing to feed this insatiable creature. Thinking about Qin Xiaoxue and the other situation, Yang Tong frowned. Although the Flaming Hills no longer had any monarch-level beasts, what really worried him were the people from the Hall of Truth. According to his investigation, their recent assassination targets were all top 3 contestants from provincial school leagues. While the sprint class students weren't yet worthy of being targeted, he worried they might get caught up in it because of him. With this thought, Yang Tong's expression darkened. "Once I grow stronger, I'll make you bastards taste the power of nuclear peace." Despite the Hall of Truth being a thorn in the side of many nations, they were experts at hiding and had yet to be eradicated. By the end of the day, Yang Tong had lost count of how many beasts he had killed. All the prey had become food for the groundhog, but the greedy creature showed no signs of evolving. Furball wasn't this hard to please. Yang Tong sighed helplessly. "I thought Furball was already a big eater, but you take the cake. Were you sent by the heavens to punish me?" Despite his rapid earning pace, the staggering daily expenses for his 2 summoned creatures were still a strain. As night fell, Yang Tong returned to the base with his 2 foodies. Although he could continue hunting at night, He wasn't interested in overworking himself. This wasn't some 996 or 007 job who needed that kind of blessing. Back at the base, others were animatedly discussing their day's achievements. Some teams had killed 5 beasts, others 8. Hearing these numbers, Yang Tong shook his head inwardly. Such counting methods were too childish. In the Yang family, they counted by mounds, patches, and heaps. Seeing Chen Shui, Ning Ning, and Su Mingming chatting on the ground, Yang Tong walked over. He conjured a sofa with a wave of his hand and said with a smile, "Don't sit on the ground. Here, this is more fitting." Other classmates looked enviously, and Yang Tong immediately sensed a business opportunity. 200,000 for one. Anyone interested? Seeing no takers, he quickly changed his pitch. "All right, 1,000 to rent." Everyone backed away, and Chen Shui couldn't help but say, "Can you be more human?" Yang Tong chuckled and launched into his sales pitch. The only 2 high-end sofas in the Flaming Hills. Buy one for your goddess, or rent if you can't afford to buy. Watch the sunrise and sunset in comfort, and start your romantic adventure. Miss this chance, and you'll have to wait a year. Someone soon took the bait. A boy rented a sofa with energy cores and invited his crush to join him. Although she was touched and sat down, she ultimately turned him down. Seeing this, Yang Tong brought out another sofa. Last one. Starting at 1,200 to rent. This time, the renter was a boy inviting another boy. Witnessing this, Yang Tong turned to Chen Shui and said seriously, "How about we drop out? This cram course is unbearable." Lu Mingfei said with a look of exasperation as he watched the chaos unfold before him. One person changes their mind at the last minute. Another forms a fragile alliance. Who knows what other weirdos are coming our way. Chen Shui glanced at him expressionlessly. "The biggest weirdo here is you. If you didn't stir up trouble, everything would be fine. How is this stirring up trouble?" Yang Tong protested, pulling a sofa out of thin air. "This is called entrepreneurial spirit." Lu Mingfei quickly rushed over to stop him, pleading, "Yang Tong, please, enough is enough. If you keep this up, the cram course will fall apart on the very first day. I'm not causing trouble." Yang Tong frowned defensively. "Do me a favor and put away your magic tricks," Lu Mingfei begged, his face a picture of misery. Reluctantly, Yang Tong put the sofa back. "How did it go today?" Chen Shui asked. "Fed it all to the groundhog, so basically 0, Yang Tong sighed. Ning Ning's eyes widened. "Is it even worth raising that groundhog anymore? Desperate times call for desperate measures. What else can I do? I can't just keep it as a pet." Yang Tong replied helplessly, then turned to ask, "What about you guys?" "We killed over 30 beasts." Su Mingming boasted. Xiao Xue and Ning Ning both leveled up. "They're amazing." Chen Shui and Ning Ning exchanged a silent glance, clearly thinking Su Mingming had chosen the wrong moment to brag. "Don't get too carried away," Chen Shui warned Yang Tong seriously. "The number of beasts you kill during training is linked to your monthly exam score." "Really? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Yang Tong was surprised but quickly dismissed it. "With the way these guys kill a few beasts at a time, it'll take them forever to catch up to me. I could wipe out an entire species in no time." Just then, Yang Tong noticed a crowd gathered around a boy who seemed to be the center of attention. He pointed and asked, "What's up with that guy?" He recognized his old classmate, Su Hua, among the crowd. "Killed a lot of beasts," Chen Shui explained succinctly. "His name is Su Ming, level 8. Ning Ning added with a mischievous smile. "His team killed 20 beasts today. Want to mess with him? Be a decent person. Why do you always want to mess with people?" Yang Tong rolled his eyes, thinking Su Ming was quite impressive to kill 20 beasts at level 8. Still, he felt superior, recalling how he was already running around with lords at that level. This guy's got a lot of followers because of his good scores. He's planning to challenge you for class monitor next month, Ning Ning revealed. Yang Tong frowned. Who does he think he is? I can take down lords. Where does he get the nerve? Just then, Su Ming walked over, greeting them with a smile. "Good evening, class monitor." "Good evening, ladies." The 4 of them responded politely. Su Ming then asked, "Class monitor, how many beasts did you kill today? Why haven't you reported to teacher Lu?" Yang Tong thought. "Report what?" "The groundhog ate everything." "Not a single one," he said, frustrated. "No worries, just bad luck today. With your skills, you'll definitely kill a lot tomorrow," Su Ming said, barely suppressing his laughter. "Smart kid. I like you." Yang Tong beamed. Su Ming waved and left after a brief chat. "Your acting is slipping," Ning Ning poked Yang Tong. "You should have shown a mix of embarrassment, anger, and frustration. You got all happy just because he said something nice. Too obvious." "True, my bad. But I don't think he noticed," Yang Tong mused. Su Mingming watched them seriously discussing acting skills in disbelief. "Sigh, I wanted to keep a low profile and blend in as a regular student, but look where that got me," Yang Tong said lazily, leaning back on the sofa. "Forget it. I'm going all out." "I thought you'd just punch him," Chen Shui remarked. "I'm a modern, civilized youth. No need for violence." Yang Tong waved dismissively. But seriously, he must be out of his mind to think he can challenge me. Chen Shui analyzed. He probably thinks you're so strong that you don't care about being class monitor. He can tell from the fact that you didn't kill any beasts. I don't care about being class monitor, but I do care about the resources, Yang Tong said, a light bulb going off in his head. What if I let him be class monitor, and he gives me the resources? That plan won't work now, Chen Shui shook her head. He's being praised like a king tonight. In another hour, he'll be a superstar. No way he'll listen to you now. Yang Tong watched Su Ming bask in his newfound glory and sighed. If this doesn't work out, we might as well drop out. This isn't a cram course. It's a reality show. Yang Tong looked at the smug Su Ming and couldn't help but sigh. Flattery can really destroy a person, he thought. Doesn't Lu Mingfei care? He asked, turning his head. Even though his skills are weak, having been a teacher for so many years, he should be able to see through these kids' schemes, right? Chen Shui chuckled. Why should he care? He's a teacher, not their parent. Yang Tong nodded in agreement. True, Lu Mingfei can manage grades, but can he manage human nature? The college entrance exam is like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. Taking out one competitor is already a win. But then he frowned. Wait, there weren't this many issues last year. I know why, Su Ming interjected. Last year, Senior Shun was way ahead of everyone and had a good personality, so things were relatively calm. But even then, a few people were affected by these petty issues during the exam. Then there's even less to worry about this year, Yang Tong said confidently. He's even better than Shaniren. The others don't even have the courage to mess with him. Everyone, focus on your studies. That's the right path. Ning Ning suddenly flashed a sly smile. Besides, who knows if Su Ming's just putting on a show for the higher-ups? What the heck? Yang Tong exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Is this some kind of palace drama? Is everyone in the cram class an Oscar-level actor? He then said seriously, no way. As class president, I have to correct this bad trend. It's only the first day of school, and they're already playing mind games. In a few days, it'll be more chaotic than the Three Kingdoms. Class president, what are you planning to do? Su Ming asked excitedly. Fight, Ning Ning said, rolling her eyes. Yang Tong straightened up. As Lev Tolstoy said, violence is the best way to solve problems. Seeing the skeptical looks from the three, he continued to make things up. Maxim Gorky said, a tree that isn't pruned won't grow straight, and a person who isn't disciplined won't behave. And the famous military strategist Li Yunlong also said, use the Italian cannon, blast them to hell. As night fell, Yang Tong skillfully set up the tent and laid out the sleeping bags. Su Ming marveled, class president, you're so well prepared. Just as Yang Tong was about to bring out more equipment, Lu Mingfei rushed over. Don't bother. I've already borrowed tents from the Spirit Control Bureau. Yang Tong grabbed him by the collar. Cutting off someone's resources is like killing their parents, do you understand? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Lu Mingfei shouted. Quit pretending, Yang Tong sneered. I'm grabbing your clothes, not your skin. Are you really short on money now? Lu Mingfei looked pained. You might not believe it, but I really am. 2 summoned spirits cost more than 2 mothers-in-law. Keeping them is more expensive than a mortgage, car loan, and dowry combined. Are you really not going to do anything about Su Ming? Yang Tong asked seriously. What's there to manage? Lu Mingfei said, straightening his collar. It's better for them to suffer a little now than to suffer more when they grow up. Immaturity in mind ultimately harms themselves and others. This is the price of growth. Yang Tong crawled into his sleeping bag, inching towards the tent, while pondering Lu Mingfei's words. Perhaps this seemingly ordinary teacher had a story behind him that no one knew. But for now, Yang Tong couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. To him, strength was the foundation. Whether it was flattery or scheming, nothing could stand against absolute power. Lying in the tent, he thought about the college entrance exam and his future teammates, gradually drifting into sleep. The next day, Yang Tong chose to act alone again. Just as he was about to set off, Su Ming approached him with a greeting. Squad leader, are you heading out to explore the Flame Hills alone again? Yang Tong simply nodded with a faint smile. Observing Su Ming's overly enthusiastic demeanor, he thought to himself, is this kid being manipulated by someone? However, seeing Su Ming being so polite, Yang Tong mused that if he came back empty-handed again today, there might be trouble brewing. After Yang Tong left, a few people quickly gathered around Su Ming. The squad leader went out alone again? He's really not a team player. What squad leader? I think Su should be the leader. Exactly. He hasn't killed a single beast all day. Maybe tonight we should ask Instructor Lu to remove him from his position. Unbeknownst to Yang Tong, their conversation continued. Given his hot temper, if he found out, these guys probably wouldn't make it through the night. He was leisurely wandering through the Flame Hills, noticing that the beasts seemed to have been warned. Apart from a few stray small beasts, he hadn't encountered any significant groups. Hiding won't help. Yang Tong thought. A single group has at least 1,000 beasts. Where could they possibly hide? They must have retreated deeper into the Flame Hills. It's just a matter of taking a few more steps. Sure enough, after quickening his pace, Yang Tong found a migrating group. The Black Iron Lord leading the group froze upon seeing Yang Tong black clothes, male human, 2 small summoned spirits. It matched the description. The Lord roared to the sky. Retreat. Whoever can run, run. But it was too late. Thud, thud. Ah. The beasts fell one after another. Watching the fire rings continuously emanating from his summoned spirit, Mao, Yang Tong was filled with envy. He wished he had such a cool and practical skill too. Unfortunately, with his luck and the system's deliberate targeting, getting a skill like Fire Dragon Dance seemed a distant dream. By the end of the day, Yang Tong had only wiped out 6 groups, spending most of his time searching for beasts. He pondered whether he should change locations since the Flame Hills had become too familiar, and the lords recognized him. Returning to the camp that evening, Lu Mingfei almost teared up seeing Yang Tong return on time. For the second consecutive day, this was more than he'd seen him the entire previous year. Chen Shui and the other 2 girls were already seated on the ground. You came back later than yesterday. Did something happen? They asked. Yang Tong casually tossed out a sofa and, after sitting down, went straight to the point. Got any gossip? After all, he had purposely come back empty-handed. There's no gossip at all. Yang Tong slumped into his chair, looking disappointed. Really? I came back just to catch some juicy news. Chen Shui rolled her eyes and sighed. Even if there was gossip, they wouldn't tell us. We're your loyal supporters. Yang Tong gestured dismissively. We don't do that whole clique thing. Huh. Your political awareness is pretty high. Of course. As they were chatting, Su Ming finally appeared. With his usual insincere smile, he threw a cold remark, class monitor. Another day with nothing to show? Yang Tong indeed had nothing to report, but he had a surprise in store for them. He just nodded slightly. Didn't you see it yourself? Before Su Ming could respond, an unwelcome voice chimed in from behind him. What kind of class monitor is this? 2 days without killing a beast, and you still have the nerve to lead us? I think Su Ming should be the class monitor. Yang Tong's eyes sharpened as he looked at Su Ming. Is that your idea? Su Ming shrugged, feigning innocence. Nothing to do with me. My friend just couldn't stand it anymore. But, honestly, class monitor, 2 days doing nothing is a bit much. Facing the group's skepticism, Yang Tong calmly sank into the sofa and lit a cigar. In the dark, his grim face and the way he held the cigar gave off a vibe reminiscent of a Hong Kong mafia boss, causing everyone to instinctively take a step back. Even Su Mingming unconsciously moved aside, fearful that Yang Tong might suddenly lash out. The story unfolds further, highlighting the power struggle within the class through specific dialogues and actions. Eventually, even after Lu Mingfei's appearance, the unrest continued. Voices of dissent rose one after another. Mr. Lu, we can't stand having a leader who doesn't dare to kill beasts. Yeah, we disagree. We won't accept this. Note, the rewrite retains all original plot points, enhancing scene descriptions and character traits to make the story more vivid and cohesive. Due to space constraints, only part of the rewrite is shown here, but the principle is to preserve all key narrative elements. Yang Tong sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd present. To him, this long-anticipated confrontation was hardly worth mentioning. Don't you guys watch live streams? With this level of skill, you dare talk about strategy? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Lu Mingfei looked at Su Ming, exhausted, and said, tell everyone to disperse. It's getting late. Teacher, I'm not the class leader. They won't listen to me. Su Ming responded helplessly. You never listen to the teacher, do you? Lu Mingfei snapped angrily. He felt a pang of frustration, perhaps because Yang Tong always pulled him by the collar, making him lose authority in front of the students. They even thought he was biased towards Yang Tong, not realizing he was trying to protect them. Provoking someone who could slay black iron-level beasts was a death wish. Lu Mingfei turned to Yang Tong, his face showing distress. Give me a break, don't make a move. To his surprise, Yang Tong nodded in agreement. All right, thank you. Lu Mingfei was almost moved to tears. No need to thank me. I never planned to make a move anyway, Yang Tong replied indifferently, then shifted his focus to Su Ming. Are you sure you want to compete in killing fierce beasts? The crowd started to jeer again. Let's do it. Old Su, don't be afraid of him. I'll give you one more chance. Yang Tong stared at Su Ming. Are you sure you want to compete? Su Ming nodded. Yes. Then we'll compete today. Today. Su Ming frowned. Aren't you at 0 kills today? Yang Tong stood up, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I don't even believe my own words, and you do? After confirming that Su Ming had killed 23 fierce beasts today, Yang Tong began his performance. He continuously pulled beast corpses from his storage space, one after another, quickly filling the entire Spirit Control Bureau base. When he casually pulled out a monarch-level blazing sea sheep, the entire crowd was stunned. A groundhog was placed atop the pile of corpses, devouring them ravenously. These were the corpses Yang Tong had snatched from its mouth today, and now it finally had a feast. When the Spirit Control Bureau personnel were alerted and rushed over, Lu Mingfei had to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Yang Tong continued pulling out corpses, seemingly without end. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Mingfei was on the verge of collapse. He knew the students' morale was utterly shattered, and as their teacher, he felt powerless. Why the hell am I the one suffering? Su Ming provokes Yang Tong, and I'm the one who gets screwed. Lu Mingfei lamented internally, but he knew this was just the beginning. Given the chance, you all blew it. Yang Tong coldly eyed the group in front of him. He had intended to hunt the fierce beasts alone to avoid their mental breakdowns, but since they insisted, he decided to give them a big gift. Yang Tong efficiently fed all the slain beasts to the groundhogs, and then pulled out an introductory book from his backpack. This action immediately drew surprised looks from Chen Shui and Ning Ning. You're really dedicated, aren't you? Chen Shui sneered. How about we read it together? Ning Ning suggested, her eyes shining. What are you thinking? Yang Tong slapped his forehead and explained. This book has a significant purpose. Yes, yes, yes. Ning Ning nodded repeatedly. Exactly, this book isn't just for reading. It's for using. Have you considered selling your mouth in northern Myanmar? Yang Tong asked, exasperated. That's worth just a few bucks. If anything, I'd sell my kidney. Ning Ning replied dismissively. Yang Tong's face scrunched up in frustration. Please, stop with the jokes. I'm using this to teach the groundhogs how to read and write. Everyone froze upon hearing this. After a brief silence, Ning Ning gathered her thoughts. Wait, I'm confused. How did you come up with the idea of teaching summon creatures to read and write? After some explanation, Yang Tong's logic seemed somewhat reasonable. If summon creatures could understand human speech, why couldn't they learn to read and write? The four girls even began seriously considering whether they should teach their own summon creatures to read and write. The discussion about whether Mauchio should also learn ended inconclusively, citing its lack of hands and feet. Mauchio was quite relieved by this. The groundhogs finally finished digesting all the beasts, but still showed no signs of evolving. This scene caused many in the camp to lose hope and consider abandoning their training. Lu Mingfei had to repeatedly boost their morale, but with little success. I haven't wronged any of you. Lu Mingfei thought bitterly. It was only the second day, and already half of the students in the sprint class wanted to drop out. Yet, perhaps this was a form of growth. While they were still proud of killing a dozen or so fierce beasts, Yang Tong had demonstrated overwhelming strength, completely dispelling any thoughts of scheming. Although Lu Mingfei understood this reasoning, he was most frustrated by why he had to be the class advisor for this batch. Indeed, wherever Yang Tong was, peace was never an option. The groundhog had a hearty meal and walked towards Yang Tong, feeling quite satisfied. However, the moment it saw the book in Yang Tong's hand, its entire body froze, as if it had been hit with a petrifying spell. In the next second, it spun around, trying to escape. Trying to run? Where do you think you're going? Yang Tong's quick reflexes allowed him to grab the groundhog in one swift motion. Ah! The groundhog struggled desperately, flailing its limbs, but its efforts were futile against Yang Tong, who barely felt a thing. Realizing that struggling was pointless, the cunning groundhog switched tactics, clasping its tiny paws together and bowing deeply to Yang Tong. Cut the act. Yang Tong sneered, enunciating each word slowly to the groundhog. Read my lips. No education, no future. Got it? Ah! I'm a summoned creature. The groundhog wailed in desperation. A summoned creature that doesn't read won't amount to anything. Yang Tong remained unmoved. He opened the book and placed the utterly dejected groundhog on the pages. The groundhog, with tear-filled eyes, looked longingly at Mao Chio, enviously sobbing. How about I give you my food every day, and you study instead? Chen Shui and the other three watched with great interest, finding Yang Tong's attempt to teach the groundhog to read as absurdly amusing as a novice storming into a red light district. Yang Tong pointed to the first character. Ah. Yes, that's right. Great job. So smart. Yang Tong, for once, showed a rare smile of approval. The four women exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that something was off about the scene but unable to pinpoint exactly what. Bin. Yang Tong continued, pointing to the second character. Ah. No, it's Bin. Bua Bin. Bua Bin. The groundhog continued to cry out. Could it be broadcast? Ning Ning interjected with a look of exasperation. Broadcast? Yang Tong was momentarily stunned. Broadcast what? Ning Ning raised an eyebrow. Why don't you try mine? Heh, you wish. Do you think I'd let you get away with that? Yang Tong responded with a cold smile. The four women's expressions grew even more peculiar. Han Luer quietly muttered, I feel like I just can't fit in with them, It's okay. Neither can I. Su Mingming nodded in agreement. At that moment, the sly groundhog tried to make another escape attempt, but Yang Tong swiftly caught it again and placed it back on the book. Let's start over. Ah! The piercing cry of a marmot echoed through the night sky. Everyone at the camp was just about to fall asleep, but the deafening noise made it impossible to rest. Despite the maddening howl, no one dared confront Yang Tong after all. His practice of feeding the marmot with the carcasses of fierce beasts still haunted everyone. Some resourceful individuals tried plugging their ears, but it did little to help. The marmot's roar continued to resonate, causing their eardrums to ache. Stop tormenting it, Qin Shui said with a sympathetic look. I think the marmot might actually be incapable of making human sounds. The marmot, with tears streaming down its face, looked at Qin Shui as if it had finally found a kindred spirit. Thank you for understanding me. Because of you, the world is a better place. That's impossible. Yang Tong dismissed her words. It just pronounced the first word correctly. Qin Shui sighed and rubbed her forehead. Isn't it possible that it naturally makes ah sounds and that's all it can do? Yang Tong deflated. So, you're saying I can't teach the marmot to read and write? No worries, if reading doesn't work, it can still write. Ning Ning said with a smile. The marmot immediately glared at Ning Ning. What a heartless woman. Just as the marmot thought it had escaped its ordeal, Qin Shui casually handed Yang Tong a twig. Why not let it write on the ground with a stick instead of insisting on paper and pen? Of course. Yang Tong slapped his forehead. You're always quick to come up with good ideas, Qin Xiaoxue. The marmot was utterly despairing. After a fierce struggle, it finally willingly grabbed the twig, much like an employee volunteering for overtime. You're holding it wrong. Hold it like this. Yang Tong patiently demonstrated the correct grip as if teaching a child. The marmot looked down at its tiny fingers and then at the rough twig, filled with doubt about its life choices. After a long ordeal, accompanied by countless roars and complaints from others, the marmot finally learned the proper way to hold the twig. Throughout the entire process, the marmot had only one thought. Could someone just put it out of its misery instead of torturing it like this? But clearly, its wish for a quick end was not granted. Instead, it was about to embark on a painful yet enlightening journey of learning to write. Yang Tong stared at the groundhog's prominent front teeth, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. Excitedly, he said to the groundhog, "Can you use your teeth to gnaw a branch into the shape of a pin?" Faced with this unexpected request, the groundhog just tilted its head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. This reaction made Yang Tong furious, and he couldn't help but burst out, "I know you don't do human things, but can't you at least say a few words like a person?" Just as Yang Tong finished his outburst, the groundhog did something surprising, quietly picked up a branch and, using its distinctive front teeth, began to carefully carve on the ground. The branch left winding marks in the dirt, gradually taking shape. Yang Tong looked disgusted and said, "Your handwriting is so bad. I could write better even if I were riding a dog sled." The groundhog's eyes flickered, silently grumbling to itself. If it could speak, it would definitely switch to the most perfunctory mode. Yeah, whatever you say. At that moment, it had never felt time drag on so endlessly. Every second was pure torment. Finally, it was time for Yang Tong to go to bed, and the groundhog eagerly awaited its return to the contract space. However, after a while, it noticed that Yang Tong hadn't moved at all, and a sense of foreboding crept over it. When it looked up at Yang Tong, a sharp flick on the forehead greeted it. "What are you staring at? Get back to studying. You're not going to bed until you finish writing this book. You might as well study me to death. Even tiger parents aren't this strict." The groundhog couldn't take it anymore and let out a deafening roar, waking everyone in the camp. "Good grief. What can we do?" someone grumbled. "If it were a noisy building, we could install a noise-canceling valve or a vibration damper. But they're in a tent. There's nothing we can do." Yang Tong gently patted the groundhog's back, his tone softening. "This is the situation we're in now, so try to cope with it. Once we're out of here, I'll get you some beginner's books. Real ones this time, like a Xinhua dictionary, how to use a dictionary and 100,000 whys." The groundhog chose to respond with silence, painstakingly copying down characters it didn't even recognize with its tiny, shaky paws. By the time it finished, Yang Tong was already fast asleep. Looking at Yang Tong sleeping soundly and the fur ball sprawled on the sleeping bag, the groundhog held back its words, letting them dissipate into the night breeze. Exhausted from its earlier outburst, the groundhog leaned against Yang Tong and drifted into slumber. At dawn, everyone woke up to see the ground covered in crooked characters, each falling into deep thought. Lu Mingfei was stunned as soon as he stepped out of the tent. This was clearly an act of cultural dissemination, and they weren't even afraid of the Spirit Control Bureau. This was practically rubbing it in their faces. He quickly directed the students to clean up the ground, and then explained to the Spirit Control Bureau personnel, "Sorry about that. The students got a bit out of hand. The Spirit Control Bureau personnel were quite calm. No worries, we know how Brother Violent is. Indeed, from charging into the beast tide during the pioneering days to beating up Fang Jingming, Yang Tong's various heroic deeds were well known. Because of this, ordinary students dared to talk back to Yang Tong, but the Spirit Control Bureau personnel didn't have the guts, which is why the groundhog could scribble on the ground so recklessly. As usual, Yang Tong was the last to return to the camp. Around the bonfire, Chen Shui and the others were sitting and enjoying the aroma of roasted meat. No idea how many more days of training we have, but I'm getting sick of eating meat, Han Luer complained, her voice full of weariness. Su Mingming counted on her fingers and said, "It should be soon. Training usually lasts less than a week." "Yeah, we'll rest for a day and then continue," Ningning agreed. "Just kill me already." Han Luer sighed dramatically. Yang Tong, pulling out a sofa nonchalantly, said, "Getting sick of meat? Eating meat is such a joy. Aren't you tired of eating it 3 times a day? And it's making us gain weight," Han Luer retorted. "Not at all. Let me give you something good," Yang Tong said as he skillfully cut a large piece of meat from the fiery sea sheep and put it on the fire. "This meat is divine." After finding Lu Mingfei, Yang Tong got straight to the point. "How many more days of training?" 2 or 3 days, why?" Lu Mingfei replied. "I plan to end it early," Yang Tong stated. Lu Mingfei wasn't surprised. Given Yang Tong's frequent absences, even completing 3 days of training was impressive. "Why? Not enough monsters to kill," Yang Tong sighed. "Oh? Are you kidding me? First time I hear someone complaining about not enough monsters in a beast territory. The place is crawling with them, and you say there's not enough?" Lu Mingfei was incredulous. "Crawling? You call this crawling? I haven't even killed 10,000 today," Yang Tong retorted. 10,000? Who kills 10,000 beasts in a day? Lu Mingfei felt his resolve wavering. "Didn't you notice the number of beasts decreasing?" Yang Tong continued. "Nope. That's the tragedy of being clueless," Yang Tong said disdainfully. "And you didn't notice you haven't encountered any leaders?" Lu Mingfei thought about it and realized it was true. Despite hunting near the camp, they hadn't seen a single beast leader, which was unusual. Could it be that these leaders know me and moved out overnight? Yang Tong mused. "Absolutely not. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard," Lu Mingfei replied calmly. "Why does it sound absurd? But when you say it, I believe it." Absurdity plus Yang Tong equals truth. In the ensuing conversation, Yang Tong inquired about the territory of high-level beasts, but as a black iron rank, Lu Mingfei couldn't help. Eventually, the topic shifted to the story of the groundhog. Under Yang Tong's pressure, the groundhog was forced to copy a book twice, taking nearly 6 hours. Exhausted, it intended to catch the word thief, but fell asleep due to fatigue. The next day, Lu Mingfei kindly covered the sleeping groundhog with a towel. When Yang Tong discovered this, he was initially displeased with the groundhog's comfort, but upon learning it was Lu Mingfei's doing, his attitude softened. In the end, he demanded the groundhog make up for the 2 missed assignments and warned it not to slack off again. The groundhog, speechless, could only silently accept this arrangement. After a stroll around Flame Hill, Yang Tong decisively abandoned the place. He realized that staying there was futile. Even if he waited another 800 years, the groundhog wouldn't evolve. Back at the base, he briefly explained the situation to the station's Spirit Tamer Bureau personnel and asked them to inform Lu Mingfei that he had left. The groundhog, upon hearing this news, breathed a huge sigh of relief. It silently rejoiced. "Finally, I can leave this eerie place. It's terrifying here. Someone can steal words off the ground without a sound. What kind of godly power is that?" The groundhog shuddered at the thought if that person had ill intentions, its chastity could be at risk at any moment. After exiting the teleportation channel, Yang Tong first took the groundhog to a bookstore to buy it some real educational books. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed Fang Jiming's number. "Hey, Lao Feng, where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," Yang Tong said bluntly. Fang Jingming was clearly taken aback. "Looking for me? What for?" "Of course, it's something important." "If it's important, say it over the phone," Fang Jingming chuckled. "I'm out of town right now." "Where are you?" "In Buenos Aires." "Damn, what are you doing in that godforsaken place?" "Business trip, can't be helped," Fang Jingming sighed. To Fang Jingming's surprise, as he looked out the window, he actually saw Yang Tong waving at him. What made his teeth ache even more was that Yang Tong had climbed right up to the Spirit Tamer Bureau's window. "You're really something, daring to climb the Spirit Tamer Bureau's window," Fang Jingming said helplessly as Yang Tong climbed into his office. Yang Tong shook Fang Jingming's hand with a bright smile. "Didn't expect to see me here, did you?" Old friends meeting. Eyes full of tears. In the ensuing conversation, Yang Tong directly demanded protection money. Although Fang Jingming was the director of the Spirit Tamer Bureau, he had no choice but to comply in front of Yang Tong. In the end, he pulled $20 out from under his insole. Yang Tong, still disgusted by the smell, used a tissue to take the money. Finally, they got down to business. Yang Tong was here to ask which dangerous area to train in next. Fang Jingming suggested storm plains, but it was clear that Yang Tong had already been blacklisted there. This didn't surprise Fang Jingming at all. Given Yang Tong's personality, getting blacklisted was just routine. Yang Tong glanced at Fang Zhengming with a hint of annoyance. Wish me some luck. Do you think everyone is like you? After a brief pause, he added, though, you're not entirely wrong. It's not the authorities that blacklisted me. It was the monarch. Fang Jingming's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, tell me more. I love a good story. There's really not much to say, Yang Tong began. You know about the two monarchs in the storm plains, right? Yeah, I know. But do you know their relationship? Fang Jingming shook his head. That I don't know. Yang Tong leaned back in his chair, a bit of helplessness in his tone. Well, I killed the swift bird, and now the one-legged hippo is hunting me down like crazy. You killed another monarch? Fang Jingming exclaimed. Yeah, I strangled it with a little effort, Yang Tong said nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Fang Jingming was dumbfounded. Impressive. He then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, the one-legged hippo has issued a bounty on you? It's more than just a bounty, Yang Tong corrected. By the way, tell Ming Hai not to let anyone go in wearing a suit. Don't worry, no sane person would wear a suit into a beast territory. Yang Tong squinted. I suspect you're mocking me. Absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. We're friends, after all. Would I do such a thing? Fang Jingming waved his hands emphatically. The vehement denial only made Yang Tong more suspicious. Changing the subject, he said, all right, enough nonsense. Just tell me which beast territory I should go to. I'm desperate for money. Who isn't? Fang Jingming thought for a moment. Actually, the storm plains would be ideal since it's close. But since you can't go there, just find a nearby dangerous level territory. Listening to you is like listening to nonsense. Are you serious right now? Fang Jingming suddenly slapped his thigh. I do have a good place in mind for you. Stop keeping me in suspense. Spill it. Spring City, the Sky Burial Desert. Yang Tong pulled out his phone to check, and his face immediately darkened. He grabbed Fang Jingming, ready to fight. Hold on. Fang Jingming shouted. Hold on, my foot. Are you kidding me? You want me dead. Experienced in such situations, Fang Jingming didn't resist. I'm not joking. The Sky Burial Desert is perfect for you. You're full of crap. That place is nightmare level, not just dangerous. With your current strength, nightmare level is just right for you to train. As long as you don't run into a monarch or emperor, Fang Jingming explained. Yang Tong knew how much trouble he could attract. If he caused a beast tide, wouldn't the nightmare level territory be leveled? What if I trigger a beast tide? That would flatten the base. You know you attract beast tides easily? Fang Jingming retorted sarcastically. That's why I said the Sky Burial Desert is perfect. The governor is stationed there personally, along with other big shots. Even if you trigger a beast tide, they can cover for you. Yang Tong released Fang Jingming and thought for a moment. Then why don't I just go to the dark port? Are you crazy? Do you know the big shots there? At least you know the governor, who can speak up for you if something goes wrong. If a beast tide breaks out, we can just kill them. What's the big deal? Humans and beasts are natural enemies. They can't send me to a military court for triggering a beast tide. They can, Fang Jingming said firmly. Oh? Fang Jingming explained the current situation in detail. Spirit tamers were far weaker than the beasts, and the big shots in each territory could barely hold their ground. If an emperor-led beast tide broke out, even the big shots could only hold off the beasts and wait for reinforcements. Each big shot had their own territory to guard, and reinforcing another area meant leaving their own unprotected. The emperors and monarchs weren't fools. If they sensed a strong presence leaving, they'd act. Currently, humans and beasts maintained a relative peace, with small-scale battles to wear each other down. Spirit tamers trained by killing beasts, and the beasts used these opportunities to train their own. If this balance were broken, causing chain reactions and riots, the instigator would be in serious trouble. Yang Tong clicked his tongue. Listening to you, I think I'd better stay away from nightmare-level territories. That's why I said you should go where you know people. At least they can cover for you. Are you sure the governor can cover for me if I cause trouble? Depends on how big the trouble is. But a beast tide, for sure. That's good enough. Yang Tong thought that he usually only caused beast tides. He then slammed the table. This is so frustrating. Frustrating? Fang Jingming glanced at him. It is, but you should know this frustration was earned by our predecessors with blood and fire. Yang Tong nodded in agreement. Yeah, thank goodness there aren't many new beast territories appearing. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, if new beast territories do appear, will there be people to guard them? Of course. The Pioneer Corps and the Spirit Tamer Bureau have plenty of people, and the country has reserved experts. But if a lot of high-level beast territories appear, then it might be tough, Fang Jingming said. That's not something you or I need to worry about. Anyway, if you're not absolutely sure you can handle a beast tide, either avoid nightmare-level territories or don't trigger a beast tide. Yang Tong cupped his hands in gratitude. Got it, thanks, old Fang. Fang Jingming waved it off casually. Yang Tong had initially just wanted to find a suitable dangerous level beast territory, but after this conversation, he became very interested in nightmare level ones. Not just the Sky Burial Desert, but other nightmare level territories as well, as long as he didn't trigger a beast tide. He consoled himself, thinking beast tides weren't that common. There were only a few recorded instances in the past century. Suddenly, Yang Tong froze. There hadn't been any recorded beast tides in the past century. He bowed his head in silence, realizing that all the beast tides in recent years had been caused by him. I love you for walking alone in the dark alley. I love you for being alone in that dark alley. I love you for standing tall, not for kneeling. I love you because you resemble me so much, like a mirror image. Humming this familiar tune, Yang Tong walked briskly to the train station. After much contemplation, he decided to take Fang Zhengming's advice. Given his current abilities, he couldn't handle a nightmare-level beast tide, and he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't accidentally trigger one. Seeking Gao Yi's support was undoubtedly the safest choice. Brothers, onward to Quancheng, Yang Tong shouted, his face full of anticipation. As he emerged from the teleportation portal of the Tianzong Desert, the scene before him caught him off guard. Dense yellow sand covered the sky, starkly contrasting with the lush greenery on the other side of the portal. This is some serious smog. No, it's a sandstorm, Yang Tong muttered. Can you really train in this environment? At the Spirit Control Bureau's base, after asking around, Yang Tong finally met Gao Yi. What are you doing here? Gao Yi asked bluntly. Of course, I'm here for training, not for reforestation, Yang Tong retorted. You're a basic level. Wait, a black iron level? Gao Yi was surprised to see Yang Tong's advancement. So young and already at black iron. Seeing Yang Tong's embarrassed look, Gao Yi continued. But this is a nightmare level area. At least a silver level is required. Governor, don't forget my extraordinary strength, Yang Tong said confidently. Silver levels are no match for me. Recalling Yang Tong's performance during the beast tide, Gao Yi nodded in agreement. But when Yang Tong mentioned wanting him as a backup, Gao Yi instantly understood his real intention. You're not here to train. You're here to trouble me, Gao Yi said, somewhat exasperated. I promise, I won't provoke the emperors on purpose. Yang Tong raised his hand in oath. But if they come after me, that's another story. After a moment of consideration, Gao Yi agreed. Before leaving, Yang Tong asked, what if I end up wiping out the Tianzong Desert? What kind of responsibility would I bear? If you can pull that off, not only will you have no responsibility, but you'll also be rewarded. Gao Yi replied casually, thinking to himself how unlikely that was. Still, he decided to find some help just in case. No sooner had Yang Tong left the Spirit Control Bureau than he received a series of system missions. Tasks to kill silver, gold, and platinum level beasts came one after another, each offering attribute rewards upon completion. Now this is more like it. Yang Tong rubbed his hands in excitement. Compared to those useless tasks from the past few days, this is the real deal. Although the number of kills required was substantial, for a leader who often commanded thousands, it wasn't an impossible feat. Whether he could actually wipe out entire clans in the nightmare level area was another story entirely. The system's prompts weren't finished yet, seemingly giving Yang Tong time to digest the previous information. After a brief pause, new task details appeared. Lord Slayer. Gain 10 stamina for every 100 silver tier lords defeated. Reaper of Lords. Gain 15 stamina for every 50 gold tier lords defeated. Black Nightmare. Gain 20 stamina for every 10 platinum tier lords defeated. Next came the additional rewards. Tiered bonuses for slaying platinum tier lords, ranging from stamina boosts to overall attribute enhancements, each more tempting than the last. Yang Tong was astounded by these generous rewards. As he wondered if the Sky Burial Desert truly housed so many platinum lords, the system's prompts appeared again, this time detailing sovereign-level tasks. Defeating the Platinum Sovereign Stonespike Warthog, Sandstorm Red Fox, and Oasis Ghostwood each came with enticing rewards. Finally, when the Emperor-level task, Defeat the Diamond Emperor Soul-Eating Ghost-Marked Giant Lizard, appeared. The long list of near-miraculous rewards made Yang Tong's eyes widen with greed. Who could resist this? Yang Tong almost lost control in his excitement. But soon, reason prevailed. He reminded himself to consider the bigger picture. His current strength was not enough to challenge the Diamond Emperor. With this in mind, Yang Tong redefined his goals for this journey. Focus on enhancing the abilities of Hairball and Groundhog, while completing some manageable system tasks along the way. As he truly stepped into the Sky Burial Desert, the endless yellow sand and howling winds made him understand why it was called Sky Burial. Even dressed in a dust-proof suit, Sand found its way through every crevice. Yang Tong had to put on sunglasses to protect his eyes. While he was marveling at the harsh environment, a sand snake, camouflaged with the ground, suddenly attacked. Although his brain hadn't processed the threat yet, his high reflexes allowed him to instinctively catch it. The snake's venomous fangs broke against the suit's protection, and Yang Tong quickly subdued it. By evening, Yang Tong had set up a campfire at the base of a wind-sheltered dune, roasting his unexpected catch. Despite the harsh conditions, having a storage space meant that water and food were not a concern. As night fell, Yang Tong decided to find a place to rest. Soon, he spotted an oasis in the distance. No way, that can't be this convenient. Yang Tong blurted out. An oasis is a lifeline in the desert. In this vast desert of Tianzong, a sudden appearance of an oasis made Yang Tong wary. This wasn't just any desert. It was the territory of fierce beasts. The system task mentioned the platinum monarch ghostwood of the oasis, which heightened his vigilance. This oasis looks suspicious, Yang Tong thought. Instinctively, he pulled out a wooden stick, ready to make a torch to explore the area, but he suddenly stopped. Instead, he slapped the back of the groundhog's head beside him. Ah! The groundhog protested. What's wrong with you? If you have an epiphany, hit yourself, not me. Ignoring the groundhog's complaints, Yang Tong retreated slowly with it and the furball, choosing another direction to proceed. Provoking the monarch on the first day was too risky. He didn't want to take such a chance. The wind howled, whipping up yellow sand everywhere. Yang Tong found a sheltered spot, decisively laid down his sleeping bag, and stretched out. Sand-bed it is, he muttered to himself. Finding a suitable campsite was incredibly difficult, so he had to settle for lying down like a snail in its shell. Despite the harsh environment, his marathon experiences over the past few days had taught him the importance of rest. Even with Yang Tong's exceptional sleep quality, he only managed 4 or 5 hours of sleep amidst the raging sandstorm. Crawling out of his sleeping bag, he wiped the sand from his mouth and looked at the still fierce sandstorm, grumbling, "Damn it! Fang Zhengming must have set me up on purpose." After a day in the Tianzong desert, he hadn't accomplished much but had eaten a lot of sand. Frustrated, Yang Tong had a sudden idea. Why not throw a Tongshin bomb? One explosion and this sandstorm within dozens of miles would surely stop. Pop, pop, ah. The groundhog and the furball simultaneously made sounds of disapproval. Yang Tong quickly abandoned the thought. In a desert full of sand, the consequences of a Tongshin bomb explosion were unpredictable. He couldn't help but admire the Yuling Bureau members who held their ground in the beast territories for long periods. This was just a nightmare-level territory. Higher-level environments must be even harsher. Regardless of their reasons for holding on, their perseverance was admirable. At that moment, a large figure appeared in his sight. Finally, a lord! Yang Tong exclaimed excitedly. This was the first platinum lord he encountered, a giant-tailed squirrel. The squirrel was over a meter long, with a tail nearly 3 meters long, making it seem like the tail was the main body. Is that your relative? Yang Tong joked to the groundhog. The groundhog shook its head vigorously. How about I get it as your wife? Yang Tong teased, raising an eyebrow. The groundhog shook its head even more frantically. Yeah, with your little thing, you definitely can't satisfy it. Yang Tong smacked his lips and sighed. Ah! The groundhog protested with a sharp squeal. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 fierce beasts in the group. Yang Tong adjusted his sunglasses and started moving. He was responsible for close combat and drawing the beast's attention. The furball provided long-range fire support, and the groundhog diligently copied Chinese pinyin. The platinum-level beasts were indeed formidable. Yang Tong's full-strength punch to a giant-tailed squirrel's head wasn't fatal. The beast shook its dazed head and continued attacking. This time, Yang Tong used an uppercut and finally killed it. The furball performed even better, unleashing various skills and taking down many beasts, far more efficiently than Yang Tong. The groundhog focused on its task. A, B, C, D, U, me, him. As the number of kills reached the task requirement, the system kept issuing notifications. Stamina 5. Then, the Lord let out a roar, and some beasts started chasing the furball. The furball quickly changed its color, stacked various defensive skills and speed buffs, and rolled nimbly across the desert. The giant-tailed squirrel soon despaired he couldn't catch it, couldn't hurt it, and had to face its strong, durable, and fast attributes. Yang Tong watched enviously. After breaking through the iron level, he had considered getting buffs from the furball but found it ineffective, possibly due to his uniqueness or the buff's incompatibility with spirit tamers. During the ongoing battle, Yang Tong gradually discovered the giant-tailed squirrel's fatal weakness. Despite their resilience to head strikes, their weak point was indeed their head. With this realization, Yang Tong transformed into a professional egg breaker. At this moment, a dagger proved far deadlier than a spear. Yang Tong, gripping his dagger, launched into a precise killing spree. Every move he made targeted the vital spots of the giant-tailed squirrel, sliding tackles, side kicks, each strike lethal. When there were no opportunities, he created them. Encountering female squirrels, he dispatched them with a few swift punches. His kill rate nearly rivaled that of Mao Chio. While the marmot was still engrossed in its studies, the giant-tailed squirrel lord could no longer hold back. It burst through the beast horde, charging at Yang Tong. Its sharp claws and thick tail attacked simultaneously, but Yang Tong nimbly retreated, avoiding the deadly blow. He knew well that engaging in a prolonged fight with the Platinum Lord was unwise. Once trapped in a long battle, other ferocious beasts would have the chance to besiege Mao Chio. If Mao Chio's skills entered cooldown, the consequences would be dire. Yang Tong opted for a smarter tactic, avoiding the Lord's entanglement and focusing on eliminating the other giant-tailed squirrels. The Lord, though anxious, was helpless and could only keep charging to slow down Yang Tong's killing pace. A system notification indicating Reaction 3 appeared, signifying Yang Tong had killed 1,000 giant-tailed squirrels. This astonishing achievement was largely due to Mao Chio's high-level skills, which even platinum-grade beasts found hard to withstand. In comparison, dying under Mao Chio's skills might have been a mercy for these squirrels, far better than suffering Yang Tong's egg-breaking pain. Eventually, the giant-tailed squirrel lord had to order a retreat. But this played right into Yang Tong's hand. She was well-versed in such scenarios. Grabbing Mao Chio, he pursued, seamlessly cooperating to harvest the fleeing squirrels. Even when the lord left dozens of minions as a rearguard, Yang Tong simply leaped over them and continued chasing the main force. Cornered, the lord chose to make a desperate stand. Seeing this, Yang Tong set down Mao Chio and engaged. The battle was relatively balanced, reinforcing Yang Tong's resolve not to challenge monarch-level beasts lightly. He sheathed his dagger and switched to a spear, using his masterful skills to maneuver around the lord, always seeking the critical strike. When Mao Chio finished clearing the other beasts and joined the fray, the outcome became clear. It unleashed a series of control skills, muddy swamps to slow, stuns, confusions, and immobilizations, leaving the lord almost incapable of movement. With such an unbreakable combination, the defeat of the giant-tailed squirrel lord was inevitable. At this point, the marmot, observing the empty battlefield, finally realized it had been forgotten. But it quickly accepted the reality. Rather than worrying about being abandoned, it was better to continue studying diligently. After all, the giant-tailed squirrel's corpses would eventually draw Yang Tong back. If he found it slacking off instead of studying, the consequences could be severe. The giant-tailed squirrel lord wanted to flee. Confronted with the demon and his summoned creatures, it had already witnessed the annihilation of its entire tribe and knew that it too was doomed. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from the control of the furball and escape the battlefield, but every attempt ended in failure. This setup is disgusting, the lord roared in its mind. A team full of control-type summons. In the end, Yang Tong's spear struck the lord's vital point with precision. Leaning on his spear and panting, he marveled at the toughness of the Platinum Lord. Indeed, a single Platinum Lord was worth 2 stamina points, much stronger than those Golden Lords. Although he could only run away from a Platinum Monarch for now, he wasn't worried. Thanks to his cheat abilities, he knew he would eventually be able to take on a Platinum Monarch. "Hey Ball, do you want to eat this thing?" Yang Tong asked routinely. The furball shook its head, indicating refusal. This was expected by Yang Tong. After all, it wasn't a natural element, and Ball wouldn't benefit from eating it. While cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Tong suddenly remembered something. "Ball, did we forget something?" Seeing the furball's puzzled reaction, he smacked his forehead. "Damn it, where's the groundhog?" Worried that the iron scrap might be in trouble, Yang Tong hurried back. His worries were unnecessary. The groundhog was quietly studying, surrounded by the corpses of platinum beasts. Just as Yang Tong sighed in relief, a golden beast was sneaking a bite from one of the corpses. "What the hell? Stealing my stuff." Yang Tong was furious. He threw his spear like a javelin, pinning the beast to the ground. He walked over to the groundhog and smacked it on the back of the head. "All you do is study." The groundhog looked bewildered. "Oh? Didn't you tell me to study?" Seeing the groundhog's submissive look, Yang Tong felt a pang of guilt and softened his tone. "Go eat." Watching the groundhog eat quietly, Yang Tong calculated that with so many platinum beasts and a platinum lord, it should be enough for it to evolve. But he quickly reminded himself not to get too excited too soon, as the groundhog's evolution was always unpredictable. Sure enough, after finishing its meal, the groundhog showed no signs of change. "Do you know how many resources you've consumed?" Yang Tong sighed. "Since you haven't evolved, you know what to do, right?" The groundhog obediently cleaned its paws and picked up a pencil. "Good. Double the study tasks today." The groundhog almost roared in frustration but held back. It had learned how to deal with its crazy master. No talking back, no arguing, just go with the flow. Fortunately, Its learning ability was exceptional. It had almost mastered Pinyin and would soon start writing, which was more than many human children could claim. For Yang Tong, this trip to the heavenly burial desert was a triple win. Completing system tasks to increase stamina, obtaining energy cores to boost the strength of his summons, and acquiring spirit control materials to sell. 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Tong had killed so many ferocious beasts that he lost count, and his stamina continued to skyrocket. Although he hadn't yet received the reward for upgrading Mauchio, just consuming energy cores had already increased Mauchio's earth element by nearly 2. As for the groundhog, its appetite was even more astonishing than Mauchio's. Yang Tong estimated that its evolution was imminent if it didn't evolve soon. Its current state might spell the end of its life. The most gratifying development was that the groundhog had learned to communicate with Yang Tong through simple written messages. At this moment, it was holding a notebook with its little paws, extending it from Yang Tong's shoulder. Master, there's someone ahead. Yang Tong cast a glance and snapped. Do I need you to tell me? I'm not blind. Ever since it learned to write, the groundhog had been desperate for attention. It seemed to realize the danger of eating too much without evolving. Be honest with me, how much longer until you evolve? Yang Tong asked calmly. The groundhog quickly scribbled with its little paws. Soon, soon, definitely next time. Yang Tong gave it a smack. How many times have you said that? Fooling me usually means your ancestors' graves are dug up, you know? The groundhog nodded and wrote furiously. Master, I'm not human. I'm a groundhog, and I don't have ancestors' graves. Yang Tong turned to lock eyes with the groundhog, and it immediately sensed trouble. As Yang Tong's fingers flicked towards the groundhog's little stick, it wrote in the notebook, are you kidding me? I teach you to write, and you can't even scream properly? One with 3 exclamation marks? Are you showing off? Yang Tong's face darkened. The groundhog quickly explained. I was afraid shouting would alert that person. It's called being smart. Yang Tong put on a mocking grin. I think you're getting too cocky. How about another flick? The groundhog shook its head frantically. Be it with gravoti bro. Master. Big brother. I know I was wrong. Damn it. How many times have I told you? Use lowercase after pinyin. Yang Tong continued to reprimand. Stop fooling around. Your top priority is to evolve. If you keep eating without results, I'll snap your little stick. The groundhog shivered. Got it? I promise, next time for sure. Yang Tong stared coldly at the groundhog, thinking, if it doesn't evolve next time, I'll show it what an egg cracker really is. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a blurry figure gradually appeared. The groundhog wrote, looks like a person. No kidding. Yang Tong snapped. Half a person would scare you to death. Oh? I mean it's just one person. I'm not blind. Yang Tong decided to go check it out. Maybe it was someone from an adventure group, which could mean money. But if it was just one person, they were either the sole survivor of a wiped-out team or a lone wolf adventurer. As they got closer, Yang Tong suddenly shouted, you demon, I can tell you're not human. Prepare to die. Oh? Stop. I'm human, the person hurriedly explained. After a brief scuffle, Yang Tong was surprised to find the person could take his punch. The stranger explained that he was a student from Hongfeng No. 1 High School, but his towering height of over 2 meters and broad shoulders made it hard to believe. How can you even claim to be a student? Yang Tong's mouth twitched at the sight of the stranger's burly appearance. The person awkwardly scratched his head, explaining it was his natural look, and pointed to his school uniform. Seeing this, Yang Tong remembered his own numerous encounters with the Spirit Control Bureau and felt a bit of sympathy. After some conversation, Yang Tong learned that this seemingly fierce but actually kind-hearted giant had come to the Tianzong Desert specifically for training. Impressive. Yang Tong couldn't help but exclaim. From the big guy's words, Yang Tong could infer that he was a martial arts fanatic. This burly young man had chosen to train his willpower in the harsh environment of the Sky Burial Desert, an act even more extreme than that of an ascetic monk. In an era where everyone was cultivating spiritual power and enhancing their summoned spirit strength, the big guy seemed like a complete misfit. You don't have some kind of masochistic hobby, do you? Yang Tong couldn't help but ask. The big guy paused for a moment. No way, who would enjoy self-torture? That's just twisted. Yang Tong chuckled inwardly. Maybe you're already quite twisted yourself. How did you get in here? Students shouldn't be able to enter the nightmare level, right? Yang Tong asked again. Nightmare what? The big guy pondered for a moment. Nightmare level. Just tell me how you got in. In response to Yang Tong's questioning, the big guy explained calmly, they wouldn't let me in at first, but then I defeated a silver-level opponent to prove my strength. This method of proving strength was exactly what Yang Tong had done, except Yang Tong was already famous and didn't need to prove anything anymore. What? You defeated a silver? Damn. How old are you? Yang Tong looked in shock at the high school student, who looked at least 40. 18. The big guy scratched the back of his head. Seriously, 18? Seeing Yang Tong's reaction, the big guy added, I'm an iron level. I only managed to beat that silver because of my physical strength. An 18-year-old iron level was already a prodigy, and based on the big guy's performance, it was far from a lucky win. He had probably defeated silver-level opponents many times before. Meeting by chance, Yang Tong didn't ask more. After exchanging goodbyes, they went their separate ways. It was then that Yang Tong confirmed the big guy was genuinely straightforward, not pretending. He hadn't suggested they travel together or inquired about Yang Tong's identity, and he was forthright about everything. This wasn't just simple honesty. It was naivety mixed with inexperience. Could lowering intelligence increase combat power? Yang Tong muttered. The groundhog immediately wrote, Godfather, you should try it. If I lower my intelligence, the first thing I'll do is roast you. Domesticated, good to eat. As night fell, Yang Tong lit a campfire, maintaining his 9 to 5 routine. He took out a cookbook and handed it to the groundhog. Pick something. Frying, steaming, braising, whatever you like. I suggest steaming or red braising. I'm curious about the taste of red braised groundhog. The groundhog was terrified and looked to the furball for help, but only received a helpless look. It tried to run but was caught by Yang Tong. Running? Where do you think you're going? Yang Tong grinned menacingly. The groundhog hastily scribbled in its notebook, Big brother, give me another chance. I'll call you Godfather. How many chances have I given you already? You're useless even when given a chance. Although Yang Tong didn't actually roast the groundhog, he did teach it a lesson. The groundhog ended up lying on the sand in a T shape, looking aggrieved. Don't play innocent with me. Double the homework today, Yang Tong said. The groundhog wanted to protest but glanced at the big stick nearby and finally resigned itself. Can't win. Whatever you say goes. Yang Tong looked at the pitiful state of the groundhog without a hint of emotion and coldly warned, next time. It won't just be a flick. It will be a fool-in' swipe. Hearing this, the groundhog quickly turned over and got up, trembling as it wrote with its paws. This is too intense. Yang Tong, with a simple smile, explained, I'm in Aruba. Find a tree and wang, duong duong. The groundhog immediately wrote again. That's way too harsh. Mao Chio gently nudged the groundhog, a hint of sympathy in its eyes. Pfft, aff. You better evolve quickly, or no one will be able to save you. They had been in the sky burial desert for almost a month now, and Yang Tong hadn't fought any monarchs yet. I've been so cautious. He was reflecting when suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, finally, a platinum monarch. In the distance, a lone desert warthog came into view. No herd. Yang Tong was surprised but didn't overthink it. A lone leader would be easier to deal with. He sprang into action immediately, gripping his spear in his right hand and Mao Chio in his left, charging forward. The desert warthog didn't even have time to react before Yang Tong's spear and skills rained down on it. This thing looks like Pumba, Yang Tong thought as he attacked, wondering if its ugliness was why it was abandoned by its herd. The battle was intense, with the warthog's defense surprisingly strong. After a fierce fight, the warthog finally fell. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the Golden Monarch Stone Spike Warthog. Special rewards, Stamina 10, Reflex 3, Special weapon for Marauder's Childlike Heart 1. A monarch? This warthog was a monarch? Yang Tong was shocked. But then he remembered that the system had mentioned the Stone Spike Warthog was a platinum monarch, not a golden one. Something was definitely off. With this in mind, Yang Tong became alert. He quickly stored the warthog's corpse in his storage space, ignored the groundhog's protests, and shoved the energy core at it. Grabbing Mao Chio and the groundhog, he prepared to leave. To cover his tracks, he transformed into a blonde woman with wavy hair and changed into a chi-pao. He set up 2 childlike hearts on the ground, along with 4 fives and a pair of jokers just in case. After completing these preparations, Yang Tong took off running. Once he was a safe distance away, he stopped and whispered boom, watching the enormous mushroom cloud in the distance and feeling the shockwave that kicked up countless grains of sand. Yang Tong finally felt a sense of relief. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that now no fierce beast would report him to the sovereign. He despised those beasts who loved to tattle. Even if some beasts might have hidden well or were tough enough to withstand the blast, Yang Tong wasn't worried. His disguise as a blonde and a Cheongsam was too different from his original appearance. He didn't believe the sovereign could still recognize him. As for those beasts who might have seen him in a suit, Yang Tong could only accept his fate. Who would have thought that the young stone-spiked boar would look so much like the desert boar? Just like the father and son bone-poison snakes, they were practically identical. The situation was so sudden that coming up with the idea of cross-dressing was a stroke of genius. Why does wearing a Cheongsam feel more comfortable than a suit? Yang Tong muttered to himself, shivering at the thought. Oh no, cross-dressing is a one-time thing or a never-ending cycle. He turned and continued his search for beasts he could hunt. A groundhog perched on his shoulder, gnawing intently on a large energy core. Yang Tong didn't rush it. After all, this was the groundhog's last chance, and it was a golden sovereign-level energy core. If it couldn't evolve this time, he really couldn't afford to keep it. Moving from Glevel to Flevel had already been costly. Anymore, and he'd have to consider becoming its food. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sandstorm, slender and clearly not the burly giant. Yang Tong wondered if solo adventuring was now the trend. Could it be another ascetic monk plus? As he got closer, he saw it was a woman in her 40s. Time had left its mark on her face, but hadn't diminished her beauty. Yang Tong thought to himself that women of this age had the most charm. Of course, in this desolate place, he had no inappropriate thoughts. Judging by her direction, she was likely returning to her base after training. The woman paused when she saw Yang Tong, her brow furrowing slightly. Yellow iron level? She sneered, and 4 summoned spirits appeared out of thin air, attacking Yang Tong. Seeing the situation, Yang Tong immediately turned and ran. Diamond level. In this lawless land, he couldn't gamble on her goodwill. Her decisive attack style was reminiscent of someone from the Temple of Truth. The woman commanded her summoned spirits to attack a few times, but when they all missed, she gave up. She had intended to easily eliminate a genius, but since he was so slippery, she couldn't be bothered to pursue. But Yang Tong wouldn't let it go. He had turned to escape, and she still chased him relentlessly? If not for his quick reactions, he'd be dead by now. He couldn't swallow this insult. Come out, professional team. As the background music started, a well-dressed team appeared, scepters, white flowers, suits, top hats, and a coffin, all in place. Before the woman could react to the bizarre scene, she found herself immobilized and then thrown into the coffin. Her 4 summoned spirits frantically attacked the coffin, and she struggled inside. The professional team was strong, but their spellcasting was too slow. Soon, the strength of a diamond level showed she broke free from the coffin only to face Yang Tong and his dagger waiting outside. She might be the unluckiest diamond level ever. Are you kidding me? Yang Tong finally exploded. I didn't provoke you, and you tried to kill me? Does treating lives like dirt feel good? How does it feel now? The woman remained silent through Yang Tong's tirade. He finally stopped after venting all his anger. Forget it. Since you're dead, we're even. Yang Tong waved his hand and eagerly grabbed the woman's backpack. Nice loot, now it's all mine. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for killing a diamond level spirit master. Stamina 10. Just 10 points for a diamond level? Can you be any stingier? Yang Tong grumbled, dissatisfied. This reward was far less than when he killed Zhao Tianhe. Though she was diamond level, Yang Tong still buried her in the desert to avoid her being eaten by beasts. As for whether there were beasts underground, he pretended not to know. At that moment, the groundhog suddenly threw away the half-eaten energy core. Yang Tong quickly caught it, and was about to scold it when he saw the groundhog collapse straight into the desert. Yang Tong grabbed the groundhog by its tail and yanked it out of the sand. When he saw the groundhog rolling its eyes, he panicked. Damn, are you stuffed? If you can't eat it, don't force yourself, he said, stomping his feet in frustration. I can't believe I'm going to kill you over this. Don't you get what it means to push too hard? If you can't finish it, you can evolve gradually. It's not like you have to eat it all at once. Seeing the groundhog in pain, Yang Tong felt both anxious and distressed about the money he had spent. Just then, the groundhog suddenly started vomiting. The sight left Yang Tong stunned, looked at Mao, then at the groundhog, who was now unconscious from vomiting, and suddenly realized how familiar this scene was. This is exactly how Mao looked when it evolved, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration. He quickly stashed the box he was holding into his storage space. Mao watched Yang Tong's actions with a disappointed look, as if saying, why don't you keep feeding it? The groundhog's eye-rolling episode lasted less than 10 minutes, but for Yang Tong, it felt like an eternity. Finally, the groundhog sprang to its feet, and a system notification sounded. Groundhog's bloodline evolved to 5th grade, stamina 5, reflex 1. Mao's attributes increased by 0. Yang Tong immediately checked the groundhog's summoning contract. Besides the basic information, 2 talents stood out. Battle Roar. Each time a battle-spirited soul roar is released, size increases by 5, and defense increases by 1. Equality among all. When Battle Roar is released, all creatures gain 5 damage reduction. What thrilled Yang Tong even more was that the system had granted him the same talent. Although he couldn't use this size-enhancing talent in front of others for now, it was enough to excite him. Good job, brother groundhog. Yang Tong praised, patting the groundhog's head. The groundhog scratched its head sheepishly, but its walking posture became noticeably more arrogant. The potential of these 2 talents left Yang Tong in awe. Although equality among all only provided a 5 damage reduction, it applied to all attacks, making it quite powerful. Battle Roar was even more extraordinary, theoretically allowing infinite stacking of the buff. Although the groundhog was currently small, a 5 increase might seem insignificant, but the possibility of infinite stacking was enough to spark wild imaginations. But unlimited stacking would be amazing. Yang Tong's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked. The groundhog had paper and pen in front of it, and Yang Tong couldn't wait to ask, "Is your battle roar infinitely stackable?" The groundhog seemed hesitant, its paws hovering over the paper but not writing anything. Ah! Yang Tong's face darkened. "Have you forgotten how to write after evolving?" Seeing Yang Tong's gloomy expression, the groundhog shrank back and quickly picked up the pen to write seriously. "In battle, it can stack." Awesome plus. Yang Tong excitedly pulled out a ruler and grabbed the groundhog to start measuring. "You're close to 15 centimeters now," Yang Tong calculated as he measured. "Stack the buff 5 times and it's 20 centimeters, 10 more times and it reaches 30 centimeters. His eyes gleamed with cunning. "As long as you stay in battle, one day you can blow up the Tianzong desert." Just as he was lost in his grand vision, something about the groundhog caught his eye. "Tsk tisk," he said, measuring with the ruler. "Your stick is less than 1 centimeter. That's way too small." Ah! The groundhog deflated instantly. Although it had evolved, it seemed its status hadn't improved much. Fortunately, the threat of being wiped out at any moment had disappeared after evolving. But Yang Tong was still unsatisfied, continuing to ask, "Why haven't you learned any skills? You've consumed so many energy cores. Other summoned creatures would have skills by now." The groundhog wrote on the paper, "I don't know either." "You don't know your own skills?" Yang Tong snapped. "Will you learn skills in the next evolution?" The groundhog's little paws trembled as it wrote, "I really don't know. I can't guarantee it." Yang Tong shot it a cold glance. "Don't know this, don't know that, double homework tonight." Damn! The groundhog's paw shook, and the pin dropped to the ground. It felt bitter inside. No homework before evolving, and still homework after evolving. Wasn't the evolution pointless? Clearly, its status hadn't improved at all. Yang Tong pondered for a moment before saying to the groundhog, "Show me a battle roar." He needed to see the groundhog's abilities firsthand. After all, stats on paper don't tell the whole story. If it shattered at the first touch during a fight with a boss, it would be quite embarrassing. The usually noisy groundhog, however, quietly wrote, "No battle intent, can't release it. All you do is make noise, but when I actually need you to, you stay silent." Yang Tong said in annoyance. Seeing the groundhog's pitiful expression, an idea struck him. No battle intent? Easy fix. Before finishing his sentence, Yang Tong gave the groundhog a hefty slap. Ah! The sudden smack left the groundhog stunned, and it let out a roar. Quickly it wrote, "Boss, I've evolved. Can you stop hitting me for no reason?" Ignoring the groundhog's protest, Yang Tong closely observed the changes after the roar. Measuring it, he found its size had increased to 16 centimeters, but quickly returned to normal. "Your battle intent fades pretty quickly," Yang Tong said with a meaningful smile. "Come on, let me test your abilities thoroughly." Sensing danger, the groundhog tried to retreat but was soon caught by Yang Tong. What followed was a series of intense experiments. Smack. Ah. Smack. Ah. After countless experiments, the groundhog's body had swelled to over a meter. Its defense had significantly increased, and now Yang Tong had to use all his strength to trigger its battle roar. Rubbing his sore wrist, Yang Tong fell into deep thought. The groundhog, clutching its swollen cheeks with tear-streaked eyes, lamented internally. Evolving wasn't worth this. Who could have imagined such a cruel testing method? Through these experiments, Yang Tong discovered that while the battle roar could stack infinitely, it had its limitations. Once the defense was high enough to withstand attacks, triggering the battle roar became difficult. "Groundhog," Yang Tong mused, "do you think it's possible that if I beat you up, you might suddenly learn a taunt skill or damage transfer skill?" The groundhog, terrified, quickly wrote, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Please spare me." Just as Yang Tong was contemplating how to help the groundhog acquire more skills, it suddenly warned, "Boss, someone's ahead." Yang Tong glanced at the figures in the desert, spotting a group of about a dozen adventurers. Excitedly, he ran towards them, planning to ambush. Unexpectedly, the group turned and fled upon seeing him. This was a completely different scenario from usual. Confused, Yang Tong hesitated. Since they didn't want to fight, he couldn't force one. Meanwhile, the adventurers debated their decision. Some were puzzled about why they avoided a lone wanderer, but the leader cautioned, "Nightmare level is different from other levels. Anyone who ventures alone is not to be taken lightly. Better to clash with other adventurer groups than provoke a lone wolf." A swarm of desert scorpions, a gold-ranked ferocious beast. These creatures, lacking a singular leader, survive as a collective. In fact, A swarm of desert scorpions itself constitutes an entire community. Yang Tong stared at the enormous mother scorpion in front of him. Its back was crawling with baby scorpions, each the size of a fingernail, creating a truly unsettling sight. This is a nightmare for anyone with trypophobia, he muttered with a smirk. Finally, it was time for his groundhog to shine. Without hesitation, he hurled the groundhog towards the scorpion swarm. Attack! The groundhog, midair and bewildered, cried out, "Boss, I'm a defense type. I don't have a single attack skill. How am I supposed to fight?" Given the order, the groundhog had no choice but to charge forward. It recalled the times Yang Tong had scolded it, scrunched up its little face, and swung its tiny paws at the mother scorpion's menacing visage. The mother scorpion was momentarily stunned by the unexpected slap. 0 damage, maximum insult. It retaliated quickly, whipping up a sandstorm and thrusting its stinger forward. Simultaneously, it grabbed baby scorpions from its back with its large pincers and flung them out. These baby scorpions rapidly expanded midair and landed on the ground, now as large as the mother scorpion. So that's the secret of this swarm, Yang Tong mused, watching the scorpions multiply and grow. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Amid the continuous assault, the groundhog roared, its body swelling as its defense layers stacked up. Soon, it was as large as the mother scorpion. The swarm's attacks now barely scratched its surface. However, Yang Tong quickly noticed the problem: the groundhog, despite its enormous size, had no offensive power. It was like a giant sissy, all show and no substance. Just as Yang Tong was about to step in himself, the desert scorpion swarm began reproducing even more frantically. The newly spawned scorpions started splitting again, like an endless nesting doll game. Yang Tong's eyes lit up with the possibility of exploiting this for endless stamina, but the system didn't comply. Left with no choice, he teamed up with Mao Qiu for a swift resolution. Under the cover of Mao Qiu's skills, Yang Tong took down the mother scorpion with 2 shots. After the battle, the groundhog, feeling triumphant, swelled up again to show off its treasure to Yang Tong. However, when it saw the treasure Yang Tong revealed, it was so shocked that it let out another roar. It was all just a dream after all. Yang Tong reluctantly checked the remaining scorpion larvae. Except for the initial mother scorpion, none of the larvae had energy cores. He urged the groundhog to dispose of the scorpion corpses and casually roasted one to taste. Surprisingly, it was as crunchy as chicken. The groundhog's evolution had made Yang Tong's team more complete in battle. Furball served as the main tank, the groundhog as the secondary tank, and Yang Tong himself took on both warrior and mage roles. Although avoiding trouble remained the core principle, Yang Tong had new plans in mind so long as they didn't provoke the Emperor of the Heavenly Burial Desert. Everything else was fair game. The monarchs of the Desert Stonequill Warthog, Sandstorm Red Fox, and Oasis Ghost Tree were once rulers of their respective territories, but now they all bowed to the Emperor's might. Kind-hearted Yang Tong decided to help them end this life so they could reincarnate into the territories of dangerous beasts and live freely as monarchs. After adjusting his course, Yang Tong arrived at the place where he had once found an oasis. However, all that remained were endless dunes. The oasis had long vanished. It must have been the embodiment of the Oasis Ghost Tree. His luck was always like this. When he didn't want to encounter a monarch, they were everywhere, but when he sought them out, they were nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, with his usual good fortune, Yang Tong was bound to meet one of the 3 platinum monarchs sooner or later. With the addition of the Frank Groundhog, he felt confident enough to challenge a platinum monarch. Even if he ultimately couldn't win, at worst he would be wanted, and he could still raid the territories of dangerous beasts. In practice, the Groundhog's role proved somewhat awkward. Its battle roar provided a strong defensive boost but didn't increase attack power, making it less useful against ordinary beasts and lords. Its value only showed against golden lords and higher-level opponents, essentially making it a specialized tool for boss battles. The Groundhog's biggest contribution was providing cover for Furball in group battles. Thus, when they couldn't find any monarchs, its main task became doing homework. At this moment, it was dozing off on Yang Tong's shoulder, dark circles under its eyes, while gazing wistfully at the beast horde they were about to clear out. Once the battle started, Yang Tong charged into the beast horde, Furball unleashed its skills, and the Groundhog had no choice but to let out its battle roar. The enlarged Groundhog perfectly covered Furball, and after ensuring Furball's safety, it calmly took out its homework book and resumed writing. When facing Platinum Lords, Yang Tong's combat skills became even more adept. With increasing stamina, he could now use the most basic grappling techniques as control skills, combining them with Furball's weakening effects to completely disrupt the Lord's rhythm. In a critical moment, the Lord condensed sand into a massive sphere and hurled it at astonishing speed. Although Yang Tong reacted quickly, there was no time to dodge. In the nick of time, he took control of Furball, instantly cast a wind skill, and used the force to propel himself out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Yang Tong watched with relief as the sand sphere crashed into the ground, kicking up a storm of dust. Unlike other spirit tamers, he always saw himself as the main force and his summoned spirits as support. Nearly a year of intense combat experience had honed his battle instincts far beyond his peers. If he could dodge, he would, and if he couldn't, he would at least avoid vital areas. In battle, you can always find nearly optimal solutions. That's what combat experience is all about. With each fight, Yang Tong's combat awareness continually improved. This kind of experience, accumulated from real battles, is even more valuable than what the system directly provides. At this moment, the Platinum Lord was no longer a fearsome presence. To Yang Tong, its threat level was similar to that of a Gold Lord. It just required more effort due to differences in health and defense. This sparked an idea in him to grind attributes like crazy and the celestial burial deserve, wanted to squeeze every last drop out of the system. According to common understanding, a Platinum-level Spirit Master could easily solo a Platinum Lord. This meant Yang Tong's strength had reached Platinum level, surpassing 90 of human warriors, not to mention his peers. With the fall of this Platinum Lord, another fierce beast tribe was declared extinct. The system immediately notified that Mao overall attributes increased by 1, indicating Yang Tong had slain over 5,000 Platinum beasts. At the same time, the ever-hungry Chioga also received a 1 boost in Earth attributes. Now, Mao elemental control was quite impressive. The weakest attribute was at 11, others fluctuated between 12 and 13, and fire stood out with a remarkable 16. The only regret was that these kill rewards did not contribute to the evolution of the groundhog. In comparison, even though Mao consumed a lot, at least its attributes showed steady improvement, however minor. The groundhog, on the other hand, seemed like a bottomless pit, with no visible hope of evolution despite all the resources poured in, relying solely on its promise of next time for sure. Brother Mouse, when are you going to evolve? Yang Tong looked at the groundhog, who was intently taking notes. The groundhog stiffened, quickly scribbling with its pen. Big brother, I just evolved. I know. After a moment of thought, the groundhog wrote again. Even the groundhogs in the production team wouldn't be pushed this hard. Who can handle this? Just tell me when you can evolve. If you take too long, I'll light a sky lantern for you. Again. The groundhog wrote furiously. I just evolved, and now you're pushing me to evolve again? Threatening my safety again? I've already evolved. My defense is unbeatable. Can I accept this threat? Yes. I have a feeling, next time for sure. Yang Tong was not surprised by the groundhog's response. Evolving from level to a level naturally required more resources, but this guy always made light promises of next time for sure, clearly trying to freeload. Nevertheless, he still hoped the groundhog would gain some useful skills in its next evolution, breaking free from its current useless state. Hey Mouse, are you sure you can't speak human language? I really can't. Big brother, I'm just a groundhog. Our biological makeup is different from you humans. Yang Tong stared at the neat handwriting, pondering, and you even read extracurricular books? A groundhog that understands biological structure. Yes, I read 100,000 Ys. Yang Tong took the pen and notebook, demonstrating as he spoke. First, you need to put book titles in quotation marks, like this. Got it. The groundhog nodded. Secondly, if you have time to read extracurricular books, it means you don't have enough homework. Tonight, your homework is doubled. Oh? The groundhog was completely dumbfounded. It quickly wrote, but you bought 100,000 Ys for me. You bought it for me to read, and now you're doubling my homework because I read it? This isn't just about fishing. Do you even have a conscience? You make a good point. Yang Tong nodded. Just as the groundhog breathed a sigh of relief, he continued, indeed. I bought it for you. So you need to pay me back for it. Oh? At this moment, the groundhog just wished its battle cry could increase its strength or unlock some attack skills to take down this heartless guy. Yang Tong drank a bottle of mineral water in one gulp, brushed off the sand from his head, and skillfully blew the sand out of his nose with a tissue. If this keeps up, I won't even know if I grew up by the sea or in the desert. Yang Tong gazed at the endless yellow sands of the Tianzong Desert and sighed helplessly. Although the desert's harsh climate was tough, the relentless sandstorms were truly unbearable. Seeing this, the groundhog immediately wrote in the sand, Godfather. No matter where you grew up, you are still the mighty Godfather. Yang Tong's lips curled into a slight smile as he read the flattering words. Such a bootlicker. Very perceptive. The groundhog let out a sigh of relief and secretly felt proud. I am indeed as clever as my mother. Its recent studies had been quite fruitful, and it could now write an entire novel about slaying a giant dragon. However, the groundhog suddenly wrote something unexpected in its notebook. Godfather. Is Mrs. Who really that perfect? Yang Tong was taken aback. What? It seemed that the educational materials had influenced this groundhog quite a bit. Why would you ask that? Yang Tong's expression turned peculiar. Just a curious inquiry, the groundhog wrote. Yang Tong pondered for a moment. You haven't awakened some weird trait, have you? No, just a purely academic discussion. Reading the groundhog's words, Yang Tong grew more suspicious. You're not even using exclamation marks anymore. What are you trying to hide? The groundhog's little paws visibly stiffened. Give it up. Everyone likes big ones, Yang Tong said earnestly. The groundhog quickly changed the subject. Godfather, I just wanted to chat with you, so you wouldn't be bored. Yang Tong sighed. In any case, if you ever get into trouble, just don't say you're my summoned spirit. Sensing the conversation was heading in a bad direction, the groundhog wrote, Godfather, I heard humans love to fall in love. Why don't you get a girlfriend? Yang Tong's face darkened instantly, but he quickly replaced it with a bright smile. Wise men don't fall in love. What does that mean? It means smart people avoid relationships. They are exhausting and costly. The groundhog continued to press. But isn't it true that people call those without girlfriends single dogs? Yang Tong's expression turned as dark as a professional storm cloud. The groundhog, oblivious, was about to write more about a bin. Watching this scene unfold, the furball thought to itself. This groundhog is practically dancing on the edge of death. Yang Tong silently fumed. Do you think I don't want one? I can't. If it weren't for this seal, I'd show you what it means to be the ultimate romantic hero. Godfather, why aren't you responding? The groundhog wrote innocently. As Yang Tong looked at the groundhog, who seemed determined to dig its own grave, a tinge of green suddenly appeared in his vision. In the endless expanse of yellow sand, a patch of oasis emerged, bringing immense surprise to Yang Tong. Especially when he recognized this was the second time he had encountered the oasis ghost tree, he felt a sense of fortunate fate. Yang Tong quickly pinpointed his position and stood upwind, swiftly crafting a makeshift torch. He wrapped some sticks with torn cloth and doused them with gasoline, thinking to himself that it would be even better if he had a bow and arrow in his storage space. He was prepared to let Mao Chio extinguish the fire in time, if this turned out to be a real oasis, preserving this life-saving haven for other adventurers. The moment the torch was thrown into the oasis, an anomaly appeared. The tree branches flexibly extinguished the torch in flames. It really is the oasis ghost tree. Yang Tong secretly laughed at himself for being a heart arsonist. This small flame was indeed just a minor nuisance to the oasis ghost tree, but what happened next caught it completely off guard. Burning meteors began to fall from the sky, and Mao Chio transformed into a fire dragon, unleashing a barrage of fire skills. Rushing toward the oasis, Yang Tong couldn't help but criticize the poor disguise. It looked more like a tropical rainforest than a desert oasis, lacking even the most basic poplar trees. As he silently mocked it, the oasis ghost tree recognized the instigator, and thick branches lashed out at him. Yang Tong cleverly grabbed a groundhog as a shield. With each impact, the groundhog's body swelled. When it became too unwieldy to hold, he had to let go, leaving the groundhog looking indignant. Only then did he realize that what lay before him was not a forest but countless branches extending from the oasis ghost tree. Even more horrifying were the densely packed, grotesque human faces growing on the trunk, more terrifying than the legendary tree demon Granny. Yang Tong took out an axe and delivered a heavy blow to the trunk, only for the axe to snap in response. Undeterred, he pulled out a new axe, but one of the ghostly faces suddenly opened its mouth, swallowed the axe, and spat it out corroded beyond recognition. Damn it! Does this tree have aqua regia inside? Yang Tong couldn't help but complain to the system, jokingly asking for Panga's axe, only to be met with the system's cold stare. As he fretted over how to deal with this plant monarch, the numerous ghostly faces merged into one enormous, menacing face, opening its bloody maw to devour him. However, with Yang Tong's agility, he easily dodged the slow attack. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The groundhog could grow infinitely large. If he could get the ghostly face to swallow the groundhog, the corrosive liquid might cause the groundhog to expand inside and burst the oasis ghost tree from within. Journey to the west never lies. Yang Tong thought triumphantly, realizing that attacking the enemy from within was indeed a brilliant strategy. As a man of action, Yang Tong wasted no time once he had a plan. He turned to the groundhog, a sly glint in his eye. Brother Groundhog, what if we fed you to the oasis ghostwood? Could you eat it from the inside out? The groundhog, struggling to fend off the ghostwood's tendrils, whipped its head around in terror. Sensing Yang Tong's strange hostility, it ignored the lashing branches and scribbled frantically in its notebook. Godfather, I don't think that's a good idea. Yang Tong frowned. Why not? You can grow indefinitely, and your fighting spirit won't fade inside it. Deflecting the branches with ease, the groundhog quickly wrote back. Have you considered what happens if I don't manage to kill it? If I get stuck inside, and it can't kill me, but I can't kill it either, we'd be at a stalemate. Yang Tong was stumped. It was a valid point. Annoyed, he retorted. Can't you just scream louder or something? Does screaming louder even matter? Without fighting spirit, it wouldn't hurt me, and I wouldn't have any to fight with. The groundhog's handwriting was getting messier with frustration. Just then, a ferocious ghostly face lunged at the groundhog. It barely dodged, its little paws clutching its chest in a panic. I think it's worth a shot. Go big or go home. Yang Tong insisted. The groundhog scribbled even more urgently. Godfather, trust me, it won't work. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Take the first brave step. A courageous groundhog fears no challenges. Yang Tong was in the middle of his pep talk when the ghostly face suddenly managed to latch onto the groundhog. Seizing the moment, Yang Tong kicked the groundhog's rear, hoping to give the Oasis Ghostwood an extra push. To everyone's surprise, even with Yang Tong's help, the ghostly face couldn't swallow the groundhog. The Oasis Ghostwood was bewildered. Yang Tong was equally stunned, but the groundhog burst into laughter. Ha ha, fate is on my side. It turned out the groundhog's defense had surpassed the Oasis Ghostwood's capacity to devour. Due to the presence of the Emperor and other monarchs, the Oasis Ghostwood cannot fully control all the fierce beasts in the heavenly burial desert. However, as a Platinum Lord, the number it can command is still quite astonishing. Faced with this situation, Yang Tong remained confident. He had experienced multiple beast tides before and was well-versed in handling them. There was still some time before the beast tide arrived, and he might be able to deal with the Oasis Ghostwood beforehand. Even if he couldn't, he was well prepared to handle it. Although Yang Tong's punches didn't cause much damage to the Oasis Ghostwood, they were at least more effective than Mao Mao's, comparable to the level of a large fly. This made him realize that a Platinum Lord was indeed not easy to deal with. He pulled out his VIP card and summoned a professional team to put the massive Oasis Ghostwood into a coffin. As the Ghostwood was placed inside, the entire oasis disappeared. It turned out that not only the forest but also the grasslands and lakes were part of its body. However, before the professional team could begin their work, the Ghostwood broke free from the coffin, smashing the lid to pieces. Unfazed, Yang Tong began a series of experimental attacks. He threw all sorts of potions from his storage space, including aphrodisiacs and laxatives, into the ghostly faces of the Ghostwood. The Oasis Ghostwood swallowed these substances like candy, showing no reaction whatsoever. Seeing that the drugs were ineffective, Yang Tong immediately changed tactics. He threw all his purity and innocence potions into the ghostly faces. Explode! This strike finally worked, causing several ghostly faces to disintegrate, tree bark to peel off, and emitting a piercing wail. The wail was so aggressive that it contorted Yang Tong's expression. He immediately kicked the groundhog and said, "Roar at it!" The groundhog's soul-piercing roar, combined with its battle cry talent, directly suppressed the wailing of the ghostly faces. Enraged, the Oasis Ghostwood launched a fierce attack. Over 10 thick black roots, like writhing dragons, burst from the desert, whipping towards Yang Tong with a fierce wind. Although Yang Tong dodged the attack with his superior reflexes, the poor groundhog was hit squarely. Speed is the essence of all martial arts, Yang Tong said, gloating at the groundhog's plight. As long as I'm fast enough, you're the one who gets hurt. The groundhog couldn't respond, only letting out a battle-cry-filled roar, its body swelling again. Seeing this, the Ghostwood pulled out even more branches, launching a dense barrage of attacks that forced Yang Tong and Mao Mao to take cover in the groundhog's embrace. At that moment, the beast tide finally arrived, a massive wave of fierce beasts sweeping across the desert. Yang Tong frowned. Damn it. It really is a bit too much to kill a Platinum Lord right now. Finally, he took out the mummy's burial shroud, a top-quality item from the system, far more durable than any fabric on the market. He carefully tied Mao Mao around his waist, ensuring it wouldn't fall into the beast tide during the upcoming battle. Yang Tong's final attempt was to wipe out this beast tide. If he could kill all these countless fierce beasts, both he and Mao Mao would surely become much stronger, and then they could challenge the Oasis Ghostwood again. The thrashing branches and roots of the ghostly oasis tree formed a natural barrier, not only blocking Yang Tong's attacks but also halting the beast horde in its tracks. Though ferocious, the beasts feared death and none dared to charge into the sovereign's attack range. Brother Rat, hold the line for a bit. I'm heading out with Brother Chio to level up. Yang Tong called out to the groundhog. Before his words even faded, he and Chio bolted out of the ghostly oasis tree's attack range. The branches lashed like whips, striking Yang Tong 6 times and leaving bloody marks on his body. Standing at the forefront of the beast horde, he lifted his shirt to inspect his injuries, then turned and cursed at the ghostly oasis tree. You dare whip me? You're dead meat. In the next moment, Yang Tong leaped into the beast horde. A sea of ferocious beasts quickly engulfed his 1.81-meter frame, but soon a few beasts were hurled into the air. Flames rose and fire dragons surged. Although Yang Tong hadn't mastered the fire dragon dance, with Chio by his side, it wasn't an issue. Chiu continuously unleashed wide area skills, causing injuries to many beasts. Yang Tong, armed with a spear, targeted the wounded beasts for the kill. When the spear became impractical, he swiftly switched to a dagger, transitioning from a general's stance to that of an assassin. The battle raged on until nightfall, lasting the entire afternoon. This was Yang Tong's first meaningful encounter with a beast horde and his first time deciding to take on the horde before facing the sovereign. The blood-stained desert turned from specks of red to a vast crimson expanse, yet the beasts kept coming. During the lulls in battle, Yang Tong diligently stored the beast corpses in his inventory space to prevent them from being trampled into mush. Despite the daunting scale of the beast horde, Yang Tong felt an exhilarating thrill, as the constant system notifications indicated his stamina was steadily increasing. Conversely, Chiu was growing weary. Unable to consume the beasts it killed and having to continuously use skills, the only thing keeping it motivated was the promise of the stored corpses waiting to be devoured. Meanwhile, the groundhog was also having a tough time. It had grown to resemble the ghostly oasis tree, and while the tree root's attacks were no longer a threat, its larger size brought new troubles. Its once fitting stationery now seemed tiny and useless for doing homework. Eventually, under the relentless massage of the roots, the groundhog succumbed to sleep, emitting thunderous snores. Just as Yang Tong slit the throat of a lizard, he heard the roaring snores and turned to look at the groundhog, a helpless expression spreading across his face. "Are you kidding me?" Yang Tong shouted angrily at the snoring groundhog. "We're in the middle of a heated battle, and you're just sleeping? And snoring too? You're showing zero respect for the ghost tree of the oasis. Clearly, you haven't done enough homework." The furball bound to Yang Tong was utterly exhausted, casting envious glances at the sleeping groundhog. The initial excitement from using its abilities had long been worn away by an afternoon of continuous fighting. It even began to regret its unlimited power talent. At this moment, it would rather exhaust its spirit energy just to rest for a bit. Hearing Yang Tong's words, the furball rolled its eyes silently but had no choice but to continue casting its skills. It knew Yang Tong all too well. This heartless spirit master, more ruthless than any capitalist, would never let it rest. When the groundhog woke up, it saw Yang Tong and the furball still fighting tirelessly. It could only watch in a daze as Yang Tong swung his sword again and again, until night fell once more. Snore wheeze. Snore wheeze. The groundhog continued snoring. "Furball, I wish I could sleep too." The furball, covered in the blood of fierce beasts, had its fluffy fur matted into clumps. Although Yang Tong's suit, due to its special properties, remained unstained, blood droplets constantly slid off its surface. After a whole night of slaughter, the ghost tree of the oasis gave up on killing the groundhog. 2 days of attacks hadn't even scratched the groundhog's skin, and it slept soundly right under its nose, showing complete disdain for the monarch. Turning its attention to Yang Tong and the furball, the ghost tree of the oasis faced its greatest disadvantage: extremely slow movement. Pretending to attack the groundhog, it stealthily moved, taking nearly an hour to cover just a few dozen meters towards the beast's tide. The groundhog sensed something was wrong, rubbing its eyes repeatedly to confirm the ghost tree of the oasis was up to something. If it ruined Yang Tong's plan, it might end up steamed or braised. Terrified, the groundhog, first standing on end, immediately charged at the ghost tree of the oasis. Although the groundhog's strength hadn't increased, the collision didn't cause substantial harm to the ghost tree. However, it dealt a heavy psychological blow. The two were similar in size, and such a collision inevitably led both to retreat, the only difference being the distance each was pushed back. The groundhog, relatively weaker, was knocked back several hundred meters. In contrast, the powerful oasis ghostwood only retreated a few meters, making the groundhog's effort seem trivial. The countless ghostly faces on the oasis ghostwood's trunk twisted in collective frustration, as if lamenting the lack of progress after an hour of effort. Before the oasis ghostwood could take its next action, the groundhog swiftly dashed to the front of the trunk, positioning itself between the tree and Yang Tong. With its large paws, it tightly hugged the tree trunk while its hind legs furiously dug into the sand, burying itself deeply and making it impossible for the oasis ghostwood to shake it off. Disgusting. So shameless. How can there be such a disgusting groundhog in this world? The oasis ghostwood roared in fury, directing its beasts to attack Yang Tong with doubled ferocity while attempting to summon more reinforcements. Whenever the oasis ghostwood called out, the groundhog would immediately drown out its summons with louder cries. The multitude of ghostly faces on the tree trunk showed various expressions: despair, speechlessness, and hopelessness. The Platinum Monarch was utterly exasperated, clearly superior in strength to this iron summoned spirit, yet trapped in such an embarrassing situation. In this 3-day and 3-night battle, Yang Tong had already killed over 10,000 platinum beasts. His companion Malchius' overall attributes had increased by 2. During this period, He also completed a Black Nightmare mission and began consciously collecting beast energy cores. Although this was more cumbersome than collecting corpses directly, his storage space was already full. With his growing strength, Yang Tong felt increasingly exhilarated rather than fatigued. This kind of slaughter mission was perfectly suited for him and the fastest way to boost his power. In contrast, Mao Qiu was utterly exhausted, nearly vomiting from overusing its skills. It never imagined someone could be so stubborn as to withstand a beast tide without retreating. The continuous 72-hour high-intensity battle had pushed Yang Tong into a dangerous state. Though he wore sunglasses to prevent blood from splashing into his eyes were bloodshot not from lack of sleep, but from sheer bloodlust. When the system notified him with Stamina 5, Yang Tong finally snapped back to reality. He bit his tongue to stay alert, cursing, "Damn, I almost lost it." As he looked around, countless beasts covered the sky, blanketing the entire desert. The fierce battle over the past 4 days seemed insignificant compared to the beast tide in Hong Kong. This was the real beast tide. More terrifyingly, this was less than a quarter of the total number of beasts in the Tianzong Desert. When Yang Tong's gaze fell on the groundhog and the oasis ghostwood, he was amused by the bizarre scene. The groundhog clung tightly to the tree while being relentlessly beaten by its branches and roots, its magical weapon aimed at one of the ghostly faces. The sight was both eye-searing and laughable. Yang Tong couldn't help but regret using educational books on the groundhog. The scene was just too peculiar. Yang Tong abandoned the beast tide and ran towards the oasis ghost tree. Compared to the rewards from a monarch, the beast tide's rewards were far too meager. Arriving at the base of the oasis ghost tree, he looked up at the groundhog and the twisted ghostly face on the tree, still finding it unbearable to look at. Fueled by anger, Yang Tong punched the tree trunk, leaving a deep fist mark on the ghostly face, which only twisted further in response. This is useless. How many lifetimes would it take to kill this oasis ghost tree? Yang Tong turned to the groundhog. You two are really playing some twisted game. Ah! The oasis ghost tree let out a sharp scream. Enough with the screaming. Write it down. The groundhog picked up a fallen twig and wrote in the sand. The stick is too small. Can't write. Yang Tong realized the issue and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "So, you haven't done your homework these past few days, right?" Yang Tong and Mao Ball launched a relentless assault on the oasis ghost tree. Although they could now inflict damage, killing this creature, which was tougher than a defensive platinum monarch, was still a distant goal. Looking towards the direction of the beast tide, Yang Tong felt a strong sense of reluctance. Although he could quickly gain strength there, he didn't want to fall into that state of mindlessness Agina state where he would attack even Chen Shui and Ning Ning if they stood before him. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Screw it." With Mao Ball, he charged towards the beast tide again. He planned to fight briefly and then test the oasis ghost tree, hoping to avoid losing his sanity. However, just as he rushed into the beast tide, the oasis ghost tree let out a howl, causing the beasts to scatter. This was the first time he had seen such a reaction, and he quickly seized the opportunity to chase down the fleeing beasts. It turned out that the oasis ghost tree was distressed over losing so many of its minions. After 4 days of battle, it realized the beast tide could no longer threaten Yang Tong. If this continued, it would become the weakest monarch in the Sky Burial Desert. If not for the groundhog's strange abilities, it would have dealt with Yang Tong and Mao Ball long ago. After killing the beasts he could catch, Yang Tong returned to the oasis ghost tree. The immobile monarch was still there not because it didn't want to leave, but because the groundhog kept it in place. Every time it tried to move, the groundhog would ram it back. After another futile attempt to attack, Yang Tong decided to give up. As he left with Mao Ball and the groundhog, he felt extremely frustrated. This was the first time he had spared a monarch, and it was a huge humiliation. Damn it. Next time, I'll kill this bastard for sure. Noticing Yang Tong's foul mood, the groundhog quickly wrote, "Godfather, I believe you can do it. Stop sucking up. Finish your homework today." The story continued to unfold, including Yang Tong's test of the groundhog's beast language abilities and that final, angry gaze, all of which were kept intact. The ferocious beasts remain a looming threat. Yang Tong gazed at the battlefield left in ruins after the beast horde retreated, lost in thought. On the surface, spirit tamers seemed to handle everything effortlessly, and ordinary people lived peacefully, but everyone lived under the constant threat of an invisible sword hanging over their heads. And that was just the nightmare-level threat. What worried him even more was the possibility of a beast horde emerging from the abyss, which would endanger not just Longxia but the entire human race. Seeing this, the groundhog quickly scribbled on a piece of paper, "The Godfather cares deeply for the people and the nation. A true role model for us all." Stop the flattery. Yang Tong shot a glare. Let those high-ranking officials worry about such big matters. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Arshu. Do Do you think the territories of the ferocious beasts have boundaries? The groundhog was stunned, scratching its head as it wrote, "That's a tough one. But logically, there should be boundaries. Each beast territory is an independent space, not connected to others, so there must be a limit. However, humans haven't explored where these boundaries are. What do you think the boundaries look like?" Yang Tong pressed. "Are they something peculiar like 5 gigantic fingers, or just ordinary concrete walls? If it's concrete, could I blast it open and connect 2 territories?" These rapid-fire questions left the groundhog's brain in a fog. After a while, it cautiously wrote, "Could it be not concrete walls? Are you doubting me?" Yang Tong narrowed his eyes. "Absolutely not. I always support the Godfather. I will execute every one of your orders without question," the groundhog hastily declared. Seeing this overly sycophantic response, Yang Tong sighed inwardly. This guy has been trained too well. After giving up on killing the Oasis Ghostwood, Yang Tong had spent another month training in the Sky Burial Desert. The spoils from the beast horde had been divided between Mauchio and the groundhog. Mauchio's earth element had caught up to its fire element, reaching 15, and was about to trigger a new special reward. Despite consuming a lot of resources, the groundhog showed no signs of evolution and remained focused on learning and flattering. What struck Yang Tong as odd was that he hadn't encountered any monarch-level beasts in the past month. Given his unlucky constitution, this was unusual. He suspected it was the calm before the storm, that the monarchs were planning something big. As he pondered this, a massive figure appeared in the distance, its earth-colored skin covered in eerie black patterns. It was unmistakably a diamond-level emperor soul-eating ghost-patterned lizard. Yang Tong froze in place, barely daring to breathe. The groundhog noticed too, trembling as it wrote, Should we run?" "Don't move," Yang Tong whispered. "Let's assess the situation first. I'm afraid we won't get away." As they held their breath and watched, the ghost-patterned lizard bit into a ferocious beast. But to their surprise, it didn't tear its prey apart. Instead, it released its grip and climbed onto the beast's back. Yang Tong was dumbfounded. This wasn't hunting. It was mating. Yang Tong initially thought he was doomed, but to his surprise, he stumbled upon an imperial hunting expedition, presenting him with a golden opportunity. At that moment, the ghost-marked giant lizard was reveling in the joy of spring, making it a perfect chance. Emperor. Besides the system task rewards, just the energy core alone would be enough for Mao Mao and the groundhog to have a feast. Yang Tong calculated silently as he pulled out the palm-sized Juxian sword array. If it could blow up a teleportation channel, it should be enough to deal with the Emperor, right? Although he wasn't sure if the Juxian sword array could be fatal, it was his strongest card. A trump card he was reluctant to use even against the ghostly greenwood of the Oasis. If he didn't use it now, when would he? The timing was perfect. It would be a disservice to his character not to stir up some trouble. As his plan took shape, Yang Tong's courage grew. He initially intended to throw the Juxian sword array into the ghost-marked lizard's mouth, but after circling around, he couldn't find the right angle. Reluctantly, he crawled to the lizard's tail, aimed, and hit his target. Due to the lizard's massive size, it didn't even notice the palm-sized Juxian sword array entering its body. Yang Tong quickly retreated several hundred meters and immediately detonated the array. From the outside, there was only a muffled pop, but as a weapon capable of destroying a teleportation channel, its power was far from insignificant. Though the explosion occurred inside the lizard, the shockwaves spread outward. Positioned behind the lizard, Yang Tong was thrown back by the acrid shockwave, landing heavily on the ground. Covered in a foul-smelling substance, he couldn't care less and urgently looked towards the lizard. The scene before him left him dumbfounded amidst flying debris and foul excrement. The ghost-marked lizard was severely injured, with a broken hind leg, a flailing tail, and intense abdominal pain, but it was still alive. What enraged it the most wasn't the injury but being interrupted during the height of spring. The unfortunate prey beast, having just sighed in relief for escaping death, was instantly speared through the head by the furious lizard's tongue and swallowed whole after uttering a single, "Is that it? Damn it. Even the Juxian sword array can't kill it." Yang Tong cursed under his breath. If the sword array, capable of collapsing a nightmare-level teleportation channel in Hong Kong, couldn't take it down, he was out of options. This was Yang Tong's most powerful attack. As he watched the smoke-emitting, heavily scarred ghost-marked lizard, an uncontrollable fighting spirit ignited within him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Achieving a solo kill on the Emperor would be a feat worthy of being recorded in the clan's annals, far more boast-worthy than defeating teacher Defy. When the sky was filled with falling debris, the ghost-marked lizard was preoccupied with devouring its target. Yang Tong seized the moment without hesitation. Wielding his spear, he shouted, "Fire Dragon Dance! Activate!" and charged forward. Mauchio provided support from the side, focusing on control skills while supplementing with attack skills. Although its damage output was not as high as Yang Tong's, as a spell machine gun, its continuous control skills were enough to cause significant trouble for the Emperor. The groundhog was not to be outdone, letting out roars as its body began to swell. Even before the battle commenced, the Emperor's oppressive presence had already triggered its fighting spirit. These roars were not only to boost its fighting spirit, but also to stack its defenses, preventing a one-hit kill by the ghost-marked lizard. The ghost-marked lizard looked at the charging Yang Tong and the groundhog with a mix of rage and disdain in its eyes. It seemed to recognize Yang Tong as the culprit who had forced it to retreat and become a berserk king, and it mocked his audacity. Suddenly, the ghost-marked lizard's tongue shot out like lightning towards Yang Tong. Even with his enhanced reflexes, Yang Tong could barely evade this lightning-fast attack through anticipation. He knew that it was impossible to predict every strike accurately. To kill the ghost-marked lizard, he would ultimately have to withstand its tongue attacks. However, the Emperor's attack power was terrifyingly high, and Yang Tong dared not take it heeded. Thus, the primary assault fell to the groundhog. As long as Brother Groundhog kept roaring to boost its defenses, it would have a fighting chance against the Emperor. Brother Groundhog, fierce and verbose, was ready. This fierce battle had only just begun. Thwack! The tongue of the ghost-patterned lizard lashed against the marmot, producing a crisp sound. The marmot was indeed the perfect bait, drawing the lizard's attention while Yang Tong skillfully maneuvered behind it. Despite the lizard's hind leg being broken and looking severely injured, Yang Tong, with his seasoned experience, wasn't fooled by this apparent weakness. Gripping his spear tightly, he aimed at the swollen rear of the lizard and thrust forward. Snap! To his surprise, the spear broke in half upon contact. Yang Tong nearly stumbled into the lizard due to the momentum, but quickly regained his balance, muttering under his breath, "Damn, that was close. Is this the power of an Emperor-level beast? Even its weakest point in a heavily injured state can break a weapon made of golden monarch material." Yang Tong lamented as he stored the broken spear in his inventory. Over 1,000,000 credits down the drain. Unwilling to give up, he swung his fist at the lizard's leg. No one would willingly strike that area with their bare hands. Thud. Crack. Instead, he ended up fracturing his right hand. At that moment, the ghost-patterned lizard turned its gaze towards Yang Tong. He forced out an awkward smile. This is a misunderstanding?" Clearly, the lizard wasn't buying it. It shot its long tongue out with precise speed and accuracy. Although Yang Tong dodged the critical hit, his cheek was still slashed, leaving a slimy wound. "Damn it, lizard saliva is poisonous. I hope I don't catch something nasty." Yang Tong cursed internally but had no time to worry about it. He put on a fierce expression. "You asked for it. I said it was a misunderstanding, but you insisted on fighting. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Unfortunately, his bluff failed. The lizard launched its tongue attack again. Yang Tong quickly formed a hand seal. "O mighty dark god, grant me the power of shadow. Secret art, shadow evade." After finishing his incantation, he swiftly recalled his pet and the marmot and bolted. Facing an Emperor-level opponent, he didn't dare risk escaping with his pets. The ghost-patterned lizard was momentarily baffled by this sudden change. If not for its injured leg, Yang Tong wouldn't have had a chance to escape given the lizard's Emperor-level speed. But worse yet, a beast horde suddenly appeared ahead. This was clearly summoned by the ghost-patterned lizard from the start. Otherwise, it wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Yang Tong decisively chose to charge into the beast horde. Better to face a horde than an Emperor-level beast and a horde combined. He dashed forward, stepping on the heads of ferocious beasts like he was walking on stilts. A fleeting thought of the Heaven and Earth Society's Iron Blood youths welcoming their leader flashed through his mind. No, Chenjalua is not a good omen. Yang Tong quickly dismissed the thought. Finally breaking through the beast horde, Yang Tong was panting heavily, but he didn't dare to stop. He continued to run for his life. Yang Tong didn't dare to recklessly transform into a kobold amidst the beast tide. He knew well that doing so within the sight of the ghost-patterned lizard was as good as walking into a trap. Even if he could deceive a monarch-level beast, tricking an Emperor-level ghost-patterned lizard was like challenging its intelligence. After several bursts of speed, he finally shook off the beast tide and hid behind a sand dune, out of sight. Once he confirmed that the ghost-patterned lizard couldn't see him, he quickly took off his suit and transformed. The carefree kobold, back in the beast territory, Yang Tong exclaimed after his transformation, suddenly realizing something. Weird. Why do I always subconsciously turn into a kobold? Do I really think I'm a dog deep down? No, it must be a coincidence. To make his act more convincing and avoid being detected by the ghost-patterned lizard, he ran towards the beast tide, deliberately slowing down to appear as if he had just arrived. Successfully blending into the beast tide, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least his life was safe for now. Damn it! Yang Tong cursed inwardly. Is this heaven burial desert here to screw me over? First, I had to run from the undying ghostwood in the oasis, and now I encounter the ghost-patterned lizard that even the Zhu Xian sword formation can't handle. In truth, it wasn't that the heaven burial desert was particularly challenging for him. It was just that his current strength wasn't sufficient to conquer a nightmare-level beast territory. This place was on a completely different level than the Flame Hills. Fang Zhengming had only sent him here to hunt some platinum-level beasts to ease the pressure on the stronghold. Who could have predicted he would end up targeting the Emperor's rear camp? Yang Tong had initially planned to lure the beast tide and the injured ghost-patterned lizard to the stronghold and join forces with Gao Yi and the others to kill it. But after experiencing the ghost-patterned lizard's power and the terror of the beast tide firsthand, he abandoned that idea. Such a threat was beyond the capability of a single platinum-level expert. Even if there were other experts in the stronghold, without requesting reinforcements, they would surely be annihilated. More importantly, even if they could eliminate the beast tide and the ghost-patterned lizard, the cost would be too high. While sacrificing a few people for the stability of a nightmare-level area might be worth it from a larger perspective, Yang Tong couldn't accept that. Those who could have lived would die because of his decision, and he couldn't reconcile that with himself. So, he decided to continue trying to deal with the monarch and emperor-level beasts on his own. If it didn't work out, he'd contact Gao Yi and the others for a sneak attack. Under no circumstances would he lead the beasts to the stronghold. If necessary, he'd find another place to train. With his skills and talent, he could thrive anywhere. Taking advantage of the ghost-patterned lizard's focus on pursuing its target, Yang Tong quietly fell to the rear of the beast tide and began ambushing solitary beasts. He would kill them with a single strike and immediately store their bodies in his storage space, leaving no trace. After nearly 2 hours of pursuit, the ghost-patterned lizard still couldn't find Yang Tong and had to disperse the beast tide. This reminded Yang Tong of the one-legged hippopotamus that had chased him for a whole day. It seemed the ghost-patterned lizard's hatred for him wasn't as intense. The frequent system prompts were straining his eyes, and worried that his kobold disguise might be compromised. Yang Tong decided to revert to his original appearance. However, just 5 minutes after putting his suit back on, a pink whip suddenly shot towards his head. It was the tongue of the ghost-patterned lizard. Yang Tong barely dodged it with the roll, his heart pounding. You damn thing. You're going too far. Is this the charm of being wanted by an emperor? I love it. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, not daring to face the ghost-patterned lizard heathen. Worse still, judging by the massive sandstorm rising behind him, the creature had summoned the beast tide again. Compared to this scale of beast tide, the sandstorms of the heaven burial desert were nothing. The situation became awkward. The ghost-patterned lizard was too close, and several bursts of speed hadn't shaken it off. Yang Tong didn't dare to transform, and its present seat wasn't just dancing on a knife's edge. It was courting death. This is getting out of hand, Yang Tong thought to himself. He couldn't shake off the ghost-patterned lizard, making the situation truly precarious. At this moment, he felt like Lu Bu without his red hair, Sun Wukong without his golden cudgel, Zuishandio without his tiger mountain, and Megatron without his Energon cube, utterly helpless. But as he kept running, the godfather of Hong Kong gradually calmed down. Facing danger without flinching was his true demeanor. If he couldn't shake it off, so what? The ghost-patterned lizard couldn't catch up to him anyway. Running like this could even stop the creature from healing its wounds, and might even exacerbate them. It's just a marathon. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Tong encouraged himself. And so, the first marathon in the Tianshan Desert began. The participants included Yang Tong, the soul-devouring ghost-patterned lizard, and hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts of various levels following closely behind. This marathon lasted for a whole day and night. Along the way, Yang Tong encountered the familiar Oasis Ghost Tree. Seeing this indestructible, slow-moving troublemaker, the Oasis Ghost Tree felt like throwing up. Instinctively, it wanted to avoid him, but with its snail pace, that thought was doomed to be a fantasy. Yang Tong had no time to bother with this unkillable creature and ran straight past it. However, before the Oasis Ghost Tree could breathe a sigh of relief, it was controlled by the Emperor's bloodline and forced to join the chase. Now things got interesting. Yang Tong ran fast. The ghost-patterned lizard was hot on his heels. The other ferocious beasts weren't far behind. But the Oasis Ghost Tree was so slow it seemed to be moving in reverse. By the time Yang Tong led the beast horde dozens of miles away, the Oasis Ghost Tree had barely moved 20 meters. Cursing inwardly, the Oasis Ghost Tree kept trudging along. It remembered the story of the tortoise and the hare, thinking that persistence would eventually give it a chance. But soon, it was freed from the Emperor's bloodline control due to the distance. The Oasis Ghost Tree immediately changed direction, moving away as fast as it could. I'm out of here, it thought. Every time I run into that guy in a suit, it's nothing but trouble. Stop chasing me, damn it. Yang Tong shouted over his shoulder as he ran. The ghost-marked lizard was hot on his heels, its gaze locked onto the human ahead. It seemed to sense that Yang Tong might have some special means of escape, so it was determined not to let him out of its sight. I told you. This is all a misunderstanding. Yang Tong's voice carried on the wind. Think about it from a different angle. As an emperor, you've only experienced dominance from the front. When have you ever been challenged from behind? Isn't this a whole new experience? A fresh perspective, a fresh experience. Ignoring the ghost-marked lizard's furious roars, Yang Tong continued his reckless taunting. Every beast needs to try something new in its lifetime. Step out of your comfort zone and start a new life. I can see you've expanded quite a bit, which means you're definitely enjoying this. In our human world, bigger means better. Suddenly, an emotionless voice echoed in Yang Tong's mind. Human, I want you dead. Yang Tong paused for a moment and glanced at the ghost-marked lizard. This was clearly a form of telepathic communication, similar to what Gowie had with the golden bone venom snake. Such abilities usually appeared at the platinum level, so it was surprising that the ghost-marked lizard could communicate with him. Withered flowers, scattered wounds. Yang Tong continued his provocation, while secretly devising a plan. Running endlessly wasn't a solution. He needed to find a way to deal with the ghost-marked lizard. Although he could ask Gowie for help like last time, he preferred to solve the problem on his own. Seizing the moment while running, Yang Tong quickly buried a cleansing bomb in the ground. When the ghost-marked lizard's hind leg stepped into the trap, there was a loud boom, tearing off a large chunk of its flesh. Repeatedly, Yang Tong used the same method to injure the ghost-marked lizard. This made the creature both furious and cautious, forcing it to slow down and proceed carefully. But even so, it still occasionally fell into his traps. Damn it, I'm running low on supplies, Yang Tong thought anxiously. The cleansing bombs he was using were all exchanged items, each costing 10 days. While he might eventually kill the ghost-marked lizard this way, the cost was too high. He still had to focus on breaking the seal during his 4 years of college and couldn't afford to waste all his time on this. The ghost-marked lizard initially thought Yang Tong's special tricks were exhausted and was about to speed up its pursuit when another explosion went off. These sporadic attacks completely baffled it, and it couldn't help but curse internally. How dare a human play mind games with an emperor? What a devious mind. Another day and night had passed. Yang Tong watched the ghost-patterned lizard in the distance, contemplating his next move. He was reluctant to exchange for more tools, fearing that the lizard might recover from its injuries, rendering his previous efforts useless. As the godfather of Port City, Yang Tong had a knack for pulling off tricky maneuvers. He suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaving a clear track in the desert. Then, he changed direction and charged at the ghost-patterned lizard. This sudden move caught the lizard off guard, causing its tongue to miss its target. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Tong executed a perfect slide, ending up behind the lizard. Before it could turn its head, he quickly opened his storage space and dumped a sack filled with beast dung onto its wound. The pseudo-Jushin sword formation was unleashed. This makeshift weapon was more effective than any ultimate weapon. The ghost-patterned lizard roared in pain, the dung in its wound driving it into a frenzy. In the water-scarce heavenly burial desert, its wound wouldn't heal anytime soon unless it was willing to lick the dung off with its tongue. Yang Tong deftly dodged the lizard's furious tail attack and quickly put some distance between them. The lizard was enraged, its eyes almost shooting flames, and it recklessly chased after Yang Tong, ignoring its injuries. The situation remained the same. Yang Tong sprinting ahead, with the ghost-patterned lizard unable to catch up. This time, however, Yang Tong was cautious, refraining from taunting the lizard with his words, as his strong taunting skills often led to unexpected complications. As he ran, Yang Tong released a prairie dog and held it in his hand. He decided it was time to fight back, knowing that the prairie dog could withstand the lizard's damage. The prairie dog panicked at the sight of the enormous creature behind them, desperately struggling to return to the storage space. Brother Mouse, Yang Tong called out, causing the prairie dog to feel a jolt of dread. Here we go again, being called brother only when needed. They then discussed whether Platinum Lord materials could break through the lizard's defenses, ultimately admitting that this plan wouldn't work. In the midst of their discussion, Yang Tong suddenly noticed a figure to his left. As he approached, he realized it was his old acquaintance, Big Dummy. Big Dummy was delighted to see Yang Tong, thinking he was just out for a morning jog. Yang Tong looked at this whimsical guy in exasperation but quickly realized that if not for their encounter, Big Dummy would likely have been swallowed by the ever-growing beast tide. Exercise my foot. Didn't you see the giant lizard behind us? Yang Tong shouted as he sprinted, calling out to the tall guy ahead. The tall guy turned around at the sound and saw a massive silhouette emerging from the cloud of dust behind Yang Tong. Instead of running away, he ran towards Yang Tong with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, so you're being chased. No worries, I'll help you out. I knew it. This guy's got a screw loose, Yang Tong muttered helplessly. In this beast-infested territory, Most adventurers would be thrilled to see someone else being chased, seizing the opportunity to loot. It was rare to find someone like this tall guy who would actually offer help. As soon as they met up, Yang Tong grabbed the tall guy without a word and kept running. You're really strong. Wait, what are you doing? The tall guy asked, bewildered. Saving your sorry hide. Yang Tong retorted. I'm not a dog, so how can you save my dog life? And when did you save me anyway? Yang Tong sighed deeply. Think about it. If I could fight back, would I be running this desperately? You're not alone now. I'm here to help. The tall guy remained optimistic. Don't let my age fool you. I've got some strength in me. That's a diamond emperor behind us. Yang Tong interrupted. A soul-eating ghost-patterned lizard? The tall guy's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Good grief, how did you provoke that thing? I popped its cherry, Yang Tong replied flatly. What followed was a series of misunderstandings and dark humor until Yang Tong clarified that he meant he had injured it with a weapon. The tall guy's naive innocence left Yang Tong both amused and exasperated. This burly man with a goofy expression was truly a challenge to communicate with. Upon learning there was a beast horde behind them, Yang Tong let go of the tall guy and directed him to run diagonally to escape the horde's range. Before parting, Yang Tong specifically warned him to leave the burial sands desert quickly, as it would soon become even more perilous than despair itself. Watching the tall guy's figure disappear into the sandstorm, Yang Tong sincerely hoped this naive martial arts fanatic would heed his advice and leave. After all, Yang Tong genuinely didn't want someone as straightforward and honest as the tall guy to perish in the burial sands desert. After Yang Tong diverted the beast's tide, he found himself deeply troubled. How could he possibly kill the powerful ghost-patterned lizard? This question plagued him as he ran swiftly, pulling out a small notebook to solemnly jot down the words, ghost-patterned lizard. Suddenly, the groundhog lifted its own notebook. Yang Tong glanced down and saw the words, Godfather, you're really nice to that big guy. Nice? Yang Tong looked puzzled. He hasn't done anything special. The groundhog quickly scribbled, really nice? From the groundhog's perspective, accustomed to Yang Tong's usual trickery, not being tricked by him already meant being treated well. It secretly hoped that one day Yang Tong would treat it as kindly as he did the big guy. Good people are hard to find these days, Yang Tong sighed softly. Rare creatures like that big guy really deserve protection. He's so honest that I'd feel guilty tricking him. There's chemistry. Ah! The groundhog boldly wrote on its notebook. You seem to have a death wish. Yang Tong's tone turned icy. After much contemplation, Yang Tong still couldn't think of a way to deal with the ghost-patterned lizard. The power gap was too large, leaving no room for cunning tricks. Gritting his teeth, he decided to retreat for now. If he couldn't win, he needed to continue gaining strength. He would learn from the doghead elder, keep a low profile, and become invincible when the time came. He dropped a toy grenade, which exploded when the ghost-patterned lizard stepped on it. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, sending the lizard flying several meters and flinging Yang Tong far away with the shockwave. Using the cover of the swirling dust, he quickly changed his outfit, transforming into a kobold. Seeing the red alerts flashing before him, Yang Tong impatiently dealt with the system's prompts to wear a suit. Wearing a suit in this situation was suicidal. Although the beast tide had dispersed, donning a suit would attract the ghost-patterned lizard within minutes. To continue operating in the burial desert, Yang Tong came up with a clever idea. He put on the suit first and then layered a cheapao over it, even altering his appearance. The outfit was bizarre, but it would at least evade the ghost-patterned lizard's tracking. Seeing this, the groundhog wrote in its notebook, Godfather. No, Godmother. Does Mrs. Who look like this? Yang Tong gently patted the groundhog's head, sighing inwardly, Ah, rat, you were born to be rebellious. The groundhog, enjoying the rare affection, squinted its eyes and wrote, Godmother, you're so good to me, but I don't understand what you mean. You don't know what born to be rebellious means? Yang Tong intensified his patting, saying menacingly, I mean you're a natural troublemaker. With his new outfit, Yang Tong could finally focus on battling monsters. Traveling from afar, he had to at least take down a monarch-level beast. Besides the young stone-spiked boars, the burial desert had 3 monarchs, and Yang Tong thought it was fair to aim for one. This was when the magic of his sunglasses revealed itself. They could even evade an emperor's pursuit, truly a magical item. Escaping unscathed after offending the abbot was almost unbelievable. Not long after putting on the cheapao, Yang Tong encountered a group of golden lords. Could it be, cross-dressing brings me luck? He mused, this luck is incredible. Yang Tong leaped into the air like a meteor, crashing into the beast herd. He grabbed a lord and unleashed a frenzy of attacks, moving so vigorously that a button on the cheapao popped off. The lord was completely suppressed by him, while Maobal handled the surrounding beasts, whose skills were no match for Maobal's explosive abilities. The groundhog, protecting Malbal, watched in stunned silence as a golden-haired beauty in a cheapao, revealing a black suit underneath, furiously pummeled the Golden Lord. After the battle, Malbal and the groundhog began dividing the spoils. Yang Tong lay on the sand, fanning himself with the cheapao in a very unladylike manner to cool down. Though the outfit kept him safe, it was unbearably hot. Just then, Yang Tong's expression grew serious. He noticed the sand on the surrounding dunes moving at an abnormal speed. Is there a strong wind? He muttered in confusion. But the wind feels normal. Sensing something was wrong, Yang Tong immediately climbed to the top of a dune to look into the distance. Are you kidding me? Yang Tong exclaimed as he saw the billowing dust clouds in the distance, realizing immediately that a beast horde was approaching. What annoyed him even more was that the horde seemed to be specifically targeting him. Although they were still far away, the direction was unmistakable. He glanced down at the cheongsam he was wearing and couldn't help but mock himself, even dressed like a woman. They can still tell it's me? Is it the trousers peeking out that gave me away? These beasts have some keen eyes. This situation made him realize that staying in the Tianzong desert was becoming untenable after all. The system required him to wear a suit. Mao Chiao and the groundhog were perched on his shoulder, also eyeing the approaching beast horde. The groundhog suddenly pulled out a pen and scribbled, "Godfather, how about we do one big job and then retreat?" This suggestion was exactly what Yang Tong had in mind. Since even cross-dressing couldn't fool the ghost pattern lizards, there was no point in lingering in the Tianzong desert. But he was distracted by another thought. I'm curious, where did you pull that pen and notebook from? You're covered in fur and have no pockets. This stuff is longer than your body. It shouldn't be possible. The groundhog bristled. I got it from my storage space. You can use storage space too? Yang Tong was surprised and looked at Mao Chiao. The latter merely blinked in response. This was a new discovery. He didn't know that storage spaces were so versatile. He wondered if all summoned creatures had this privilege, or if Mao Chiao and the groundhog were unique. As he pondered, the beast horde drew closer, but Yang Tong noticed something strange. There were no ghost-patterned lizards in sight. This was unusual. How could the horde be so organized without an emperor to lead them? Something's not right. The groundhog quickly scribbled, and Yang Tong realized that the ghost-patterned lizard was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Yang Tong sneered and started running. Playing dirty tricks on me? I was pulling these stunts on kindergarten kids 10 years ago. Though he couldn't defeat the ghost-patterned lizard yet, he was a master of ambushes. Unless the lizard could overpower him with sheer strength, using such petty tactics to kill him was a fool's errand. As he ran, Yang Tong kept an eye on the movements of the beast horde behind him. After glancing back several times, Yang Tong's brow furrowed. Things weren't going as he had expected after so many attempts. There was still no sign of the ghost-marked lizard. It was indeed puzzling. Could it be that the ghost-marked lizard isn't here at all? He wondered to himself. But that makes no sense. Without an emperor-level beast overseeing it, a beast tide couldn't possibly form. And for me, a beast tide without the ghost-marked lizard is like a gift-wrapped opportunity. Despite his mounting doubts, Yang Tong dared not stop and turn back to counterattack. He was all too aware of the ghost-marked lizard's deadly tongue. Just a brush could cause injury, and a direct hit meant certain death. While fleeing, Yang Tong suddenly caught sight of a large pom-pom. Once or twice would have been nothing. But when this scene repeated, he realized this wasn't a beast tide summoned by the ghost-marked lizard at all. It was the stone-spiked wart pig seeking revenge for its offspring. The truth dawned on him. The ghost-marked lizard identified him by his suit, while the stone-spiked wart pig recognized the cheapao. After all, he had been wearing a cheapao when he killed its offspring. These two ferocious beasts were hunting him from every angle. I should have stashed an extra tracksuit in my storage space, Yang Tong lamented. If worst comes to worst, I might have to drape a burlap sack over my suit. Realizing he had been outsmarting thin air for most of the day, Yang Tong felt a surge of anger. It's one thing for the ghost-marked lizard to chase me, but a measly little monarch trying to scare me? Fueled by rage, Yang Tong gripped his scythe tightly and abruptly turned to counterattack. The sudden move caught the stone-spiked wart pig off guard, but then it curved its mouth into a nearly human-like smile. The prey had come to it. The battle erupted instantly. Yang Tong deftly spun to avoid the wart pig's tusks, his scythe leaving a gash along its side, followed by a powerful punch. Although both were platinum-level monarchs, the berserk mantis's scythe could indeed harm the wart pig. Not bad. Yang Tong grinned after the initial exchange. Compared to the ghost-marked lizard, the wart pig's strength was on a completely different level. The gap between a platinum monarch and a diamond emperor was like night and day. However, now wasn't the best time to kill the wart pig. Fighting a monarch unknown was entirely different from battling within a beast tide. Yang Tong dove into the beast tide, starting a frenzy of slaughter. Although the berserk mantis's scythe hadn't been refined by a blacksmith and felt a bit unwieldy, it was more than enough against ordinary beasts. Unlike the stationary oasis ghostwood, the wart pig moved incredibly fast. Each time Yang Tong killed a few beasts, the wart pig would charge at him with its long tusks. Yang Tong ignored it, changing direction to continue his slaughter, even throwing groundhogs near the wart pig, hoping they'd entangle it. But this plan quickly failed. The wart pig disengaged from the groundhogs after a brief standoff and relentlessly pursued Yang Tong. This severely hampered his efficiency, making it less worthwhile than seeking out a platinum leader's clan. After using several speed skills, Yang Tong finally shook off the wart pig. His situation was quite precarious. The system, the wart pig, and the ghost-marked lizard seemed to be pushing him towards a dead end. Amidst the beast tide, Yang Tong felt a wave of melancholy, but quickly refocused. Beasts were just a bonus. The real priority was taking down the monarch. Once the beast tide dispersed, Yang Tong started cautiously tracking the wart pig. Unfortunately, the system's constant notifications severely disrupted his tracking, and he eventually lost the trail. Although Yang Tong prided himself on being an expert at tailing skills honed from watching countless instructional videos, it didn't help this time. Dressed in his suit again, Yang Tong resumed his search, but the wart pig's tracks had been completely covered by the sand. Tears streamed down Yang Tong's face as he looked up at the sky and sighed. The system has betrayed me. Before he could finish his lament, the sand dunes beneath his feet began to shift violently. He caught sight of a ghost-patterned lizard amidst the beast horde and glanced down at his suit, letting out a bitter laugh. Though he muttered, "You might as well kill me now." Yang Tong was not one to give up easily. He quickly changed his outfit and blended back into the beast horde. Learning from his past mistakes, this time he wore a cheapao over his suit. Sure enough, the stone-spiked boar appeared. Without the system's interference, tracking this massive creature was a breeze for Yang Tong. The reason for the system's silence was simply had added a hemp robe over his suit, effectively boosting his armor. As the battle commenced, Yang Tong gripped a scythe in his right hand, ready to slice through the boar's thick hide, while his left hand clenched into a fist. Though his punches packed more damage than his weapon, the weapon was undeniably more effective, albeit heartbreaking when it broke. Following the usual strategy, the furball skill paved the way. The groundhog tanked the damage, and Yang Tong launched the main assault. Since he had altered his appearance, the stone-spiked boar didn't recognize him as the one who had killed its offspring, but it was still enraged by his provocation. The fight dragged on, and the groundhog had swelled to a size comparable to the stone-spiked boar, signaling that it was nearing its growth limit and that the enemy would soon lose its armor-breaking ability, a rule that didn't apply to Yang Tong. The boar's body was covered in bloody gashes, but these superficial wounds were insignificant to it. What truly tormented it were Yang Tong's punches, each seemingly penetrating to its organs. If not for its thick skin and tough flesh, it would have collapsed long ago. The stone-spiked boar tried to bypass the groundhog and charge directly at Yang Tong, but he was as slippery as an eel, employing evasive maneuvers to ensure all attacks landed on the groundhog. Seeing it was outmatched, the boar let out a furious roar and summoned reinforcements. Yang Tong cursed under his breath, knowing he had to finish the battle quickly, but the Platinum Monarch's health bar was dauntingly long. He could only hope other fierce beasts would arrive late, but fate was not on his side. Facing the onslaught of the beast horde, Yang Tong had no choice but to retreat. The barrage of skills was overwhelming, and even he couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. The Heaven Burial Desert is my nemesis, Yang Tong muttered bitterly, having failed 3 times in a row here. He vowed to reclaim his honor. Back at the Spirit Control Bureau's base, Yang Tong reverted to his original appearance, revealing his suit. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly remembered something and quickly scooped a handful of sand from the Heaven Burial Desert with a shovel, tossing it aside. Damn! No wonder I had such bad luck. I forgot the soil shoveling ritual before entering. As he turned, he saw Gao Yi looking at him with a bemused expression. Governor, are you standing behind me to pull 1,000 years of death on me? Gao Yi sighed and patted his shoulder. Be serious. What were you doing just now? Shoveling dirt. Yang Tong replied earnestly. I know you were shoveling dirt. I meant, why were you shoveling dirt? Who in their right mind shovels dirt in a beast territory? Gao Yi internally ranted. Yang Tong laughed it off, unable to admit he was doing it in case the soil turned out to be valuable. Latour didn't want Gao Yi competing with him. During their final conversation, Gao Yi confirmed Yang Tong's decision to leave. After Yang Tong departed, those around Gao Yi inquired if this was the young talent he had mentioned, expressing surprise that nothing major had occurred. Gao Yi shook his head, admitting he didn't expect the young man to be all bark and no bite, thinking he would go after the ghost pattern lizard. Yang Tong checked into a hotel and, after turning on his phone, found it flooded with messages. He first called Chan Shui to assure her of his safety, then lay on the bed to sift through the 99 notifications. Besides messages from Chan Shui and Ning Ning, Lu Mingfei had sent the most. Lu Mingfei updated him on recent events. He had saved his midterm rewards and resources from the sprint class. Although missing the midterms wasn't his fault, Yang Tong still muttered about reclaiming his place. But upon learning Chen Shui had taken first place, he decided to let it go. Finally, seeing that Lu Mingfei had informed Chen Shui to invite him to the next feast, Yang Tong thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to show Mr. Lu what it means to respect your teacher like a godfather when I get back." Yang Tong replied to Lu Mingfei with, "Just wait till I get back. I'll treat you to a feast." But Lu Mingfei instantly responded, "I was just kidding, Yang Tong." The speed of the reply made Yang Tong seriously suspect he wanted a duel. Closing his phone, Yang Tong's gaze fell on the groundhog playing with the fur ball. The groundhog suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if someone was out to get it. The moment it locked eyes with Yang Tong, its heart started pounding wildly. Sure enough, Yang Tong was always the prime suspect in any rodent elimination operation. Under Yang Tong's continued stare, the groundhog grew increasingly uneasy and finally had to take out a notebook and write, "Godfather, why are you staring at me?" A glint of inspiration flashed in Yang Tong's eyes. "I just thought of a great way to farm monsters." The groundhog's heart sank. Being the focus of that look was never a good sign. Reluctantly it wrote, "May I ask what brilliant idea you have, Godfather?" "Since you're so curious," Yang Tong said with a satisfied expression, "I'm planning to make you bigger so you can crush the monsters." "Isn't that faster than the furball? You'd be the ultimate beast-tide killer." Faced with the groundhog's argument that its weight wouldn't increase, Yang Tong immediately took out a digital scale for testing. Before the groundhog could react, Yang Tong's big hand came down with a smack, instantly making the groundhog larger. Weighing it again, it had indeed gained weight. Yang Tong fell into a beautiful fantasy. Another mass destruction weapon. Even if it couldn't crush the monsters to death, it could at least incapacitate a bunch of them. Meanwhile, the poor groundhog covered its cheek, retreating to a corner to cry in grievance. Afterward, Yang Tong found the territory of high-level monsters in Quancheng's Howling Fountain, home to a golden tier monarch, the Flying Fountain Koi. To gain enough strength to defeat the ghost-spotted lizard within 2 months, he decided not to return home and focus on leveling up. Arriving at the Howling Fountain, a towering jet of water, accompanied by a piercing howl, came into view. Looking at the fountain, which seemed potent enough to cure hemorrhoids, Yang Tong received a system mission. Kill the Flying Fountain Koi, with rewards of 10 stamina, a small amount of spirit power, and a tribute boost for the furball and groundhog. However, after reading the mission details, Yang Tong turned around and left, saying, "Sorry to bother you. Goodbye." Is this reward a joke? Yang Tong looked at the system's reward and felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Defeating a golden monarch only earned him a measly 10 stamina points and 0.5 growth for Mauchio. The reward was downright stingy. Although he usually completed tasks and accepted rewards without complaint, the current situation was different. Time was pressing, and such a paltry reward was hardly worth his effort. He quickly devised a new plan. Focus on clearing the territories of dangerous golden monarchs to leverage the high rewards and boost his and Mauchio's strength in preparation for taking down the ghost pattern lizard. The system is really stingy, Yang Tong calculated inwardly. Given the current reward ratio, Mauchio would need to defeat 20 golden monarchs to increase its growth by 10. Completing this task within 2 months was nearly impossible. Just finding these monarchs would consume a lot of time. "System, are you there?" "Hello, system?" Yang Tong tried to communicate with the system, but received only silence in return. With no other option, he decided to initiate Plan B. On the storm plains, Yang Tong sneered and shouted, "I told you. Anyone who chases me will die. One-legged hippo, your daddy's here." He first donned a burlap sack to distance himself from the Spirit Control Bureau's base, selecting a prime location for the one-legged hippo. Then he took off the sack, revealing his suit, and waited for his enemy to fall into the trap. Before the one-legged hippo arrived, Yang Tong began preparing for battle. He slapped the groundhog repeatedly, and as the groundhog yelped in pain, its body swelled, quickly growing over 2 meters tall. "Lower your face," Yang Tong commanded. The groundhog protested. "Have you no humanity? You want me to lower my face so you can slap me? Am I a masochist?" It wrote with a pen, "Godfather, I can grow bigger without you slapping my face. As long as I receive enough damage or face a strong enemy, I can generate battle spirit." At that moment, the ground began to tremble as the one-legged hippo led a massive beast horde towards them. By now, the groundhog had grown nearly 10 meters tall, though its left leg was nearly broken from the slaps. "Stick to the plan. The one-legged hippo is mine." Yang Tong brandished his scythe and charged at the one-legged hippo. Mauchio began casting various skills to clear out the beast horde, while the groundhog employed a different tactic. It started rolling on the spot. In the dense beast horde, the creatures had nowhere to escape. Though they weren't crushed to death, The beasts repeatedly rolled over by the groundhog lost their combat ability, becoming prime targets for Mauchio. The groundhog was having a blast, rolling and cheering, "Hey, I'm rolling! Hey, I'm rolling back!" This new fighting style thrilled it to no end. Mauchio and the groundhog worked together with perfect synchronization, like a precise killing machine, focused on providing the perfect end for the beasts. These two little hunters not only eliminated their targets, but also got a good meal out of it. Yang Tong had complete confidence in this human-animal duo, not even bothering to watch with the groundhog around. Safety wasn't a concern, it was just a matter of how many prey they'd catch. Right now, Yang Tong had to focus all his attention on the one-legged hippo before him. This was a golden monarch-level opponent that could send him running for his life. The monster's attack pattern was surprisingly simple. It just kept jumping up and stomping down on enemies with its massive foot that bizarrely had a face on it. Then again, for a creature without arms, fighting with feet was the only option. Facing the giant foot descending from above, Yang Tong remained calm. A scene from My Own Swordsman flashed through his mind, and he had a sudden inspiration. He shouted, "Sunflower acupoint strike," at the hippo's soul. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to actually touch that hoof-like foot with his bare hands. Instead, he thrust his dagger at the creature's soul. Whether he actually hit an acupoint or not, even he couldn't tell. Though the dagger struck true, the one-legged hippo seemed completely unfazed and continued its descent. The immense pressure instantly bore down on Yang Tong's arm, causing an ominous cracking sound. He quickly rolled away, rubbing his wrist while cursing, "Damn it. This isn't how it went in the show." If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have ended up worse than old by not just a broken finger, but a completely shattered body. Worse still, the trusty dagger that had served him through countless battles was now destroyed, just like his spear before it. Yang Tong was almost breathless with pain and regret, muttering, "That was careless. All that money gone just to pay tribute to a classic scene." The one-legged hippo continued its monotonous but effective attack pattern. Jump up, come down, crush. As it launched into the air again, Yang Tong leaped up too, surprisingly reaching the same height. Since he couldn't find a weak point and tricks weren't working, it was time for a heathen confrontation. Roar! The scythe sliced through the one-legged hippo's body, tearing off strips of flesh and causing it to howl in agony. This weapon, forged from materials of the Platinum Monarch, was indeed a divine tool against a golden monarch-level opponent. The one-legged hippo leaped into the air once more. Yang Tong seized the moment and delivered a punch to its leg the instant it landed. To his surprise, though the hippo staggered and left a deep mark on the ground, it managed to stabilize itself in a bizarre, unyielding manner. Yang Tong swiftly moved behind the hippo, synchronizing his actions with it. He aimed his scythe at the tendon and struck hard. Damn! The recoil made his arm tremble violently, but this unexpected discovery brought a gleam to his eyes. Such resilient tendons would make excellent crafting materials. The battle raged on, and the one-legged hippo was nearing its end, with blood continuously seeping from its wounds. By all logic, it should have fled, but driven by a full hatred meter, it continued its frenzied attacks. Yang Tong deliberately slowed his pace. After all, such opportunities to grind were rare. Even without system rewards, Mauchio and the groundhog could absorb the energy core. Eventually, the one-legged hippo fell. Despite Yang Tong having ceased his attacks and merely dodging, it collapsed under the weight of its injuries. With the monarch's fall, the beast horde, no longer suppressed, scattered in all directions, leaving behind a field of corpses, estimated to number in the tens of thousands. Yang Tong carefully extracted the hippo's tendon and cut off a piece of meat for roasting, distributing the rest to his summoned spirits. Mauchio gets the main portion, and the rest is for the groundhog. The groundhog had no objections to this arrangement. It was content just to eat. As the two summoned spirits devoured their meal, the system prompt appeared. Task completed, stamina 25, reflex 8. Mauchio's overall attributes increased by 2. Received Marauder exclusive weapon pack 1. Wait, what about spirit control points? Yang Tong checked the system log and found the task of killing the one-legged hippo indeed lacked this reward. System, where's the tomb reward? He soon received a reply. Acquired a twin dragon pearl tomb situated by the mountain and water. Upon opening the system space, he found it was a land deed for a plot on a mountain outskirts of Hong Kong, about 20 square meters. Not bad, just a pity it's not in Shanghai or Beijing, Yang Tong muttered. After Mauchio and the groundhog finished their meal, Yang Tong recalled them into the contract space. This battle had severely damaged storm planes, but the gains were significant. Mauchio's wind affinity reached 13.5, and earth affinity reached 15.5. The groundhog's evolution level remained unknown. Leaving storm planes, Yang Tong called Fang Jingming. Hey Lao Fang. Yang Tong, aren't you supposed to be dead? Fang Jingming's shocked voice came through. Yang Tong's face darkened. Damn it, I've only been gone a few months. What's been going around in Hong Kong? He lowered his voice deliberately. Yeah, I died. Just had a brawl with the King of Hell. Send me 500K to recruit some soldiers, and once I take over his position, I'll erase your name from the book of life and death. Fang Zhengming laughed. Not to mention I can't even come up with $50 right now. You're basically scamming the head of the Spirit Control Bureau. Wow, Lao Fang has $50? Saved it for me? Yang Tong teased. What do you mean saved it for you? That's my private stash. And it's not even 50. Fang Zhengming quickly changed the subject. Why have you been off the grid for so long? Yang Tong responded irritably to Fang Zhengming. Wasn't it you who recommended I go to the Tianzong Desert? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been out of contact for so long. Now I have to go back again. Fang Zhengming paused, then cautiously said, it shouldn't have taken this long, should it? Have you heard of the soul-eating ghost-pattern giant lizard? Yang Tong retorted. Of course. I've been locked in a standoff with it. Yang Tong said heavily. I'm out here to improve my strength and in a few days, I'll go back to finish it off. Yeah, right? Fang Zhengming couldn't help but laugh. To him, Yang Tong was talking nonsense. The soul-eating ghost-pattern giant lizard was a diamond-level emperor beast, a top-tier predator. Yang Tong was only at the iron level. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't possibly take on an emperor beast. Even among diamond levels, there's a vast difference between a monarch and an emperor. I'm serious. Yang Tong insisted urgently. Why would I lie to you? Transfer me 500,000 now, and once I kill the ghost pattern lizard, I'll pay you back 5 million. Fang Zhengming chuckled to himself. As the village barber Wang or Matzi once said, capitalists would break the law for double the profit. Yang Tong was offering 10 times the return, but Fang Zhengming didn't believe a word of it. Even if Yang Tong did kill the lizard, there was no way he'd pay back the money. This was more absurd than believing in those scams from northern Myanmar. Let me reiterate, Fang Zhengming said sternly, this is fraud, a crime. You're really underestimating me. I am the director of the Spirit Control Bureau in Hong Kong. Anyway, knowing you're alive is enough for me. What's the real reason you called? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Wait, there's something. Yang Tong suddenly hesitated. Oh right, what was it again? You called me, and now you're asking me? Well, you kept sidetracking and I forgot. Oh? Who's sidetracking here? You even dared to try scamming an official. Oh right. Yang Tong slapped his thigh. I remember now. I wanted you to inform the Minghai Spirit Control Bureau that I've killed the one-legged hippo and a bunch of other fierce beasts. There's no way a beast tide can form on storm plains now. Fang Zhengming couldn't tell if Yang Tong was being serious or not. Are you serious? This isn't a joke. Why would I lie to you? Yang Tong said impatiently. Storm Plains is more desolate than Flame Hills now. At least there are still plenty of beasts there. If you don't believe me, check it out yourself. I'm busy, gotta go. After hanging up, Fang Zhengming was still in shock. Last time, Yang Tong was killing iron-level monarchs, and now he could take down gold-level ones? This wasn't normal growth. Was he some big shot pretending to be weak? But even then, this was too exaggerated. Considering Yang Tong's usual antics, Fang Zhengming couldn't help but worry for others. This guy had always been a troublemaker, and now that he was so powerful, how could anyone handle him? Better to let him deal with the fierce beasts. Humans couldn't afford his chaos. Yang Tong was about to graduate, and as long as he didn't come to Hong Kong University, Fang Zhengming was prepared to write him a recommendation letter no matter where he went. Meanwhile, Yang Tong was already on his way to another dangerous fierce beast territory in Minghai. A system notification sounded. Mission, Monarch Slayer, completed. Killed gold-level Monarch Sky-cracking Fluorite. Reward, Stamina 10, Mauchio's overall attributes increased by 0.5, Groundhog evolution rate increased by 0.5. The low rewards were expected. Future rewards for killing gold-level monarchs would only decrease. This was the cost of increasing strength. After selling off his recent gains, Yang Tong earned nearly $1 million. After necessary expenses, he decided to invest the remaining funds in enhancing Mauchio's abilities. Sitting by the roadside, Yang Tong pondered his next moves. One option was to continue boosting Mauchio's fire element, which had already reached 20, with skill level at 21. Further enhancement could push the skill level to 30, 40, or even 50, potentially rivaling high-level spells. But the downside was the single attribute focus, effective against the Oasis Ghost Tree but not so much against the Ghost Pattern Lizard. The second option was to enhance Mauchio's overall attributes and verify whether every 10 increase in total attributes would elevate its bloodline. Enhancing the bloodline can indeed improve Mauchio's talents and damage, but Yang Tong was deeply conflicted. He leaned back in his chair, pondering the pros and cons of this choice. Firstly, it was uncertain whether Mauchio could evolve. Even if it could, the extent of the enhancement was unknown. The most troublesome part was that obtaining the time and space energy cores was nearly impossible. After much thought, Yang Tong gritted his teeth and decided to go with the second plan first, and then consider the first one. He immediately took out his phone and called Fang Jingming. Hello, Lao Fang. A weak voice came from the other end, brother. What do you want this time? Yang Tong got straight to the point. I need to get some supplies from you. What? Fang Jingming's tone instantly turned wary. You want to get supplies from the Spirit Control Bureau? Brother, joking around is one thing, but don't actually think of yourself as some mafia boss. That stuff is untouchable. No matter how good our relationship is, I have to arrest you if you get involved. It has caused too many deaths. You've got it all wrong. Yang Tong interrupted his lecture helplessly. I just want to buy some time and space energy cores. Fang Zhengming sounded a bit embarrassed. I swear to the heavens, I have nothing to do with gambling or drugs, Yang Tong added. Swear on Huang Tian and Ho Tu? Don't mind the details. Just tell me if you can sell them. Fang Jingming pondered for a moment. Space cores are manageable, but time cores are truly out of reach. Yang Tong felt a sinking feeling. It seemed the second plan wouldn't work. This meant Mao Chio's time abilities could only be improved through system rewards. Lao Fang, can you explain why the country is so strict about regulating time resources? It's not exactly a secret. Fang Zhengming's tone turned serious. It's not just our country. The entire world is controlling the flow of time resources. Everyone fears someone might master time-related skills. Yang Tong chuckled inwardly. Mao Chio had already mastered time skills, and to be honest, those skills weren't as powerful as imagined. But he couldn't say that out loud, so he asked, isn't it said that no one can master time skills? What if someone does? Fang Zhiming countered. Why do you need the time energy core anyway? Yang Tong was at a loss for words. It was indeed hard to explain. He shifted the topic. If someone masters time skills, wouldn't that be a good thing? Time skills are too mysterious. Fang Jingming explained. If someone outside of national control masters time skills, the consequences are unpredictable. Yang Tong silently reviewed the 4 known time skills Mao Chio had: time walk, time pause for 1 second, time rewind for 1 second, and rewind to the scene within the past hour. These skills couldn't be activated yet, and none could be upgraded. If they could be upgraded to a 24-hour period, they might be of some use. However, from others' perspectives, Yang Tong could understand the national concern. He could see the issue from a Godseyev view because of Mao Chio. For ordinary people, time skills did seem powerful and mysterious. Given the nature of adventurers, if they truly mastered the kind of time skills people imagined, who knows what kind of chaos they might cause. Quickly understanding Fang Zhengming's meaning, Yang Tong said in a deep voice, that's to prevent malicious people. Do I look like one of them? Fang Zhengming coldly retorted, don't you? Sensing Fang Zhengming's deep misunderstanding of him, Yang Tong sincerely said, do I look like someone who would go rogue from the government? A godfather of Ningdu Harbor, do you really need to explain? Fang Zhengming's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Yang Tong noticed how different Fang Zhengming was over the phone, timid in person but aggressive in conversation. He listed his achievements with a heavy heart. I've bled for the country. I'm the runner-up of Dongshan province, having killed billions of lords and thousands of monarchs. I've benefited humanity, saved our race from peril, turned the tide when all seemed lost, and stabilized the crumbling state. Shouldn't a hero with such illustrious achievements be given some time to bond with an energy core? It's heartbreaking. Heroes are disheartened. The public is pained, and countless soldiers are saddened. All right, cut the theatrics, Fang Jingming interrupted. I'll apply for you, but I can't guarantee it will be approved. Yang Tong chuckled. Just having a chance is good enough. By the way, are time-based energy cores expensive? Not really. Just wait. To Yang Tong's surprise, the price of time-based energy cores wasn't as high as he had expected. This was because the price of items depends on market demand, and the demand for time-based energy cores was low. Countries held vast amounts of time-based resources, neither daring to circulate them freely nor willing to discard them. Yang Tong continued to sit on the curb, waiting for news. He hoped Mao Chio could develop comprehensively. Since Mao Chio's skills showed all attributes, there must be a special significance, and it shouldn't be allowed to specialize too narrowly. Fang Zhengming's call came soon. I've applied for you. You can exchange a total of 10 million resources for both time and space attributes. Just go to a spirit control bureau to exchange them. Old Fang, I knew I could count on you. When it comes to getting things done, you're the best. Yang Tong looked at his balance and thought the application amount was just within his financial limit. At the Minghai Spirit Control Bureau, Yang Tong began the exchange process. He spent 6 million on time resources, 2 million on space resources, and kept over 1 million for mission expenses. Since the application required 3 days for processing, he had the resources sent directly to Quanqing. In the following days, Yang Tong embarked on a frenzied mission spree. He followed his planned route, completing dangerous and nightmare-level missions in every city along the way. Unfortunately, the nightmare-level missions no longer offered rewards, likely due to being overexploited. He tried a few ordinary-level beast territories, but found that killing an Iron Tier Lord only yielded 5 stamina points, so he abandoned this option. When Yang Tong returned to Quancheng, the resources had arrived. Excitedly squatting on the hotel toilet, he said to Mao Qiu, "Eat up, it's all money, eat as much as you can." Seeing this familiar scene, Mao Qiu was momentarily speechless. Just as Yang Tong was immersed in the joy of Mao Qiu consuming the resources, he suddenly realized he didn't need to squat in the hotel bathroom. There was no one else outside. His legs were going numb. Leaving Mao Qiu to continue eating in the bathroom, Yang Tong lay on the bed and asked the groundhog, "When are you going to evolve?" The groundhog quickly wrote, "Next time for sure." Anticipating this response, Yang Tong tossed it aside. Once Mao Qiu finished consuming the resources, Yang Tong eagerly checked the summoning contract. The space attribute reached 18, and the time attribute 19.5, neither breaking the 20 threshold, which surprised him. The time skill remained at level 1, but Mao Qiu's contract data was encouraging. The lowest skill had increased to level 16. Constantly completing missions had left Yang Tong with little savings. Moving forward, he needed to focus on killing monarchs to enhance Mao Qiu's abilities and find ways to earn money. Yang Tong opened the map, carefully planning the next route. His goal was clear if conditions allowed. He would clear all dangerous beast territories in Dongshan province within 2 months. If not, he would still aim to complete this task in the same time frame. At this moment, he was like an executioner wielding a sharp axe, ready to bring down the blade on the necks of the golden lords of Dongshan province. Upon returning to Quancheng, he decisively chose it as his next target. Facing the dying Fei Chuan Koi, Yang Tong swung his scythe, creating a new wound. He thrust his hands into it and tore the lord-level beast apart like ripping paper. Calmly, he took out a wet wipe to clean the blood off his hands and murmured to himself, "Guess I've literally torn a lord apart now." After roasting a piece of meat, Yang Tong waited quietly for Mao Mao and the groundhog to finish their meal. The system prompt soon followed. Task completed, gained 10 stamina, a small amount of spirit control power. Mao Mao's overall attributes increased by 0.5, and the groundhog's evolution rate increased by 0.5. This brought Mao Mao one step closer to the 20 overall attribute goal. As for the other beasts at the Roaring Fountain, Yang Tong couldn't be bothered. This time, he had purposefully sought out a lord and found the target within 2 days. After leaving, he first called Gao Yi, but there was no answer, probably still on duty in the Tianzong Desert. Next, he contacted Fang Jingming and briefly informed him, "Tell the Quancheng Spirit Control Bureau that the Roaring Fountain is no more." Fang Jingming was momentarily confused. "What do you mean by no more?" "It means I killed the Fei Chuan Koi and wiped out the beast tide." "Oh?" Fang Jingming was stunned. "Wait a minute, let me get this straight. A few days ago, you said you killed the one-legged hippo, and now you've killed the Fei Chuan Koi?" "That's right. You've got to be kidding me." "Cut the crap, just pass on the message." Fang Jingming was still in disbelief. "How did you find a lord so quickly from Minghai to Quancheng? What's so hard about finding a lord?" Yang Tong replied casually. This left Fang Jingming deep in thought. During the conversation, Yang Tong suddenly asked, "By the way, how come you always answer the phone? Don't you need to guard your territory? The Flame Hills were cleared out by you. What's there to guard?" Yang Tong immediately put on a senior official's demeanor. "Old Fang, this kind of slack mentality is unacceptable. You need to improve your ideological awareness. Even though the Flame Hills Lord is gone, there are still the Darkport and unseen nightmare-level territories. You need to keep up the spirit of not fearing hardship and continue to shine." Fang Jingming was speechless for a moment. "Did you forget I'm only at silver level? Going to the Dark Port would be suicide. So what if you're silver? I'm only at iron level and can still slay golden lords. You, at silver, can't take down an emperor? Enough." Fang Jingming cut him off. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." After hanging up, Fang Jingming fell into contemplation. An iron level slaying a golden lord in a few days. If he reaches golden level, won't he be storming the abyss? This needs to be reported immediately. Meanwhile, in the abyss, Li Xinghe was practicing a vigorous Tai Chi routine. A spirited female officer knocked and entered, handing him a tablet. "Mr. Li, please take a look." Li Xinghe stopped and said, "Why does this scene look so familiar?" The officer quickly apologized. "Sorry, I got too excited." "No worries, let's talk while we walk." As they headed towards the teleportation portal, he asked, "What has you so excited?" "It's that young man from last time." "Oh? Did he take down another lord barehanded?" "This time, it's a lord." "Oh?" Seeing Li Xing's puzzled expression, the officer couldn't help but laugh. Li Xinghe grumbled, "If you want to laugh, just laugh, and then explain properly." After laughing, the officer suggested, "You'd better watch the footage. It's hard to explain." Outside the teleportation portal, Li Xinghe opened the tablet and said, "This scene looks familiar too." The officer sighed, "I know you can't read, but this time it's a video." After watching Fang Zhengming's report video, Li Xinghe was silent for a long time before blurting out, "What the hell? Are all young people this fierce nowadays?" "Just this one." The officer clarified to avoid misunderstanding. That's impressive enough. Even I wasn't this fierce back in the day. The officer face-bombed. Usually, Li Xinghe was like a kindly old neighbor, but in critical moments, his old bandit nature revealed itself. Is this kid bluffing? Not verified yet, but a spirit control bureau chief wouldn't lie about something like this. Li Xinghe fell silent again, finally sighing, the younger generation is truly formidable. By the way, how is his character? Not assessed yet, but here are some of his achievements. After hearing Yang Tong's impressive deeds, Li Xinghe was increasingly astonished. If we let him join the flamebearers, he won't extinguish the fire, will he? The officer shook her head. He shouldn't. Why not? With his style, he'd probably set the entire blue star ablaze. The fire wouldn't go out. It would burn even brighter. Stop with the jokes. Rest assured. Haven't you noticed his style resembles someone? Who? Pausing, he added, if you say me, I'll knock your head off. The officer sighed. Just tell me if it's similar or not. Li Xinghe mumbled, slightly embarrassed. You don't understand? I'm different from him. I was a hero in chaotic times. His voice trailed off. The female officer continued to introduce the rising talents, listing names from Bailey Winru to Chu Guangming. After hearing these names, Li Xinghe couldn't help but sigh. What a competitive era. I can't tell if it's a good thing or not. The female officer, puzzled, asked, isn't having more geniuses a good thing? Li Xinghe shook his head and explained. Where do you think all these geniuses come from? It's the situation forcing them. A few hundred years ago, being able to contract a summoned spirit was considered genius. Now, you have to defeat monarchs barehanded to earn that title. The fact that these talents are emerging like mushrooms after the rain only indicates one thing: the world is about to descend into chaos. Are you suggesting the abyss? The female officer asked, her expression growing serious. Probably, but no one can say for sure, Li Xinghe said, spreading his hands. Humanity has never fully understood the abyss' true power. The only thing certain is that even as the soul star level human, I can't hold back the abyss. It's only behaving now because it's being restrained by various forces. Seeing the concern on the female officer's face, Li Xinghe reassured her. Don't worry, this old body of mine can hold out until these youngsters grow up. I just have some concerns. The female officer began, but Li Xinghe interrupted her. Relax, I won't die. Indeed, Li Xinghe was not only the pillar of Longxia, but also the steadfast protector of all humanity. Should he pass away, the beasts of the abyss would undoubtedly prioritize devouring the human world. At that point, even if all spirit masters abandoned other beast territories to concentrate on defense, they wouldn't be able to fend off the abyss onslaught. Li Xinghe counted on his fingers and suddenly asked, what's 500 plus 138? 638. In the blink of an eye, I've lived 638 years. Li Xinghe mused, looking at the clouds drifting lazily in the sky. That's quite a lengthy blink. Do I need your commentary? Li Xinghe shot her a glance, then sighed deeply. The female officer could hear his exhaustion in that sigh. 500 years of guarding the abyss, with only a mere 138 years of normal life. Although there had been no recent battles with the abyss, the prolonged guardianship had left Li Xinghe physically and mentally drained. Just as the female officer was about to comfort him, Li Xinghe suddenly said, damn abyss. It hasn't even given me time to visit a brothel. You know, maybe I should take advantage of the current peace and visit one. Is that really what you're lamenting? Is it appropriate for someone of your stature to go to a brothel? The female officer couldn't help but retort. What's inappropriate about it? No one would recognize me anyway. The only thing left in the legends would be a pear blossom pressing down on a crabapple. Indeed, in his 500 years of guarding the abyss, Li Xinghe had rarely shown himself in public. His old comrades had long since passed away, and now only government officials from various countries knew him. These people wouldn't visit brothels, and even if they did, it wouldn't be by chance. As for the general public, they only knew of an old man named Li Lao, without knowing what he looked like. Why do you always have such detailed plans for these things? Didn't you claim to be uneducated? Besides, there are no brothels anymore. No brothels? None. Give up on that idea. Seeing Li Xinghe's disappointed expression, the female officer felt a bit sympathetic. How about I take you to Red Romance? And what's that? It's similar to a brothel. First, you take a bath, then get scrubbed with salt, followed by a sauna, and finally, a massage. So many steps, Li Xinghe said, looking intrigued, but then shook his head. I can't go. I have to keep an eye on the abyss. If nothing happens for a while, then maybe... As he turned to walk towards the teleportation channel, he suddenly looked back and asked, by the way, why does a young woman like you know so much about Red Romance? That's just how young people have fun these days. The female officer reviewed Yang Tong's file again and asked, have you ever sneaked out in these 500 years? No, I wouldn't dare stray too far from the abyss. Why do you ask? Nothing, the female officer replied, although she strongly suspected that Yang Tong might be Li Xinghe's offspring, given their striking similarities. A month later, Yang Tong began a relentless sweep of dangerous-level missions. He found Fang Jingming particularly useful and reliable. Every time Yang Tong killed a gold-level monarch, he would call to report it. Fang Jingming had become numb to these calls, having completely altered his perception of gold-level monarchs. For Yang Tong, killing a gold-level monarch was as easy as others hunting ordinary beasts, completely transforming Fang Jingming's worldview. The groundhog hadn't changed much, but the furball was different. Brother Ball was just one step away from achieving 20 in all attributes, and could even reach 30 if given enough time, truly becoming a magical king. After selling off accumulated resources, Yang Tong bought gold and would attribute resources for Brother Ball. After consuming them, Brother Ball rolled its eyes and collapsed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Yang Tong laughed maniacally, hands on his hips. Brother Ball is about to evolve again. The talent assessment revealed that Mauchio possesses the elemental affinity trait, which makes it naturally favored by the elements. All elemental damage attacks and skill effects are boosted by 30. Even more surprisingly, it also has the unlimited power talent, allowing it to cast skills without consuming any spirit energy. Checking the skill panel, the elemental skill values are impressive. Lightning element 21, fire element 25, wind element 23, water element 23, metal element 20, wood element 20, earth element 25, light element 21, dark element 20, space element 23, time element 25. Bloodline level, E. Awesome. This is freaking awesome. Yang Tong excitedly paced back and forth in the contract space. Over the past month, he had exhausted nearly all his resources and spared no expense on tickets and other costs to boost Mauchio's power. Eager to test Mauchio in the spirit arena, Yang Tong directly ordered, "Hit me." Mauchio looked confused. It was the first time it had received such a peculiar request. "Test the firepower," Yang Tong explained. Mauchio immediately unleashed Fire Dragon Dance, a display of overwhelming power. This already strong area attack skill now possessed near-forbidden spell-level potency. Not only was the damage enhanced, but the skill effects were also significantly boosted by the talent. Standing in the midst of a beast horde, the ferocious beasts around Mauchio were roasted without needing a direct hit. Rubbing his bald head, Yang Tong sighed. "Can you make my hair grow to the point where I need to visit Tony for a haircut? I'm really tired of cutting it myself." After testing all of Mauchio's skills, Yang Tong couldn't help but marvel at the leap in power. Now, even when facing monarch-level opponents, Mauchio wouldn't be reduced to just clearing out small beasts. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Tongha could use the groundhog as a sparring partner. However, when he turned to look at the groundhog, it was already exaggeratedly rolling its eyes and lying on the ground. Is the groundhog evolving? Yang Tong eagerly checked the summoning contract, only to find the bloodline level was still F. "I'm not evolving, just trying to feel what evolution is like," the groundhog honestly wrote in its notebook. Whack! Yang Tong slapped it. "I think your talent is just acting suicidal." On the way to Quanqing, Yang Tong seriously studied the data on various bosses in the Heavenly Burial Desert. Learning from past failures, this time he targeted the Sandstorm Red Fox Small, magic type, perfect for gaining experience. However, as soon as he arrived at the Spirit Control Bureau's base, he ran into Gao Yi. "What are you doing here again?" "Governor, sir. I'm here for training," Yang Tong greeted enthusiastically. Gao Yi said earnestly, "Yang Tong, you're a promising talent. But remember, too much of anything is not good. Remember to balance work and rest," Gao Yi said with a worried expression. As someone who had never set foot in the Desert of Burial, he had no idea how much of a storm Yang Tong had already stirred up in Dongshan province. To him, it seemed excessive for Yang Tong, a young man who had just reached the Black Iron rank, to challenge the nightmare-level Desert of Burial after only a month's rest. Yang Tong understood Gao Yi's concern and sighed softly. Time waits for no one. The pressure of the college entrance exam is immense, like thousands of soldiers crossing a single log bridge. And you feel pressured? Gao Yi couldn't help but shake his head. "Don't I know your strength?" "You really don't," Yang Tong thought to himself, but he just nodded and said, "I understand. I'm not an adventurer. There's no need to push myself so hard." Seeing Yang Tong's dismissive attitude, Gao Yi decided to change the subject. "Why didn't you ask me to back you up this time?" "No need," Yang Tong explained with a smile. "In the nightmare level, I can't make much of a splash." From his previous experience, he knew that Gao Yi couldn't really support him. Haha. Gao Yi laughed heartily. "You sure are self-aware. All right, I won't take up any more of your time. But remember, if you get too tired, come back and rest. Don't push yourself too hard." "Got it, Governor." After leaving the base, Yang Tong murmured to himself, to be fair, Gao Yi is a pretty decent guy. He couldn't help but think that Gao Yi truly lived up to his role as the governor of Dongshan. Since Gaoi cared so much for him, he felt he should reciprocate. Yang Tong made a silent vow to eliminate the ghost-marked lizard, bring peace to the desert of burial, and help Gao Yi escape this prison. Although Gao Yi's rank and duties meant he couldn't semi-retire like Feng Jingming, at least he could lighten his load a bit. After all, needing to guard a place and helping someone else guard it are two entirely different mindsets. Even if Gao Yi had to oversee other nightmare-level beast territories, he'd have more assistance by his side. At this moment, Gao Yi had no idea that his heartfelt advice, given out of appreciation for talent, would inadvertently secure his future happiness in retirement. Yang Tong pulled out a piece of paper from his storage space. It was a document he had specially printed to cope with the inability to use his phone in the territory of the ferocious beasts. The document contained basic information to help locate his target, without any details on its weaknesses. After all, no one had yet discovered the weaknesses of a platinum lord. However, to Yang Tong, the weak point of the desert sand fox was glaringly obvious. It was a magic-type creature. In just 2 days, Yang Tong found his target in this desolate desert. He lay behind a sand dune, watching the hairless, yellow-skinned fox from a ferret matched the description in the document perfectly. It was then that he realized the chi in its name didn't mean red, but rather bear. To avoid alerting his target, Yang Tong didn't even let the ball control the sand. Instead, he carefully crawled forward through the sand. When he got close enough, he suddenly launched his attack. The desert sand fox was startled by the sudden assault. Just as it was about to roar, a fist-sized ball was precisely shoved into its mouth. A glint of disdain flashed in the fox's eyes. A lord-level creature, how could a mere ball pose any threat? However, when it tried to crush the ball, a searing pain made tears well up in its eyes. The ball was made from the bark of the oasis ghost tree, a material Yang Tong had paid a fortune to have a smith craft. Even the smith had looked at him like he was insane. Before the fox could use its tongue to push the ball out, Yang Tong swiftly secured it with an iron chain. Now, the desert sand fox was like a muzzled Tibetan mastiff, but its power was far beyond that of any dog. Even with its mouth sealed, it could still cast spells. However, Yang Tong easily dodged 5 consecutive spells, leaving the fox in shock. Who could evade the instant cast spells of a platinum lord? It was as absurd as Hua Chong standing by while Feng Biao struggled to light a cigarette. With no other options, the desert sand fox unleashed a large-scale spell, filling the sky with yellow sand and obscuring visibility. But Yang Tong simply burrowed into the arms of a groundhog to completely avoid the storm's damage, leisurely stroking the groundhog's fur. What truly drove the fox to despair was its inability to summon a beast horde because its mouth was blocked. Although the power of its bloodline remained, its minions were left bewildered without specific commands, unsure of what to do. This was exactly Yang Tong's plan. Without the threat of a beast horde, the desert sand fox was like fish on a chopping board. When its large-scale spell went on cooldown, Yang Tong finally launched his attack. 2 heavy punches landed squarely on the fox's face, giving it 2 black eyes. Hey, now you're upgraded to a national treasure. Your value just skyrocketed, Yang Tong quipped. The desert sand fox could only watch in despair as its last spell was effortlessly dodged. The battle had gone exactly as Yang Tong had planned from the moment the red sand fox was trapped in the capture ball. In close combat, the red sand fox was completely outmatched. Even attempting to flee was futile. Even at its peak, it couldn't match Yang Tong's speed, let alone now when it was severely injured. Yang Tong grabbed the red sand fox by the tail, skillfully dodging its final counterattack, and flung it towards the groundhog. The groundhog caught the fox firmly, using its paws to form a natural cage. Keep an eye on it, Yang Tong said sternly to the groundhog. If it escapes or dies, you'll pay with your life. The threat clearly worked, and the groundhog nodded frantically. Determined to protect its happy life, it kept a vigilant watch over the monarch-level beast. Next, Yang Tong made an unexpected move. Removed the muzzle from the red sand fox. This action gave the fox a glimmer of hope, and it immediately summoned a beast horde, trying to escape amidst the chaos. This was exactly what Yang Tong had anticipated. The dunes began to shift violently, signaling the arrival of the beast horde. Yang Tong leisurely set up a tent, avoiding the sandstorm, and even started roasting meat. The battlefield was now handed over to Mauchio, whose area effect skills swept through the horde. Only platinum-level beasts could barely get close, but even then, Mauchio always managed to maintain distance, continuously wearing down its opponents. For 3 days and nights, Mauchio fought tirelessly within the beast horde. The groundhog remained ever vigilant, fearing that the red sand fox might seize the opportunity to escape. When the last of the lord-level beasts fell, the desert was littered with the corpses of beasts, and even the hard energy cores were shattered. This was Yang Tong's first complete annihilation of a beast horde. The red sand fox, in a desperate bid for survival, sacrificed all its subordinates but ultimately couldn't escape. After the battle, Mauchio's attributes increased by 2, and Yang Tong's stamina and spirit control power surged, reaching Black Iron 1 star. Finally, Yang Tong personally finished off the Red Sand Fox. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Stamina 20, Reaction 5, gained a large amount of spirit control power. Mao Chio's attributes increased by 1, Groundhog's evolution rate increased by 1, acquired skill, Ice Shard, and a special weapon bundle for the Berserker class. In the following plot development, Yang Tong felt slightly disappointed for only acquiring the low-level water skill, Ice Shard, but he continued planning his next move. During a casual chat with the Groundhog, an amusing conversation unfolded. Arshu, why couldn't I find your point? Yang Tong asked. The Groundhog wrote, I'm male, you know. I know. Males should have a point too. I'm asking where your jujube is, not your bun. After a round of laughter and banter, the conversation ended with the Groundhog's retort to Yang Tong. I'm not a pervert, and you dare say you're not a weirdo studying groundhogs for fun. Yang Tong had been searching for a long time but still couldn't uncover the secrets of the groundhog. Frowning, he repeatedly confirmed his findings there should be something there, even for a male. This discovery only fueled his curiosity further. He decided to examine other groundhogs, or, if necessary, study a male dog. This persistent spirit of exploration made him secretly proud. Maybe he really had the potential to become a scientist. In the distance, the roots of the Ghostwood Oasis stretched for dozens of miles deep in the desert. It spotted Yang Tong from afar and immediately began to move away. This was the 4th time it had encountered Yang Tong, and as it moved, it questioned its existence. How could it keep running into this nuisance in such a vast desert? By the time Yang Tong arrived, the Ghostwood Oasis had moved several dozen meters, but given its enormous size, this was almost like standing still. Knowing Yang Tong's character well, the Ghostwood Oasis had already summoned a beast horde. As Yang Tong approached, the horde was already visible on the horizon. This time was different from the last. Yang Tong had a more powerful ally than newly evolved Xiaogu. Confident, he thought. Even if Xiaogu fought for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't tire. And if things really got out of hand, he could always control Mao Qiu. Yang Tong left Mao Qiu to deal with the beast horde while he, along with the groundhog, headed straight for the Ghostwood Oasis. Wielding a scythe, he hacked away like a lumberjack, each strike leaving small marks on the Ghostwood's tough bark. Despite the minimal effect, he remained undeterred, occasionally using 2 playing cards to blast the trunk for a cleansing effect. Meanwhile, Mao Qiu was clearing the beast horde and firing skills at the Ghostwood Oasis. Purple lightning bolts occasionally struck its canopy, leaving scorched marks on the dark trunk. As Yang Tong chopped away, he pondered the value of the lightning-struck wood, even considering having Mao Qiu electrify the entire tree. His strategy was simple. If he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he'd wear it down slowly. When tired, he'd collect wood chips to start a fire, grill some beast meat, rest for a bit, and then continue chopping. The Ghostwood Oasis, wanting to eliminate the groundhog before dealing with Yang Tong, was too slow to escape their entanglement. Yang Tong also tried his ice and fire skills, alternating fireballs and ice shards from his left and right hands. Although these attacks caused minimal damage to the Ghostwood, he enjoyed the practice. The groundhog bent over, like a giant tent, shielding Yang Tong. Suddenly, Yang Tong had a thought and said to the groundhog, Brother Groundhog, what if it sends a root from underground to take you out? The groundhog fell into deep thought after hearing Yang Tong's words. Indeed, the Godfather's perspective was always so unique and profound. It quickly lowered its small tail to cautiously cover its weak spot. As a proper groundhog, it had no desire to experience those strange sensations. A system notification immediately popped up. Stamina 5. All attributes of the fluffball increased by 1. Then came a series of alerts. Task completed. Stamina 20. Reaction 5. Gained a large amount of spirit control power. The fluffball's attributes increased by another 1, and the groundhog's evolution rate increased by 1. Even more exciting, Yang Tong received a random summoning skill, Fire Dragon, and a special weapon gift pack for Marauders. The death of the Oasis Ghost Tree came silently. Without the system prompt, Yang Tong wouldn't have realized it was already dead. The massive plant didn't seem to change much, except for a slight color change at the spot hit by the fluffball skill. It had its life force slowly drained by the fluffball skill, dying in a rather stifled manner. A day earlier, Brother Ball had already cleared the beast tide, focusing solely on the Oasis Ghost Tree. Notably, none of the fierce beasts in the tide escaped. They all charged to their deaths under the monarch's control. This made Yang Tong reflect. Following the right leader is indeed crucial, or at least one should learn from Aji and Defy. Seeing the words, Fire Dragon, Yang Tong was initially delighted, but then turned dark-faced. He angrily questioned the system. Where's Dance of Fire Dragons? Did you swallow those words? He seriously suspected the system was messing with him. The difference was infuriating. A regular fire dragon was just a series of fireballs, hardly comparable to the Dance of Fire Dragons. Unexpectedly, the system responded. even with an infuriating wave symbol. You said you didn't want Dance of Fire Dragons? Yang Tong quickly changed his tune. I regret it now. Can I have Dance of Fire Dragons? The system only replied with a hee-hee, and the mocking tone nearly shattered Yang Tong's composure. He then leveled up to Iron Black 2-star, with the chance to push for 3-star. Indeed, farming bosses was the shortcut to leveling up. Relying on practice alone would take who knows how long. If only there was a script for auto-grinding, it would be perfect. After finding the energy core of the Oasis Ghost Tree, Yang Tong handed it to the two little ones and then gazed up at the massive corpse. Thankfully, the storage space was large enough. Otherwise, he would have had to painfully discard some pseudo-Jushin sword arrays. These were upgraded to version 2.0, incorporating lime powder, reinforced concrete, and various herbs, each one highly valuable. Another series of system notifications followed. Task completed, various attributes increased, gain new skill, Aurora, and a Marauder exclusive weapon gift pack. Killing the stone-spiked boar was much easier than dealing with the Oasis Ghost Tree. It brought the beast tied to them, and although its attack power was strong, its health was far less than the Oasis Ghost Tree's. With the groundhog as an invincible defender, the battle was a breeze. Yang Tong effortlessly leveled up to Iron Black 3-star. Just one more Golden Monarch to defeat and he could advance to Silver. However, this battle also made him realize a problem. All three of his innate skills were quite mediocre. Elemental Affinity was a god-tier skill for the fluffball but useless for him. Infinite Firepower had limited help for his current summons, and Battle Roar not only had usage restrictions but also overlapped with the Groundhog's abilities, requiring too many stacks to be effective. Given the current situation, Yang Tong's defensive strategy has glaring weaknesses. He uses a technique called Battle Roar to increase his size to over 1,000 meters. While this might seem powerful, it makes him overly cumbersome. In contrast, the nimble maneuvers employed by the Groundhog Qin Wang are far more effective. Of course, for a groundhog, such a massive size can be quite advantageous. The enlarged groundhog feels much safer, and its soft, warm fur adds to its comfort. However, for Yang Tong, the size increase from Battle Roar becomes a significant drawback. His size grows, but his strength doesn't, creating an imbalance that severely hampers his ability to control his power. That said, Battle Roar isn't entirely without merit. Unlike the sunglasses that only alter facial appearance, it can enlarge his entire body, including the smallest details, providing a slight boost in combat power. For instance, when dealing with the stone-spiked boar, Yang Tong used this feature to employ a strategy of intimidation and eventually wiped out the beast horde. Now, the plan to help Gaui retire early has reached its final stage. All preparations are complete, and they're ready for the final strike. Although the ghost pattern lizard is injured, presenting a rare opportunity, Yang Tong knows he must remain calm. He doesn't need to make the first move. As long as he stays in his suit, the ghost-patterned lizard will come to him. Based on available intelligence, the ghost-patterned lizard's most lethal weapon is its tongue, with other parts posing far less threat. If he can find a way to neutralize the tongue, the difficulty of the fight will drop significantly. Yet, Yang Tong hasn't been able to devise a perfect countermeasure. Using the small ball that worked against the Sandstorm Red Fox is clearly not an option. The lizard would swallow it whole. Making a larger ball won't help either, as the Emperor-class ghost-patterned lizard could easily crush it. Yang Tong's current Platinum Monarch-level materials can't withstand the Diamond Emperor-level bite force. The simplest plan might be to mimic Sun Wukong's tactic, entering the lizard's body to solve the problem from within. But this is a high-stakes gamble. He might end up dead before the lizard even realizes what's happening. Additionally, the thought of the lizard's disgusting saliva triggers Yang Tong's cleanliness obsession. Yes, despite being a sewer boy, Yang Tong has a cleanliness obsession. This plan can only be a last resort, to be used only when absolutely necessary. As Yang Tong's mind raced through and dismissed various plans, his gaze suddenly fell on the groundhog, leisurely eating nearby. The marmot was happily munching on an energy core when it suddenly felt a jolt of unease. Its experience told it that this sensation often meant Yang Tong was up to no good again. This thought made the marmot even more anxious. It turned its head and, sure enough, locked eyes with Yang Tong, who was staring at it with a mischievous glint. Having been tricked by Yang Tong many times, the marmot was already numb to it. It put down the energy core and ran over to preemptively write, "I don't want to." Yang Tong was taken aback for a moment. "What do you mean you don't want to? Not eating anymore?" "No." The marmot quickly wrote, "I don't want to carry out your plan. I haven't even said I have a plan. Whatever it is, you're going to trick me, and I won't do it." The marmot's writing was defiant. Yang Tong sneered. "Since when do you get to boss me around? Don't you know who's in charge here?" The marmot deflated, silently admitting to itself, "True, I can't beat him." Although Yang Tong didn't cause it any real harm, the pain was definitely real. Yang Tong took out the corpse of the Oasis Ghostwood, initially reaching for a chainsaw but switching to a handsaw when he realized the chainsaw was out of power. Seeing the thin saw blade and the thick tree trunk, he quickly gave up, opting instead to break off a thick branch, which he then polished before putting the ghostwood back together. Let me tell you my plan, Yang Tong began. Can I not listen? The marmot cautiously wrote. No, you can't. The marmot drooped its head in resignation. Yang Tong held up 3 fingers. 3 steps to deal with it. Invite it over, behead it, and then take it as a pet. Which step should we start with? Invite it over, then behead it, and finally take it as a pet. The marmot wrote nonchalantly. Are you kidding me? How can you take it as a pet after beheading it? Godfather. I'll follow your lead. The marmot immediately corrected itself. Yang Tong shook his head. I'm not using any of those steps. Then why are you even talking? The marmot rolled its eyes, but didn't dare write down its thoughts. Here's the new plan, Yang Tong continued. Step 1. We find a place with fierce beasts and wear suits to lure out the ghost-patterned lizard. The marmot nodded in agreement. Its little brain working quickly. Luring a beast out was indeed more efficient than searching for one actively. Step 2. Yang Tong retracted 1 finger. We drag the ghost-patterned lizard around the sky burial desert for a while. Why? The marmot wrote in confusion, unable to understand why they would walk around instead of fighting once they found their target. Yang Tong drew a circle in the sand with his finger. To make it summon more fierce beasts. I plan to take them all out in one Gokul. 90% of the fierce beasts in the sky burial desert. The marmot suddenly understood. The idea was to have the ghost-patterned lizard help gather the beasts. The more they killed, the greater the reward. But since killing beasts was Furball's job, the marmot wasn't too concerned. Finally, Yang Tong retracted his last finger and said solemnly, we kill the ghost-patterned lizard. I need you to disable its tongue. The marmot, which had been nodding, froze in shock. Oh? Due to Yang Tong's recent mass killings, the number of fierce beasts in the sky burial desert had sharply declined. After a long search, they finally encountered one. If it weren't for the system task, Yang Tong wouldn't have resorted to such an extreme measure. He took off a sack, confirming it wasn't embroidered with the names of the 4 swords of immortality, revealing a black suit. He adjusted his tie while shaking the sand out of his shoes. Now it's up to you, Furball. Take down the beast first, Yang Tong said to Furball. Furball wobbled back and forth. Puff puff. Yang Tong then cast a stern glance at the marmot. Winner takes all, loser eats dust. If you mess this up, you know what happens. The marmot was about to take out its pin when Yang Tong cut it off coldly. No negotiation. You won't die anyway. The marmot reluctantly put away its pen and notebook. Yang Tong suddenly raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, it's coming. The ghost-patterned lizard arrived just in time, cooperating perfectly. Yang Tong grinned, welcoming it like an old friend. Without waiting for pleasantries, the lizard immediately lashed out its tongue to attack. Yang Tong deftly dodged and noticed the unusual calm behind him. Tiske, still not enough hatred. Yang Tong teased, you didn't bring a beast horde? Just you? Seems last time's lesson wasn't harsh enough, old pal. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Yang Tong pulled out the sack that the lizard would never forget. Remember this? With a roar, the ghost-patterned lizard went berserk at the sight of the fake Zhu Xian sword formation. Yang Tong took the opportunity to circle behind it. Astonished by the creature's rapid healing abilities, the previous wounds were completely healed, and even the excrement was thoroughly cleaned. Hope you didn't use your tongue for that, Yang Tong muttered, delivering a heavy punch to the lizard's hind leg. He quickly threw out several fake Zhu Xian sword formations and turned to run. Sure enough, the true damage took effect, and the lizard began summoning a beast horde. During the chase, the lizard gradually noticed something was off. The beast horde was much smaller than usual. More infuriating was the absence of 3 of its lieutenants. It vowed to educate those disobedient subordinates once Yang Tong was dealt with. After running for a while, Yang Tong glanced back at the sandstorm of beasts following him and nodded in satisfaction. The gathering was complete. The rest could take care of themselves, and it shouldn't affect Gao Yi's retirement plan. He abruptly turned to face the lizard. From now on, I'm going to be unbeatable and godlike. As Mao Chio started clearing the beast horde, Yang Tong, armed with a sharp stick and a groundhog, focused intently on the lizard's tongue attack. It was a contest of reaction speed. But then, something unexpected happened. The lizard's tongue snatched the groundhog. Yang Tong was stunned. This development was completely unforeseen. However, he quickly smiled as it saved him some trouble. The groundhog rapidly swelled in midair, eventually getting stuck in the lizard's mouth, dislocating its jaw. Yet, the victory was short-lived. The lizard's eerie patterns suddenly animated into numerous purple tentacles, launching a frenzied attack. Although the groundhog continued to swell under the assault, causing the lizard more pain, it soon abandoned attacking the groundhog and focused entirely on Yang Tong. With one successful hit, Yang Tong was sent flying, his left shoulder fractured, and the wound glowing ominously blue-poisoned. In a critical moment, Yang Tong started shouting, Demasha, Thunderstrike. Our homeland is a garden. He yelled out the names of various hotel chains, his body gradually growing larger, his suit eerily expanding with him. When Yang Tong's size finally matched the lizard's, he flexed his fingers, producing a chilling crackling sound, and a cold smile spread across his face. He glanced at his secret weapon and couldn't help but marvel. Bigger is indeed scarier. Though the proportions hadn't changed, the sheer size was truly impressive. The biggest drawback of the battle roar became glaringly obvious at this moment. With an increase in weight but no corresponding boost in strength, Yang Tong felt an unprecedented imbalance, his control over his power plummeting. There was no time to adjust. He had to laboriously move beside the ghost-patterned lizard and sit down heavily. The ghost-patterned lizard was in dire straits. A massive weight pressed down on it, its mouth stuffed with a gigantic gopher, its eyes bulging out. As Yang Tong sat on it, he noticed that the lizard's patterned attacks had become completely harmless. Even though he realized he had misunderstood the gopher's abilities earlier, this didn't deter his future plans to continue toying with it after all. Someone who could trick himself wouldn't care about a gopher's feelings. Yang Tong adjusted his position, turning his back to the lizard's head, firmly gripping its tail with one hand. With the other hand, he summoned the Fong Rabbit's spiked club, which now appeared tiny in his enlarged hand. Without hesitation, he thrust the club into the wound created by the immortal execution array and then kicked it all the way in. Human, I want you dead. The ghost-patterned lizard's roar echoed in Yang Tong's mind. Yeah, you're right. Oh no, I'm dead. Yang Tong responded dismissively. You are offending the Emperor's dignity. Faced with such a feeble verbal threat, Yang Tong didn't even bother to reply. With a dull thud, the spiked club was spat out by the lizard, covered in blood and excrement. Yang Tong glanced at it disdainfully, relieved that it wasn't a valuable item. Chogo. At Yang Tong's command, Mao Qiu launched its attack. The fire dragon skill soared like a true dragon, far surpassing Yang Tong's lighter-like abilities. Then came the onslaught of wind, ice, lightning, flames, boulders, and waves, each skill relentlessly targeting the lizard's vital spots. Just as Yang Tong was about to use the thick branch from the oasis ghost wood for a new round of attacks, a sudden tremendous force sent him flying. His back felt as if it had been split by an axe, the pain excruciating. Turning around, he saw that the ghost-patterned lizard had unfolded a pair of massive blue wings. What the heck is this, a giant lizard or a dragon? Yang Tong couldn't help but mutter. Looking at the creature before him, covered in purple-patterned tentacles and sporting blue wings, he thought it resembled a ghost fire teen more than a ghost-patterned lizard. The ghost-patterned lizard unfurled its membranous wings and took to the sky, a sight that struck Yang Tong as profoundly jarring. Unlike the naturally majestic wings of a dragon, the lizard's wings appeared as if they had been forcibly grafted on, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Even more bizarre was the fact that this massive lizard had a giant groundhog clamped in its jaws as it hovered in the air. An almost absurd spectacle. It seemed to have realized that its patterned tendrils were ineffective against Yang Tong, so it wrapped the patterns around itself, forming a protective armor. Most of Mao Mao's attacks were deflected by this armor, and those that did penetrate were significantly weakened. For a moment, both sides were locked in a strange stalemate. As Yang Tong pondered his next move, the ghost-patterned lizard suddenly dove, sweeping its wing in a horizontal strike. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of its tongue lash, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Yang Tong was struck and sent flying, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, his battle roar played a crucial role at this moment. With a furious shout, Yang Tong's body size increased once more. It dawned on him that if he hadn't preemptively stuffed the groundhog into the lizard's mouth, preventing it from using its tongue attack in midair, the consequences would have been disastrous. Strategy within grasp, victory from afar. Yang Tong muttered to himself, grateful for his earlier decision as he applied medicine to his wounds. He then ordered Mao Mao to cease attacking the lizard and instead focus on the beast horde. Fueled by rage, Yang Tong advanced instead of retreating, launching an assault on the ghost-patterned lizard. The lizard's wing attacks rained down on him, each blow leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes. The suit's self-healing ability could no longer keep up with the pace of injuries, yet Yang Tong persisted. With each successive battle roar, Yang Tong's defense multiplied exponentially. From initial severe injuries to mere flesh wounds, eventually, the lizard's attacks could only leave shallow white marks on him. During this process, Yang Tong narrowly avoided losing his left eye to a side swipe, saved only by the substantial defense he had accumulated by then. Now, covered in blood and towering over the ghost-patterned lizard, Yang Tong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, stirring up dust on the desert floor. The lizard's most powerful attacks could no longer inflict significant harm, and his tattered suit was working tirelessly to heal his wounds. Yang Tong began methodically bandaging his injuries, using all available supplies from his storage space. This brutal battle had cost him nearly 100 roars, but in the end, he had emerged victorious. The 5-meter-long mummy wrap on Yang Tong's body seemed more like a band-aid, barely covering his scar-riddled frame. The burlap sack he had was even more pitifully small, not even the size of a patch. Technically, he could have shrunk his body to make the bandaging more effective, but he quickly dismissed the thought if he reverted to his normal size now, that ghost-patterned lizard would surely send him straight to the afterlife. With a sigh, Yang Tong used the tiny burlap sack to wipe the blood continuously seeping from his face. He wasn't the type to panic over minor injuries. In fact, he always considered scars to be a man's badge of honor. But now, these badges were too many, covering his entire body like a war-torn veteran buried under metals. What troubled him most was the scar on his face, a gash running from his crown to his chin, crossing his eye. This wound filled him with indignation. The ghost-patterned lizard had no sense of honor, not even adhering to the basic rule of never hit the face. As an aspiring streamer hoping to rely on his looks, a scarred face would render his book, How to Make Rich Women Fall in Love with You, utterly useless. At this moment, Yang Tong's one-stapper suit was in tatters, complemented by bandages and bloodstains, making him look less like a professional and more like a hardened character straight out of a gangster movie. His nonchalant attitude towards the ghost-patterned lizard, as he focused on his own bandaging, clearly infuriated the creature. However, being the ruler of its domain, the lizard quickly calmed down. It realized that this severely injured human was no longer afraid of it. Though it couldn't fathom what kind of monster Yang Tong and that groundhog were, reality was reality. It couldn't defeat Yang Tong, and Yang Tong couldn't take it down either. At this point, the only thing that posed a threat to the ghost-patterned lizard was the constantly color-changing furball. When it turned its gaze towards the bizarre, disco-like furball, Yang Tong's heart sank. Fierce beasts are terrifying not just because of their brutality, but because they can also be cunning. The ghost-patterned lizard grabbed a groundhog in its mouth and charged straight at Mao Qiao. With Mao Qiao's limited defenses, no matter how many buffs it had, a swipe from the lizard's wing would be fatal. Yang Tong was frantic and sprinted towards Mao Qiao. However, his increased size made it hard to control his strength, and he was much slower than the ghost-patterned lizard. In a desperate move, he tucked his head and rolled down the sand dune like a tornado of invincibility, managing to shield Mao Qiao just in time. As soon as the ghost-patterned lizard got close, it swung its fleshy wing for a heavy strike. Yang Tong quickly bent over to protect Mao Qiao, and the wing landed hard on his back. His suit tore apart, leaving a white mark on his skin that sounded like metal clashing. Yang Tong held onto Mao Qiao tightly, unwavering despite the lizard's relentless attacks. After several failed attempts, the lizard turned its attention to Yang Tong's exposed rear reef. It couldn't win heat. It would target his weak spot. You've hit me long enough. Time for my revenge. Die, human. The ghost-patterned lizard's thoughts echoed in Yang Tong's mind. Yang Tong sensed danger and felt a chill behind him. He quickly grabbed Mao Qiao and leaped up. Damn, that was careless. He had often targeted the lizard's weak spots before. Now he was paying the price for letting his guard down. Luckily, his defenses were strong enough, or he would have been in serious trouble. Seeing the lizard trying to escape, Yang Tong knew he couldn't let it get away. An emperor-level beast meant money and rewards. He placed Mao Qiao in a safe spot and launched a powerful attack at the ghost-patterned lizard. The lizard was caught off guard and pinned to the sand before it could spread its wings. This move not only prevented it from attacking Mao Qiao, but also stopped its escape. They just needed to wait for Mao Qiao to clear the beast horde, and then they could deal with the lizard together. But the lizard seemed obsessed with Yang Tong's weak spot and extended its patterned tentacles for another sneak attack. Yang Tong was both embarrassed and furious. You sneaky thing, trying that again? I just want to kill you, and you want to take me out. He wrestled with the tentacles, determined to protect his last line of defense. Human, your strength has earned the Emperor's respect. How about we make peace? The lizard transmitted a conciliatory thought. Nice use of idioms, Yang Tong sneered, but unfortunately, I'm the kind who turns peace into war. The two continued their back-and-forth struggle. The lizard tried to sweet-talk, but Yang Tong responded coldly with oh. Finally, the lizard offered its energy core as bait, piquing Yang Tong's interest and making him curious about its treasure trove. However, the lizard flatly denied having a treasure trove, enraging Yang Tong. If you don't have one, then why the hell are you talking to me? From then on, no matter what the lizard said, Yang Tong only responded with curses. This left the lizard exasperated, thinking that this outsider human was incredibly rude. Stop insulting me. Yang Tong was about to speak, but the voice of the ghost-patterned lizard interrupted him. I'll insult you as much as I want. You son of A. You son of A. You son of A. Yang Tong seemed to be stuck on repeat, making the ghost-patterned lizard's usually calm mind waver with frustration. Listen to me. I'll listen to your. Yang Tong cut him off, but managed to stop himself before the last word. Human, I have a way for you to obtain the energy core. Obtain your wait. What? Yang Tong's interest was piqued. Go on, explain. I can leave you some fierce beasts for you to kill. That's it. Yang Tong's interest waned. He sneered. You call that a solution? As the conversation continued back and forth, Yang Tong gradually realized that the ghost-patterned lizard was also quite adept at spewing nonsense. He took advantage of the situation to stall for time, waiting for Mao Chio to finish dealing with the beast horde. Fine. I'll give you all the beasts you want. Just let me go, the ghost-patterned lizard said urgently. Yang Tong licked his lips. Sorry, I'm more interested in the Emperor's energy core. You could never kill an Emperor. Look, Yang Tong pretended to ponder. Why are we at an impasse here? I want to kill you, and you want to escape, right? Right. How about this, let's compromise. You stop trying to escape, and you? I'll kill you. Oh? The ghost-patterned lizard roared in Yang Tong's mind. So you still want to kill me? How is that a compromise? Where's your concession? Human. As negotiations hit a deadlock, the ghost-patterned lizard suddenly tried to dig a hole in the desert to escape. Yang Tong reacted quickly, leaping up and slamming it back onto the sand dune, restraining it once more. Trying to dig your way out? Think again. Yang Tong's voice was icy cold. The negotiations continued, but they couldn't reach an agreement. The ghost-patterned lizard refused to hand over the energy core, while Yang Tong insisted he wouldn't let it go without the core. To make matters worse for the ghost-patterned lizard, none of the three monarchs responded to its bloodline call for help. Finally, the ghost-patterned lizard resorted to threats. Human, do you really think the Emperor's strength is limited to just this? This comment made Yang Tong uneasy. Besides its patterns and wings, did it have other tricks? This meant he might have to endure more fighting and injuries. Yang Tong had barely restored his suit when the scene before him left him stunned. The patterned tendrils of the ghost-patterned lizard snapped in an instant, and the cunning beast burrowed into the sand, making a quick escape. What the hell? It can do that? Yang Tong exclaimed in disbelief. The ghost-patterned lizard had pulled a survival trick, shedding its tail to flee, leaving Yang Tong's pride and dignity in shambles. However, the lizard didn't completely abandon the fight. While it escaped, it left its minions to continue attacking Mao Chio, clearly a tactic to distract Yang Tong and prevent pursuit. Watching the trail left in the desert sands, Yang Tong smirked coldly. Run all you want. The Tianzong Desert isn't that big. Let's see where you can go. Although he had the ability to track the lizard, the current situation with so many beasts around wasn't ideal for a chase. Once he dealt with this wave of beasts, the ghost-patterned lizard would be isolated. By then, the entire Tianzong Desert would be nearly empty of threats, making the lizard much easier to handle. It would just be a matter of time before he could wear it down. With this in mind, Yang Tong decided to focus on the beast horde in front of him. He leveraged his massive size advantage and charged into the horde, rolling over them. System notifications began to flood the screen. Stamina 5. Gained a large amount of spirit control power. Mao Chio's attributes increased by 1. As the battle continued, Yang Tong successfully broke through to the silver level. While this breakthrough would mean a significant power boost for an ordinary summoner, it wasn't much for Yang Tong, who didn't rely on spirit control power. The most important aspect of this breakthrough was that Mao Chio's mana bar was finally sufficient to use its spatial skills. Yang Tong had long since investigated and discovered that, excluding storage spaces, there are only two known silver-tier spatial skills: spatial transfer and spatial slicing. Spatial transfer is akin to short-distance teleportation, similar to a blink ability. This skill significantly enhances Mao Chio's survival capabilities. Spatial slicing, on the other hand, is a formidable single-target attack that creates several small dimensional blades within a specific area to slice through targets. Normally, a level 1 spatial slice covers an area no larger than an adult's palm, but Mao Chio's nearly level 30 spatial slicing is far more powerful, easily dismembering medium-sized beasts. Yang Tong signaled Mao Chio to release a spatial slice. The targeted area slightly distorted, as if disturbed by invisible high heat. In an instant, 3 beasts were enveloped by the distortion. In the blink of an eye, 2 were dead, their bodies covered in wounds more gruesome than Yang Tong's own. The third managed to escape but was severely injured on one side. The astonishing number of slices surprised Yang Tong, a clear testament to Mao Chio's high skill level. Although the attack power of a single slice wasn't extraordinary, it was enough to cut to the bone. More importantly, the greatest advantage of this spatial skill is its unpredictability and difficulty to evade. Yang Tong knew that even he couldn't dodge a spatial slice. This wasn't a matter of reaction speed, but rather the inherent challenge of predicting and avoiding spatial skills. Unlike attacks from the ghost pattern lizard, which rely purely on speed, spatial slicing is almost instant and guaranteed to hit. Yang Tong grinned and continued to crush the beast horde. While spatial slicing had limited effectiveness against large groups of beasts, it was the ultimate weapon against bosses like the ghost pattern lizard. A day and a half later, Yang Tong and Mao Qiu finally cleared out the entire beast horde. When Yang Tong returned to his normal size, the excruciating pain from his wounds nearly overwhelmed him. Although the wounds had shrunk proportionally, the pain remained unchanged. He had no choice but to wrap himself in a burial shroud, exposing only his eyes, and then put on his signature suit. Watching Mao Qiu eat, Yang Tong was contemplating the imminent boost in Mao Qiu's power when he suddenly sensed something was off. This unease wasn't from the escaped ghost pattern lizard. Something else was wrong. Chioga. Yang Tong suddenly thought of something. Did the ghost pattern lizard take the groundhog? Mao Qiu paused its eating, making two puff sounds. Can I sense the groundhog? Yang Tong asked hopefully. Mao Qiu's response was clear. The groundhog is your summoned spirit. Why are you asking me? Then it resumed eating. Yang Tong tried to sense the groundhog's location, but it was futile. Summoners simply don't have that ability. Meanwhile, the ghost-patterned lizard, now deep within the celestial burial desert, was running for its life. Although it was stubborn, it knew it would eventually be worn down by Mao Qiu. The groundhog, stuck in its mouth, looked utterly despondent. The lizard's constant attempts to push the groundhog out with its tongue prevented it from entering a disengaged state. The groundhog could only hope that Yang Tong would recall it to the contract space. After all, as long as it was alive, a summoner could recall their summoned spirit, no matter the distance. However, thinking of Yang Tong's personality, the groundhog suddenly felt a wave of despair. What if its master forgot about it? Yang Tong indeed did as the groundhog had hoped and temporarily put it out of his mind. At this moment, he stood in the scorching desert, watching Mao Qiu devour its food with a calm expression. He wasn't worried about the groundhog's current predicament at all. After all, with its resilience, it wouldn't die so easily. He tilted his head back and chugged a large bottle of mineral water, then casually tossed the empty bottle onto the sand. Gazing into the distance, he said wistfully, Brother Qiu, where on earth has that ghost-patterned lizard taken Brother Mouse? This situation was indeed giving Yang Tong a headache. The ghost-patterned lizard had turned into a scared rabbit, dashing deep into the Tianzong desert, possibly even reaching the outskirts. For an emperor-level beast to flee so desperately within its own territory was utterly disgraceful. Mao Qiu, perched on Yang Tong's shoulder, occasionally responded with soft, puff sounds. This reminded Yang Tong of the groundhog's usefulness, at least that guy could write and communicate normally with him. Now, with only Mao Qiu, who couldn't understand what it was saying, as his conversation partner, this chatterbox felt a bit lonely. Brother Qiu, do you summoning spirits even need to eat or drink? Yang Tong began to ponder this question. When it came to spirit taming, he was indeed a novice. Even though the system had imparted all the knowledge to him, for a student who treated suspension as a vacation, fully grasping it wasn't easy. Yang Tong continued his monologue. If summoning spirits really need to eat, Brother Mouse has been gone for almost a week. Won't he starve to death? If he really kicks the bucket, should I give him a proper burial or just bury him like an enemy soldier? Mao Qiu continued to respond with its puff sounds. Just then, Yang Tong suddenly made a shushing gesture towards Mao Qiu. It turned out that the ghost-patterned lizard hadn't fled to the edge of the Tianzong desert, but was instead lying somewhere, recuperating. Such a powerful beast didn't need any hospital CT scans. It just needed to reduce its activity and rely on its strong vitality to recover. Meanwhile, it was also trying to find a way to get the groundhog unstuck from its throat. At this moment, the groundhog was feeling utterly miserable. It could only hope that Yang Tong would find it off. That heartless guy might have forgotten about it. With his money-grubbing nature, he would never give up on a ghost-patterned lizard worth a fortune. Hairball, seriously, you've been whining the whole way. Why are you shushing me? Yang Tong whispered in frustration. He carefully lay on the sand, observing the ghost-patterned lizard from a distance. This emperor-level beast looked so different now that Yang Tong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Its once distinctive, eerie patterns had vanished completely after it had severed its tail to escape. Now, it could only be called the soul-eating lizard, not the soul-eating ghost-patterned lizard. Will those patterns ever grow back? Yang Tong sneered. Do you think you'll have a future after meeting me, Yang? To avoid alerting the beast, Yang Tong pressed himself flat against the sand, exposing only his head as he slowly crawled toward his target. He knew all too well how well this creature could fly, which was what worried him the most. Ordinary flying beasts and summoned spirits were manageable with Hairball around, but facing an emperor-level ghost-patterned lizard was a different story. If it took to the air, the already tough battle would become even more difficult. In my domain, you can ascend to heaven, but you won't take to the sky, Yang Tong thought silently. He would never give his enemy such an advantageous position. When the distance shrank to an ideal range, Yang Tong began to shake off the sand from his body cautiously. He slowly rose, keeping his body in a crouched stance to ensure his legs could spring into action. The ghost-patterned lizard seemed unaware of the approaching danger. Now's the time. Yang Tong suddenly accelerated, leaping toward the lizard while rapidly reciting. Eat grapes without spitting out the skins. Linglong Pagoda. Pagoda Linglong. Linglong Pagoda with 13 layers. The pharmacy of Tong Rintang. With a ripping sound, his newly changed tea-seat shirt was once again ruined. The ghost-patterned lizard was stunned for a moment, still trying to comprehend why this human was speaking so fast. When it found itself pinned to the sand, unable to spread its wings, Yang Tong adeptly mounted the giant lizard, a move he had perfected over time. Not far away, a groundhog watched the scene with tears streaming down its face, in stark contrast to the nearly defeated ghost-patterned lizard. Just as human joys and sorrows are not shared, the fates of beasts can be worlds apart. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.